Chapter 1. Kneel and apologize to me. Jiangzhou City, Handong Province. Jiang University Canteen. Andy, finding meat in this dish is harder than winning the lottery. Sister, I trade 10 years of my roommate's single life for a spoonful of gravy. Andy, don't shake your hand. The hungry ghosts were banging their bowls and wailing. Only Tian at the end of the line held his bowl in a zen-like manner, glancing at his watch with a carefree attitude. The wind and snow have pressed me down for a year. I laugh as the wind is light and the clouds are like cotton. In another 30 minutes, this miserable life would finally come to an end. He was not a native of this world, but had crossed over to this parallel world called Blue Star. While others crossed over and opened golden fingers, he became a top official's rich second-generation heir, but was forced to play the role of a prince enduring hardship. His dad was the ultimate second generation of the Dragon Kingdom, and when he slammed the table, the entire military and political network would tremble. His mom was a well-known tycoon, the head of the Tian family conglomerate in the capital. Power, wealth, looks, passion. Moreover, he was the sole favorite of the entire family. So he had been arrogant and domineering since childhood, notorious as a little demon king. Whoever dared to provoke him would receive a ticket to the underworld. At first, it was manageable. Someone would clean up the mess. After all, he was still a child and didn't understand. But as he grew older, some matters became difficult to handle. People with ulterior motives linked all his misdeeds to the privileged class of the capital. This affected his dad significantly, making things tough. Thus, in a fit of anger, he was thrown into this city of Jiangzhou, given a new household registration, and renamed Lin Chun, forced to reflect on life for a year. They even set up the Gu family rules for him. What tranquil rules? Stop wandering thoughts and cease restlessness. Low-key training. Conceal brilliance and hide identity. A long list of regulations. In short, it boiled down to one word: endure. If he couldn't achieve any change in this year, he would be forever barred from the capital. Because of this, he spent a year in Jiangzhou that was utterly ridiculous. Being laughed at and bullied was a daily occurrence. What was even more humiliating was that his life was under strict surveillance. The community he lived in had 1,000 households, with 999 men sporting crew cuts and women with short hair. The elderly didn't practice Tai Chi, they practiced military boxing. The reason he wasn't in a hurry to get food was that he suspected the ante serving was also arranged by his dad. Every time it was his turn, the ante would have Parkinson's. Moreover, the suffering was about to end. In the final segment, he had to perform well and remain calm. "Hey, Andy, aren't you going to serve me this time?" Looking at the full plate of food, Gu Tian was a bit incredulous. But when he looked up, he saw the ante giving him an incredibly gentle smile. Gu Shao, it's the last meal. I wish you a good meal and a good drink. Upon hearing this, Gu Tian was almost in tears. If it weren't for the fact that the ante was also sent by his dad, just based on the fact that she hadn't let him eat enough all year, the entire Jiangzhou cafeteria staff could be fed peanuts. The next second, his expression stiffened. "Andy, please do your job properly while working." After saying this, he elegantly picked up his plate and turned away. At that moment, "Hey, are you out of your mind? You splashed it all over me." A sharp female reprimand startled Gu Tian, causing his heart to race. He turned to look. He saw a very sexy senior sister glaring at him, angrily pointing a finger. Behind her were two burly M.E.N.T. this moment. The red sauce from his plate was slowly sliding down the hem of her fitted skirt onto her long, black stockings. "Oh no, Sister Qiao is here. Oh my, it's Qiao Laosan's daughter. It's over. This kid is done for. Hey, isn't this kid Shen Yao's male best friend?" The surrounding students immediately erupted, retreating with their plates, fearing they might offend this esteemed lady. Qiao Na, daughter of Qiao Laosan from Jiangzhou. Qiao Laosan was a ruthless figure from years ago in Jiangzhou, who made a name for himself locally with 2 kitchen knives. Later, he became a prominent figure in Jiangzhou through mining and demolition. Even Jiangzhou University had shares from the Qiao family. Since Qiao Laosan had a daughter late in life, she was doted on by several older brothers. Qiao Na was spoiled and arrogant from a young age, looking down on everyone. I'm sorry. Gu Tian quickly apologized but secretly glanced at Qiao Na. She looked okay, well made up, with fiery red lips, somewhat resembling those girls at the club of his good brother Wang Hao in the capital. But the next second, is saying sorry useful? Pay up. Smack. Qiao Na slapped Gu Tian directly across the face. This slap caused the onlookers to gasp in shock. Gu Tian felt a sting on his face, but didn't dare to retaliate. He had endured for a year. He wasn't going to ruin the last 15 minutes. He understood his dad's character while he was resolute. Once the time was up, he would be sent back. If he broke the rules, there was no doubt his stay would be extended. Speak. The school bully Zhao pong-kicked Gu Tian to the ground. Another burly man came forward and pinned Gu Tian down, not allowing him to get up. With so many people watching, as Qiao Na's top henchman, he needed to make a show of strength. I'm sorry, how much do you need? Gu Tian grimaced in pain. That kick hit his third rib. Wasn't it a bit excessive to wipe out the other party's 3 generations? Qiao Na was instantly enraged. No. Do you have any idea how much my outfit costs? Do you even know what brand this is? Sorry, I haven't worn anything this cheap. Gu Tian said bitterly. Upon hearing this, boom, a thunderous sound exploded in Qiao Na's mind. Mockery. Pure mockery. A poor kid in a cheap school uniform, holding a cafeteria tray, actually dared to say her outfit was cheap. The ignorant are fearless. Every onlooker felt a chill run down their spines. Who the hell dared to mock Sister Qiao like this? It was hard to find a second person in all of Jiangzhou University, but what he said was the truth. The underwear he was wearing now was worth over 100,000, custom-made by a high-end designer. Woven layer by layer from Tianshan silk, it kept his groin at a constant 35 degrees Celsius year-round. But Qiao Na knew nothing of that. She only believed that his words had made her lose face. Beat him until the medical fees can offset the cost of my clothes. The burly man received the order and began to punch and kick. Zhao Peng also charged forward, cursing while hitting. Get the hell out of here. Can't even speak properly. Tired of living, huh? Open your eyes and look. It's Balenciaga. 1 minute later, Gu Tian was beaten black and blue but felt fine. After all, in the capital, his dad would discipline him with rebar. In terms of endurance, he had long since become a saint in that regard. There's still 5 minutes. Just as Gu Tian tried to push himself up from the ground, Qiao Na's 10 centimeters Valentino studded heels stomped directly onto his face, pressing down hard. Let me tell you, this outfit of mine costs 30,000 yuan. Who do you think you are? A poor ghost eating in the cafeteria, daring to compare with me? Looking at those long, black stockings and studded high heels, many boys were swallowing hard. If they weren't getting beaten, being stepped on like this would have been great. However, Qiao didn't notice any of this, still stepping on Gu Tian's face, relishing the feeling of control from above. Remember, don't let me see you at school again. Otherwise, they'll make you walk on your knees forever. Kneel down and apologize now, and today's matter will be forgotten. If you don't apologize, they'll make sure you can't stay in Jiangzhou University. Time ticked by. The onlookers held their breath. Would he back down? Would he kneel and apologize? If he really knelt down, he would become famous throughout Jiang University. No, that's not right. It's already spread everywhere. Many people have uploaded this scene to video platforms. Just as Joanna looked down from above, arrogantly waiting for the other party to yield, a sudden alarm rang out. Beep, beep, beep. 12 o'clock sharp. Gu Tian's expression instantly turned cold. Hunting time. That all fans know that the previous Prince novel has too many parts to modify. Everything about Li Yong needs to be deleted, and all negative content related to Z and H must be removed. The difficulty of modification is too high, and the author has given up. This new novel is similar to the previous one, with the main and supporting characters basically the same, but the plot will be different. Most importantly, the author will write it well and try not to end up in the little black room again, so everyone can rest assured in charge and without thinking. Chapter 2. The Qiao family in Jiangzhou is not to be provoked. Do you think you deserve an apology? Gu Tian suddenly flipped over, directly grabbing the opponent's ankle and pulling hard. Joanna was caught off guard, and in front of everyone, she lost her balance and performed a perfect split. Her 2 long legs and black stockings formed a straight line, taut against the cold ground. Hiss! The onlookers all gasped in shock. What the hell? This guy's amazing. No way. Doesn't he know that Joanna is the daughter of the underworld? That's it. This guy is completely finished. How painful must that be? However, some boys' expressions gradually became strange, and they even took out their phones. This angle, this pose. Social death. You dare. It hurts. Joanna's face twisted in pain, her hands propped on the ground. but the pain from her torn ligaments kept her from standing up. She never expected that the poor guy she had just stepped on would dare to counterattack in this way. This was truly living life on the edge. Zhao Peng, Wang Shuai, beat him to death. Joanna shouted angrily. Her legs were still on the ground, and she couldn't stand up due to the pain, but the fury inside her had completely exploded. Only then did Zhao Peng and Wang Shuai snap back to reality from their shock, swinging their fists the size of sandbags towards Gu Tian. Asshole! How dare you do this to Sister Qiao? Fuck! Today you'll know why the flowers are so red. When they had beaten the other party earlier, they hadn't gone all out. But this situation was different. The other party had made Sister Qiao lose face in front of everyone. They had to beat him to a pulp. Once they graduated, this incident would be a letter of recommendation to Sister Qiao's father. As everyone was sweating for Gu Tian's eyes suddenly narrowed, and he took a slight step back. Bang! A 360-degree spinning kick directly hit Zhao Peng's face. Crack! The crisp sound of bone cracking was exceptionally clear. Zhao Peng's face instantly deformed, and he flew back 2 to 3 meters, crashing into a dining table and passed out. Gu Tian's kick was explosively powerful, comparable to a professional boxer. Previously, when he had nothing to do in Kyoto, he had been training with elite anti-terror special forces and had received high-intensity combat training from the Dragon Guardian Army. These two little thugs were no match for him at all. What the hell? All the onlooking students widened their eyes, mouths agape enough to fit an egg. No way. What the hell is going on? He kicked the boxing club president, Zhao Peng, away. Oh my god, what kind of monster is this? Peng. Wang Shuai had already raised his fist, ready to smash it down on Gu Tian. But seeing Zhao Peng being kicked away in front of him, he quickly withdrew his fist and pretended to look worried. But would Gu Tian give him any time to waste? Fuck, you were the fiercest one when you hit me earlier. Bang! Gu Tian delivered a swift jab that precisely struck Wang Shuai's face. Wang Shuai was sent flying by the punch, his body uncontrollably sliding back several meters, blood gushing from his nose. The onlooking students were completely stunned. Many, meeting Gu Tian's cold gaze, instinctively put down their phones recording the video. This is too fierce. 2 members of the boxing club were just taken down like that. But he had just been bullied and beaten without any power to resist. You. Joanna's expression also changed, and for the first time, panic appeared in her eyes. And you. Gu Tian shouted angrily, stepping forward to deliver a whip kick to her face. Bang! Joanna, sitting on the ground, was also sent flying, rolling several times after hitting the ground. The onlooking students were about to kneel in fear. Crazy. He really is crazy. No, Joanna may be insane, but she also has some looks. What the hell? This is way too violent. Fuck. He even dares to hit Joanna. At that moment, a sudden phone ringing echoed. Under the terrified gaze of everyone, Gu Tian took out his phone and answered the call that on the other end of the line, a familiar and playful voice came through. Kid, not bad. You change a lot this year. I've planted 3,000 spies around you, and they all highly commend your performance. Governor of Handong, your second uncle, also said you performed exceptionally. Where are you planning to return to Kyoto? Regarding his father's words, Gu Tian's face darkened, and he was too lazy to chat with his father. 3,000 spies? What was this old man bragging about? Was he showing off that he created a real-life Truman Show? Putting his own flesh and blood in this situation, and now playing tricks? His second uncle was really something to sit in this position. He actually colluded with his father. I'll be back in a while, but I need to go to the hospital to treat my wounds first. There was a pause on the other end of the line. What? You're injured? Gu Tian couldn't help but roll his eyes. This big sister and these 2 thugs were obviously arranged by his father, right? Bullying and beating people was fine, but why did it have to involve guessing how much the clothes cost, making it like a TV drama? Yeah, I got beaten up, I'm used to it. Where are you hurt? Is it serious? Send me a picture. All right, I'll send it to you. After saying this, Gu Tian directly hung up the phone and took a selfie to send over. The photo not only captured his bruised face, but also showed the miserable state of Zhao Peng and Wang Shuai, letting his father see how badly the NPCs he sent had been beaten. Onlookers. This guy beat Joanna and the others into this state, and now he still has the time to take a selfie? Is this leaving behind his own obituary? If Qiao Laosan knew, he would definitely dismember him. Just as everyone was whispering in fear, Finally, someone couldn't stand it any longer. Classmate, do you know who you just beat up? She's the young lady of the Qiao family in Jiangzhou. You should quickly find your department supervisor to apply for withdrawal and buy a train ticket to another city overnight. These people are not to be provoked. After this classmate finished speaking, he subconsciously looked around, clearly very nervous. What? The Qiao family in Jiangzhou? A small city like that still has family power? Tian looked at the onlookers with some confusion, waiting for confirmation. The onlooking students nodded frantically. Yes, 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 run away. You really have stirred up a big mess this time. If I don't run, I'm really going to be finished. Xiao Lao-san is involved in organized crime. At the reminders from the crowd, Tian was stunned for 2 seconds before revealing a meaningful smile. The Qiao family? Organized crime? Ha. Uncle, you've really given me something to hold against you. Since you've colluded with my old man, I have to prepare a big gift for you. Chapter 3 Report to Gu Shao. We are late in a mysterious villa in Kyoto. Bang! A priceless rosewood table was slammed hard. A dignified figure, the main seat, suddenly stood up. Gu Yun, this is the person you arranged to supervise, right? Tell me, is this the oppression within a controllable range? This is clearly going to cost my son's life. How is he supposed to return to Kyoto like this? Your sister-in-law will skin you alive. Such an angry voice made the powerful members of the assembly below bow their heads, not daring to make a sound. A secretary in an administrative jacket calmly distributed photos of Gu Tian, bruised and battered, to everyone present. At this moment, the man called Gu Jun turned pale with fright. How could his nephew be beaten to this extent? This is completely beyond the original plan. The original plan was to arrange oppression within a controllable range. The main goal was to let his nephew suffer a bit, experience the harshness of society, and learn to endure and restrain his sharp edges. To be cautious, he even specifically chose the remote Jiangzhou. But now, the state of the person in the photo clearly showed he was beaten to near death. Gu Jun, shouldn't you give me an explanation? The man at the main seat roared in anger, startling him and causing cold sweat to soak his back. If he explained that this was just an NPC he arranged, and they just went a bit too hard, the result would definitely be a scolding from his elder brother and a few slaps from his sister-in-law. And if he explained that he was completely unaware of it, even worse. That would be equivalent to admitting that there was a major problem in the city he governed. A violent fight occurred openly at the university, and he sat in this position completely unaware. Just as Gu Jun's mind raced at high speed, Gu Tian swaggered into the instructor's office at Jiang University. In fact, he could have easily walked away, but after thinking it over, he still decided to greet the instructor. Most importantly, he wanted to see if the instructor was also an NPC arranged by his father. Unexpectedly, as soon as he entered, before he could say anything, the instructor, Fong Ting, turned pale and retreated in terror. You, don't come over. The application for withdrawal has been approved. You can just take it from the table and leave. After you go out, don't say you're my student. I don't know you. Gu Tian. He didn't say anything, so why did the instructor arrange this for him? What kind of efficiency is this? Do they really want him to leave? Fong Ting was almost on the brink of collapse. She had just heard that her student had beaten the daughter of the Qiao family from Jiangzhou. Qiao Na's father, Qiao San, was a member of the Jiang University board. In other words, her salary came from Qiao Na's father. So how could she afford to delay this? If Director Qiao came to her class, wouldn't it cause chaos? If things went wrong, she, as the instructor, could end up getting beaten too? After the principal learned of the situation, he immediately rushed over, moving faster than Bolt. In less than 2 seconds, he signed a withdrawal application. Huh? Instructor, you already knew? Gu Tian raised an eyebrow, initially doubting that the instructor was also an NPC, but now it seemed he was just overthinking it. The Qiao family in Jiangzhou is quite powerful. Gu Tian shrugged, then picked up the withdrawal application from the table, walked out, scoffed, and directly threw it into the trash can. Goodbye, Jiang University. The afternoon sun was exceptionally lazy, and after stretching, he felt an unprecedented sense of relaxation. His card had been restored by his mother, and she had even given him 100 million as a reward. Next, he planned to take the earliest flight back to Kyoto to eat, drink, and have fun. As for the Qiao family, Gu Tian narrowed his eyes, a hint of coldness flashing in his gaze. Afterward, he would return to Jiangzhou to thoroughly investigate this Qiao family and take them all down. It could be considered a big gift for his second uncle. Just as Gu Tian was preparing to walk towards the campus entrance, a sharp scolding voice rang out from behind. "You little brat. Don't run." Gu Tian turned around to see Qiao Na, her face bandaged, followed by a large group of young men carrying sticks, menacingly approaching. "Damn, this is going to be tough." Gu Tian mocked himself. "Kill him." Qiao Na shouted angrily, pointing, and her underlings immediately rushed forward with a loud roar. In an instant, a large number of students swarmed in, eager to watch. "What the hell? Isn't that Qiao Na? What happened to her? My God, Qiao Na organized people so quickly. Damn it, that guy hasn't left yet. This isn't a fight. This is really going to be life-threatening. Heh, fighting and killing. What a disgrace." A mocking smile curled at the corner of Gu Tian's mouth as he slowly cracked his knuckles. The onlookers' hearts raced, holding their breath. Even the old man at the security booth slowly poked his head out the window, but in the next second, Gu Tian suddenly turned around and ran away. "I'm out of here, everyone." "No way. I thought this guy was tough. He just ran away. Damn, I learned something. This is the real boss." Gu Tian slipped away, moving at an astonishing speed. He was a smart person. In this situation, why would he stand his ground? Only someone with a screw loose would do that. His identity had just been restored, and he still had a few small goals in his bank account. Why would he risk his life against a bunch of local thugs? Afterward, he could bring the inspection team over, and for the mayor of Jiangzhou to these thugs, he could just take them all down using their family trees. Running was the best choice at this moment. Damn it, chase him down. Block him. Qiao Na stomped her foot in anger, her face turning green. Catch up to him. Kill him. Her underlings roared and chased after him again. Just as Gu Tian was about to run out of the campus, suddenly, a large group of students stormed in from outside the campus, carrying backpacks and looking aggressive. At first glance, they were definitely not ordinary college students. The leader, with a fierce look in his eyes, waved his hand sharply. "Attention! Protect Gu Shao. The rest follow me." Yes. In the next second, everyone simultaneously pulled their hands back. Clap. The crisp sound of metal locks echoed in the air as black anti-stab plates instantly appeared on their chests. The backpacks unlocked into tactical bags, and black batons popped out one after another. All the onlooking students' pupils trembled, retreating in a frenzy. What the hell? This is a special forces unit. My God, these are not ordinary students. They're clearly professional fighters. Damn, did this guy hire outside help? Qiao Na's underlings had just rushed halfway when they saw this scene and stopped in their tracks. But it was all too late. The opponent's batons fell like rain. The little thugs who had just been shouting were instantly scattered by 3 strikes. It wasn't that thugs could take 3 hits. It was that these people came in delivering 3 hits right away. 3 strikes per second wasn't their limit. It was to make sure Gu Shao could see. My head. Who the hell are these people? Bro, I'm getting slapped. We're all from the streets. Xiao Jia, run. The screams echoed one after another. Under the astonished gaze of the onlookers, the team leader from behind stood at attention in front of Gu Tian and reported. "Reporting to you, young Master Gu. We are late." The standard posture and the powerful voice left the onlookers completely stunned. Chapter 4 is there still law. Meanwhile, the fight between Gu Tian and Qiao Na, the daughter of the Qiao family in Jiangzhou, is spreading wildly throughout Jiangzhou City. In just a few hours, social media and major short video apps have been completely flooded with this incident. Some videos have even made it to the trending lists of various video platforms. Jiangzhou University student fight, Jiangzhou University cafeteria fight. Girl humiliates boy by stepping on his face, Jiangzhou University selling identity revealed. No wonder the boy did not dare to retaliate, Jiangzhou University fight update. Victim has dropped out, girl's identity remains a mystery. These explosive headlines have set the internet ablaze. Major forums and social media are inundated with discussions. Netizens are going wild, with intense debates. Wow, this is not just a student fight. This is like a scene from a gangster movie. This girl is too fierce, right? Stepping on someone's face in public? Goodness. After stepping on him, she even made him bow. Is she that arrogant? Sure. This girl seems to be from the Qiao family in Jiangzhou, which has a lot of power. Qiao Na. Isn't she or Qiao Jia from Jiangzhou? That night, the Jiangzhou government building was brightly lit. Mayor Wang and Secretary Li stood at the entrance, nervously rubbing their hands. The council members behind them looked even more anxious, discussing in low voices. How could it escalate to this extent? Right, this girl from the Qiao family has fought before, but it never got this serious. Yes, why did it suddenly explode this time? The assailant has already dropped out, and didn't he even go to the police station? What terrified them the most was that the governor of Handong province had rushed overnight because of this incident. While everyone was anxiously waiting, several black, 8 cars slowly drove into the courtyard. The governor of Handong has arrived. The higher-ups are involved. Mayor Wang and Secretary Li exchanged glances, their eyes filled with astonishment. There are local officials in Jiangzhou. Typically, such a level of incident shouldn't alarm the provincial government. And now, the governor has come in person? Soon, the car doors opened. A tall, middle-aged man stepped out, surrounded by several secretaries. However, the most eye-catching thing was not his imposing aura, but rather the clearly visible handprint on his face. What happened to Governor Gu? Why does he have a handprint on his face? Did he get slapped by his wife? Or what? What's going on? Did I see it wrong? No, indeed. Regarding his nephew being hit, Gu Jun explained that it was someone he arranged, but they just went a bit too hard. So, he got slapped twice by his sister-in-law. As the governor of Handong province, Gu Jun's identity is highly confidential, and very few people know it. The most important thing is that he climbed to this position step by step from below. No one would connect him to his elder brother. After all, there are many people with the surname Gu. As for why he rushed overnight, it was to thoroughly investigate and see who dared to bully his nephew. If it truly is the kind of underworld forces mentioned online, he must trace it all the way from the Secretary of Jiangzhou to the police station. Additionally, to personally take his nephew home. In the office, you all must have seen what's going on online. The big fight that happened in the cafeteria of Jiangzhou University. I want to ask about anything else. Just tell me your investigation results. Gu Jun sat in the office, coldly glancing at Mayor Wang and Secretary Li standing in front of the desk. These 2 council members, who wield significant influence in Jiangzhou, looked at Gu Jun as if they were elementary students facing their homeroom teacher. Governor Gu, we've already investigated this matter clearly. It's just a small conflict between students. Mayor Wang forced a smile, cautiously saying, unaware of Gu Tian's identity. Yes, Governor Gu, it's just a small conflict between students. The boy accidentally spilled food on the girl while getting his meal and refused to compensate, even slandering her. So the girl got angry and called her classmates and friends to beat him up. Secretary Li chimed in, embellishing the story. They downplayed the situation. After thinking for 2 seconds about their statements, Gu Jun slowly nodded. In that case, it somewhat aligns with his nephew's character. Additionally, he had already explained to his elder brother that this was a script he arranged. All right, what is the outcome of your handling of this matter? Outcome? Mayor Wang's heart tightened sharply. This incident broke out at noon. The public opinion fermented in the afternoon, and Governor Gu arrived at night. How could they have time to handle it? Moreover, how could this matter even be handled? The assailant, Qiao Na, is the daughter of Qiao Lao San. In other words, if they dare to deal with Qiao Lao San, he would threaten to move all the businesses out of Jiangzhou tomorrow, causing devastating damage to Jiangzhou's economy. To put it bluntly, they often have to look at the Qiao family's face to plan for Jiangzhou. Secretary Li's mind reacted the fastest, stepping forward with a smile. Governor, it has already been handled. All those involved have been detained and are currently being investigated at the police station, but the announcement hasn't been made yet. Upon hearing this, Mayor Wang immediately understood his implication and quickly echoed. Yes, it's already being handled. They are just a bunch of useless students causing trouble, forming cliques at school, which has a bad influence. Today, we are also preparing to meet with the principal of Jiangzhou University to thoroughly investigate the campus management issues. Looking at the determined expressions of the 2, Gu Jun slowly felt relieved. Since they have already handled it, he didn't need to ask anything further. Moreover, he was genuinely surprised by his nephew's performance. Being humiliated by having his face stepped on and not flying into a rage was truly showing restraint of his violent temper. It seems this year has really allowed him to grow up completely. All right. In that case, I want to ask more about this matter. Those who should be caught will be caught, and those who should be punished will be punished. Gu Jun slowly stood up, scanning the 2 in front of him. Mayor Wang and Secretary Li immediately felt a weight lift off their chests, quickly bowing their heads and nodding. Yes, yes, Governor, rest assured. We will definitely handle it seriously and give the public an explanation. After leaving the municipal courtyard, Gu Jun immediately called Gu Tian. Hey, nephew, where are you? I'm coming to Jiangzhou to pick you up. What? You're at the airport? Then come to Kyoto airport to pick me up. Gu Tian's tone on the other end of the line was light and casual. All right, I'll go to Kyoto airport to pick you up then. After hanging up the phone, Gu Jun quickly called his administrative secretary. He definitely couldn't go back now. This matter could only be handled by the secretary. Meanwhile, inside the Qiao family mansion in Jiangzhou, seeing his daughter's beautiful face covered in bruises, along with her gang of thugs behind her with swollen faces, Xiao Lao San was furious. Who did this? Is there still law? Is there any justice? Chapter 5. The pressure from Third Master Qiao. The servants brought in basin after basin of ice packs and medicinal patches. When they saw Qiao Na's appearance, everyone collectively gasped. Her egg-shaped face was beaten to a pulp, her legs and arms were covered in bruises, and her wrist was wrapped in bandages, making her walk with a noticeable limp. Those who knew her recognized her as the eldest daughter of the Qiao family. Those who didn't might have thought she was a homeless person from a garbage dump. Damn it, can't you even protect a girl? What use do I have for you all? Third Master Qiao slammed the coffee table, making the bruised henchmen shrink their necks in fear. Seeing her father's anger, tears streamed down Xiao Na's panda eyes. Whoa, Dad, you don't have to scold them. They all went up against me. The guy called a lot of people, and he is really good at fighting. He kicked me to the ground in front of the whole school. He even made me do the splits in public. Qiao Na cried, her face swollen beyond recognition, feeling utterly wronged. She was the eldest daughter of the Qiao family in Jiangzhou. When had she ever been humiliated like this? Not only was she beaten, but she also faced social death. How could she swallow this anger? Dad, you have to help me get revenge. Damn it. How dare you hit my daughter? Find out who did this. Even if I have to dig 3 feet into the ground. I want to know who this person is. If he is a tiger, he has to lie down. If he is a dragon, he has to curl up. Third Master Qiao stood up abruptly, radiating immense rage. The girl in front of him, beaten to a pulp. Even though he didn't want to acknowledge her. She was indeed the precious daughter he had cherished since childhood. When had she been bullied to this extent? If he didn't take revenge, Third Master Qiao would probably lose all face in Jiangzhou. At that moment, a subordinate rushed in. Mr. Qiao, Mayor Wang is here. Just in time. Let him see what has happened to my daughter. Third Master Qiao sat back down in his armchair, resembling a gangster lord ruling Jiangzhou. Mayor Wang had to either give him an explanation or this matter would end today. There had to be a clear stance on who was in charge in Jiangzhou. Mr. Qiao, your daughter has caused a big mess this time. This matter has blown up online. Mayor Wang hurried in, grabbing a cup of tea from the table and gulping it down. Blown up. Bang. Third Master Qiao slammed the table, pointing at Xiao Na on the sofa. His anger exploding. My daughter weighs 110 pounds. Now she has been beaten to 130 pounds. There is at least 20 pounds of bruises. You tell me this matter has blown up online. Looking at the girl on the sofa, Mayor Wang's eyes widened. Huh? The young lady is here too. Xiao Na managed to force a smile through her swollen lips. Uncle Wang, hello. Hello. Xiao Na, the young lady of the Qiao family, was used to being arrogant in Jiangzhou. She had previously beaten people up much worse than this, even causing a death that cost her over 2 million to settle. Now she was beaten into a pig's head. Honestly, Mayor Wang felt no sympathy and could only awkwardly wave his hand. Mr. Qiao, I understand your feelings. But the most critical issue now is how to resolve this matter. The higher-ups are paying close attention to this incident, and an announcement must be made tonight to prevent public opinion from escalating. Otherwise, you understand. Mayor Wang stopped halfway, looking at Third Master Qiao's meaningful expression. After a few seconds of contemplation, Third Master Qiao slowly raised his head. Okay, I can send a few people out, but I have one condition. What condition? The guy named Lin Shun. You must help me find him. After you handle this, he must be handed over to me for dealing with. Seeing Third Master Qiao's fierce gaze and considering the urgency of the announcement, Mayor Wang eventually nodded. All right, Jiang University. Hey, what are you doing? Do you know who my boss is? Don't arrest me. As a large number of police officers poured into the school, Zhao Peng, Wang Shuai, and the others, all bandaged up, were taken away. An hour later, the Jiangzhou police station issued an announcement. Notice on the Jiang University cafeteria brawl incident. A violent brawl occurred on the Jiang University campus. Investigations revealed that the involved students, Zhao, Wang, Li, Tian, and others, had a verbal altercation with Lin during mealtimes, which escalated into a physical confrontation. All members have now been apprehended and are under investigation. Furthermore, the rumored organized crime and powerful family are purely fictional. Please refrain from spreading rumors. As soon as the announcement was released, the entire internet erupted. It really was a student fight. In the end, those marketing accounts just made up a story about gang conflicts. I can't believe it. The light of justice. Are they still arrogant now? Wait. Qiao Na mentioned. Bro, open your eyes. There is not a single Qiao in the announcement. Unfortunately, such voices were quite small. Coupled with Jiangzhou's official media's frenzy to promote Jiangzhou overnight, these videos were quickly buried. As for Gu Tian, he was currently seated in first class on a flight from Jiangzhou to Kyoto, elegantly holding a glass of red wine. Two very attractive flight attendants in black stockings, one half kneeling by his leg, her slender white hand gripping his leg, occasionally stealing glances at Gu Tian's expression, afraid she was applying the wrong pressure. The other stood behind him, gently massaging his shoulders, occasionally leaning in to softly inquire, "Young Master Gu, is this pressure okay?" But compared to these two overly attentive flight attendants, the co-pilot, standing aside, was truly shaking in fear. Just before takeoff, the airline manager suddenly called, saying an incredibly distinguished guest was about to board their flight and had booked the entire first class. For them, such top-tier VIPs had their identity information entered into the system in advance and shared between airlines. However, when they tried to look up the guest named Lin Shun, they were shocked to find nothing. Thus, during the flight attendants provided meticulous care and tentatively introduced their company's membership card system. Their membership system included bronze, silver, gold, platinum cards, etc. Generally, for a platinum card, the flight attendant and captain would come out to greet and explain the flight situation. Who would have thought the guest smiled slightly, indicating he already had a membership card? In the midst of the flight attendant's confusion, the guest pulled out an extremely rare black gold card that their airline had already discontinued. Chapter 6. The Return of the Crown Prince. At that moment, he heard a scream from the first-class cabin in the cockpit. Soon after, he received a panic call from the other side. Captain, come out and receive the guest. Come out and receive the guest. This guest's identity is extraordinary. Black gold card." The three words made him and the captain's hands tremble, almost causing the plane to dip slightly. Black gold card, the highest level membership of the entire airline. They had never seen one in their entire career, let alone them. Even the chairman of the airline must personally receive a black gold card VIP, bowing and scraping. But today, they actually encountered one. Without a second thought, he rushed out of the cockpit. The two most beautiful flight attendants, even without time to put on their shoes, ran over barefoot in their sheer black stockings to receive the guest. Not knowing the situation was one thing, but upon learning more, they were shocked. The other party said he did not have the surname Lin, and his real surname was Gu. Just this one surname made the flight attendants' legs go weak. The two most beautiful flight attendants, who were originally just respectfully serving tea and water, immediately put down their teacups and started to massage the guest's legs and shoulders upon hearing that surname. Gu, black gold card, extremely young. Who else in the entire dragon country could it be? It must be the young master Gu Shao from Kyoto. The biggest shareholder behind their airline is the Tian group, led by his mother. As for his biological father, they didn't even have the qualifications to mention him. Just as the co-pilot was feeling a mix of despair and disbelief at encountering such a heavyweight guest, suddenly, "Don't press there. It hurts." Gu Tian frowned and let out a muffled grunt. The bruises on his back had not yet faded, and just as a flight attendant pressed on it, the pain truly felt like it was drilling into the bone. The chief flight attendant and the other attendant who was massaging his legs were terrified by this scene. even thinking about where they would bury themselves later. The flight attendant who was massaging his back was so scared she started to cry on the spot, continuously bowing. I'm sorry, Gu Shao. I'm sorry, Gu Shao. I didn't know where I shouldn't press. I'm sorry, Gu Shao. The co-pilot's face turned pale, and he shouted angrily, You? Get out of here. Go back and write a 300,000 word self-reflection. I will call the manager. Don't come to work tomorrow. This scene made Tian's face full of bitterness, and he quickly put down his wine glass to explain, don't panic, it's fine. I just have a few bruises on my back, it's nothing. As soon as he finished speaking, the tearful flight attendant's crying stopped instantly. Okay, Gu Shao. I understand. She then hurriedly ran barefoot to the work area to get ice and ointment. Seeing that the young master was not angry, the co-pilot slowly let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Gu Shao had a good temper. Otherwise, this flight would probably be permanently grounded. At the Jiangzhou police station's interrogation room, Zhao Peng, Wang Shuai, and others were initially tough. After a round of memory recovery techniques, their testimonies all pointed to the same brother. Under normal circumstances, this case could have been closed. The person that Qiao Na bullied was not an easy target. When Qiao Na bullied him, he could no longer tolerate it and fought back. But later, still not satisfied, he found a group of people from off-campus to come back. Just in time, both groups ran into each other, catching Qiao Na and her group off guard. However, two doubts suddenly surfaced. First, when they checked the police files for the victim Lin Chun's information, they found nothing. The Jiang University side said they could check it before, but now they couldn't find anything at all. It was as if he had evaporated into thin air. The second doubt was based on the testimonies of these thugs. The group that Lin Chun called over was too professional in the fight. From several scattered on-site videos, these people did not look like ordinary gangsters at all. They wielded their batons with incredible skill, able to swing 6 or 7 times in a second, creating afterimages. All their attacks targeted non-lethal areas, but precisely incapacitated their opponents. This was indeed a bit unbelievable. All right, now the question arises. What is the background of this Lin Chun and his group? Why are there no clues or leads? The atmosphere in the entire interrogation room was terrifyingly tense. In the early morning at Kyoto airport, the sky was dimly lit, and a thin mist enveloped this ancient capital. The distant skyscrapers were faintly visible, and the terminal was bustling with people. Boom! A flight from Jiangzhou slowly landed, and the moment its tires touched the ground, it caused a slight tremor as it smoothly taxied to the apron. The moment the cabin door opened, a young man in a custom suit stepped out with one hand in his pocket. He was finally back. Tian took a deep breath. The damp and sour smell of morning mist filling the air. Compared to the humid heat of Jiangzhou, he was more accustomed to the atmosphere of Kyoto. Behind him, the flight attendants, chief flight attendant, and captain all let out a sigh of relief. If they hadn't received him well, Gu Shao would be the one getting off the plane, but they would be the ones losing their jobs. Beep, beep, beep. In the distance, several Audi A8s sped over and smoothly stopped in front of the apron. The car doors opened, and personnel in black suits and sunglasses quickly got out, standing in 2 neat rows, heads bowed in attention. But the most eye-catching were the series of license plates. Long A88888, long A99999, long A77777. Not only were they all special numbers, but a few of the cars even had small flags attached. Wow, those license plates are impressive. My goodness, are we on the same flight as a big shot? Who are they here to pick up? Goodness, a government vehicle drove directly to the apron to pick someone up? Impressive. Those license plates are too awesome. When will I ever get such treatment? Maybe in your next life. The passengers were stunned, quickly taking out their phones to capture the moment. However, sir, please do not take photos. A man in black wearing headphones had appeared beside them at some point, expressionless as he pressed down on their phones. An invisible pressure made their scalps tingle. Just then, not far away, a Ferrari SF90 drove over, drifting and stopping steadily in front of Gu Tian. This scene made Secretary Wang frown. Goodness, who is this subordinate? Is he here to pick up the crown prince too? Brother Tian. As the car door opened, a young man with a buzz cut excitedly rushed over. Oh, how's he? Why did you come and pick me up? Gu Tian was slightly taken aback, and then showed a look of surprise. He didn't expect Wang Hao to have gotten the news of his return to Kyoto today, and come to pick him up. Wang Hao was his childhood friend, someone he had grown up with. Hey, last night my dad got drunk, and I secretly looked at his phone. Chapter 7. Kyoto Confidential. Wang Hao chuckled, putting his arm around Gu Tian's shoulder. So your return is actually a top secret? I found out by sneaking a peek at my dad's phone. And you've been in Jiangzhou all this time. The two hadn't seen each other for a year, ever since brother Tian was sent away. He had been asking friends to look for him, but there were no leads, and there were no records in the social worker's files. It was as if he had evaporated from the world. So how's everything in Kyoto? How's the club business? Gu Tian looked at his good brother Wang Hao with great interest. It had been a year since they last met. Wang Hao had changed quite a bit. He no longer had that carefree demeanor and instead exuded a sense of calm and restraint. Wang Hao scratched his head, feeling quite emotional. What else can I do? Just behave myself. The club business has been quite slow since you left. The club Wang Hao mentioned was owned by Gu Tian, who was the biggest shareholder behind the scenes. Initially, like other privileged youth, he had spent his days in high-end clubs, bars, and lounges, living a life of indulgence. Every time he got drunk, he would cause all sorts of trouble. Eventually, his mother from the Gu family couldn't stand it anymore and invested $2 billion to open a private club in the most prosperous area of Kyoto, specifically for him. The club had a unique positioning. It was not open to the public and was not some chaotic money-sucking pit. Instead, it was a social center for the true elite second-generation circle in Kyoto. It wasn't about earning money from foot traffic. It was about connections and social status. Want to enter the club? Sorry, you need qualifications. It's not for the rich second generation, but for the true heirs of power. Not for nouveau riche, but for those with deep family heritage. The aim was to help Gu Tian make genuine friends while enjoying himself in his own club and causing fewer troubles. But ever since Gu Tian was sent away, the atmosphere had completely changed. If Gu Lao dared to deal with his own son, what could they do? Once targeted, wouldn't they face annihilation? During the year you were gone, everyone has been like turtles, retracting their heads and not daring to move. But now that you're back, that means Wang Hao's hand gently gripped the steering wheel, glancing at Gu Tian with interest. As the decision-maker in Kyoto's social circle, as long as brother Tian returned and sent a positive signal, everyone would surely spring back to life like before. It's just a year. I'm not dead. Why is everyone being so low-key? Gu Tian smiled slightly, taking the pack of cigarettes Wang Hao handed him, which was clearly marked as internal use only. Wang Hao took a deep breath and shook his head. You really don't know, do you? Your dad's methods have made the entire Kyoto circle feel like they're walking on eggshells. After you left, the Qin family, the Du family, the Zhao family, all those arrogant families have all kept a low profile. Even the few little brothers who used to be the most lively in our club have obediently gone back to doing business. Weren't they very arrogant? Gu Tian chuckled lightly and opened the car window. The Qin family, Du family, and Zhao family had positions of power and were engaged in business. But in front of him, they were all younger brothers. Who can withstand your dad's thunderous methods? Wang Hao sighed. Once you left, the old man of the Qin family immediately held a family meeting, prohibiting all Qin family members from causing trouble. Anyone who stirs up trouble will be kicked out of the house. The Du family and Zhao family went crazy too, sending their spoiled brats away for further studies. And some were even directly hidden away, not allowed to appear in public. And that's not all. The most ruthless was the Xie family. Gu Tian raised an eyebrow. The Xie family? Xie Junhao? Xie Junhao's father, Xie Yong, had previously been a rival to Gu Tian's father. But in the final phase, Gu Tian's father had pulled ahead with 3 votes. Wang Hao nodded, his expression complicated. When you just left, the Xie family hadn't reacted yet. Xie Junhao got drunk with a bunch of friends at a bar and bragged in front of others that with you gone, he was the one calling the shots in the Kyoto circle. So what happened next? Gu Tian asked with great interest. If he had heard this in the past, the next day a body bag would have shown up in the moat. And then? Wang Hao swallowed hard. The next morning, he was put on a plane to the North Pole. The North Pole? Gu Tian was taken aback and couldn't help but laugh. Are you kidding me? Xie Yong wouldn't be that ruthless after finally having a son. Why would I joke about this? Wang Hao forced a smile. The morning after, during the cabinet meeting, I heard my dad say that Xie Yong was especially cautious and respectful in front of your dad. After hearing this, Gu Tian couldn't help but shake his head with a smile. He didn't expect his father to be so harsh. He really had shaken the entire elite circle of Kyoto. This was getting more and more interesting. Just as Wang Hao was about to start the car, Secretary Wang rushed over, panting. "Young Master Gu, ride back in my car. Your second uncle personally sent me to pick you up." "My second uncle?" Gu Tian elongated his tone, looking at Secretary Wang with a half-smile. "Wow, this really surprises me. My second uncle is hitting me with a stick and then turning around to give me a sweet date, even personally sending you to pick me up." Since childhood, his second uncle had spoiled him. Even when he fought with his second uncle's daughter, Gu Tong, his second uncle would side with him. But he didn't expect that this time his father's exile had also been plotted by his second uncle, which truly made him feel a bit uncomfortable, even a sense of betrayal. Secretary Wang's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly explained, "Young Master Gu, you misunderstood. Your second uncle has always cared about you. Over the past year, he has often been observing you from the shadows. He even shed tears when he saw you suffering. Moreover, he has repeatedly urged your father to bring you home, but was rejected every time." "Oh, caring?" Gu Tian squinted his eyes playfully. He definitely couldn't go find his father, nor could he show a face to his father, but he could do that in front of his second uncle. "All right, thank my second uncle for his concern. My friend is here to pick me up, so I'll just ride back with him." Gu Tian glanced at Wang Hao. Wang Hao understood in an instant, and the car began to move slowly. "Also, you go back and tell my second uncle that I quite like the Jiangzhou he picked for me. It really is a nice city. And tell his daughter, Gu Tong, not to come to Kyoto to play recently. Otherwise, every time I see her, I'll hit her once." After saying this, Gu Tian contentedly closed the car window. With a roar, the Ferrari sped away, leaving Secretary Wang pale and frozen in place. Gu Sheng had really angered his nephew this time. He knew this young master too well. Gu Tian was never just talk. When his violent, bloodthirsty nature came out, he was a little demon king. Even within the Gu family, he would show no mercy. Once, he pretended to take Gu Tong on a trip, but ended up throwing her in Antarctica. He returned alone. Chapter 8. Gu Shao's private club. The two were driving a Ferrari down Kyoto Avenue, right in the middle of rush hour. There were many vehicles on the road, and luxury cars were everywhere. Maybachs and Bentleys were abundant. However, when people saw the bright red Ferrari, they all quickly made a conscious effort to keep their distance. Who would dare to block or overtake the car of Wang Shuji's son? Wow, isn't that Wang Shao? Goodness, to run into Wang Shao this early in the morning is truly an honor. My goodness, Wang Shao got up quite early today. Just as many luxury car drivers were expressing their astonishment, the young figure in the passenger seat caught their attention. That familiar outline, that aura, and his usual relaxed posture leaning against the seat. "Oh my, is that him? This is, oh my gosh. Who else could let Wang Shao be the driver but him? My goodness, is it really him?" Before they could take a closer look, Wang Hao noticed the unusual behavior of the nearby vehicles and stepped on the gas, disappearing from sight. 40 minutes later, the car slowly drove into the most prosperous area of Kyoto, in front of a luxurious club. Gu Tian got out first and walked slowly toward the entrance. Wang Hao drove the car directly to a nearby parking lot. He usually doesn't come here and had given his exclusive parking space to guests. Is this what they call a slow business? Looking at the scene before him, Gu Tian chuckled softly. It was obvious that Wang Hao's claim of slow business was probably due to him misappropriating funds from the account. Even though it was broad daylight, the area in front of the club was already filled with various luxury cars like Bentleys, Rolls-Royces, and Maybachs. The young men and women coming in and out looked like they were either wealthy or prominent figures. It had been a year since he last came, and there were quite a few new faces here. Standing at the entrance of the club, Gu Tian squinted slightly, scanning the unfamiliar faces coming and going. "Hello, sir. Do you have a reservation?" Two young ladies in professional black stockings and uniforms approached with smiles, their demeanor elegant and graceful. The biggest difference between official and unofficial establishments lies in their reception. Unofficial venues would mechanically say, "Hey, come on in. Oh, you're here. Missed you. Can you help me book a table?" But official establishments are different. They not only need to receive guests, but also serve as identity selectors. They must know how to entertain the powerful and be good at reading people's expressions, discerning the guest status. and even judging their level in the Kyoto circle through their clothing and behavior. Hearing their question, Tian paused, looked up at the two newcomers. Reservation? He casually patted his suit jacket. I used to come here, and I never needed a reservation. The two receptionists were taken aback, their eyes instinctively sizing up Tian, their minds racing to identify his status. They had never seen this person before, and he was not on the guest list. The clothing he wore was a world-class luxury brand, either Zegna or Brioni, with a starting price of at least 600,000. However, this particular style was not listed officially, so it must be a custom version, definitely worth over $1 million. His shoes were from the less common Bertucci brand. This was an even more understated luxury brand, with prices starting at least 300,000. The total value of his attire was around 2 million. What kind of people would wear suits to come here? What kind of people would casually dress up in outfits worth millions? Why wasn't he driving? He must have a personal driver. All these judgments indicated that this person was definitely not an ordinary rich second generation, but a true young master, and extremely low-key. The key point was that this person stood at the entrance of this top club in Kyoto, unfazed and calm, with a hint of playfulness in his expression. What did that mean? In that moment, the hearts of the two receptionists raced, and it was almost instinctive for them to bow slightly. Sir, welcome. Are you here to see President Wang? Upon hearing this, Tian was completely stunned. Damn, with the tiger away, the monkeys think they're the kings of the mountain. At that moment, Wang Hao parked the car and jogged over. Seeing Tian seemingly engaged in a lively conversation with the two receptionists, he let out a long sigh of relief. He had made some minor renovations to the club's interior, adding a dance floor for partying and lowered the entry threshold. So he had been thinking about how to explain this to Tian Gu. But now, it seemed that the receptionists were very much to Tian Ge's taste. Tian Gu, why aren't you going in? As soon as he said that, Tian Gu, the smiles on the two receptionists' faces froze. Tian, the owner of the club? The legendary Gu Zong. Although they had never truly met Tian, they had heard too many legends about this young master. Their manager, Sister Su, had mentioned Tian's name countless times, each time with a tone of reverence. President Wang had also privately mentioned more than once who the real owner of the club was. Not to mention, those wealthy young heirs who come here often talk about Gu Shao's glory in the past. But who would have thought that this man, who only existed in legend, would actually be standing right in front of them today? They had just asked him if he had a reservation. Oh my God! The receptionist's legs went weak, almost kneeling down, their long legs trembling slightly. Gu Shao, I'm sorry. What did it mean to we? However, Tian was not angry at all. He turned to Wang Hao and said, these two have good service attitude. Give them some bonuses, 5,000 each. As soon as these words came out, the two receptionists trembled and froze in place. 5,000, just for one reception? Their monthly salary was less than 30,000, and usually they would only receive a little extra for receiving important guests, with 1,000 or 2,000 being considered generous. But now, Gu Shao casually said he would give them 5,000 each. Wang Hao was stunned for a moment, then laughed. Hurry up and thank President Gu. Thank you, President Gu. Thank you, President Gu. The two girls hurriedly bowed and expressed their gratitude. All right, don't be so excited. Just do your job well. Tian smiled faintly, waved his hand, and then turned around, walking leisurely into the club. However, as soon as Tian stepped into the club's hall, he was completely stunned. The lights were dazzling and the neon flashed. The heavy bass from the DJ booth made his heart race. In the center of the dance floor, a crowd of handsome men and beautiful women were dancing wildly. The air was filled with a hedonistic atmosphere. Wait, how's he? You tell me this is my former club? He clearly remembered that before he left. This place was the most private and social venue for the wealthy youth of Kyoto. Quiet, luxurious, and discreet. And now, the entire hall had turned into a full-blown luxury nightclub. Based on this atmosphere, were there foot massages and massages inside. Tian Gu, don't be so excited. Let me explain. Before Wang Hao could wave his hands repeatedly, Tian already gave him a hard knock on the head. Chapter 9. Manager Su's enchanting reality under Tian's furious gaze. Wang Hao began to explain with a sense of grievance. To put it simply, after Tian left, the circle in Kyoto tightened up, which led to poor business for the club. So you turn this place into a nightclub? Gu Tian looked at the extravagant scene before him with a complex expression. In the middle of the dance floor, someone was dancing, seemingly wearing nothing but lingerie. If his mom found out, he would definitely be in big trouble. Opening this club was partly to give him a place to have fun and partly to see how capable he was at entrepreneurship. But now, how could he dare to? Wang Hao quickly waved his hand. This is your club. I wouldn't dare to change anything without your permission. But there is no choice. If no one comes, it will be a huge loss. If it goes bankrupt, neither of us will have a place to have fun. And Annie will laugh at you for not having the talent for entrepreneurship. So I had to lower the threshold, relax the membership standards, and allow the children of other rich second-generation, coal bosses, and diamond tycoons to come in and have fun. At the same time, I've added bar dancing, operating 24 hours nonstop. While Wang Hao was saying this, he gestured around the lobby. I only made slight modifications. The soundproofing is 100, and no one outside can hear anything from inside. The lobby has 24-hour oxygen supply, and there is no sense of time. People here often stay for a day or two. Many of the people you see now came last night and haven't gone out at all. Let me tell you, these people are really not short on cash. They can easily spend millions in one night throwing money around. Gu Tian. How's you are really something. Wang Hao shrugged helplessly with a smile. Tian Gu, times have changed. Business has to follow the market. And I can guarantee you, this is definitely one of the most profitable clubs in Kyoto right now. The daily revenue easily exceeds 5 million. Who is this customer? Why is he chatting with Manager Wang for so long? Manager Su, adjusting her form-fitting skirt, approached with her long legs accentuated by black stockings. Mr. Wang, you go ahead with your work. I'll take care of this guest. But the moment she saw Gu Tian's face, she let out a sharp scream. She immediately threw herself at Gu Tian, hugging him tightly and crying like a flower in the rain. Young Master Gu, you're finally back. You have no idea. Mr. Wang has now made me use my looks to attract customers. What was I wearing before? Look at what I'm wearing now. And he still says I'm not dressing enough for my character, telling me to be bolder and more revealing. Manachersu. Can we loosen up a bit? I can't breathe. Gu Tian's face turned red. Manager Su's figure was quite impressive, and the curvy silhouette made it hard for him to breathe. The wealthy second-generation coal bosses, who were throwing money around, all stopped drinking, staring dumbfounded at the scene before them. What the hell? Manager Su has gone crazy. No way. What's going on? She actually threw herself at a man in public? No way. Manager Su just hugged him like that? Who is that guy? For these wealthy, second-generation individuals, many had long coveted Manager Su's beauty. She was responsible for managing the club and high-end reception, but she never accompanied customers for drinks, let alone any physical contact. Even if they spent a lot of money, she would just serve tea, chat for a few minutes, and nothing more. In the office, the giant fish tank, reminiscent of an aquarium, was quite eye-catching, filled with many fierce fish. Gu Tian sat in the boss's chair, browsing through the accounts. Manager Su was still tearfully recounting Wang Hao's misdeeds. Young Master Gu, you have no idea. Mr. Wang has been outrageous these years. The moment you left, he immediately turned the club into a 24-hour money pit. Not only did he lower the threshold, but he also forces me to wear black stockings, high heels, and a form-fitting skirt every day, saying it increases aesthetics and customer satisfaction. He even makes me chat with those people late at night, saying good night and good morning, sweetly sending them voice messages. He said that in 10 years, I'll be old and no one will look at me. So I need to make the most of it now. Look at me. I'm not a manager of the club at all. I'm no different from an escort. Tian Yi. Em Rond. Don't listen to this woman's nonsense. Wang Hao was sweating and earnestly protested. I'm thinking about the employees. She stands all day, and her blood circulation isn't good. The black stockings can effectively prevent varicose veins. As for the form-fitting skirt, that is to consider her body advantages, showcasing her enchanting charm and enhancing the club's overall high-end feel. Besides Tian Gu, all the female employees in our club are top-notch beauties, right? Slap. Gu Tian abruptly closed the account book, his expression very satisfied. He was short on money, but the club as profits were his only way to prove his business acumen to his mom. Ah, Manager Sue, if you're not satisfied, you can just change back to your previous outfit. Before, Manager Sue's attire was the typical business manager style. Who would have thought? Manager Sue wiped her tear-stained eyes and shyly looked at Gu Tian. No, young Master Gu. It's not that. I'm not dissatisfied. It's just. And what is it? Gu Tian raised an intrigued eyebrow, crossing his legs. I need a raise. The moment those words were spoken, the air instantly froze. Wang Hao nearly spat out the tea he had just taken a sip of. Uffed. What the hell? Manager Sue, you're this realistic? Gu Tian couldn't help but laugh out loud. He thought the other party had suffered some great injustice. But it turned out to be this? Manager Sue played with her long hair, pointing at Wang Hao with a voice that was both sultry and assertive. Why is it so realistic? Mr. Wang, how can you still say that? If I don't wear black stockings, you deduct 1,000. If I don't wear high heels, deduct another 1,000, and if my makeup isn't good, another 1,000. My monthly salary is 70,000, and you can deduct over 20,000 from me. Ha! Raise it. It must be raised. Gu Tian laughed generously, casually opening the drawer and pulling out a stack of cash, throwing it directly to Manager Sue without hesitation. Let us raise your salary to 100,000, plus an additional exclusive service commission. Manager Sue was completely stunned. Young Master Gu, are you serious? Her base salary was 70,000, and with the exclusive service commission, it would be at least 100,000 plus a 30,000 bonus. Calculating it all, that is 200,000 a month, plus the year-end bonus. That is a good few million a year. Young Master Gu is so generous. Now you've succeeded. Haven't you? Your goal has been achieved, right? Wang Hao looked at Manager Sue with a sense of grievance. Seriously, of course, seriously. As soon as the words fell, Manager Sue took a deep breath, lunged forward again, and hugged Gu Tian tightly. Whoa, young Master Gu. Sue will work under you for the rest of her life. Forever loyal to you. Her delicate and charming voice made Wang Hao swallow hard. Okay. The perfume is too strong. Gu Tian pushed away her curvy body. He was already used to Manager Sue's enthusiasm and didn't feel anything unusual. Just then, there was a rapid knock on the door. Come in, Wang Hao said in a deep voice. It's not good, Boss Wang. The door was pushed open, and a waiter rushed in nervously, instinctively looking towards the boss's chair. As a result, he saw that incredibly familiar face. Oh my God, is Mr. Gu back? Mr. Gu. There's someone causing trouble outside, insisting that Manager Sue go accompany them for drinks. Manager Sue's expression darkened, instantly transforming from a little woman into a cold, elegant queen. All right, I understand. After saying that, she walked out in her high heels, her aura instantly elevated. Mr. Gu just returned today, and she wanted to see which customer was so blind. Let's go. Let's take a look together. Gu Tian slowly stood up and casually opened the drawer. The next second, bang, a silver-black Beretta was placed on the table. Damn, Tian Gu. What is this? Wang Hao instantly changed. It seemed that Tian Gu had not changed at all after being away for a year. Chapter 10. Answer me. Damn it. I've spent over $1 million here. Not even a special service. Not even the manager comes to drink with me. And that bitch is putting on a show. Below, a chubby man with dyed yellow hair is angrily banging on the table. I'm sorry, we don't have the kind of special service you're talking about. The waiter explains repeatedly. Who would have thought? The fat man suddenly pours 2 bottles of Ace of Spades over the waiter's head. Damn it. If you don't have it, why bother looking for it? Just now, your beautiful female manager was throwing herself at someone. Now she can't come and drink with me. If she doesn't come out today, I'll smash this place to pieces. After saying that, he throws the wine bottle to the ground. At this scene, the surrounding guests gasp. Is this fat man really crazy? Causing a scene here? Does he really not know whose territory this is? Damn, spending $1 million and thinking he has the boss? The booths they are sitting in are actually the cheapest area in the whole club. Everyone knows this, but pretends not to. Including these Ace of Spades and the Dragon sets. They were specially arranged by the club for people like them. The purpose is to prevent them from not being able to afford it. The real powerful figures are in the private rooms of the club, enjoying top-notch service, with a bottle of red wine starting at 500,000. Oh dear, why are you so angry? A charming voice comes through. Manachersu, in high heels and black stockings, slowly walks down the steps twisting her slender waist. Manager Sue really has a big picture. TSK, TSK, TSK. Manager Sue's perspective is really different, not stooping to the level of such ignorance. Manager Sue is really beautiful, just as the people in the booth were teasing. The next second, what the? Wait. A guest in one booth suddenly widened his eyes, trembling as he looked behind Manager Sue with his glass raised. Holy crap. Gu Shao. Almost at the same second, many guests in the booths suddenly stood up, their faces turning pale. Damn, it's really Gu Shao. My God, the prince. I've seen the real deal. I can't believe it. This is the Prince of Kyoto. The prince. Really is the prince. Those who knew Gu Tian wanted to rush over to greet him. But seeing Gu Tian's grim face, they all froze in place, not daring to breathe. The sound engineer, DJ, and lighting technician quickly paused everything, standing still on stage. The fat man had no idea, thinking it was his anger that silenced the crowd. Manager Sue stepped forward, her red lips curling up as she lifted the fat man's chin. If you wanted to drink with you, you should at least get a membership. So flirtatious and teasing. The fat man's Adam's apple rolled wildly, his cheeks flushed, like a suffocating beast. Damn, this is too much. I love this. Sign me up. I must get the top-tier membership to enjoy such a beauty drinking with me. What's a little membership fee? Watching the fat man trembling as he took out his wallet from his pocket. Wang Hao raised his chin, constantly giving thumbs up to Gu Tian, showing off. Gu Tian was completely speechless. Manager Sue was brought over from his mom's company. Previously, she was a market management supervisor at a lower-level company, a true workplace elite. How did she get led astray by Wang Hao in just 1 year? The waiter entered the amount, handing the card machine to the front. All right, sir, please swipe your card. Swipe. Must swipe. The fat man stared intently at the delicate and charming Manager Sue, slapping his card onto the card machine. It truly gave the impression that he had a lot of money at home. Ding. Insufficient balance. Such a notification. The guests around the booth burst into laughter as if they had anticipated this moment. The Tian Club's membership card is not something just anyone can obtain. To successfully show off here, aside from capturing an alien and bringing it over, they really couldn't think of anything else. The fat man's brain instantly crashed, his face stiffening. What? Insufficient balance. He can't be out of money. There's over 4 million in my account. How could it possibly be insufficient? When he looked up, he met Manager Sue's teasing gaze. What's wrong, sir? You. Wouldn't he be out of money, would you? Hearing the mocking laughter around him, the fat man shook his head violently, shouting, How much is your membership? This is impossible. Manager Sue waved her hand lightly, and another waiter immediately brought over the membership documents. The fat man took a look and staggered back, almost falling to the ground. What the hell? Top-tier black, gold membership. Consumption level starts at 100 million. The lowest bronze membership starts at 10 million. The fat man was completely broken. No, this is impossible. You're robbing me. Damn black shop. Who's your boss? Damn black-hearted boss. Watching the other party break down, Manager Sue smiled gently, leaning closer to the fat man's ear. Her voice was seductive, as if coaxing a useless person. Sir, if you really want me to drink with you, why not? Save up 100 million first? Upon hearing this, the fat man instantly exploded. He couldn't successfully show off. Damn it. He didn't even get to touch her and was mocked like crazy. I can endure, but my wife can't. I'm going to smash your shop. Just as he was about to transform in his rage, Gu Tian pulled out his Beretta from his waist and shoved the gun into the fat man's mouth, directly interrupting his tirade. This scene left all the guests dumbfounded. They were already too scared to move, and now they were even more paralyzed. Once the fat man realized, he was terrified. Wait, truth. No. Call out. Why did you stop yelling? Answer me. Gu Tian held the gun in one hand, shaking the fat man's collar with the other. Weren't you very arrogant just now? Didn't you say you were going to smash my place? Keep going. Answer me. Woo-woo. The fat man had his mouth blocked by the gun, only able to shake his head in terror and whimper. But it was too late. With a glance from Gu Tian, the music in the entire venue exploded. Goodbye, my love, I want. The lights instantly went out. Under the explosive music, the sound of the gunfire was completely inaudible. Only a burst of firelight could be seen in the darkness. When the lights came back on, Gu Tian leisurely took the tissue handed to him by the waiter, wiping the blood from his face. As for the fat man, youth is great. He just fell asleep. Take this guy away and find a luxury furnace, Gu Tian casually instructed as he handed the gun to Manager Su. All right, Mr. Gu. Manager Su obediently took the gun, her beautiful eyes sparkling with admiration and awe. Back in the office, Wang Hao came over holding a tablet. I've already found out all the information about that little fat man from just now. Not bad. Tian Gu, this kid really deserves it. His family is from the Hanxi area, and his dad runs a coal mine. Previously, there was an accident that resulted in casualties, and he only compensated them 10,000. Quadmine. Gu Tian's eyes sparkled with interest again. Go find a few people and blow up his father's mine. All right, no problem. Wang Hao was quite excited. Since Brother Tian hasn't changed, he could continue to have fun following behind. At this moment, his phone suddenly rang. An unknown call, with a location from Handong, Jiangzhou. Gu Tian thought it was his uncle's new phone number, so he swiped to answer. As soon as he connected, a girl's hysterical roar came from the other end of the line. Damn you, Lin Shun. Even if you run to the ends of the earth, I can find you. Come out and fight me if you dare. I'm telling you, if I find you, I'll kill you. You know who gave me your phone number, right? Shunyao. That girl got beaten up by me, and she's still wooing T. Give it to me. I just pushed down her house. Ha ha ha. Listening to the woman's eerie and maniacal laughter coming from the speaker, Wang Hao was completely stunned. Wait, Brother Tian has only been exiled for a year. How did he get involved in such a scandal? Chapter 11. Joanna's crazy provocation. Your name is Joanna, right? With a single sentence from Gu Tian, the hysterical voice on the other end suddenly stopped. 3 seconds later. Grass mud horse. You don't even know who I am. Let me tell you, this isn't over. My dad is going to kill you. I'm going to kill you too. Faced with the other party's threats, Gu Tian smiled faintly and casually switched to speakerphone. If it didn't switch to speaker, Wang Hao's ear would be pressed against his face. What's your dad's name? My dad's name is Qiao Lao-san. You can ask anyone in Jiangzhou. Who doesn't know my dad? This matter won't end even if you kneel down and beg me. My dad has already issued a kill order in the underworld. As long as you dare to show your face in Jiangzhou, both the black and the white will inform my dad. As soon as these words came out, Gu Tian and Wang Hao exchanged glances in unison. Especially Wang Hao's eyes. They sparkled as if Columbus had discovered a new continent. This information is quite substantial. The black is already enough. Now there's also a white. In other words, if Brother Tian and he wanted to pursue a political career now, wouldn't that just be a surefire achievement? It all depended on whether the call involved a big fish or a small fish. All right, I got it. I'll show up in Jiangzhou in a few days. You're gonna kill me then, okay? Gu Tian said this teasingly and directly hung up. He switched on airplane mode again and tossed his phone into the fish tank. Splash. Water splashed everywhere. A large alligator gar suddenly bit down on the phone and swallowed it whole. Brother Tian, what is going on? Your ex-girlfriend or some crazy woman? Is this a big fish or a small fish? Wang Hao was completely dumbfounded, leaning over with his chair. Gu Tian could only recount the experiences of his last day of exile in detail, including this Shenyao. In Jiangzhou, he was pretending to be miserable, but Shenyao was genuinely unfortunate, growing up in an orphanage without parents. Although she looked pure and pitiful, hailed as a campus belle at Jiang University, her inferiority complex was a hard injury, and she had almost no presence. When he first arrived at Jiangzhou University, he sat next to her. She was really nice, had no bad intentions, and treated him well in daily life and studies. So it was clear that Joanna had done her homework to find Shenyao. No, Brother Tian. Wang Hao slapped his thigh, his face full of pity as he said, why didn't you help this Shenyao back then? Just give her 3 to 5 million. Even if you didn't want her to live too extravagantly, at least she wouldn't have gotten beaten up for just a contact number, right? Hearing this, Gu Tian got anxious and smacked Wang Hao on the forehead. Damn, you think I didn't want to help? I was poorer than Shenyao at that time. She had a scholarship. I was out on the street picking up cardboard bottles to sell. You have no idea about my situation back then, standing there talking without pain. He indeed wanted to help Shenyao, but he was powerless at that time. But now it's different. He has a legitimate reason to help her, and she got beaten up because of him. Although his mother always taught him not to meddle in other people's affairs. What did you say? Wang Hao's pupils constricted sharply, his face filled with shock. I said, Gu Tian repeated each word through gritted teeth. I went out to pick up trash, to sell for money. Ordinary cardboard is 60 cents a pound. Better cardboard is 75 cents. Mineral water bottles are 30 cents each. Boom. Wang Hao felt like his brain was about to explode, frantically starting to search for scrap prices online. 5 seconds later. Damn, Brother Tian, you really did pick up trash. Gu Tian chuckled. For a moment, he really wanted to chop Wang Hao into pieces and feed him to the fish. So what are you planning to do about Joanna? This is clearly a criminal force. This is definitely an achievement. Brother Tian, why don't you solve them and use this incident to step into politics? Then you can transfer this club to me. Wang Hao became more and more excited, even starting to fantasize about getting rich. In the future, we'll protect each other in business and politics. Good guy. Perfect. Damn it. Can't take it anymore. I'm going to F your mom. Quiet down. Gu Tian raised his leg and kicked Wang Hao, who fell over with a chair, landing on the ground. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. Come on, Brother Tian. I'm doing this for your own good. My parents have cut off my pocket money for years and have distanced themselves from me. What if one day your parents cut off your pocket money too? Brother, I'm thinking about your future. Gu Tian did not respond and picked up his previous phone from the drawer to fiddle with it. Wang Hao's family situation was different from his. His dad had no background and had climbed to his current position step by step, akin to ascending to heaven. Now, not only was he cautious, but he also tread carefully, fully aware of the complexities of the political world. In terms of parenting, he was extremely strict, fearing that his rebellious son Wang Hao would drag him down. He didn't give him pocket money, wanting him to learn to be self-reliant and avoid developing bad habits, while also distancing themselves. If it weren't for him hanging out with Wang Hao's life would probably be quite difficult. Amidst Wang Hao's nagging, Gu Tian opened WeChat. In an instant, ding, 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 ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. Countless messages flooded in like a torrent. Brother Tian, turn off the internet. Turn off the internet. Don't let the phone explode. In Wang Hao's panicked voice, Gu Tian hurriedly turned off the mobile data. However, a few messages that caught his eye instantly furrowed his brow. Lu Weiqi, Brother Tian, when are you coming back? I just heard a little brother say he saw you at the club. Su Hinqing, Brother Tian. Look, is this you? A little brother from Jiangzhou sent it. Image JPG. Image JPG. Su Wanyue, Brother Tian. A sister from Jiangzhou sent this. I think it looks like you. Is it you? Lu Qin, I'm going, Brother Tian. Are you in Jiangzhou? This person who got beaten up looks so much like you. Hope it's not you trembling with fear. Damn, I'm trending online. Gu Tian shouted angrily, reaching for the tablet on the table to search. Sure enough, as soon as he searched for keywords, a video of him being beaten in the cafeteria at Jiang University had gone viral. However, with his bruised and battered appearance, it was difficult to associate him with the young master of the Beijing circle. Damn, this is too brutal. What the hell? Is this guy cheating? Caught in the act? Nice beatdown. This guy must be scummy to make such a beautiful girl angry. ISNT that my sister Qiao. My sister Qiao is so cool. Looking at the comments below the video, Gu Tian was completely furious. Damn it, what kind of atmosphere is this? The victim is guilty? Chapter 12, Public Opinion Fermentation, damn it. Brother Tian, you don't need to go over there. I'll handle this. Wang Hao also found those videos, and he was so angry that he gritted his teeth. This is just too much. Even if Brother Tian is a little trash, it shouldn't be like this. It's simply trampling on the opponent's dignity. Speaking of this, Wang Hao suddenly changed his tone and leaned over slyly. Brother Tian, what were you thinking when she had you under her foot? Was it humiliation or... Gu Tian immediately raised his size 43 foot. What do you think I was thinking? Why don't you come try it? Seeing this, Wang Hao quickly flashed back 3 meters, afraid that Gu Tian would kick him again. So, Brother Tian, what are you planning to do? I see that in the comments. This Qiao Na is still boasting about her family's underworld connections. Hee, underworld connections? Gu Tian's mouth curled into a cruel smile. The last person who claimed to have underworld connections in front of him is still soaking in the river. And now there's another one? Perfect. After all, he was running low on fish feed for his fish tank. Since the video is spreading in Jiangzhou, Why not let it continue to spread and give me a grand reason to wipe them out, so that later no one can nitpick at me? After saying this, Tian picked up the phone on the table and dialed. Hello, this is the Douyin Exclusive Administrative Center. May I ask if you have an appointment? A sweet voice came from the other end of the line. No appointment. I'm looking for Zhang Ming, your director. Upon hearing this, the voice stammered, Okay. Could you please leave your name? I'll have Director Zhang call you back shortly. The voice clearly trembled, probably because they had never encountered such a situation or a client speaking in such a tone. My surname is Gu. My name is Tian. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a sound of the phone dropping on the table. Then a hurried voice came. Okay, young Master Gu. Please hold on. I'll have Director Zhang call you back right away. Less than 3 seconds after hanging up, Director Zhang's call came in. The tone was exceptionally respectful. Their group was backed by the Tian Group's investment. How could they dare to slack off? Young Master Gu. This is a small matter. No problem. Give me a minute. I can get this video and the topic trending. By the way, young Master Gu, if you have any matters in the future, just call me directly. My phone is always on for you. 24 hours. Sorry, I forgot to save it. Gu Tian said lightly. This made the person on the other end fall silent for a second. No worries, young Master Gu. My number is probably hard to remember. It's very normal for you to forget. Nothing else, thank you. No need. It's all small matters. You see, when can we? Bang. Gu Tian directly hung up the phone. This left Wang Hao looking astonished, but he didn't dare to say much. Brother Tian's character was like this. When dealing with people from different circles, he never said much. You help me, I'll help you in the future. It's that simple. Sure enough, once the boss made a move, he could tell whether it was effective or not. 1 minute later, the Jiangzhou University beating incident shot straight to the trending list. Jiangzhou University shocks the internet. Campus bullying malicious incident exposed. Shocking. Underworld forces invading universities? A Jiangzhou University girl actually dared to stomp on someone's face in public? Qiao family heiress Qiao Na. Campus female tyrant? Family background exposed. Underworld connections imminent. Many marketing accounts began reporting widely. Numerous media editors started frantically churning out articles to ride this wave of attention. Even legal bloggers began seriously analyzing how many years of sentencing this would entail. Damn it. Brother Tian. 1 minute. 1 minute. This has directly become the #1 trending topic. Wang Hao looked at the phone screen in disbelief. Gu Tian elegantly sipped his red wine and smiled faintly. This beating of mine cannot be in vain. He let public opinion ferment. Let those officials in Kyoto who targeted him and used him to pressure his father keep their eyes wide open. Although he was arrogant, there were many who were even more arrogant in some unknown small cities. He was known as the Little Demon King, the living Yama, but he had never acted recklessly, nor would he bully the weak. To put it bluntly, none of the people he dealt with were innocent. But how many little demon kings are there in those small cities and places? They run rampant in the corners that the public cannot see, bullying the weak with various forces, turning originally peaceful places into chaos, endangering the area. This is what those officials should be paying attention to, not just focusing on him alone. At this moment, Jiangzhou City Office building brightly lit. Mayor Wang kept refreshing the news on his phone, the flashing screen akin to his political career flickering in and out. After Secretary Li received a call of accountability from above, he was even more stunned. Many office heads jumped out of bed and threw on clothes to attend the meeting. In the conference room, can someone tell me? Mayor Wang slammed the table. How did this ferment? Didn't we already issue a statement? Didn't we say that the impact of this matter had dissipated? How did it end up on trending? The secretary trembled as he handed over the data report. Mayor, the speed of this public opinion fermentation is too fast. We have monitored that, starting from a minute ago, thousands of media accounts began pushing simultaneously. A large number of marketing accounts, legal bloggers, and media reporters are all speaking out simultaneously. Moreover, this time it's not just grassroots public opinion. Official media have also followed up. Mayor Wang was stunned, collapsing into his chair. Damn it, Jiangzhou. This is going to be a big deal. Go. Find a person involved, Lin Shun. Go find him. You must find him, no matter what he demands. Do your best to satisfy him. We must make him release a clarification video. Just say this matter is not that serious. If worst comes to worst, make something up. Just say it's a script. Script hype. After hanging up Mayor Wang's call, Qiao Laosan's face was dark, and he smashed a teacup angrily. Damn it! How dare you threaten me? I, Qiao Laosan, didn't get to where I am today by being scared. The meaning of Mayor Wang in the call was very clear. As public opinion fermented, it would definitely provoke more trouble. During this time, Qiao Laosan must be low-key, and the projects and demolitions in his hands must be stopped. If the investigation team comes down, the shady dealings they have operated for many years would be exposed. What made him even angrier was that the person who beat his daughter, Mayor Wang, had not been found yet. And now he was being asked to hand over some members who beat Lin Shun, preferably those with some cases against them. Some of these members had fought alongside him, helping him build his territory in Jiangzhou. This is simply like killing the donkey after using it. Chapter 13. The mysterious convoy. Meanwhile, in the provincial office, Gu Jun's face was equally pale. How long had he been in office? Such an incident happened in the city below. It was his nephew who got beaten up. Other council members might not know, but he did. Most importantly, he had explained to his elder brother that this was all a test for his nephew. But how the hell did the Qiao family's influence emerge at this time? This lie was indeed becoming impossible to conceal as public opinion fermented. Just as Gu Jun was lost in thought, his phone suddenly rang. When he saw that the caller was his elder brother, his heart sank. It was over. Gu Jun quickly stood up and hurried to the door to lock his office. Hello, brother. It's so late. Are you still awake? A voice on the other end came through, half smiling. Oh, why do you think I'm still awake? Boom. That sentence nearly made Gu Jun kneel. To be fair, his career over the years had been a smooth ride. Others might not know, but he did. Much of it was thanks to his elder brother's support. When he learned that his brother intended to reform his nephew, but was worried about where to place him, he immediately volunteered to arrange for his nephew to come under his jurisdiction in Jiangzhou, fully expecting that this training would allow his nephew to grow and showcase his own capabilities in front of his brother. According to his plan, if he could successfully complete his nephew's reform, his brother would surely praise him, mentioning his name a couple of times in cabinet meetings. That would definitely elevate him further. But what was the result? The originally simple training plan had unexpectedly involved criminal elements, and he had deceived his brother. Brother, please let me explain. This matter completely took me by surprise. Gu Jun's usually calm official tone was completely absent at this moment. After years of navigating the political arena, he had developed the composure of a mountain crumbling before him without changing color, especially since he had a powerful background hidden behind him. But now, facing his elder brother, he felt like a child who had made a mistake. That Qiao family in Jiangzhou, I really didn't expect them to be so bold and reckless. Gu Jun continued to explain urgently, beads of sweat forming in his silver hair. Brother, don't worry. I definitely won't let my nephew suffer unjustly. I will get to the bottom of this. Who would have thought that the person on the other end began to laugh? Gu Jun, why are you so nervous? At this, Gu Jun felt a bit dazed. Could it be that his brother wasn't here to blame him? The next word from Gu Feng directly widened Gu Jun's eyes. Gu Jun, you've just taken office, and I've been pondering what suitable congratulatory gift to give you. It seems that Jiangzhou can serve as my generous gift to you. Use Jiangzhou as a starting point to gradually expand to the whole of Handong province. As for the specific matters, you will need to map them out yourself. Tomorrow morning, I expect to see a proposal on a special crackdown on organized crime submitted by you at the cabinet meeting. Do you understand what I mean? With these words, Gu Jun was directly shocked into opening his mouth wide. So this meant his brother knew everything. Then the public opinion was. This wasn't just a reform for his nephew. His brother was clearly reforming him too. Realizing this, Gu Jun couldn't help but voice his inner confusion. Brother. Then this, public opinion. Is it public opinion? I don't know about that, but it's very likely the work of Shao Tian. On the other end, Gu Feng's voice was as steady as the final operator. His nephew. No. My nephew is not harming me, right? As soon as he said this, Gu Jun kept swallowing hard. If he provoked this nephew, he really had to be careful. One day a brick might fly into his office. Before he could lament internally, Gu Feng slowly continued. But it's just right to turn around their negative impression of Shao Tian in the court. Upon hearing this, Gu Jun's eyes gradually narrowed. The image of Gu Tian Jiangzhou.'s usual arrogance flashed in his mind, coupled with the image of him being beaten to a pulp in this incident. Gu Jun couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. If this matter was truly, as his brother said, that it was his nephew's intention, then this kid indeed had some thoughts. All right, I understand, brother. Thank you, brother. After hanging up the phone, Gu Jun's eyes were incredibly determined as he picked up the office phone on the desk. Now notifying. All cadres come to the meeting immediately, and those who are late should submit their resignation applications the next day. With this call made, the entire Handong province began to boil. The next morning, a mysterious convoy appeared grandly on Jiangzhou City Avenue. The most eye-catching was undoubtedly the lead vehicle, a coaster. Inside the car, Gu Tian's lips curled slightly as he scanned the street view outside with deep eyes. By the time I leave, Jiangzhou will probably be erased from the map, right? Gu Shao, a woman dressed in OL professional black stockings, elegantly walked forward holding a tablet. The two girls beside her, who were massaging Gu Tian's shoulders and legs, immediately stood up to give way. Her name was Tang Lan, Gu Tian's South personal secretary and close bodyguard. Skilled in firearms, combat, and intelligence gathering, she had served in the special forces of Long Country and joined the Gu family after retiring. Responsible for Gu Tian's security and external affairs. There are still 10 minutes to Jiangzhou International Hotel. The hotel has been fully booked, and internal clearance is complete. Anti-terrorism group A and B have established security around. All peripheral personnel are in place. Gu Tian responded lightly and did not say more. Wow, whose convoy is this? The coaster is flashing its double hazard lights. What level of entourage is this? Am I still dreaming? When did Jiangzhou have such a big shot? I'm not afraid of a Rolls-Royce bringing an umbrella, but I'm afraid of a coaster flashing its double hazard lights. This saying had circulated online for a long time. But today, the citizens of Jiangzhou finally witnessed it firsthand. Among the crowd of chattering pedestrians, two men dressed in administrative jackets were anxiously making phone calls. Major Wang, it doesn't seem to be any of the leaders from above. This convoy's formation is completely not that of a leader. What formation? Besides the coaster, what other cars are there? Can anyone see the situation inside the cars? The voice of Mayor Wang on the other end was hoarse. He had dialed repeatedly, but still hadn't figured out who this convoy belonged to. In normal circumstances, if a leader were to come down, these city-level officials would usually get wind of it. But now, it was completely clueless. Major Wang, the lead vehicle is a coaster. Behind it are 3 black Mercedes-Benz G-Class. And behind are 4 or 5 Land Rovers. The license plates are all identical Dragon A Leopard numbers. Mercedes-Benz G-Class, Land Rover, Leopard numbers? Mayor Wang's voice was clearly no longer as tense as before. This convoy was obviously not that of a leader. It was likely some nouveau riche returning to their hometown. But just as he was slightly relieved, the voice of the man in the administrative jacket suddenly rose sharply, filled with intense fear. Mayor Wang, the problem isn't with the convoy. The key is, who is sitting inside the cars? What? Mayor Wang's voice tightened again. The administrative jacket man swallowed hard, his throat feeling dry. The window of the coaster was unclear, but the windows of the Mercedes G-Class and the Land Rover Defender were not completely blacked out. We saw, inside the car, a group of people wearing black helmets, holding the truth. Boom! Mayor Wang felt his mind go blank, nearly dropping his phone. In the next second, he rushed out of the office and shouted furiously at the secretary. Immediately contact the Jiangzhou police station. Have them mobilize all available forces. Chapter 14. Taking over Jiangzhou. Miss, I really can't do it. I really can't. Dragon A, let me overtake. This is an order. Let me overtake. The co-driver, Joanna, had a gloomy expression and scolded fiercely. But the driver wasn't a fool. He was just a worker getting paid to drive for the Qiao family. And it wasn't worth risking his life. What if his convoy ahead was truly from a big boss? As a driver, he wouldn't even have a chance to escape. Mississippi, should we just forget about it? The driver desperately tried to persuade, his hands shaking. Slap. Joanna suddenly slapped him hard. I'll say it again. Let me overtake. In Jiangzhou, no one dares to drive in front of my Qiao family's car. Outsider vehicles must yield to me. Joanna's beautiful eyes were filled with coldness, gritting her teeth. She was already in a bad mood today and was looking for a place to vent her frustration. With no choice, the driver gritted his teeth and stepped on the gas, turning the steering wheel. Screech. The Rolls-Royce instantly went into reverse to overtake. Then it sharply turned the steering wheel and swerved right in front of the coaster. Facing the sudden situation, the coaster driver was completely unfazed. If he slammed on the brakes, he would lose his head, so he could only slowly reduce his speed. But the passers-by outside gasped in shock, all erupting in astonishment at how impressive the Qiao family's car was. Tian could only slightly raise his eyelids. Go check it out. He hoped that besides the Qiao family, there were other families this strong in Jiangzhou. The more dark forces there were, the greater his harvest would be. Upon hearing this, Tanglan's cold and beautiful face flashed with surprise. Young Master Gu, did you just say, to investigate? If it were the previous temper of the prince, he would probably have gone down to turn that Rolls-Royce into a sieve. But now he actually wanted to investigate. Just then, the Rolls-Royce suddenly slammed on the brakes intentionally. Tanglan instinctively held onto her earpiece, sharply saying, Team C, unidentified vehicle is provoking. Overtake and shoot if necessary. Buzz. As soon as her voice fell, a Mercedes-Benz G-Class behind them stomped on the gas and shot out. One of the G-Class vehicles crashed violently into the Rolls-Royce. Bang! The Rolls-Royce lost control instantly and spun violently. Joanna's face changed drastically, and she was thrown back into her seat with a terrified scream. The driver was even more at a loss, struggling to regain control of the steering wheel. By the time the car stabilized, the convoy had long disappeared from sight. Inside the car, Tian smiled faintly, casually lifting a glass of red wine. What a bunch of foolish local tyrants. Just like that, the convoy headed grandly towards the Jiangzhou International Hotel. Meanwhile, inside the police station, alarms were blaring. Several police cars rushed out, heading towards the target area. 30 minutes later. Name? Li Shan. Occupation? Officer at Jiangzhou Police Station. And you? Wang Fei. Occupation? Also, officer. We are colleagues. 20 young men in their underwear stood in a row, their faces full of terror. In front of them stood a group of fully armed, black-clad men wearing masks, with badges emblazoned with the dragon, you special forces. As soon as young Master Gu checked into this hotel, a large batch of police cars came roaring in, and 20 police officers rushed over. Thus, the scene unfolded. Captain Lung, how's the interrogation going? Upon hearing the voice, the black-clad men turned in unison, quickly clearing a path. The young men instinctively looked up in the direction of the voice. When they saw the face of the person coming, they gasped. All 20 young men inhaled sharply. No, it's him. He's Lin Chun. They had watched the video of him getting beaten 1,000 times, at least 800 times. They were so familiar with that face. Moreover, their leader had ordered them to catch this person. They had to find him, but now they were the ones being caught. And the one catching them was Lin Chun. Shock, fear, and disbelief were all written on their faces. Captain Lung stepped forward and saluted. He then reported the identities of these people and their mission to the hotel. After listening, Tian looked at the people before him, the corners of his mouth curling slightly. It seems you are quite surprised. Have you been looking for me this whole time? As soon as he said this, all 20 young men shivered violently and quickly shook their heads in denial. None of them were fools. The equipment and skills of these black-clad men were definitely professional. In broad daylight, they had managed to surround and control them. Their ranks and organization were definitely above theirs. And this Lin Chun was their boss. But they had previously found no information on Lin Chen's identity. With all these phenomena combined, this Lin Chun was definitely a big deal, but they just didn't know which organization he belonged to. Oh, you sure are tough. Tian looked around at these people, his tone extremely playful. Do you know Xiao Laosan? His investigative team is on the 3rd floor organizing the situation regarding Jiangzhou and the Qiao family. You won't believe what they found. Jiangzhou's Mayor Wang and Secretary Li actually have accounts outside. The frequent remitters are surprisingly the Qiao family. Even the companies behind some projects in Jiangzhou can be linked to the Qiao family. Even the city management on the street can be connected to the Qiao family. Rather than saying Jiangzhou belongs to everyone, it's better to say it belongs to the Qiao family. And these little police officers before me. Faced with Gu Tian's question, they still shook their heads in unison. However, they gradually had a bottom line in their hearts. This Lin Chun and Xiao Laosan were likely truly not to be trifled with. Gu Tian's mouth curled into a cold smile at their denial. Good. You're all quite tough. Since that's the case, I suggest you start practicing holding your breath. Holding breath? Tang Lan and Captain Lung exchanged glances, not knowing what their young master meant by this. However, the next sentence instantly turned all the young men's faces pale and cold sweat poured down. After all, concrete takes 72 hours to set. As soon as he finished speaking, the tactical black-clad team members understood immediately and raised their guns, pointing them at these people in unison. Click, 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 click. The sound of guns being cocked rang out. Who could withstand such explosive and visually terrifying fear? Don't. I know. One young man broke down, and then there was a second. Don't. I know you too. You're here to catch Xiao Laosan, right? I'll talk. I'll provide clues. I know too. I previously handled related cases. I know. That's more like it. Gu Tian looked at this completely collapsed group of people with great interest. When one wave of police officers can't be contacted, there will be a second wave coming. If the second wave can't find them, there will be a third wave. In the end, the entire Jiangzhou police station was thrown into chaos. More and more members of the Jiangzhou police station were brought into the hotel. Even the head of the Jiangzhou police station was brought in. Who are you people? Which unit are you from? Do you have any paperwork? As soon as the words fell, slap. The man in black pulled out a black badge and shoved it directly into his face. It clearly displayed the cabinet's Special Operations Certificate, with the highest official seal prominently stamped in the center. The director's furious roar came to an abrupt halt, and his worldview collapsed in an instant. This is a cabinet-level special operation? Jiangzhou, something big is about to happen. Stepping out of the interrogation room, Gu Tian stopped and slowly turned around. Captain Lung, go ahead and take over the entire transportation, hospitals, and police force in Jiangzhou. Lung Feng exchanged a glance with the deputy captain, and they both raised their hands in unison. Yes, young Master Gu, the storm that belongs to Jiangzhou is quietly approaching. Chapter 15. Back to Jiangzhou University in the presidential suite. Gu Tian elegantly sipped red wine brought from Kyoto. He had just checked into the Jiangzhou International Hotel. The hotel's dining and services were all brought in by Tang Lan from Kyoto, focusing on safety. At that moment, his phone rang. Oh, second uncle. What made you think of calling me? Gu Tian shook his wine glass, clearly amused. In such a tone, the second uncle on the other end was panicking. No, Xiao Tian. Where are you now? Are you in Jiangzhou? Guess. Gulp. The second uncle on the other end obviously swallowed hard. Don't. Second uncle doesn't dare to guess. Second uncle is scared. He had already started investigating things in Jiangzhou. However, he just received news from his subordinates that a mysterious convoy from Kyoto had appeared in Jiangzhou, and shortly after, the Jiangzhou police station was incapacitated. Now, even the mayor of Jiangzhou couldn't be reached. With such a move, his first instinct was that it must be his big nephew. If this escalated, it would surely stir up chaos in Jiangzhou. How would his anti-crime campaign proceed then? Listening to the second uncle's nervous tone, Gu Tian couldn't help but stifle his laughter, remaining silent. A few seconds later, the second uncle on the other end lost his composure. Xiao Tian, don't mess around. I really beg you, I apologize. I did participate in the Reformation matter, but that wasn't my intention. The second uncle thought that since you were in Jiangzhou, he could take care of you, and at most, they would just change their living environment. So what is the big deal? Who knew your dad was so harsh? He didn't even have the chance to send you money or food. What he said was the truth. He thought the Reformation was just a formality, but who knew the eldest brother would make him arrange so many hardships? Gu Tian didn't care about these explanations. Anyway, he had already suffered. It was time to regain the face and dignity he had lost. Moreover, with Xiao Laosan's fish right in front of him, how could he not catch it? All right, second uncle, you can rest assured, I won't mess around. I will definitely give you a big gift. Before the second uncle could continue explaining, Gu Tian directly hung up the phone. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the Qiao family villa was particularly oppressive. In the middle of the courtyard was a wrecked Rolls-Royce Phantom. The car was extensively scratched, the front bumper was shattered, and the headlights were completely out of commission. Crack! Qiao Laosan smashed the teacup in his hand, his face dark and frightening. This car was a symbol of the Qiao family status, and now it had been turned into scrap metal. Most importantly, he felt increasingly that someone seemed to be targeting him. Who did this? Which blind fool? Beside him, Qiao Na was crying, recounting her experiences from today. Dad, you have no idea. I almost got killed. They crashed into my car, Qiao Na said, pointing to the driver kneeling on the ground, battered and bruised. Ask him. Ask him. Wasn't a bunch of bastards driving a Mercedes G and a Land Rover who knocked me off the road? Say, what on earth happened? The driver trembled all over, stammering out. Third master, I really didn't dare to overtake. That was Long A's convoy, all with leopard numbers. But the young lady insisted that I overtake. Crack! Qiao Laosan's face turned ashen, and he slapped the driver across the face. Long A's leopard number? Are you telling me there's such a convoy in Jiangzhou? The Qiao family had been dominating Jiangzhou for many years, and no one had ever dared to confront them directly. But today, someone actually dared to forcibly knock the Qiao family's vehicle off the road in Jiangzhou. Who? Who are they? Find out for me. This roar sent a large number of subordinates rushing into their vehicles, speeding off. At this moment, Qiao Na's phone rang. When she answered, an urgent female voice came through. Sister Qiao. Sister Qiao. Lin Chun. Lin Chun has appeared. Lin Chun is at Jiang University. Lin Chun is at Jiang University. As soon as these words were spoken, Qiao Na's crying abruptly stopped, and she suddenly looked up at Qiao Laosan. Damn it, he finally appeared. Go. You all go to Jiang University. Bring your weapons. Go to Jiang University. Qiao Laosan cracked his knuckles, his fingers making cracking sounds. Qiao Na tore off the bandage from her face and stood up abruptly. Dad, this time I must kill him. Go. With her father's nod, Qiao Na dashed out of the courtyard. Everyone come with me. Bring the truth with you. Yes, young lady. At the entrance of the courtyard, dozens of black-clad bodyguards have been waiting for a long time. They immediately grabbed black tactical bags and rushed toward the convoy. Meanwhile, the garage door of the Qiao family villa slowly opened. More than a dozen modified Toyota Land Cruisers, all armed, roared to life. The convoy sped out, heading straight for Jiang University. On the other side, Gu Tian drove the G-Wagon, leading the convoy grandly into Jiangzhou University. This scene stunned all the students at Jiang University. What the hell? What kind of formation is this? My God, is this so impressive? Wait, what's going on? Besides Qiao Na, is there another rich guy in our school? However, when the passenger window slowly rolled down, revealing a familiar face, the crowd instantly erupted. No way. Lin Chun. Oh my God. ISNT, this the student who was beaten up a few days ago. What the hell? What is this all about? Long A. Look at the people in the car. Good heavens. They look like anti-terrorism team members. I'm dizzy. What is going on? All the students stared in shock at the mighty black convoy as it drove towards the School of Finance. Many even forgot to take out their phones to film, completely stunned by this scene. At the entrance of the finance campus, the security guard had just groggily woken up. Seeing so many foreign vehicles entering, he instinctively tried to stop them. I'm sorry, outside vehicles are not allowed to enter. With just a glance from Gu Tian, the driver's window slowly rolled down, and a cold metallic sheen reflected in the security guard's eyes. Lift the barrier. Tang Lan coldly uttered 2 words. Her desert eagle pressed against the guard's forehead. The guard suddenly woke up, his pupils widening in shock. Normally, he would instinctively slap the gun and yell, "Who are you trying to scare with a toy?" However, when he met Tang Lan's icy, knife-like gaze and saw the fully armed tactical team sitting in the back, he dared not doubt that what was above his head was fake. Okay, I'll lift the barrier. The guard trembled as he pressed the button. Boom! The G-Wagon stepped on the gas and entered, followed by the entire convoy. Chapter 16. The Strong Return. Haha. Hurry up and film. Make sure to get her face clearly. Look at this little slut. Does she still dare to pretend to be innocent? Haha. And she calls herself the school belle. What can a school belle do? She's still being bullied by us. Ha! On the playground, deep in the woods, Shun Yao was surrounded by several heavily made-up girls, her wrists tightly grasped, unable to break free. The white long-sleeve shirt she wore was now in tatters, her fair skin faintly visible. Woo-woo, let me go. I beg you. Shun Yao's tears swirled in her eyes, her face filled with fear. Her nature was already weak. Who knew she would provoke someone like Qiao Na and her gang? These people have been bullying her like crazy whenever they saw her recently. Huh, now you know to beg us. One girl with purple hair suddenly yanked Shun Yao's collar, forcibly pulling her closer, disdainfully slapping her delicate face. Shun Yao, do you really not know where you went wrong? If you had just given Lin Chen's phone number willingly at the beginning, would Sister Qiao treat you like this? Sister Qiao said, every time she sees you, she'll bully you. The other girls behind continued to egg them on. Hurry up and film. Then post it on the forum. Let everyone see how this pretending innocent slut is being bullied by us. No, I beg you. Shun Yao struggled fiercely, desperately trying to cover her clothes. But the more terrified she was, the happier they became. This scene was all witnessed by the principal of the office building. The only difference was, at this moment, he was terrified to the extreme, being held down by two men in black, his teeth pressed against the windowsill, making terrified, whimpering sounds. Woo, Lin Chun. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Please retract your power. He had been leisurely drinking tea while working here. But the next second, screams erupted from the corridor outside. Then several fully armed men in black kicked the door open and rushed in. Before he could figure out the situation, the other party had already thrown out a special operations certificate, followed by a dozen black muzzles pressed against his head. Principal, your school is rife with bullying. Do you know that? Lin Chun, the man who was publicly humiliated by Qiao Na, stared at him with eyes that made his scalp tingle, as if his soul could be seen through. He certainly couldn't admit that. As the principal, how could he admit that there were bullying incidents in the school? Besides, Qiao Na was the eldest daughter of the Qiao family. He couldn't afford to offend her. Little did he know, this scene was unfolding in the woods behind the office building. Therefore, he was held down by two men in black at the window, his teeth pressed against the windowsill. Lin Shao, I really don't know. I was wrong. Please retract your power. My heart isn't good. The principal's cold sweat had soaked his back. No matter how arrogant Qiao Na was, she had never staged such a scene. And Lin Chun clearly was more powerful than the Qiao family. A big Buddha, someone he couldn't afford to offend. Didn't you just say that there was no bullying in your school? Then what is happening down there? Tian slowly turned his head, a smile of deathly amusement appearing at the corner of his mouth. The principal shook his head like a rattle drum, cold sweat pouring down his forehead like a waterfall. No. Lin Shao, give me a chance. I will definitely improve school management. I will never. Before he could finish his sentence, with just a look from Tian, Tang Lan understood immediately, raising her long leg sharply and delivering a fierce downward chop to the principal's back. Bang! Crack! The principal's front teeth slammed against the windowsill, making a bone-cracking sound. The wailing like a pig being slaughtered instantly echoed throughout the office. Tian looked down coldly at the bloodied principal. Let's take him down and let him see for himself. All right, Gu Shao. Tang Lan waved her hand. Several men in black immediately stepped forward, grabbing the principal by his collar and dragging him away. In the corridor, the faculty and staff, upon seeing this scene, hurriedly retreated to their offices, slamming the doors shut. What the hell? What's going on? That just now. Was the principal? Why is his tooth missing? His front teeth. Who are these men in black? How dare they directly grab the principal? On the other side, Qiao Na was also leading her convoy, heading towards the finance campus in grand style. The security, just like before, tried to stop them. No outside vehicles are allowed inside. But then a shotgun was pointed at the head of the security guard from the driver's seat, and upon seeing that Xiao Laosan's daughter was in the passenger seat, he was scared out of his wits. Get lost. All right, Miss Qiao, I'm raising the rod with you. Watching the convoy drive away, the security guard wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and turned back to the security booth to write a resignation letter. He was just a small security guard, protecting a peaceful area, and had a crush on teacher Xiao Dan. But in just one noon, he had experienced two life-and-death moments. How could he handle this? In the woods. Remember, from now on, call me Sister Anne. Shun Yao cried out in pain, her hair being pulled messily, her fair neck exposed to the air. Such a delicate and helpless appearance made Xiao Na's little brother swallow hard. Damn, this is really TSK. I like it. Just then, a luxury convoy sped over. The iron gate of the playground was violently smashed open by a big G and slammed heavily onto the ground. This scene instantly attracted the attention of everyone on the playground. But the convoy did not slow down, driving over the lawn directly towards the woods. Damn, is that Jia's convoy? So domineering. So cool. Several spirited girls danced with excitement, looking smugly at Shen Yao. Shen Yao, you're doomed. Sister Qiao is here. However, just as they were laughing the happiest, the Mercedes-Benz G made a drift and majestically stopped beside them. Clang! As the car door opened, the principal, bruised and battered, was thrown out. This scene made everyone's face turn pale with fear. My God, Sister Qiao is a bit out of this world. Just as they looked up to see if Sister Qiao was stepping out next, an incredibly familiar figure appeared in their sight. They saw Gu Tian slightly bending down, stepping out like a young master disembarking from a plane, his face dark and frightening. The girls gasped, covering their shocked mouths. Lin Chun. ISNT that the guy who was beaten by Sister Qiao. How is he? How is he? Shen Yao was also stunned, looking at that familiar figure. That one she once thought was just an ordinary person, even as pitiful as her, Lin Chun. Yet, at this moment, he returned with a shocking presence. Chapter 17. Terrified Jonah. When Jonah saw that the one being bullied was Shen Yao, Gu Tian was completely shocked. Shen Yao? As soon as this was said, Shen Yao pushed away the several spiritual girls in front of her, her eyes red, and staggered towards Gu Tian. Lin Chun. I didn't mean to give Jonah my phone number. It was them, and now they're still pressing me about your whereabouts. And why you didn't reply to my messages? I sent you so many messages and called you so many times. Woo-woo. Gu Tian was too lazy to explain these things and instinctively protected the crying Shen Yao behind him. The several spiritual girls watched in shock as Shen Yao ran towards Gu Tian, their faces completely falling apart. They never expected that this boy, who was trampled underfoot by Jonah, had such a powerful background. He beat the principal into a pig's head, he crashed through the school gate, and the way he looked at Shen Yao was clearly protective. Seeing the helplessness on Shen Yao's face after being bullied, and the red marks left on her pale neck from being grabbed, Gu Tian was filled with anger. He looked at the spiritual girls in front of him, his hand unconsciously reaching for his waist. In an instant, the air around them froze. The spiritual girls turned pale with fear, their legs trembling violently. Soft ones fear hard ones. Hard ones fear those who don't care about their lives. They weren't real delinquents. They just followed Jonah to flatter her and gain some favor at school. But this scene truly scared them out of their wits. At this moment, a simple-minded girl stepped forward. In this situation, it was undoubtedly an opportunity to show loyalty. If they kept being timid, they would lose Jonah's face. So they had to be tough and give Jonah some face. Oomph, I did it. So what? A spiritual girl stepped forward, tossed her hair back, and defiantly raised her chin. The next second, Gu Tian pulled out his beretta from his waist. Bang! The spiritual girl didn't even let out a muffled groan before she fell straight down. Red liquid splattered all over the people nearby. In an instant, screams erupted. Ah, ah, ah. Everyone screamed and covered their heads. Some collapsed to the ground, while others, their legs weak, crawled on the ground, trying to escape this place of chaos. But just as they crawled out a few steps, a cold voice reached their ears. Move and you die. Gu Tian held the beretta, his gaze indifferent. At that moment, all the spiritual girls were too scared to move, some even breaking down in tears. Shen Yao was also frightened by this scene. Instinctively letting go of the hand she had been holding onto Gu Tian's clothes. She had never seen this side of Lin Chun. The Lin Chun who used to be carefree and liked to tease her was now so strange and crazy. The big sister who had just bullied her on the ground. Is she dead? Lin Chun killed someone? How could he have such power? Who exactly is he? Just as Shen Yao felt the world turning upside down, a gentle voice sounded in her ear. Miss Shen, Gu Shao is currently dealing with some matters. This place isn't suitable for you. Let's get back in the car, okay? Tang Lan appeared by her side, gently holding her hand. Okay. Shen Yao dazedly took the other's hand and got into the car together. Principal. Gu Tian curled his lips into a cruel smile, lifting the principal's chin. Do you agree that I teach your delinquent students a lesson? As soon as these words were spoken, the bloodied principal, missing 2 front teeth, nodded like a garlic peeler. He didn't dare to care. In the face of unknown fear, he didn't even have the courage to refuse. With a wave of his hand, several Land Rover's doors opened instantly. A large group of men in black rushed down with batons, beating the pleading spiritual girls mercilessly. In an instant, screams echoed from the edge of the forest. Just then, Jonah and her group arrived. Dozens of cars surrounded Gu Tian. As the doors opened, thugs wielding machetes and guns rushed down aggressively. But in the next second, they all stood frozen as if immobilized. Some trembled, dropping their machetes to the ground. What the hell is this? Anti-terrorism. Truth? All truth. Dozens of black assault rifles pointed coldly at them. The people in front were all wearing black helmets and masks, tactical vests, exuding a full anti-terrorism vibe. They thought today would be a crushing victory, avenging Miss Jonah. But now it seemed they were the ones walking to their doom. Although some were holding guns, they could only fire once, just for show. Meanwhile, the weapons in the opponent's hands could easily take their lives. No, what are you doing? Why are you all standing here? Jonah scolded as she walked down. Jonah, did we get it wrong? What the hell? Shut up. Jonah pushed aside a thug in front of her and marched straight inside. The next second, her steps suddenly froze. A cold gun barrel was pressed tightly against her forehead. The air suddenly went dead silent. You, just as Jonah was about to curse. She looked up and met Tanglan's gaze, her body jolting. It was a pair of beautiful eyes, cold to the extreme. There was no anger, no resentment, but a sense of superiority that surpassed her understanding. Jonah's mind went blank. Her limbs turned ice cold. Having lived for over 20 years, she had never encountered such a situation. She instinctively wanted to turn around, but her gaze swept over the row of black-clad men, her pupils instantly constricting. These people were not delinquents, not bodyguards. The tactical vests, those professional weapon configurations, she had only seen in movies. As Jonah's mind was completely collapsing, a calm voice rang out. Jonah. Gu Tian walked forward slowly, a slight smile on his lips. As she recognized the person, Jonah's face went pale. You. Lin Chun. Gu Tian smiled and nodded. Yes. Weren't you going to come and cut me? Your little friends are quite arrogant. After speaking, he waved his hand. Dozens of severely beaten spiritual girls were dragged over and thrown in front of her like rags. Some had deformed limbs, their faces covered in blood, gasping for breath. Some had already lost their lives, their eyes wide open. Jonah's body stiffened, completely thrown into chaos. No matter how arrogant she was, she had never truly killed anyone. You. Jonah wanted to escape, but her legs had completely gone weak. In the next second, she collapsed on the ground, looking at Gu Tian in terror. She finally understood. The Lin Chun she bullied in the restaurant was not an ordinary person at all. No wonder her father said he felt someone was targeting them recently. Now it seemed it was this Lin Chun in front of her. What kind of background has she gotten herself into this time? Chapter 18, sending you to Kyoto University. Put down your weapons. Bang! A black-clad man shouted angrily and fired a shot into the sky. All the small-time thugs immediately threw their weapons to the ground and obediently crouched down, covering their heads. In the face of absolute power, obedience was the only way to survive. Moreover, even Miss Qiao had been grasped by the throat of fate, hadn't she? Watching Gu Tian slowly raise the truth towards herself, Qiao Na began to cry and beg for mercy. Lin Chun, I was wrong. Let me go. I'll do anything you say. Let me go. Let you go. Gu Tian crouched down with interest and lifted Qiao Na's chin with the truth. If you wanted to let you go, it's simple. Just change your place of residence. Upon hearing this, Qiao Na felt as if she had grabbed a lifeline. Change where to live. I will definitely go. As long as you let me go, I'll go anywhere. In this situation, let alone changing places, she would agree to anything, even selling herself. Little did she know, Gu Tian's lips curled into a cruel smile. To the bottom of the water. Qiao Na hadn't reacted yet when Gu Tian elbowed her and knocked her unconscious. Immediately afterward, under the terrified gaze of the small-time thugs, the black-clad men took out several burlap sacks from the car and stuffed the people on the ground, including Qiao Na, into them. As they were leaving, One of the black-clad men stepped forward. Young Master Gu, how should we deal with these thugs? The co-pilot, Tian, didn't say anything and raised his hand to gesture across his neck. The black-clad man understood in an instant. Young Master Gu was going to crush the darkness with thunderous force. Yes, young master. Once the vehicle drove out of the playground, a series of firecracker sounds erupted, and the small-time thugs of the Qiao family were directly judged on the spot. The atmosphere in the car was as silent as death. Shen Yao's delicate hand tightly gripped the hem of her clothes, her petite body trembling slightly. The scene just now was too terrifying. Although she was sitting in the car, she began to see the events outside. Lin Chun drew the truth from his waist, his bloodthirsty expression, his cold eyes. And that arrogant Qiao Na, just like that, gone. As for Lin Chen's identity, Tang Lan had also explained it according to Gu Tian's instructions. It was a fabricated identity, saying that Lin Chen's real name was Gu Tian, who had been abducted since childhood. He had just been found not long ago, and his biological parents were famous tycoons and big shots. Although Shan Yao accepted this, the scenes from earlier kept replaying in her mind. After all, the tycoons and big shots on TV weren't like this. Lin Chun. Shen Yao's voice trembled, as if she had used up all her courage. What happened to those people just now? She didn't dare to raise her head, only looking down. Despite Tang Lan beside her, trying to soothe her by patting her back to ease her tension, Gu Tian realized that Shen Yao was in the same car as him, and turned his head, smiling slightly like a neighborly older brother. Nothing happened. I just bought them a ticket. A ticket? Shen Yao's heart jumped, and she nervously raised her face to look at Tang Lan. Tang Lan smiled slightly, her beautiful eyes flashing with a hint of mischief. Yes, a ticket to the underworld. As soon as this was said, Shen Yao couldn't help but shiver, no longer daring to ask further. But soon, with Tang Lan's reassurance, and since Gu Tian didn't put on any airs, the atmosphere in the car became cheerful and relaxed. Sister Tang, let me tell you. Lin Chun. Oh no, I should call him Gu Tian now. He was particularly shameless before. Looking at the other person's innocent demeanor, all written on that exquisite face. Tang Lan couldn't help but chuckle. Oh, how shameless. Shen Yao immediately began to count with her small, delicate hands. First, he loved to borrow money from me. When we first met, he always said he didn't have a meal card and would use mine every day to eat. He would always say it in a pitiful way, Yao Yao, I have no money for food today. I'm starving, please. Then I would soften my heart and buy him food. But guess what? He would order 2 portions each time. Did I lend you all my 5,000 scholarship money? Shen Yao put her hands on her hips, looking angrily at Gu Tian. Gu Tian couldn't help but laugh at her expression. It must be said, falling from the heights of being the prince of Kyoto to the bottom. Who could endure that? Fortunately, he met Shen Yao at that time. Over the past year, she really helped him a lot, including the rent when he was renting a place. And many of his clothes were bought by Shen Yao through her frugality or with her scholarship. And he had so many troubles that he couldn't even find a job. At first, he took her kindness for granted. Where in the world could you find such a girl? She had to be sent by his father to reform him, until he followed Shen Yao to the cafeteria in the finance department and caught a glimpse of her plate, which contained 2 pieces of vegetables and a small bowl of white rice. Her daily living expenses were less than 8 yuan. 8 yuan. How ironic. His mother had given him a Koenigsegg sports car as a birthday gift when he turned 18. Worth 80 million. It was from that moment that his character changed. Even if he was pretending, he had to act as if he had been successfully reformed and returned to Kyoto. A drop of kindness deserves 1,000 returns. I really didn't have money at that time, Gu Tian said innocently. Anything else? Tang Lan looked at the two, bickering with great interest. Of course there's more. One time he didn't go to school for several days, so I went to find him at home. Then I found him all beaten up, lying on the bed with a bruised face, looking wronged and asking me if I had any Band-Aids and alcohol. How could I possibly carry Band-Aids with me? So I went downstairs to buy him some. And guess what? He actually complained that the Band-Aids I bought had cartoon patterns on them. Tang Lan chuckled, raising an eyebrow at Gu Tian. Young Master Gu, at that time, you still cared about these? Gu Tian's lips twitched, rolling his eyes. What else? The Band-Aids she bought were all covered in cartoon designs, with little cartoon characters. Shen Yao couldn't help but laugh, her eyes crescent-shaped. He had a pink bear band-aid on his face, and on his knee was a Sailor Moon band-aid. Tang Lan couldn't help but burst into laughter, imagining Gu Tian with cartoon band-aids on his face, shaking with laughter. Haha, young Master Gu, you were so cute in Jiangzhou. Gu Tian shot Shen Yao a glare. All right, stop bringing up this black history. Shen Yao blinked her sparkling eyes, pretending to sigh. Alas. I even specially bought a batch of cartoon band-aids to keep for you. It seems they won't be used anymore. By the way, Shen Yao, Gu Tian suddenly remembered something important. He and T asked for her opinion about bringing her back to Kyoto. Huh? What's wrong? Shen Yao tilted her little head, looking quite adorable. Do you still want to study at Jiangzhou University? If you don't want to in a couple of days, I'll take you with me to Kyoto, and I'll send you to Kyoto University to study. As soon as this was said, Shen Yao's clear apricot eyes were instantly filled with shock. Chapter 19. Qiao Laosan has collapsed, huh? Shen Yao pointed to herself with her little finger. You mean, you wanted to go to Kyoto University? Kyoto University, that's the top university in the entire Dragon Country. The top scholar from Jiangzhou didn't even get into Kyoto University, let alone her. How could she possibly just go in just because someone said so? Seeing her dazed expression, Gu Tian couldn't help but reach out to ruffle her hair. What's wrong? Don't you want to leave Jiangzhou? Shen Yao bit her lip, feeling a mix of emotions. Of course, she wanted to go to Kyoto University. It was the school she had always dreamed of. But how could she go? Could she really just go because of one person's words? Seeing Shen Yao shake her head in denial, Gu Tian smiled broadly and directly looked at Tang Lan. Go! Contact the principal of Kyoto University and ask them to increase the enrollment quota. Send Shen Yao's information over and arrange a brand new student registration. Okay, Gu Shao. Tang Lan nodded with a smile. She also liked this girl named Shen Yao. Since she had helped Gu Shao before, she should receive help in return. In Shen Yao's shock, Tang Lan dialed the principal of Kyoto University. In less than a minute, the matter was settled. Just like that. Let's go to Kyoto together, okay? Looking at Shen Yao, who was still immersed in shock, Gu Tian's voice softened several degrees. Shen Yao bit her lip, realizing that he was not joking at all. Compared to Kyoto University, she would rather follow Gu Tian. She had once been very insecure, but ever since meeting the carefree and optimistic Gu Tian, she had slowly become more optimistic and generous. After thinking for a few seconds, Shen Yao took a deep breath and nodded seriously. Yes, I'll go with you. Gu Tian's mouth curled into a satisfied smile. That's more like it. Tang Lan chuckled and clapped her hands. Congratulations, Miss Shen. You've successfully taken the first step towards the heavenly palace. Shen Yao shyly tucked her hair behind her ear. Perhaps her world was really about to change. But speaking of which, if Lin Shen leaves, no. If Gu Tian leaves, then she really has nothing to miss about Jiangzhou. In the evening, Qiao family villa. The courtyard was filled with wreaths, and the air was thick with the scent of white candles. Who did this? Who did this? Who the hell did this? My daughter. My daughter. Looking at the burlap sack that was still dripping water, where his daughter had already lost her life, Qiao Laosan cried out in anguish. Surrounding him were dozens of bodies covered with white cloth. Qiao family's subordinates wore white flowers. Their faces pale, cold sweat pouring down, completely too terrified to look at this scene. They had followed Qiao Laosan for many years, witnessing countless bloody storms, but had never seen such a scene. This was the most brutal collapse the Qiao family had ever experienced. This afternoon, Miss Qiao had led a large group to take down someone named Lin Shen. As a result, in the evening, everyone was left to sink at the Jiangzhou riverbank. The lackeys had been beaten to a pulp. Miss Qiao was drowned alive in the burlap sack, and horrifyingly, even now, the Qiao family hadn't even seen a shadow of their opponent. How terrifying was this? This was not an ordinary vendetta, but a destruction operation aimed at the Qiao family. An invisible hand was quietly devouring the Qiao family's power bit by bit. Find out for me. Who did this? I want his entire family to have no place to be buried. Qiao Laosan had completely gone mad. As soon as he finished speaking, a trembling subordinate stood up, his voice shaking as if he was about to cry. Third Master, we've investigated. What did you find? Qiao Laosan suddenly grabbed his collar, exuding a terrifying ferocity. The subordinate swallowed hard, cold sweat dripping continuously. Lin Shen. This person named Lin Shen. He is not an ordinary person at all. We can't find his file. According to eyewitnesses, the people he brought were all well-trained soldiers, and the police station has completely replaced all the personnel this afternoon, including hospital guards and traffic. All are new faces. Boom! Qiao Laosan felt the world spinning, his vision going dark. But the pain of losing his daughter allowed him no retreat. I don't care, even if he is the king of heaven. I will take revenge. Find out clearly. What is the identity of this group of people? And where is this Lin Shun right now? With Qiao Laosan's roar, the entire Jiangzhou fell into unprecedented panic. Just as Qiao Laosan mobilized all his forces to search for Gu Tian, Kyoto also held a very special meeting. In a large conference room, 20 cabinet members were whispering to each other about the topic of this meeting. Oh, old Wang, you came quite early. Everyone else will arrive later. Can you give us a hint? How would I know? I just got notified to come here. How could you not know? Your son is getting along well with the prince. You should be able to get some inside information, right? Exactly. Come on. I haven't spoken to my rebellious son in a long time. How would I know? After a long wait, the door of the conference room was slowly opened by a well-dressed attendant. Everyone immediately looked up at the door. A dignified and upright figure walked in with steady steps. These high-ranking cabinet members could influence the direction of the economy and people's livelihoods with any decision they made. Yet at this moment, they all stood up in unison, looking at this figure with utmost respect. Of course, this figure was none other than Gu Tian's old deng, Gu Feng, the second in command of the Dragon Country. Comrades, thank you for your hard work. Gu Feng slowly walked to the main seat and sat down, his voice not loud, but full of authority. The next moment, the large conference room erupted in thunderous applause. Then it fell silent again, every member on edge, waiting for this figure on stage to speak again. Gu Feng slowly opened the document in front of him, his gaze lingering on the first page. The Jiangzhou University assault incident in Handong province. I believe everyone has heard of it. As soon as he said this, the audience began to discuss among themselves. Some knew a bit, while others knew very little. But in any case, that was thousands of kilometers away, and no matter how big the incident was, it was just a local event. However, Gu Feng's next words caused an uproar among the audience. The person who was attacked is my son. As soon as his voice fell, the big screen behind him suddenly lit up. It displayed photos from the scene at that time. Boom! Dozens of members widened their eyes in shock, staring at the young man, bruised and battered, being stepped on by a girl on the screen. What the hell? The prince, the one who was attacked, is Gu Lao's son. Oh my god. Chapter 20. Shun Yao, are you polite? Gu Shao. Gu Shao. Is this how you're treated? Are those assailants still alive? No. Who is the representative of this place? Are they now choosing their own graveyards? All the representatives widened their eyes, their faces filled with disbelief. This matter is simply unbelievable. Faced with the uproar from the crowd, Gu Feng's expression was indifferent as he said solemnly, "This incident happened in Jiangzhou. My son was surrounded, beaten, and humiliated by a group of underworld forces. Not only that, they filmed the incident, uploaded it online for amusement. To my knowledge, the police station in Jiangzhou and the school have all chosen silence." His voice was calm, but each word sent a shiver through those below. Everyone knew that the anger of old man Gu was not to be trifled with. Moreover, the one being beaten was old man Gu's only son, Gu Tian, the legendary little devil, the little king of hell. In an instant, many representatives' faces turned pale. Some even began to tremble. Some had previously reported Gu Tian's misdeeds to the first generation, and now this scene seemed to be directed at them. Ladies and gentlemen, Gu Feng slowly stood up, scanning the representatives below. This matter is not just about my son. The underworld forces in Jiangzhou are rampant. University campus bullying, local dereliction of duty. This is a tumor, and I believe many places have similar issues. It is time to address it. Upon hearing this, the crowd shivered. They understood. Jiangzhou was completely finished. But what shocked them even more was old man Gu's attitude. This was not just about avenging his son. It was about thoroughly cleansing all local underworld systems. Just as many representatives were immersed in shock, the secretaries distributed the draft documents prepared by Gu Jun to the representatives below. The cover prominently read, "Proposal for a special operation against underworld forces in the Dragon Kingdom." The content of the document pointed directly at all underworld forces in the Dragon Kingdom. The representatives flipped through the documents, and when they saw the first item, many of their faces instantly changed. First, starting from Jiangzhou, a comprehensive crackdown on underworld forces will be launched. Dig deep into hidden underworld forces across various places. Eradicate them completely and investigate their protective umbrellas. Second. Third. The more the representatives read, the more alarmed they became. This was not an ordinary anti-crime operation, but an unprecedented, thorough investigation. Upon seeing Gu Jun's signature on the proposal, who would dare to disagree? I'm so angry. These underworld forces are so rampant. I agree with this proposal. I agree too. Agreed. Gu Jun's proposal from Handong province is spot on. I think he should be the leader of the Special Action Group. Agreed. I agree too. Meanwhile, upon learning that the cabinet meeting in Kyoto had approved his proposal, Gu Jun excitedly slapped the table. This gift from his brother was simply too great. Not only did it allow him to make a strong impression as a new official, but it also directly made him the head of the Special Anti-Crime Group. It was like someone had fed him the opportunity to enter the cabinet. If this action was successfully carried out on a large scale, he could directly be promoted to the level of cabinet representative. With Gu Jun's orders being issued one after another, a large number of investigation teams, police members, and anti-terrorism personnel were urgently dispatched to Jiangzhou. Additionally, banks were the first to block the Qiao family's underworld forces, freezing their funds, sealing their properties, and confiscating all illegal assets according to the law. Late at night, trending topics flooded various social media platforms, igniting the entire Dragon Kingdom's online community. Shocking. The victim in the Jiangzhou beating incident is actually the young Master Gu from Kyoto, exposing the members of the Qiao family's underworld forces. Wow. The Qiao family has kicked a steel plate. This time, the most mysterious young master from Kyoto makes an appearance. The victim in Jiangzhou is actually him. The whole internet is in tears. Young Master Gu from Kyoto is so pitiful, bullied by underworld forces as these topics skyrocketed. Thousands of netizens flooded the comment section. No way. Old man Gu's son? Damn. So rampant. It turns out old man Gu's son can also be bullied like us. What the hell? These underworld forces are so rampant. They dare to bully even Gu Shao. What the hell? Young Master Gu is too low-key, right? Inside the Jiangzhou International Hotel. Looking at the trending topics and the flood of sympathy in the comments, Tian revealed a long-lost smile. This was the effect he had ultimately wanted to see. His father's esteemed position, and this time the fermentation of public opinion, would certainly elevate his prestige in the eyes of the public. As his son, he should have a distinguished status. Yet he was bullied by underworld forces in Jiangzhou. Isn't this the ultimate contrast? Especially for those representatives in Kyoto, their respect for his father and the Gu family would surely rise to new heights. Most importantly, he could reshape his image in the power circles of Kyoto. As for the Qiao family, whether he annihilated their 3 clans or 9 clans, even if it got out, no one would dare to say anything about him. At this moment, the bathroom door slowly opened, steam wafting out. Shen Yao emerged from the hotel in a pure white bathrobe. The silhouette outlined by the bathrobe, along with the slightly open neckline revealing her collarbone and fair skin, would make any man imagine wildly. Seeing Gu Tian half lying on the sofa, playing on his phone, completely forgetting to get her clothes, Shen Yao lifted her little face and sweetly said, "My Gu Shao, did you forget my clothes?" If it were any other girl, she definitely wouldn't just walk out in a bathrobe, especially in front of a man. But Shen Yao was too familiar with Gu Tian. In her heart, the two were like the most tacit friends, sometimes even overlooking each other's gender. So she had no guard against Gu Tian, nor did she realize how suggestive her outfit was. Gu Tian turned his head at the sound, nearly spilling the glass of red wine in his hand. This scene was truly pleasing to the eye. In the bedroom wardrobe. You go get it yourself," Gu Tian said, trying to avoid looking at her slightly open bathrobe neckline. But this girl was completely unaware of her current impact, instead blinking her pure, beautiful eyes and curiously leaning closer. "Hey, why is your face red? Is it hot in the room? Gu Tian, are you polite? Look at what you are wearing. And then ask me that question." I drank too much." Shen Yao pouted, but didn't think much of it. turning to walk towards the bedroom. As her delicate little legs swayed under the bathrobe, the hem gently lifted a corner, revealing her smooth, fair skin. Tian rubbed his temples, unable to help but sigh in his heart. This girl is lucky to have met me. If she had met other men. Chapter 21. Dragon Special Forces. Shun Yao opened the bedroom wardrobe. She immediately covered her mouth, her clear, beautiful eyes wide open. Oh my God. The entire wardrobe was filled with top luxury brand clothes, and even the tags hadn't been removed. Chanel, Dior, Givenchy, Hermes, Armani. Just one piece of clothing probably cost more than her entire year's scholarship. She had thought there were just a few ordinary pieces, maybe a bit more expensive than what she usually wore, but she never expected it to be these top brands. Are these clothes all prepared for me? Tian lazily sat on the sofa, casually swirling a glass of red wine. Just pick a few to wear. A drop of water's kindness is repaid with a fountain. He had made a decision in his heart at that moment. Gu Shao, would satisfy Shun Yao's lifelong wealth and honor. Just pick a few. Shun Yao was completely stunned. These were top luxury items, and he spoke so casually. She felt she couldn't understand the world of a wealthy heir at all. 10 minutes later, Shun Yao walked out of the bedroom wearing a white short-sleeved shirt, tight jeans, and white Chanel sneakers. She instantly transformed from an ordinary girl into a fashionable, rich young lady. If it weren't for the way she walked timidly, one might think she was a young lady from a wealthy family. How does this outfit look? Shun Yao's heart raced a little, and, for some reason, a sudden wave of happiness surged in her heart. No one had ever bought her clothes since she was a child. Her clothes were either old or bought from night markets for a few dozen yuan. She had never had such well-prepared clothes, perfectly sized and styled, bought for her. Yeah, not bad. It suits you well. Tian put down his wine glass and stood up, looking at Shun Yao with interest. Let's go. Dinner is ready downstairs. We won't have to eat those rotating hot pots to improve our meals anymore. Shun Yao's little face turned slightly red, unsure if it was from shyness or an indescribable emotion surging from within. Previously, every time she got her part-time salary, she would invite Tian out to eat. With limited funds, they could only eat rotating hot pots. It must be said that Shun Yao was just suited for this fresh style. It didn't require excessive embellishments or expensive jewelry. Just this simple outfit was enough to captivate attention. Shun Yao paused for a moment, as if something deep within her was gently touched, sending shivers through her. She then lowered her head and softly hummed in agreement, quickly following behind Tian. The two arrived at the top restaurant of Jiangzhou International Hotel. After being seated, Shun Yao stared blankly at the luxurious dinner laid out before her. Australian lobsters, Alaskan king crabs, abalone sashimi, top-notch steaks, bird's nest porridge. The drinks were even Romani Connie, with just one bottle worth hundreds of thousands at auction. She had never seen such a feast, not even in her dreams. And it wasn't over yet. 5 or 6 well-trained waiters stood nearby, their expressions gentle, ready to provide meticulous service, almost as if they were about to feed her directly. Shun Yao felt completely frozen, her delicate hands awkwardly resting on her knees. Did you always eat like this before? Tian glanced at her lazily. In my memory, this is just the norm. Shun Yao. She felt as if her worldview was being completely refreshed. But Tian was speaking the truth. The Gu family's villa had countless servants and waitstaff, and there were always people serving food. When he was a child, it was the servants who fed him. Later, as he grew older, he often stayed at his family's Tianxi hotel, where the waitstaff were equally attentive. Every time he ate, it was quite a spectacle. On the other side, Gu Jun, along with the investigation team and a large number of police officers, rushed to Jiangzhou. However, their vehicles were all stopped at the service area. Sorry, you are not allowed to enter Jiangzhou right now, an expressionless young man with a buzz cut said, pointing at the large number of official vehicles behind the investigation team. This is an order from young Master Gu. The entire Jiangzhou city is under strict control of entering and exiting vehicles to prevent members of the criminal underworld, like Qiao Laosan, from escaping. It also prevents him from bringing in reinforcements and outside interference in this matter. Hearing this, the inspection team members instantly became furious. What the hell? When we show up, even if you're just a little toll booth worker, even the mayor of Jiangzhou would tremble. Who gave you the guts to stop our cars? Don't you know who's in the vehicles behind us? Why? We are the investigation team. The inspection staff directly took out their credentials. In his mind, he expected to see the toll booth worker shocked and quickly apologizing. But to his surprise, the buzz-cut young man remained calm and directly took out a walkie-talkie to report. In less than 10 seconds, a large number of anti-terror vehicles and numerous anti-terror team members gathered around. The angry inspection team members' expressions instantly cleared. Comrade, may I ask which unit you are from, so I can report to our leaders in the car? The buzz-cut young man still had no expression. Sorry, no comment. Meanwhile, in the car, Gu Jun was getting a bit impatient and, not caring about his secretary's warnings, got out of the vehicle. What is going on? What is happening? Is Jiangzhou so rampant that they won't even let our vehicles through? However, the moment he got out of the car, his mouth dropped open in shock. Indeed, they were surrounded by a swarm of black-clad individuals wearing tactical gear and black masks. Even the anti-terror team leader he brought along lowered his head, not daring to look directly at these people. No, this is, of other units already settled in Jiangzhou, Gu Yunis hat Titan, and he slowly walked over. Not far away, Lung Feng had already turned the inspection team and police officers into submissive subordinates. Jiangzhou had been taken over by their cabinet's special operations team. At this critical moment, you still want to force your way in? Are you in cahoots with the criminal elements of Jiangzhou? Hello, may I ask which unit you are from? Which unit allowed you to operate in Jiangzhou? Gu Jun walked directly toward Lung Feng, his expression quite displeased. Which unit was so arrogant that they didn't even greet him and directly came to execute tasks in his jurisdiction? Unexpectedly, just as he finished speaking, Lung Feng directly took out the cabinet's special operations team credentials and held them up in front of him. Boom! Gu Jun's expression went from displeased to astonished, then to complete shock. Chapter 22: The Fear of Unknown Power. You. Who are you? Before he could finish his sentence, his gaze fell on the badge on Lung Feng's chest. What? The Dragon Guardian Special Forces. These are my brother's personal guards, the highest level secret protective force directly under the cabinet. And now, this top secret unit has appeared in Jiangzhou. What's even scarier is that my brother never mentioned sending the Dragon Guardian Special Forces to Jiangzhou. This is obviously the work of my nephew. It's over. It's over. Gu Jun felt cold sweat breaking out on his forehead, and the hairs on the back of his neck stood up. He finally realized what his nephew meant when he said he would present him with a great gift. According to the style of the Dragon Guardian, once they took action, they would never drag their feet. It would be a thunderous crackdown. Then, would the Qiao family already be in ruins? His special task force for anti-crime had just been established. He hadn't even started collecting specific evidence against the Qiao family. If the Dragon Guardian Special Forces were to massacre the Qiao family right now, what could he investigate? What evidence could he collect? What achievements could he hope to gain from this operation? May I ask, have you already started moving? And is Gu Tian the one commanding you? Seeing Gu Jun's nervous expression, the other members of the council raised their heads in shock. What kind of unit is this? That even Gu province is so afraid? However, they were also relieved. Thankfully, they hadn't clashed with the other party just now. The cold and sharp-eyed Lung Feng put away the documents into his tactical pocket and said coldly, "Sorry, no comment." Gu Jun. Having been put in his place, he couldn't be bothered to feel angry. Of course, he didn't have the right to be angry. After moving away from the crowd, he immediately bent down and dialed his nephew's phone. "Hey, dear nephew, your dear uncle has received your great gift. It's really too precious. Can you let your uncle enter Jiangzhou now? Can I help you get revenge? You don't need to get involved in the Qiao family matters. They're just a bunch of flies and sparrows that would really dirty your hands." Gu Jun's tone was extremely respectful, prioritizing the relationship between sovereign and subject before that of uncle and nephew. To strike against a criminal organization and directly deploy the Dragon Guardian Special Forces? This was no different from using an anti-aircraft gun to shoot a mosquito. To give a simple example, he dispatched so many police officers to Jiangzhou because he was afraid that these criminal forces would rise up in rebellion. But the Dragon Guardian Special Forces were different. Once the criminal forces resisted, the Dragon Guardian Special Forces only needed a detailed coordinate. There would be shooting stars in the sky. Hearing his uncle's words, the voice on the other end of the phone burst into laughter. All right, uncle, let's talk about the conditions. Dear nephew, you name the conditions. I'll agree to anything. If your father has any thoughts about you, I'll let you know as soon as I find out. No matter what happens, your uncle will stand firmly with you. Even if you make mistakes and poke a hole in the sky, your uncle will support you unconditionally. If your father punishes you, I will be the first to disagree. If he dares to act recklessly like this again, your uncle, I'll cut ties with him. To be honest, Tian had no conditions to offer his uncle. He just wanted to have a little fun at his uncle's expense. And since the goal had been achieved, he couldn't say anything more. All right, uncle, let's discuss the conditions in detail later. I'll let them allow you into Jiangzhou right now. Oh, my dear nephew is the best. Just for that sentence, if you come to Handong province, just give me a call. I'll personally go to the airport to carry you home. As soon as Gu Jun hung up the phone, Lung Feng received a call and immediately ordered them to be released. Just like that, the grand convoy entered Jiangzhou's territory. On the other side, this is impossible. Impossible. How could this happen? Xiao Lao San sat on the sofa, trembling as he held his phone, his face as pale as a ghost. The video showed either shocking. The victim of the Jiangzhou beating incident turns out to be the Prince of Kyoto. Xiao Lao San is panicking. The Terminator of criminal forces is taking action, and Jiangzhou is about to undergo a major reshuffle. The dark secrets of the Qiao family are being exposed. Once the local emperor, now a lamb to be slaughtered, or it showed all the police officers in Jiangzhou lined up singing Iron Bar's tears. To be honest, he had already felt that the Lin Shan his daughter had provoked during her lifetime was not a simple character. Otherwise, his daughter wouldn't have suffered so many losses. But who could have imagined that the background of this person completely shattered his understanding? In the video on the screen, fully armed black-clad individuals holding weapons were blocking traffic and sealing off police stations. This was clearly not an anti-crime operation. This was clearly a massacre. The most terrifying part was that the badge on those black-clad individuals clearly read, Dragon Guardian Special Forces. Thud! Xiao Lao San couldn't hold his phone properly, and it fell to the ground. At that moment, he really wanted to find a rope to hang himself from the beam. Meanwhile, those henchmen following Xiao San were also scared out of their wits. Third Master, there are special forces all outside now. The weapons are loaded. Third Master, should we run away? Some shrewd henchmen had already begun packing their bags and preparing to flee with cash. However, as soon as they drove into the city, they were captured by Gu Tian's men. Under the dark muzzles of the guns, these fleeing henchmen were so scared they wet their pants, not daring to utter a word, trembling and huddling on the ground. Big brother, I was wrong. Please give me a way out. I still have a wife and kids at home. I don't want to be with the Qiao family. It was Xiao Lao San who forced me to follow him. However, the black-clad team remained indifferent, their guns unmoving. In the end, these people were taken away in black transport vehicles. In the face of absolute power, any struggle is futile. Xiao San understood this very well. The identity of the Prince of Kyoto alone said it all. Inside a hotel in Jiangzhou. Report, Gu Shao. The Qiao family estate has been sealed off, and all those who attempted to flee have been captured. Should we launch an attack next? A black-clad person walked into Gu Tian's room and stood at attention. Oh, these people didn't resist? Gu Tian lazily sat up from the bed. Xiao Na was so arrogant, relying on her father to do as she pleased. Why is it that her father isn't even putting up a fight now? This is truly boring. There was no resistance. Not a single person resisted. The black-clad person said bitterly. To be honest, during their past missions, no matter how high the position or how great the power of the opponent, just hearing the name of the Dragon Guardian Special Forces was enough to scare them out of their wits. Moreover, with the addition of Gu Lao's son, now, a mere local criminal force, dare to resist? Not only would their 9 clans be wiped out, but even the chance of being reborn in the next life will be directly erased. Chapter 23. The arrest scene for the citizens of Jiangzhou. Such a big event was definitely something to watch. No one could refuse the sight of a large number of special forces carrying out mission. So, many people came over to watch. The Qiao family's villa was located by the Jiangzhou riverside. Although it was already late at night, the opposite bank was crowded with onlookers, some in slippers and pajamas, and even a few holding watermelons. Wow, have you heard? Xiao San offended the Prince of Kyoto. Is that true? The Prince of the capital? Gu Lao's son. No wonder the anti-terrorism team is here. What anti-terrorism team? Do they have such good equipment? Goodness. If the prince sneezed, wouldn't that wipe out Xiao San? Why such a huge show? Hey, don't stand there. That spot is where they're retrieving Qiao Na's body. Huh, what bad luck. At the same time, a large number of police officers who had been dispatched from other places rushed over. Upon seeing the scene before them, they instantly gaped. Their members were armed with handguns, but the black-clad anti-terrorism team members were holding assault rifles, and some even had rocket launchers. In the presidential suite, nephew. My dear nephew, can you give your second uncle a chance? Can you let me handle this matter? Seeing Gu Tian, who was still groggy, Gu Jun sat on the edge of the bed, pleading earnestly. At this moment, he had an extraordinary admiration for this nephew. When their investigation team first started looking into the Qiao family's criminal activities, Gu Tian's subordinates directly brought over a lot of organized documents. They even captured people involved with the Qiao family's criminal forces. The entire investigation team and the dispatched officers were left dumbfounded. The speed and efficiency of this operation were indeed too high. They had come all the way here, only to eat the ready-made results? Oh, second uncle. Qiao San hasn't even run away. He's still in the Qiao family villa. The documents and charges are all organized. You can just bring people to arrest him. Gu Tian yawned and sat up against the headboard. He had just slept for 2 hours, and now he was called up by his second uncle. No, nephew. It's easy for you to say, but without your orders, they won't let us in. Haven't they tried to go in and make arrests? But before they could get close to the Qiao family villa, they were stopped by members of the Lone Yu Special Forces. Oh, nephew, stop sleeping, stop sleeping. Why don't you just come with me? At least let Xiao San die with some clarity. Seeing Gu Tian's eyelids drooping, Gu Jun immediately panicked and urged again. Okay, I'll go. Second uncle, this is what you owe me. Remember, I've given you all the documents and files, caught all the big and small fish for you, saving you a lot of effort. Oh, I remember. Thank you, nephew. Thus, after Gu Tian got out of bed and dressed properly, he got into his second uncle's white A8 and drove toward the Qiao family villa, with a large number of police cars following behind. At the Qiao family villa, the lights were bright, but at this moment, the light felt eerily dead. Qiao Laosan had gone mad. Under the terrified gaze of several death warriors, he was slowly binding himself with explosives. He had no other choice. Initially, he planned to surrender obediently. The other side could crush him as easily as stepping on an ant. But then he thought, what would happen to his daughter's death if he just gave up? So even if he took someone down with him, it would be a consolation for his daughter in the afterlife. However, he didn't dare to pick up a gun directly. The opponents were not ordinary police officers. If they sensed he posed a threat, he would definitely be shot to pieces. Since he was going to die, he might as well take a few with him. With a ferocious expression, Qiao Laosan connected the last detonator. He had made his fortune from mining, and demolition technology was child's play for him. Of course, these explosives were also his strongest trump card in Jiangzhou, where he had built a vast network of officials and businessmen. When the investigation team had come to Jiangzhou to investigate, he had sent a subordinate covered in explosives to greet them as soon as they checked into their hotel. The next day, the investigation team left in disgrace. So, it was said that the waters of Jiangzhou were not something ordinary people could stir up, but this time, the other side hadn't even shown their face and had drained the waters of Jiangzhou dry. He had wagered his entire fortune, yet he had no basic qualifications to resist. Captain, let's just charge in. After we're done, we can still grab a late-night snack. One of the black-clad team members couldn't help but ask Lung Feng. They couldn't keep surrounding the place like this. A local gang like this could be blown up by their small team. Yet now, they were deploying such a large spectacle. Don't rush. Wait for young Master Gu's orders. Lung Feng said in a deep voice. He himself wasn't sure. Maybe young Master Gu had eaten too well at dinner, was asleep, or had he already forgotten about this matter? Without young Master Gu's command, they could only wait like this. Just then, a loud commotion came from the opposite riverbank. Dozens of police officers quickly ran over to maintain order at the scene. Several Audis with sirens blaring led the way, followed by an A8 slowly making its way over. In an instant, the crowd erupted into chaos. Many stretched their necks to look inside the car. Such a large spectacle must be a big shot. Nephew, it's all about you, Gu Jun said with a smile while holding the steering wheel. He always had a driver when he went out. This time, he was driving for his nephew. I don't know, maybe they're just curious. Tian yawned and casually pressed the window down halfway. In an instant, a wave of gasps rose from outside. The crowd of onlookers along the riverbank went wild. Wow, it's him. My God, am I seeing things? Isn't that the prince they mentioned in the news? Wow, is it really the prince? Look at this grandeur. Heavens, I'm actually breathing the same air as the prince. Many onlookers were dumbfounded, and gasps echoed one after another. Some who were live streaming saw the previous shot, and their stream surged to 100,000 viewers. On social media platforms, a trending topic appeared. Shocking. The Prince of Kyoto is present at the arrest scene of Qiao San's criminal activities. Fortunately, Gu Tian quickly rolled up the window. Oh, they really are looking at you. Gu Jun teased. Gu Tian smirked lazily, his fingers lightly tapping the window's sill. They're not looking at me. They're mainly here to see Qiao Lao San's last moments. After arriving at the scene, Gu Tian got out of the car and headed straight for the Qiao family villa. Seeing this, Lung Feng waved his hand, and a dense crowd of black-clad warriors surrounded him, not leaving an inch. Gulp. Gu Jun swallowed in shock. What? He just walked in like that. My nephew is too fierce. Chapter 24. The death of Qiao Lao San. Everyone stay back. Don't come any closer. Qiao San held two younger brothers hostage, shouting frantically at Gu Tian and the others while gripping the detonator. The two younger brothers had long turned pale with fear, their legs trembling. No. Third Master, didn't you say it was just for show? You can't actually blow it up. Damn it. Third Master, surrender. It's meaningless. It's meaningless. Oh, so you are Qiao Lao San? Gu Tian walked forward without a change in expression, his heart calm. The black-clad men and snipers within a 500-meter radius were in a panic. What the hell is going on? In reality, as long as Gu Shao gave a command, they could kill Qiao San in an instant, as easy as counting to one. But Gu Shao did not give any instructions at all. It felt like a cat catching a mouse, playing with it before eating. Upon seeing Gu Tian, Qiao Lao San shivered and instinctively began to retreat. The smile in Gu Tian's eyes deepened, but his voice was chilling. I heard you're quite arrogant. I heard you've been rampaging in Jiangzhou, and no one dares to mess with you? Oh, by the way, have you found your daughter? Every word pierced into Qiao Lao San's ears, making his breathing grow heavier. For the first time, he felt a fear that came from deep within his bones. The identity, background, and methods of the person before him were completely overwhelming to him. Just a finger could crush his entire family. Why you stay back? If you come any closer, I will. Seeing Qiao Lao San on the verge of a breakdown, Gu Jun panicked and quickly grabbed Gu Tian, urging him not to move forward. The man had so many explosives strapped to him. It looked dangerous and was indeed very unsafe. Plus, he was holding the detonator and had two hostages under his arms. If it exploded, good lord, Jiangzhou would be in chaos, and so would Kyoto. Under Gu Jun's urging, the negotiation expert hurriedly stepped forward to start negotiations. Qiao Lao San was unyielding, refusing to let anyone go. He either demanded to exchange the two hostages for his two younger brothers or nothing at all, leading to a stalemate in the negotiations. At that moment, Lung Feng came over with several documents and called Gu Tian to the back. The documents prominently displayed the dark history and crimes of the two younger brothers that Qiao Lao San had taken hostage. Just one of those charges could fill a whole peanut bag. Gu Tian glanced down, suddenly raised his head, and slammed the documents onto Lung Feng. With all these crimes, what was there to talk about? They were all heinous criminals. Bring me a rocket launcher. As soon as he said this, the scene fell silent for 3 seconds. Lung Feng, the black-clad team members. Everyone thought they had misheard. Gu Shao, are you serious? Lung Feng cautiously asked, tugging at the mask near his ear. Gu Tian shot him a glance and raised an eyebrow. Do I look like I'm joking? Lung Feng gasped and immediately waved his hand. Go. Bring the rocket launcher to Gu Shao. Two black-clad team members immediately ran to the special vehicle behind them and retrieved a long black metal box. Another took out the rocket launcher from inside. Gu Tian took it, slung it over his shoulder, and walked straight over. The negotiation expert was still trying to persuade Qiao Lao San when he suddenly noticed the look of sheer terror on Xiao Laosan's face as he continued to back away. Everyone turned around to see, and their jaws nearly hit the ground. What the hell? A rocket launcher? No. Is this a direct death sentence? Run. Maintain a safe distance. Damn it. Nephew. At least interrogate him first. Gu Jun tried to step forward to dissuade him, but the next second, he was pulled back by others. Xiao Laosan. Take care. Gu Tian pulled the trigger. Boom. The rocket soared towards Xiao Laosan with a long tail of flame. The negotiation expert, who had been desperately trying to mediate, was so scared that he jumped up on the spot. He had worn his lips raw. And what happened? They just opened fire. Give me peanuts. Xiao Laosan let out the most desperate roar of his life. The next second, with a thunderous boom, flames erupted, and a deafening sound shook the heavens. The massive shockwave knocked many people to the ground. Even Gu Tian was thrown back a meter. Nearby police officers maintaining order were utterly shocked by the explosion. What the hell? Am I seeing things? Good lord. It's really a rocket launcher? No. If we had this equipment, wouldn't it be a complete game changer against organized crime? My god. To see organized crime physically annihilated by a rocket launcher in my lifetime. Worth it. After a while, as the smoke cleared, everyone stumbled to their feet, brushing off the dust, their heads buzzing. Who would have thought that dealing with organized crime would involve a rocket launcher? Gu Shao. Gu Shao. Lung Feng was the first to react. A large group of black-clad team members rushed over to assist him. Gu Tian stood up covered in dust. His hair slightly tousled from the blast. Cough, cough, cough. The rocket launcher packs quite a punch. What model is this? I like it. After saying this, he cleaned his ears and turned to Lung Feng. Next time you fire a rocket launcher, remember to remind me to wear earplugs. Lung Feng. The police officers were dumbfounded. Gu Shao, can we prioritize our own safety? If something were to happen to you, the execution ground would have to switch to machine guns. Gu Jun, finally regaining his composure, saw the Qiao family engulfed in flames and nearly fainted. It's over. How am I supposed to write this report? I can't just write that during the anti-crime operation, my nephew fired a rocket launcher at the other side, can I? Thinking of this, he checked the time and quickly called his brother. Beep, beep, beep. The call connected, and Gu Jun dusted off his hair, his face filled with bitterness. Big brother, cough, cough, the Qiao family is gone. There was a 3-second silence on the other end of the line. Then Gu Feng's voice came through softly. I know. Let Gu Tian handle it. The Qiao family has no way out. Gu Yun. So, what do we do about this? Gu Feng smiled meaningfully. You can ask Gu Tian about this. After saying that, he hung up, leaving Gu Jun staring at the chaotic scene of the Qiao family villa engulfed in flames. Nephew, with you handling it like this, how am I supposed to deal with the reports from below? Gu Tian slowly pressed down the car window, raising an eyebrow and smiling. What else can we do? Xiao Laosan was strapped with explosives and took hostages, and then the villa's gas line accidentally exploded. A gas explosion? Do you think others are fools? All right, second uncle, I'm going back to the hotel to sleep. Lung Feng, notify logistics to assist in cleaning up the aftermath. Yes. Gu Shao. Gu Yun. So, under Gu Jun's bewildered gaze, Gu Tian calmly got into the A8 and stylishly left the scene. Chapter 25. The curtain falls on Jiangzhou early the next morning. The entire social media landscape of the Dragon Kingdom exploded. Heavy-hitting, trending topics shot up the charts like cannonballs. Shocking. The Qiao family's criminal organization in Jiangzhou was taken down by the Crown Prince of Kyoto in one fell swoop. Jiangzhou's major crackdown on crime. The Qiao family destroyed. The Crown Prince of Kyoto is a righteous avenger. Social media went wild. In the video footage, there were just glimpses of Gu Tian standing at the scene, communicating with police officers. Especially his disheveled appearance after the explosion was captured from various angles by the cameraman. It showed his weary figure, but never his face. Undoubtedly, netizens were in an uproar. Wow, is this really the Crown Prince of Kyoto? The Crown Prince was also on site. The angle of the shots is incredible. Not showing his face makes it even more mysterious. Oh my, how dangerous is this? There was even a fire? The Crown Prince actually showed up in person? Bad reviews for the cameraman. Basically, goodbye to the photography industry. Many netizens frantically searched for photos of Gu Tian's face, but found none. Meanwhile, Jiangzhou also released a related announcement. The Qiao family's criminal organization was officially destroyed, and the involved members would face serious consequences. Additionally, all officials in Jiangzhou would be removed and replaced. Many citizens applauded this outcome. Some even posted videos claiming the crown prince was a righteous figure. However, netizens were more focused on the real power and capital suppression. Who would have thought the crown prince of Kyoto was studying at Jiangzhou University? And the Qiao family was so arrogant, yet they couldn't last even a minute? At the Jiangzhou International Hotel, in the presidential suite, Tian sat by the floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the luxury cars driving in below. These people weren't there to pick someone up. They were there specifically to see him off. Young Master Gu, it's time to head back to Kyoto. Tang Lan smiled as she approached him with a glass of wine. The people of Jiangzhou see you as a hero. In just 2 days, you've changed the fate of a city. Tian shook the wine glass and chuckled lightly. Thank you, but I was just eliminating harm for the people. He knew in his heart that Jiangzhou was merely a small appetizer. Meanwhile, at the Gu family villa, in the study, a stack of thick documents sat on the intricately carved desk, with Gu Feng meticulously reviewing them. At that moment, the study door was gently pushed open. A graceful noblewoman entered, holding a steaming cup of tea, exuding the calmness and elegance of a distinguished family. Are you saying you didn't consider Shao Tian's feelings this time? Upon hearing this, Gu Feng paused, chuckling softly. His feelings? I guessed them the moment he returned to Jiangzhou. He had to admit, although he had figured out his son's intentions, what his son did had elevated his own reputation to unprecedented heights. In the eyes of the public, he appeared majestic and mysterious. But now, his son was living an ordinary life in Jiangzhou, enduring hardships and being humiliated. In the end, he not only eradicated the criminal forces, but also broke through the order of Jiangzhou with a thunderous approach, returning in glory. These events undoubtedly further solidified his prestige, showing the world not just the power from above, but also the journey from ordinary people back to ordinary people. Qian Hui gently covered her nose, amused by her husband's words, her beautiful eyes shining with tenderness and pride. So, our son has at least changed. Changed? He just learned to play the cat-and-mouse game. Gu Feng gently picked up his teacup, took a sip, and continued, but he is indeed more mature than before. Qian Hui nodded, a hint of comfort on her face. The child is growing up. That is always a good thing. I'm planning to give him another 5 billion to help him invest in a startup project. Upon hearing this, Gu Feng instantly became anxious, quickly waving his hands. No. Starting a business is out of the question. He has already been admitted to Kyoto University. Let him finish his studies first. Seeing her husband's determined expression, Qian Yu nodded. That afternoon, the cabinet and the New Dragon Society officially released a joint announcement, making 2 significant decisions public. The first, legislative amendments regarding school bullying. This bill explicitly stated that to protect students' healthy growth, any bullying behavior, regardless of age, would be severely punished according to the Dragon Law once verified, with the death penalty for serious cases. No bullying. Bullying will lead to the death penalty. The second, a special action plan for an 8-month crackdown on crime. Starting today, the cabinet formed a special inspection team led by Comrade Gu Jun to carry out large-scale inspections across various regions and conduct corresponding surveys. Once these 2 decisions were published, they instantly sparked frenzied media coverage. All eyes from the outside were on Gu Tian. The mysterious crown prince made the cabinet come up with 2 brand new decisions overnight. Netizens went wild discussing it, and the comments section exploded. Wow, the crown prince is ruthless. He made the cabinet revise the law overnight. This is a real big shot. What AK, WZY, or Kyoto rich kids? Only young Master Gu is the real master. This is great. Who would dare to mess with the underworld in the future? Who would dare to bully? They'd be eating peanuts. Wait, does anyone have a high-definition photo of the crown prince's face? Late at night, Kyoto International Airport was brightly lit, surrounded by heavy security lines. The top of the terminal building occasionally flashed with a light from a sniper scope. Security personnel armed with the truth patrolled silently. A plane adorned with the image of 9 dragons slowly descended. This flight was the private jet of Lin Guisian, the first generation returning from visits to other countries. Once the plane stabilized, the door slowly opened, and a refined figure appeared at the top of the gangway. The densely packed assembly of members greeted in unison. Lin Lao. You've worked hard. You all have worked hard too. Lin Guoxian scanned the crowd with a fierce gaze, speaking in a calm tone. After finishing, he was escorted to the car by his guards. Watching the convoy leave, the members let out a long sigh of relief. Some quietly returned to their cars to leave, while more gathered together to whisper among themselves. They knew Lin Lao's original foreign visit was supposed to last 2 months, yet he returned a month early, which must have deeper implications. As cabinet members, they understood that entering the officialdom was like entering a deep sea. A slight disturbance could cause great waves. What happened? Was Lin Lao's foreign visit not smooth? That shouldn't be. Lin Lao appeared amiable, so it should have gone well. Could it be that the 2 new decisions released by Gu Lao conflicted with Lin Lao's ideas? That shouldn't be either. These 2 decisions aligned with public sentiment and shouldn't have major issues. Stop discussing. It's meaningless. Do you think Lin Lao visited his daughter during this trip? How would I know? I don't even know what Lin Lao's daughter's name is. Her name is Lin Shusi. Remember, write it down in your notebook. Chapter 26. Where is it suitable for the old servant to be tied up? Isn't this your home? Looking at the magnificent hotel in front of her, Shen Yao's mouth dropped open in shock after getting out of the car. She had thought the Jiangzhou International Hotel was impressive enough, but after arriving in Kyoto, Tian brought her to this place. The resplendent building, surrounded by numerous security guards holding the truth, made it clear to any normal person that this hotel was not a place for ordinary people to stay. Yes, let's go. Tian walked ahead, with Tang Lan and Lung Feng pushing several suitcases behind them. None of these belonged to Tian. They were all Shen Yao's belongings. There was no helping it. The little girl couldn't bear to throw this or that away. It left Tian feeling quite helpless, since she still hadn't realized the extent of his wealthy identity. He might as well take everything along. At the entrance of the Tianchi Hotel, a group of waitresses dressed in OL black stockings were already standing on the steps. Upon seeing Tian walk up, they all sweetly exclaimed, "Young Master Gu, welcome home." Such a charming and respectful voice left Shen Yao momentarily dazed. She rarely used Douyin and didn't keep up with online news. Even though it had been confirmed online that Lin Chen, who had been beaten, was the son of a prominent family in Kyoto and Gu Lao's son, she had not come across this information. In her mind, Tian was merely a child from a wealthy family in Kyoto. As for how wealthy, she couldn't even imagine it. Perhaps a monthly living expense of 4,000 or 5,000 was what a rich young man lived on. As soon as Tian stepped into the hotel lobby, manager Xie rushed out of the elevator at full speed, nearly losing his shoes. "Young master, you're back. The old servant has missed you to death." He had watched Tian grow up. Back then, Tian often stayed out all night, and the Tianchi Hotel was like his second home. Of course, this hotel also belonged to the Qian family group. The only difference was that the clientele here was quite complex. All guests were either rich or noble. Many were members of the elite circle in Kyoto, or overseas guests who chose to stay here. "Oh, come on, why are you so excited? It's only been a year." Tian pretended to be annoyed and pushed manager Xie aside. "All right, young master." Manager Xie quickly jumped aside, smiling. "What do you think the old servant should be tied up? Are the rooms ready?" "Ready." Manager Xie nodded vigorously. "How many rooms?" "2. Your room has never been touched, and another princess suite has been specially prepared for Miss Shen." When manager Xie reported this, the looks from the waitresses in black stockings at Shen Yao were filled with envy. The Tianchi Hotel had high recruitment standards. Not only did applicants need to have exquisite looks and slender figures, but they also required high educational backgrounds and family backgrounds, stricter than many airlines hiring flight attendants. So, when they came here for interviews, it was partly for the high salary and partly to attract the attention of the young master. If they caught his eye, it could lead them to the pinnacle of their lives. If they had the young master's child, they couldn't dare to think further. That would be a dragon seed. A mother is honored by her child. Unfortunately, despite their hard work, the young master had never looked at them directly. After entering the room, Shen Yao was as excited as a happy little bird. The waitresses in black stockings brought various fruit platters and drinks. Affectionately calling Tian young Master Gu. Shun Yao followed suit, running up to Gu Tian and said, I can't call you by your name anymore. Should I call you young master? Looking at her adorably naive face, Gu Tian couldn't help but pinch her cheek and smiled. You can call me whatever you want. Anyway, a drop of kindness deserves a fountain of repayment. Hearing this, Shun Yao felt warm inside, her eyes reddening as she enjoyed Gu Tian's gentle touch on her face. How could she have such a fortunate encounter with such a noble person? In that moment, her fate was rewritten. From now on, she had to follow him closely and treat him even better. Thinking of this, Shun Yao suddenly raised her head, her clear eyes filled with determination. Young master. Oh no. Young Master Gu, I will definitely follow you from now on and treat you even better. Oh, following me? How do you plan to treat me well? Shun Yao pouted and thought for a few seconds, then said with youthful persistence and determination, You have helped me, so I must repay you 1,000 times. I can serve you tea, give you massages, and I will. Whatever you say, I will do. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the room became flirtatious. Shun Yao realized she had said something bold, and her face instantly turned red. The two waitresses beside her looked on with envy. This girl truly knows how to play her cards right. Would young master really fall for this? Would he give her a black card in return? If young master likes this approach, then they should also act a little cuter in the future. Gu Tian was taken aback. Her declaration of loyalty was a bit too sudden. He hadn't done anything special. All right, since that's the case, will you listen to me from now on? I will. The girl nodded firmly, though her face was filled with questions. Good, since you will listen, then you will go to school tomorrow. Kyoto University has already accepted you. Gu Tian casually handed Shun Yao the documents on the table. Upon hearing school, the two waitresses almost burst into laughter. After all those sweet words exchanged with young master, the result was school. But the next second, when they heard Kyoto University, their eyes widened in shock. What? Kyoto University? Wow. She got the acceptance letter from Kyoto University just by being cute? Great. I will go to Kyoto University to register tomorrow. Shun Yao obediently nodded. Now, Gu Tian had become an omnipotent big boy in her heart. Since he wanted her to further her education at a top university, she would obey and not become a worthless burden. After explaining to Shun Yao about the shopping schedule for tomorrow, Gu Tian left the Tianchi Hotel and headed to the club. Wang Hao had called to say he was back, and the social scene in Kyoto was instantly buzzing. Many children of the elite had come to the club to help with the business. Even some people who had been overseas for a long time rushed back just to meet him and raise a glass in his honor. Brother Tian, where are you? Hurry up. The Qin family, Zhao family, and Du family have all sent people. Each one of them has become a top-tier member. Wang Hao's excited voice came through the voice message. Got it. Gu Tian pressed the gas pedal, and a Ferrari SF90 disappeared down the street. Chapter 27. Daily life of Gu Shao with a unique license plate and a limited edition luxury car. The road to the clubhouse was clear, and the cameras would malfunction upon capturing the license plate. In less than 30 minutes, Gu Tian arrived at his destination. However, just as he turned the corner, the entire street suddenly began playing Welcome to Kyoto. The road had been cleared, and over 30 Cullinan vehicles spontaneously formed a welcoming convoy, their lights flashing in Morse code. Congratulations on your return, Gu Shao. At the entrance of the clubhouse, as soon as Wang Hao saw Gu Tian's car approaching, he picked up the loudspeaker and started shouting, Brothers and sisters, welcome our Gu Shao back. In an instant, the crowd at the entrance erupted in cheers, resembling a celebrity support rally. Gu Shao. It's really Gu Shao. Gu Shao. I just passed my lifeguard certification for deep water. Does your family S-Pool need someone to fetch gold bars? Gu Shao. Your license plate, long 8888, is clearer than my life plan. Gu Shao. The exhaust from your luxury car smells better than my perfume. Even the cleaning lady waved her broom like a glow stick. Seeing such a festive scene, Gu Tian was initially shocked, but quickly calmed down. Just like before in Kyoto, the people celebrating at the entrance were all unqualified to enter the clubhouse, only able to attract his attention in this way. Maybe he would be in a good mood one day. As Gu Tian stepped out of the car, surrounded by bodyguards, the atmosphere reached its peak. The crowd raised their hands in excitement, as if they had seen the sun. However, hardly anyone took out their phones to shoot videos or post on social media. One reason was fear of upsetting Gu Shao, and the other was that the venue was equipped with a signal jammer, so there was no network. Tian, they're all here to welcome you. Wang Hao excitedly ran over, pointing at the people behind the barricade. Gu Tian snorted. Wasn't it you who called them here? He could see through Wang Hao's little business schemes. Obviously, the news of his return to Kyoto was released by Wang Hao. Gu Shao is coming to the clubhouse tonight. Everyone come to spend. There's a chance to get a signed photo with Gu Shao for a screensaver. Hence, there are now these excited socialites and handsome guys shouting outside. It's all for business. If these people come in, the business in the hall will explode, right? Gu Tian thought for a moment and nodded. Wang Hao suddenly turned around and shouted to the crowd outside, "Great! Gu Shao is in a good mood tonight. Everyone can come in to spend." As soon as he finished speaking, the security guard opened the barricade, and everyone cheered as they surged in. The spending was not just money. It was a ladder to the upper echelons of society. As Wang Hao had said, once they entered the VIP area of the bar, various privileged youths raised their glasses and approached with expressions of worship. Gu Shao, do you still remember me? I'm the son of director Sunday Gu Shao. Gu Shao, do you remember me? Back in high school, you beat me up. Oh, that punch awakened me, and I never acted recklessly again. Gu Shao, and me, you also beat me. After all these years, I still vividly remember that beating. You changed my life. These people were all privileged youths within the Kyoto circle, with parents in the local government system. However, in front of Gu Tian, they were all like younger brothers. Yes, I remember you all. Gu Tian took the drink served by the waiter, raised it to signal, and then took a sip. The crowd below responded by raising their glasses and downing their drinks in unison, creating a sense of a Liangshan uprising. After drinking, naturally there was a photo session. Gu Tian readily agreed. Entering the VIP area, everyone had contributed 10 million, so he had to give them this face. But for these people, it was not just a simple photo. Sometimes it could even serve as a life-saving token. Let us go, Tian Gu. Continue, there are more people inside. Wang Hao grabbed Gu Tian's arm and pushed him further in. Damn, how many people did you actually call? There were at least 500 in the hall just now. There are over 200 in this VIP area. Are there still more inside? Based on this scale, good heavens, tonight is going to be a huge profit. Meanwhile, the finance minister of Kyoto was woken up in the middle of the night by a call from his secretary. As soon as he picked up, he heard the secretary's excited screams. Minister, our Kyoto GDP has suddenly started to surge. What? How could it suddenly increase? Give me more details. The minister said, his eyes wide open. The economy has been a bit sluggish. It can't suddenly become active without warning, right? Yes. Kinshi Clubhouse, Kinshi Hotel, the Tian Group's industry. The secretary shouted over the phone. What? Kinshi Clubhouse? The minister exclaimed, but quickly realized. Good heavens, the prince is really impressive. Not long ago, he made all the underworld forces tremble. Now he returns to Kyoto and directly boosts the city's GDP. Incredible. When Gu Tian opened his eyes again, it was already the next morning. The only things in his mind were the scenes of many people toasting him last night and the fragmented memories of Tanglan driving him back when he was drunk. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Gu Tian groggily sat up, leaning against the headboard. The door was pushed open, and a delicate little face peeked in. Xinyao blinked her clear, apricot eyes, searching for his figure. Gu Shao, young master? Still here, not up yet? Seeing Gu Tian, still lying in bed, Xinyao quickly ran over with a cup of warm water. It's time to get up. The sun is almost shining on your backside. Gu Tian lazily reached out to ruffle her hair, his voice a bit hoarse from the hangover. Why did you come so early? How did you sleep last night? Xinyao raised her small face, pouting. How can you ask me how I slept last night? Who made you drink so much? I and Sister Tanglan took care of you all night. Gu Tian smiled awkwardly at her words. He genuinely didn't remember, but still symbolically pinched her cheek. Oh, really? Thank you so much. I must take you out to have a good time in Kyoto tonight. Yay! Xinyao spun in excitement, making One's heart soften. After the two had a meal in the hotel, they drove to Kyoto's most bustling shopping district. Once the car was parked, they began to shop, eat, and play. As they were leaving the entertainment center, a nearby jewelry store caught Gu Tian's attention. He remembered that this was a Hermes store, and the owner was very nice. always bringing over a truckload of limited edition new products for him to choose from first. Hey, Shun Yao, do you like jewelry? Upon hearing this, Shun Yao in the passenger seat immediately panicked and hurriedly tugged at Gu Tian's clothes. I don't like it. Not at all. Let us go back. I'm a bit tired. She had already been scared by Gu Tian's terrifying spending habits. Well, he bought her a bag. He asked her which one she didn't like. She had no idea what he meant, and didn't know the prices of those bags. So she randomly pointed out a few she didn't like. Then Gu Tian waved his hand and ordered all the rest except those few to be sent to Tianchi Hotel. With a swipe of the card, it totaled 3 million, let alone 3 million. Even 1 million was an astronomical figure for her. So she really doesn't want to go shopping now. She just wants to hurry back to the hotel. Chapter 28, I want it all low, but I like it. Before Shun Yao could react, Gu Tian put on his sunglasses, opened the car door, and got out. How could a little girl not like jewelry? On the way to Kyoto, he casually threw away the plastic bracelet that Shun Yao had made before. It was time to buy her some real luxurious and beautiful jewelry. Since it was Gu Tian who wanted to buy, Shun Yao naturally had nothing to say and could only follow along in a daze. They walked into a jewelry store. An enthusiastic sales clerk came over. Are you two here to look at gold jewelry or gems? Our jewelry store just opened, and we have great discounts. In the midst of speaking, her gaze scanned Shun Yao's delicate face like an X-ray, then began to scrutinize the sunglasses wearing Gu Tian. The girl was very beautiful and pure, dressed expensively. However, her eyes were a bit evasive and cautious. But the man in sunglasses was different, calm and casual, especially when he looked at the jewelry. His movements were as casual as if he were shopping in a market. So she analyzed. This man must be very wealthy. This girl might be a student, possibly being kept by this man. Moreover, this man was likely married or had a girlfriend, hence the sunglasses. In that case, her main target must be this girl. As long as she could persuade the girl would whine, and this man would definitely pay without hesitation. After all, if he hesitated even a little, the original partner might come after them. Taking advantage of Gu Tian browsing other counters, the saleswoman slightly leaned forward, took out a beautiful necklace from the display, and presented it to Shun Yao. This necklace was priced at 68,000, a favorite among many socialites and beautiful women. Many infatuated suitors would even eat instant noodles just to buy this for their goddess. So she was confident that the other party would like it. Who would have thought that? Shun Yao didn't even look at it, shaking her head like a rattle drum. I don't like it. I really don't like it. Upon hearing this, the saleswoman's smile instantly froze on her face, and she cursed inwardly. Damn, what a high-end situation. Then she presented several more options, her smile becoming increasingly exaggerated. But all she got in return was Shun Yao's repeated, I don't like it. I really don't like it. After a series of efforts, the saleswoman was almost exhausted. At the same time, she attracted the attention of many customers. Other female customers were captivated by these jewels and couldn't move, but this girl kept shaking her head in refusal. Was she too wealthy to like them? Or did she simply not have the money? But if she couldn't afford it, why did she come in to browse? For a moment, many people began to discuss. What? That was my favorite piece, and that woman didn't like it? Wow, this girl must be some rich young lady with such high standards. Sure, what rich lady? She asked, shaking her head like a rattle drum and still politely rejecting others. Ha ha. The mocking laughter of nearby customers made the saleswoman feel particularly pleased. As the store's top salesperson who had received professional training, she had to provide enthusiastic service even to someone poorly dressed, even if she looked down on them. But in this situation, she was very angry inside, but had to hold it in. Asking this one didn't like, asking that one also didn't like. What did she actually like? Was she purposely toying with her? So the saleswoman smiled and began to dig for information. Oh, miss, your taste is quite high. May I ask what your budget is today? Shun Yao, being naive, couldn't pick up on such hints. Besides, it was Gu Tian who was coming to buy. She was just accompanying him. I don't have a budget. My budget is 0. I can't afford such expensive jewelry. As soon as these words came out, people around burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. I thought she was some rich lady. What a disappointment. Ha ha. She can't afford it, but still dares to come in. That's quite brave. This is hilarious. I thought she was going to ask for the most expensive jewelry. The customer's mockery made the saleswoman even happier, feeling a sense of revenge. Miss, you're too funny. Your outfit doesn't look like that of a customer who can't afford it. Could it be that all these designer clothes you're wearing were bought for you by that man in sunglasses over there? How did you know? These clothes were all bought for me by him. Shen Yao nodded innocently, admitting everything. You have no money, but you're so beautiful. The gentleman who came with you is wearing sunglasses. This clearly looks like a sugar daddy situation. The prejudices in people's minds were like a mountain. In no time, Shen Yao became the center of discussion among several customers at the counter. Coupled with the saleswoman's probing, everyone around was laughing together. Tian, who was at another counter, noticed the scene and walked over in confusion. What's wrong, Shen Yao? Huh? Hearing Tian's voice, Shen Yao turned her head, blinking her clear, beautiful eyes in bewilderment. Haven't you found a piece of jewelry you like? Before Tian could answer, a man who looked wealthy came up and patted Tian on the shoulder, revealing a knowing look. Brother, not bad. Your girl is so beautiful and pure. Which university did you find her at? Girl? Which university? Tian was completely bewildered. He looked up and saw other customers with expressions that said, "We all understand," and the saleswoman smiling with pride. Something was off. However, Tian didn't get angry on the spot. Instead, he turned to Shen Yao. Did you not choose any jewelry you like? What are they talking about? Shen Yao immediately repeated what she had discussed with the saleswoman. Upon hearing this, Tian's face instantly darkened, and he squinted as he examined the scheming saleswoman and the surrounding customers. The saleswoman quickly pretended to explain, "It's nothing, sir. This lady just didn't like this one or that one. I recommended 16 of the most popular styles, but she didn't like any of them and couldn't articulate what she wanted, so I was just trying to communicate with her to define her preferences." But Tian didn't give her a chance to be pretentious. "Since they're all the most popular, I'll take all 16. Pack them up." As soon as he spoke, the surroundings fell into a dead silence. The saleswoman's mouth dropped open, completely at a loss for words. The customers who were still mocking turned their shocked gazes toward Tian, their faces full of disbelief. Chapter 29, No Apologies. Or, you might lose your life. Wait a minute. Sir, did you just say to pack up everything this young lady has seen? The female salesperson's voice trembled as she realized what was happening. It should be known that everything she had recommended ranged from the cheapest to the most expensive, starting from over 60,000 all the way to 600,000. The total value of these dozen or so items was well over 5 million. Now the other party says they want it all. If she had known the other party was so extravagant, she definitely wouldn't have made fun of them. Tian, wearing sunglasses, made it impossible to see his eyes and coldly said, "Yes, pack it all up. Charge it to my card." At this moment, the other customers nearby instantly began to whisper among themselves, their expressions uniformly shocked at Tian's demeanor. The wealthy man next to them looked even more embarrassed and quickly tried to play the nice guy. "Hey, brother, are you serious? For a girl like this, you can find this girl at any university." To be fair, his bank account didn't even add up to 5 million. He genuinely wanted to ask where the other party found such a girl, but the other party's extravagant spending immediately made him lose face. "Excuse me, she's not a mistress. Please don't be so rude and point fingers behind someone's back." Tian slowly turned around, looking at the man with a half smile. Today, he was in a good mood and didn't want to kill anyone. If the man continued to act like a clown in front of him, he wouldn't mind fulfilling that desire. This statement made the man with the gold chain turn red with anger, unable to retort for a moment. Soon, several salespeople brought out dozens of exquisitely packaged jewelry boxes. In the shocked gaze of the scheming salesperson, Tian generously swiped his card to pay. The sound of gasps echoed around them. Over 5 million. Just like that. How incredibly extravagant. Just when the scheming salesperson was fantasizing about being the sales champion this month, Tian leisurely stepped forward and said with a smirk, "I've already bought the items. And you didn't serve me for free. Now we should talk about an apology, right?" "What? Apologize?" The female salesperson was stunned for a moment, but quickly understood the implications. She certainly couldn't apologize. That would mean admitting to her earlier sarcastic remarks. She was the sales champion. There were so many eyes on her. She absolutely couldn't admit it. "I'm sorry, sir. I don't quite understand what you mean. Are you saying my service was inadequate? If you think my service was lacking, I can apologize. She insisted that her service had no issues. Apologizing for the service would mean the other party was being unreasonable. Tian was a fool and spoke plainly. How did you ask her questions just now? Your questions seemed to make the surrounding customers laugh quite a bit, including this customer who asked me where I found this mistress. Hearing this, the scheming salesperson panicked a little. She didn't expect the other party to be so direct. The man with the chain now had some courage, having been embarrassed by the other party earlier, and felt it was now his chance to retaliate. He immediately took on the role of an experienced person to educate. Hey, young man, she didn't say anything about a mistress, so why should she apologize? You spent so much, and now you're causing trouble? Your spending habits don't seem to match your behavior. Furthermore, mentioning a mistress was something I asked you. Look at this girl. She is so beautiful and innocent. Obviously a college student, and you're wearing sunglasses leading her around a jewelry store. It's easy to think of her as a mistress. After saying this, the man with the chain proudly glanced at the other customers. No doubt, the other customers immediately nodded in agreement. People love to band together. You spent over 5 million. And we just watched? Now we definitely have to stand together. Oh, so you all think she is my mistress? Gu Tian lazily raised his head after putting his card away. Many people nodded in unison, their faces showing agreement. Gu Tian then looked at the female salesperson, who also nodded, but then quickly shook her head. But it was too late. Gu Tian took off his sunglasses, his cold gaze looking down on the crowd. In an instant, boom, everyone in the jewelry store felt as if they had been struck by lightning. The next second, a chorus of gasps erupted. My goodness, the young master of Kyoto. How could they not recognize that face? Everyone was dumbfounded. Some even began to tremble. Others retreated to the door of the store and then ran away, not to mention the man with the chain. When he saw Gu Tian's face, he collapsed to the ground, his face pale. What? Not going to continue? Weren't you just gossiping? Gu Tian's cold gaze swept over the crowd. The innate fear made everyone swallow hard, not daring to raise their heads. Who had the courage to look the young master in the eye? I'm sorry. I'm sorry, young Master Gu. I was wrong. I was wrong. The scheming female salesperson stuttered, bowing her head in apology. Just a moment ago, she was worried that not apologizing might cost her the sales champion. Now, if she didn't apologize, she might lose her life. This scene left Shun Yao's beautiful eyes wide with shock. She didn't understand why everyone was so frightened when Gu Tian took off his sunglasses. Could it be that Gu Tian's family was involved in the underworld like Joanna? But seeing Gu Tian's serious expression, she didn't dare to approach. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, young Master Gu. I was wrong. I didn't recognize the mountain. I shouldn't have spoken. The more Gu Tian remained unresponsive, the more terrified the man with the chain became, dropping to his knees and starting to slap his own face. Get up. Gu Tian grabbed the man by his chain and lifted him up, who was now terrified and trembling. Just a moment ago, he had admitted that she was his mistress and shamelessly asked where he found her. Now he was begging for mercy? Too late. Young master, I was wrong. I was wrong. I was wrong. As his pleas escalated, Gu Tian pressed the man's head down, smashing it against the counter with a loud bang. Crash! The glass of the counter shattered everywhere. The man with the chain sat on the ground, blood pouring from his head, not even daring to wipe the blood from his face, continuously bowing his head in plea. Under the terrified gaze of the crowd, Gu Tian took out a black gold card and handed it to the salesperson. Compensated the price. The scheming salesperson didn't dare to accept. Even if the boss knew it was the young master's doing, he wouldn't dare to hold them accountable. Watching the scheming salesperson panic and refuse, Gu Tian sternly said, "Take it." With a loud shout, the scheming female salesperson was so frightened that she broke down and fainted on the spot. Damn it! Who is causing trouble? Who is causing trouble? Qin Shi, who had just parked his car nearby, saw this scene happening in his store and ran over. He was in a very bad mood today. Hearing that the young master of Kyoto had returned, he immediately went to the Tianxi club to toast him. But instead, he was tricked by Wang Hao into getting a membership and charged tens of millions into it. And what happened? Last night, he didn't even get to see young Master Gu's face. He ended up getting drunk. Chapter 30. The fearful Qin Shi who dares to cause trouble in my territory. Qin Dasha. Qin Shi rushed in fiercely, only to be completely stunned upon entering the store. The employees and customers were all frozen in place, trembling all over but showing no other reaction. Just as he was about to ask what was happening, he turned around and saw Gu Tian with a gloomy face. In his heart, Qin Shi exclaimed, "Damn." The next second, his legs went weak, and he fell to his knees. There was no reason for it, just an innate fear. Gu! Gu! Brother Tian! Brother Tian! Qin Shi suppressed his inner fear and staggered forward. Brother Tian! Who made you angry? This is my jewelry store. Who do you say made you angry? I will kill him. Looking at the youth in front of him who was stuttering and trembling, Gu Tian raised an eyebrow. Oh, you know me? I know. Brother Tian, it's me. Qin Shi, your little brother. Qin Shi's mind went blank, nodding repeatedly in an attempt to jog Gu Tian's memory. Watching his boss look terrified in front of the prince, the employees' fear levels rose several degrees again. The kid from the Qin family? Seeing the other party recall, Qin Shi instantly showed a look of relief. Yes. Brother Tian, I'm that kid from the Qin family, Qin Shi. Oh, Qin Shi. Gu Tian finally remembered. This was the Qin Shi that Wang Hao mentioned last night, who also brought a girl along. However, he was drunk last night and probably didn't greet him. It's nothing, just a misunderstanding because your salesperson spoke poorly. I've already compensated for the broken items at market price. Gu Tian stepped forward, patted Qin Shi's shoulder, and displayed an expression of an older brother comforting his younger brother. Unexpectedly, Qin Shi instantly exploded in anger, pointing at the employees and shouting, "Which salesperson made my brother Tian angry? Step forward and I'll spare you." Gu Tian chuckled, raised his hand, and pointed under the counter. There, the one who fainted. Qin Shi stepped forward and gasped. Fainted? So it's understandable that I knelt down in fear earlier. Get few people, carry the salesperson out, and throw her on the roadside. Qin Shi stepped back and sternly ordered the few stunned employees nearby. Boss, she what? Qin Shi slammed the counter. She's not useful at all. I want all these salespeople fired after this. Are you all still not clear on the situation when you're already on the brink of death? She is the sales champion. One employee trembled as he spoke. What do you mean by sales champion? One person can support the entire jewelry store. As soon as the employee finished speaking, Qin Shi jumped up and yelled, "Damn! I absolutely hate sales champions the most. Get her out of here." At this point, several employees finally snapped back to reality and hurriedly dragged the scheming salesperson away. Just as Qin Shi was smiling and turning to curry favor with Gu Tian again, he found Gu Tian already walking outside with a bag of jewelry in one hand and a girl in the other. Gu Shao! Qin Shi chased him outside. Gu Tian had already opened the car door, casually waved his hand to signal him to go back, making a gesture as if to say it was nothing and he was leaving. But from a different angle, to Qin Shi, it clearly looked like a throat-slitting gesture. In an instant, boom, Qin Shi felt a chill rush from his feet straight to his head, as if struck by lightning. Damn, I'm going to die. 5 minutes later, Qin Shi finally snapped back to reality from his immense fear and shakily took out his phone from his pocket. Dad, I seemed to have offended the prince. Boom! A furious roar erupted from the other end of the line. What are you saying? Say it again. On the way back to the hotel, Shun Yao was full of questions, continuously asking Gu Tian why those people looked so terrified upon seeing his face. She was even curious about how wealthy his family was. Was it richer than Ma Yin? Richer than Ma Huateng? Gu Tian smiled. With no other choice, he told her search the news and download Douyin. Driven by her overwhelming curiosity, Shun Yao obediently did as told. 1 minute later, the car was filled with unprecedented screams. Meanwhile, the president of Kyoto University was sweating profusely in front of the documents on the table. The prince had arranged for someone to attend Kyoto University, and he had to provide the best service. The most basic operations were definitely not enough. He had to give the best. Are there any single rooms left for our finance PhD students? No, President. The logistics minister shook his head, reporting truthfully. How about the 2-person rooms for master students? None either. What about the 3-person rooms for graduate students? None. Upon hearing this, the The president slammed the table. None of these. None of those. How am I supposed to arrange accommodation? Are you trying to eat peanuts? Seeing the suddenly furious president and hearing about eating peanuts, the logistics minister straightened his back. President, may I ask, who is coming to stay? A girl arranged by the prince. Boom. The logistics minister's hand trembled, spilling tea all over the place. Yes, President. Yes. Yes. The prince's person, even if he has to sleep on the street. We must arrange for her. Otherwise, those peanuts will really have to be eaten. The logistics minister didn't care about the pain from the burns and quickly dialed a number. Hello. Clear out a single room in the PhD area for me. What? None? Are you trying to eat peanuts? Find an excuse. Let her graduate early. At night, the restaurant at Tianchi Hotel was very elegant. After an afternoon of shock, Shun Yao gradually accepted reality. Upon learning Gu Tian's true identity in the car, she had fainted 3 times from fear. It was Gu Tian who pinched her acupoint to wake her up. Although she accepted it, she still felt a bit dazed at the moment. Who would have thought that the Lin Shun who had previously squeezed onto the subway with her, borrowed money from her, and was even starving without food, was actually the Prince of Kyoto, Gu Lao's son? Gu Tian, no. Young master. Shun Yao's face turned red, poking at the food on her plate with her fork. Her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. You, if I make you unhappy in the future, will you do something to me? She had already seen the related marketing accounts and the comments. She knew all about the Jiangzhou incident. Qiao Na was thrown into the river. Those mental girls who bullied her were beaten to a pulp. And she didn't dare to recall anymore. Gu Tian looked at her with amusement. This little girl? Didn't she guarantee that she wouldn't be afraid? Didn't she say she had already accepted it? Why are you acting like a frightened little rabbit again? Oh dear, it's just a meal. What can I do to you? You were so nice to me before. Seeing Shun Yao timidly raise her head like a little deer, Gu Tian couldn't help but smile mischievously. But if you don't behave, I'll spank you. How about that? As soon as he finished speaking, Shun Yao's face instantly turned red. Oh, you're so annoying. Chapter 31. The Qin family mansion meeting compared to the lively atmosphere of the Tianchi Hotel. The Qin family mansion was noticeably more oppressive. Several luxury cars were coming and going. The Qin family's decision-maker, old Master Qin, was sitting in the Grand Master's chair in the center of the hall, his face dark and sullen. Surrounding him were important figures from the Qin family. Some were whispering to each other, some looked grave, and many were silently waiting for the impending storm. The old man had repeatedly warned the entire Qin family, young and old alike, not to provoke the Gu family. Now, they understood the ins and outs of the jewelry store incident very clearly. Normally, it was indeed their fault. Those scheming salespeople had caused trouble, which came back to bite them. Grandfather, I was wrong. This matter, it's all my responsibility. It's my fault for not training the employees properly. In the hall, Qin Shi suddenly knelt down, his face full of despair, with a clear red handprint on his face, evidently slapped by his father. Upon hearing this, Qin's father immediately cursed, "You ungrateful son. What good does it do to say this now? Even if the training wasn't adequate, you caused a disaster. This is a small matter. Why did you storm into the store and shout? Who dares to cause trouble in my territory? Who do you think you are? Answer me." Usually, their uncles would step forward to plead for him, but this time was different. Qin Shi had truly gotten into trouble and put the Qin family on the chopping block in front of the prince. There was only one young master in all of Kyoto. That was Gu Dasha. There was only one prince in all of Kyoto. That was Gu Taizi. No matter how high your status or wealth, you had to step back. This was the most basic common sense. But Qin Shi, on the other hand, had the audacity to claim he was the young master in front of Gu Tian and acted like a local bully. Was there any difference from publicly slapping the prince in the face? Fortunately, he apologized in time. Otherwise, the prince would have pulled out his gun and shot him with a peanut. "Cheer, you really disappoint me this time." Old Master Qin slowly opened his eyes, his deep voice filled with endless sighs. Qin Shi shivered. His grandfather had never been like this. If he was sighing, it meant that this matter was truly tricky. Other members, seeing this, began to offer their opinions. If this matter wasn't handled properly, everyone would be finished. "Father, I think we should take the initiative. The Qin family group is interested in a piece of commercial land of ours. Why don't we just give it to them?" Yes, just give it to them. Father, how about this? I'll privately contact a few financial tycoons and visit the Tian family group. I have several big projects that I can directly offer to them. Yes, yes, just give it to them. Everyone was talking at once when old Master Tian tapped his cane. Everyone quiet down. To untie the bell. One must be the one who tied it. This matter was Chier offending the prince. He must resolve it himself. Your suggestions are all unacceptable. Does the prince lack money? Does the Tian family group lack land? Projects? After a round of scolding, everyone fell silent. Grandfather, grandfather, what should I do? What should I do? Hearing this, Qin Shi felt he had grabbed onto a lifeline, crying as he knelt next to old Master Qin. Under the tense gaze of everyone, old Master Qin slowly expressed his thoughts. Money, land, and various heavy gifts showed no sincerity at all. He had already investigated the background of the girl beside the prince. She was beautiful and an ordinary person. Yet, the prince treated her very well, buying various gifts and even sending her to study at Kyoto University. This proved that the prince was currently vegetarian. Since he was vegetarian, they had to offer the best vegetarian dishes. All right, grandfather. I will do as you say. Watching Qin Shi leave, everyone felt their hearts in their throats. The fate of the Qin family depended on what this kid would do next. The next day, today, was the day Shan Yao reported to Kyoto University. Originally, Gu Tian wanted to personally take Shan Yao to school, but she felt it was too high profile and decided to take the subway alone. However, Gu Tian was worried and still sent a driver to escort her. It must be said that Kyoto University truly lived up to its reputation as a top university. Those who could enter here were either wealthy or had excellent academic performance. Even before reaching the school gate, many luxury cars sped by. These young masters were all studying here, mostly thanks to their parents' and families' efforts. Some donated large libraries, some sponsored research projects, and some donated hundreds of millions in scholarships. The world of the wealthy really exceeded my understanding. Once the car stopped, Shan Yao opened the door and got out. She was dressed simply and fresh, in a fitted white outfit paired with white sneakers, exuding a youthful vibe. Before leaving, she sweetly thanked the driver. Thank you for bringing me to school. This action moved the driver to tears. Oh, Miss Shun, you're too polite. It's my honor to take you to school. If you need anything in the future, just let me know. I'm very willing to serve you. The driver serving the prince was one of many, and the prince had not remembered a single one. Now that Miss Shun thanked him, if she mentioned him in front of the prince later, his fate could change in an instant. After the driver left, Shan Yao began to feel nervous, looking up at the magnificent institution, her breath quickening. This was a dream palace that countless students longed to enter. And she was here now. Everything that had happened in the past few days felt like a dream. To calm her excited heart, Shan Yao lightly clenched her little fist, straightened her chest, and cheered herself on. Yao Yao, you can do it. After saying this, she walked towards the school gate with a lively gesture. This scene caught the eyes of several rich second-generation heirs chatting beside luxury cars at the school gate. Look, a girl. I've never seen one like this before. Does Kyoto University have someone like this? She's even prettier than the campus belle, Su Nanchue. Where? Sebin suddenly popped out from the luxury car, his eyes scanning like a camera. There, right there, the one in the white short sleeve. I'm going. So pure. I like her. Xibin instinctively svalovate. These people were typical rich playboys. Although they hadn't stirred up much trouble in the outside world, they relied on their family's power to act recklessly on and off campus. Skipping classes, failing courses, and flirting with girls were common occurrences. At this moment, hearing that there was a new girl at the school gate, they all instantly perked up. Chapter 32, going to Kyoto University together without a doubt. Shan Yao, whose innocence was written all over her face, attracted many passing students' attention as she walked into the campus. Wow, is she really that beautiful? Which department is she from? It can't be the School of Arts, right? She really doesn't look like a typical internet celebrity. She seems like a top student. So cute. I want to pinch her cheeks. Besides some whispers, others had already taken out their phones to try and snap a candid shot to post on the confession wall. However, Shan Yao was completely oblivious to the murmurs around her. Her attention was entirely focused on the navigation map in her hand and the detailed report that Gu Tian had prepared for her. Finally, she spotted a bike, hopped on. and set off with her small backpack against the morning light. A gentle breeze swept through her long hair as her youthful figure effortlessly navigated through the campus. Everywhere she passed, many people turned their heads. Xinyao had gone to school. Tian instantly felt a bit bored. Meanwhile, Wang Hao was lazily rolling over in bed. Tian, the business at the club has been booming lately. Do you have any plans coming up? Tian lazily reclined on the sofa. What plans could I have? It'll definitely be the same as before. Why, do you have any ideas? He had already experienced most of what Kyoto had to offer in terms of food and entertainment. Aside from the initial excitement of being back for those first couple of days, he was genuinely a bit bored now. What ideas could I have? But my dad said he is preparing to send me to school. Wang Hao recalled the message his dad had sent him yesterday. He dropped out relatively early, so at his age, he should be in his first year of university. Of course, whether he went to school or not didn't matter to him. It was just another place to have fun, and the club's business still needed to be managed. Hearing that Wang Hao was going to school made Gu Tian laugh. You're kidding, right? You still want to go to school? Don't go bothering the teachers. TCH, if I went to school, I could take over the business at the school cafeteria or any other projects. Wang Hao proudly raised his chin, while others looked for the essence beneath the surface. Wang Hao looked for money. No matter what, the first thing he considered was whether it could make a profit. Forget it. You're really just focused on money. Gu Tian rolled over on the sofa and continued playing with his phone. After the Jiangzhou incident, the direction of the online discourse had completely changed. News about him had almost vanished entirely. The threads discussing his identity exposure and the massacre of the Qiao family had been thoroughly cleaned up, replaced instead by news about his uncle Gu Jun, who was launching a crackdown on organized crime across the Dragon Country. Handong Province, Zhao alone completely destroyed. Zhao family power crushed Jinghai City, Gao Qiqiang, and his network of connections uprooted Ltang City, Gao Mingyuan's business and political empire paralyzed. Collusion investigated Binjiang City, Wei Tianlang, and others captured. Protectors exposed. As Gu Tian scrolled through these news articles, he couldn't help but admire his uncle a little. With such achievements, wouldn't his uncle be promoted to the cabinet in no time? Just then, his phone suddenly rang. As soon as he answered, his father's deep voice came through. What are you doing out there? Not coming home. Gu Tian rolled his eyes and replied lazily, What can I do, Dad? Just staying quietly at the hotel. His father was still the same as before, always thinking that a quiet child must have ulterior motives. Soon, a meaningful chuckle came from the other end of the line. Oh, just staying? How about I find you something to do? Upon hearing this, Gu Tian's curiosity was instantly piqued. Tasks assigned by his father were definitely not ordinary. His uncle's accomplishments were clearly handed to him on a silver platter. If his father had something for him to do, wouldn't it also be high profile? What is it, Dad? I'm at your service. The other end simply uttered 3 words. Go to school. Boom. Gu Tian's mind went blank. What? Go to school? Are you kidding me? Am I really the kind of person suited for school? I have no genes for that. Furthermore, with my current identity, which university would dare to accept me? Are you planning to have me hide my identity again? No, Death. Let me do something else. Can we discuss this school thing? Discuss? Stop wandering around outside. If you don't want to go to school, then go work at your mom's company. Work? He had no interest in working either. However, at this moment, Wang Hao was grinning from ear to ear, urging him in a low voice. Tian Ge, school is great. If you go to school, then I'll go too. To be honest, Wang Hao knew that he wouldn't have the same negotiating space with his dad as Gu Tian had with his. If Gu Tian went to school, he could ask his dad to let him attend the same university. Forget it, if I go to school, it'll just be a hassle for the university. Don't you think? Unexpectedly, the other end of the line had anticipated Gu Tian's response. What hassle? Several universities are fighting over you. Kyoto University has the best attitude. Your mom happily donated a building named Tianxi Building to them, and they immediately sent over the acceptance letter. You need to finalize this matter quickly. I have to go to a meeting now. After saying that, he hung up, leaving Gu Tian in a state of confusion. Dad, I also want to go to Kyoto University. Wang Hao immediately dialed his dad's number, asking like a little child. Go to hell with your Kyoto University. With your academic level, you should go to Jiangzhou instead. The acceptance letter from Jiangzhou has already been sent, so you should register as soon as possible. Wang Hao's dad spoke in a tone that was somewhat exasperated. Wang Hao looked at Gu Tian with a pitiful expression while holding his phone. Although he felt wronged, he was quite clever. Gu Tian's dad's arrangements were something Gu Tian couldn't refuse. Therefore, it was already a done deal that Gu Tian would be attending Kyoto University. As for whether he could get into Kyoto University, that would depend on Gu Tian. At this moment, Gu Tian's brain was working at high speed. After pondering for 2 seconds, he took the phone that Wang Hao handed him. "Hello, Uncle Wang, this is Gu Tian." As soon as he said this, Wang Hao's dad's voice clearly panicked for a moment. The next second, "Oh, Gu Tian, it's been a long time since I saw you. When are you coming to Uncle Wang's house for dinner?" "It's all good, Uncle Wang. I'll come over when I have time." Gu Tian replied with a smile, then continued, "Uncle Wang, about Wang Hao going to school. You don't need to worry, I'm going to school too. We'll go to Kyoto University together." With these words, Wang Hao's dad had no right to refuse. "Oh dear, that really is a hassle for you. Just arrange it as you see fit." After hanging up, Wang Hao rushed over with tears in his eyes. Tian Ge, foster father. Get lost. Clatter. Ouch. Chapter 33. The cold beauty of the school. Sunanqiao what? Oh no. Why is Qin Shi being so polite? Oh, no problem. This time, I'll definitely make arrangements for you. How Ge? After hanging up the phone, Wang Hao turned serious and looked at Gu Tian. Tian Ge, the Qin family is coming to our club again, and that kid Qin Shi has just deposited another 20 million. He insists on toasting you. Qin Shi? Which one? Oh, I remember. He almost forgot about this person, but with Wang Hao's mention, he immediately recalled the incident at the jewelry store. To be honest, he actually quite liked the kid. He knew how to handle things well. After smashing the other party's counter, not only was the other party very respectful, but they even came out to wave him goodbye. This kind of pattern and tolerance, is quite comparable to his own. Great. Just in time for school to start tomorrow. Going out for a bit of fun tonight is fine too. Gu Tian casually picked up the admission letter from the table and tossed it at Wang Hao. Arranging for Wang Hao to join is just a matter of a few words. The president of Kyoto University directly signed and stamped the letter, then faxed it over. They can fill in whatever major they want. Kyoto University. Inside the dormitory, smoke was swirling. How is it? Any pretty ones? Xiabin and a few good brothers were smoking and discussing the number of girls they saw today. Not much worth mentioning. Just that girl in the white shirt is pretty. The one speaking was Zhou Yu, a local from the capital. His father, who runs real estate in the capital, built a dormitory for Kyoto University, which barely allowed him to meet the admission threshold. Besides, Zhou Yu's academic performance wasn't too bad, so he ended up at Kyoto University. The other brothers nodded in agreement. Clearly all their attention was on the new student Shen Yao. I agree with you, Ge. It's rare to see someone with such a clean temperament. Yeah, not like those heavily made-up girls. I don't know which department she's from. I've already sent someone to inquire. The atmosphere in the dormitory gradually became lively. Then, Zhou Yu suddenly laughed and changed the topic, teasingly. Hey, Bingu, how's it going with that school beauty? To be honest, he really looked down on Xiabin at first. When they first met, they even had a conflict. Later, he learned that Xiabin was from the prestigious Xie family in Kyoto. As the saying goes, a strong dragon can't suppress a local snake. So they went from enemies to friends. Plus, Xiabin was a year older, so he called her Bingu. When Zhou Yu brought this up, Xiabin waved his hand impatiently. Oh, don't mention it. That girl doesn't even acknowledge me. She's immune to both soft and hard approaches. After saying that, he casually flicked his cigarette, but outside. The next second, a scream came from downstairs. Damn. The few people in the room exchanged glances and then burst into laughter. Xiabin showed no sign of guilt and shrugged. After all, she's a school beauty. How could she be so easy to pursue? Zhou Yu smiled and walked over, patting Xiabin on the shoulder. Don't be discouraged. Pursuing women is all about strategy. I still believe in your abilities, Bingu. The school beauty they were talking about was Sunanqiao, a freshman from the finance department. At the beginning of the semester, her cold and stunning appearance made her an instant hit among the new students, and she was directly elected as the new school beauty by the finance students. Countless people began to pursue her madly, but so far, no one has been able to truly get close to her. Xiabin was the most proactive among the pursuers. However, he needed a new target to alleviate the recent frustrations he faced. The one at the entrance of the school today was obviously the most suitable. In a white shirt, with a tidy demeanor, She was completely different from those delicate and exquisite rich girls. She was like a breath of fresh air. So he thought. Her reaction would definitely be interesting. On the other side, inside the Qin family villa. Brother, you want me to go drink with your friends? Are you kidding me? Do you believe I'll tell Auntie? Su Nanxue sat on the sofa, her fair fingers crossed over her arms, looking displeased at her cousin. Qin Shi looked distressed, nearly kneeling before Su Nanxue. Can you help me this once? This gathering is something ordinary people can't attend. This person has a lot of power in Kyoto. However, Su Nanxue remained silent, coldly staring at him. Drink with others? Her? What a joke. Relying on her status as the top student from Sioux City, she came directly to Kyoto University. Her aunt in Kyoto was worried that she wouldn't eat or sleep well at school, so she let her stay here. At first, everything was great. Who knew her annoying cousin would return from abroad? Thus, the next scene unfolded, forcing her to go out to dinner and drink with her cousin's friends, and even asking her to accompany them. Haha, she had no interest in dining or drinking with friends, let alone accompanying them. She was naturally proud. How could she be used as a bargaining chip? Brother, I'll say it one last time, it's not possible. Su Nanxue stood up from the sofa, her beautiful eyes filled with impatience. I don't want to enter your circle, and I have no interest in it either. Don't bring up such ridiculous requests again, or I will tell Annie and go back to school to live. When seeing that soft approach wasn't working, Qin Shi decided to take a hard line, suddenly reaching for a fruit knife from the table. Brother, what are you doing? Put the knife down. Su Nanxue was startled by this scene. Was her cousin really going to harm himself? Qin Shi pretended to be desperate, raising the knife. Since you won, help me. What is the point of me living? After saying that, he pretended to cut his arm. Brother, she wasn't a fool. If her cousin was pushed to use such a method against her, it must mean he had offended someone he shouldn't have outside. It's known that the Qin family has a lot of power in Kyoto. If her cousin was this panicked, even willing to make her accompany drinks, then this was indeed someone they couldn't afford to offend. Brother, put the knife down. Who did you offend outside? The Su family had considerable power in Sioux City, while her cousin's Qin family had even more power in Kyoto. So she was curious about the big shot her cousin was talking about. Qin Shi avoided her gaze, clearly not daring to explain too much. If he explained clearly, his cousin would definitely not agree to go. I'll ask you one more time. Will you help or not? No, brother, you need to clarify first. Su Nanxue frowned, wanting to ask again, but just as her words fell, whoosh, Qin Shi really picked up the fruit knife and slashed it hard across his arm. Brother, Su Nanxue exclaimed, her pupils constricting, watching helplessly as crimson blood flowed down Qin Shi's arm. I'm going. I'll go. Brother, I promise you, I'll go. Chapter 34. The school bell got drunk night. Tianchi Club. Just like last time, it was still packed with people. Oh, Tiangu. Long time no see. Tian Yi. I'll finish this drink. You're welcome to do as you please. Tian Yi. Do you remember me? Faced with the flattery of these privileged youths, Gu Tian responded with his usual smile. Right here, Qin Shi and the others are inside, and they brought a beautiful girl with them. Wang Hao led Gu Tian to the entrance of the VIP room, then turned around to greet others. Gu Tian didn't think much of it and pushed the door open. Inside the room, the atmosphere was relatively relaxed. But the moment Gu Tian appeared, whoosh, 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 Qin Shi and a few of his underlings sprang up like they were on springs. Tian Yi. Tian Yi. Finally see you. Qin Shi hurriedly pulled out a chair, grinning widely as he welcomed him, while constantly gesturing for Su Nanxue to stand up and greet him. Tian Yi. Hello. Tiangu. Hearing this voice, Gu Tian shifted his gaze from Qin Shi to the girl. As Wang Hao had said, she was indeed very beautiful. She had a delicate oval face, exquisite and three-dimensional features, skin as white as jade, a somewhat cold temperament, and a great figure. She looked like a young lady cultivated by a powerful family. Gu Tian casually asked Qin Shi, who asked this? Your girlfriend? He doesn't even have a girlfriend, yet he brought one along. It's illegal to show off like that. Upon hearing this, Su Nanxue looked helplessly at Qin Shi. To be honest, ever since she arrived here, she had been curious about how big of a figure this person really was. In her imagination, was he a rugged big brother with tattoos of 9 dragons? Or one of those cool guys in sunglasses like a hitman? But she never expected this big figure to be so handsome. Most importantly, he didn't say much, yet exuded an indescribable sense of authority. Moreover, her cousin was bowing and scraping in front of him. So at this moment, her heart was indeed racing. Oh no, she is my sister, my aunt's daughter, studying in Kyoto. I said I was coming to the club tonight, and she insisted on coming along, so I brought her with me. Qin said with a forced smile, subconsciously tugging at his sleeve to cover the wound on his arm. That's good. Tian smiled slightly and sat down. Then there was nothing more. The two subordinates, Qin didn't dare to look up at Tian, even holding their breath in fear of saying something wrong and ending up buried in concrete. For a moment, the atmosphere became a bit awkward. Pour some drink. Toast. Make the atmosphere livelier. Qin's face turned pale, elbowing Su Nanxue. Gu Shao, isn't speaking? That won't do. Isn't that a waste of several million? He originally wanted to apologize to Gu Tian on this occasion, but now they hadn't even toasted, and the atmosphere was this awkward. Seeing Qin's urging and anxious gaze, Su Nanxue took a deep breath, stood up abruptly, and looked at Gu Tian. Tian, my name is Su Nanxue. It's nice to meet you for the first time. The sudden scene left Gu Tian dumbfounded. Before he could respond, Su Nanxue picked up the Remy Martin Louis XIII from the table and poured into her glass. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. She filled the glass to the brim. This scene made Qin's face go completely pale, and he internally screamed, silly girl, why did you pour it so full? Drink only what you can handle. Do you dare to take a sip and leave it on the table? You're not just drinking alcohol. You're drinking your brother's future. But Gu Tian raised an eyebrow slightly. He genuinely didn't understand this operation. After all, with foreign liquor, it was just symbolic to pour a little to last longer. But the other party poured it so full, although he didn't understand. It was clear she had her reasons. Perhaps she had a good alcohol tolerance. Thus, Gu Tian didn't think much of it. Casually poured a little into his own glass and lifted it. Hello, I'm Gu Tian. Nice to meet you. Saying that, he gently clinked his glass with hers and drank it all in one go. Su Nanxue, who had never drunk alcohol before, thought that those who got drunk surely had to drink several bottles. So just one glass was nothing to worry about. Therefore, she raised her glass and tilted her head back, drinking it all without hesitation. This scene left everyone shocked. The two subordinates Qin nearly had their eyes pop out. This was Remy Martin Louis XIII. A bottle costs 270,000. One sip was at least 100,000. Of course, the price wasn't the issue, but this, her alcohol tolerance and drinking style, was impressive. Under the astonished gazes of Qin and Gu Tian, Su Nanxue put down her glass and slowly sat back down. But the moment she settled into her chair, her entire face flushed bright red, not just slightly rosy, but completely dyed with a layer of charming crimson, burning from her ears down to her neck, making her look hazily charming. Brother, why are you looking at me like that? Su Nanxue blinked her dazed, apricot eyes, revealing a hint of foolish confusion. It's nothing. Nothing at all. Qin swallowed his shocked saliva. The glass she just drank was not much for the men, but for a girl, it should be a bit much. Qin, your sister has a good alcohol tolerance. Gu Tian looked at Su Nanxue with great interest. He had never seen such a contrasting girl. One moment she was dignified and cold, and the next moment she raised her glass and downed it. Interesting. Yes. She has a great alcohol tolerance. Qin nodded repeatedly, his tone more eager than before, almost as if he wanted to applaud Su Nanxue. Gu Shao praised Su Nanxue, indicating that he was in a better mood. So this proves that Su Nanxue really came to the right place tonight. As the atmosphere gradually became lively, Gu Tian spoke more, chatting with Qin about some matters in the Kyoto circle. Laughter filled the room. At this time, Su Nanxue was already a bit tipsy, but she didn't realize it, and instead felt the atmosphere getting more and more lively. So she raised her glass and kept drinking one cup after another. She had been sitting next to Gu Tian and unconsciously leaned closer. Eventually, she even blinked her misty, beautiful eyes, leaning against Gu Tian's shoulder like a lazy little cat. But Gu Tian was still chatting and drinking with Qin. completely unaware that a drunken cat had settled on his shoulder. By the end, the entire table was down. Except for Gu Tian, there was also the dazed Su Nanxue. Blinking her hazy apricot eyes and sweetly whining, Tian Gu continued, "Why do you always drink with my brother and not with me?" At that moment, the door to the private room was pushed open. "Sorry, I'm late." It was really. Wang Hao opened the door and froze. Qin Qi. Being drunk isn't a big deal, but the key is this cold beauty Qin Qi brought in. At this moment, she was completely like a drunken fox, exposing her soft and cute side completely. Chapter 35. If the road is blocked, then take to the skies. Gu Tian stood up, supporting Su Nanxue, who was completely limp and swaying against him, clearly drunk beyond recognition. "Let Qin Qi and the others stay in the guest room," he said. "This girl, send her to the Tianqi Hotel." There was no doubt that Qin Qi and the others would be fine here. But leaving this girl here was clearly not a good choice. "Tian Gu, you wouldn't be thinking." Wang Hao revealed a knowing look that all men understood. Gu Tian couldn't be bothered to respond to him, directly helping Su Nanxue out of the box. Trembling as they made their way outside, Tang Lan, who had been waiting outside for a long time, stepped forward and saw Su Nanxue's hazy, exquisite face, then glanced at Gu Tian. "Oh, Gu Shao, this little drunk cat is very pretty." Gu Tian shot her an annoyed look. "Enough nonsense. Take her to the Tianqi Hotel and make sure she's settled in." Tang Lan shrugged her fragrant shoulders, not asking further questions, and helped the flushed and weak Su Nanxue leave. The next day, at the entrance of Jiangzhou University, Xiebin was stirring up trouble. "My brother Bin has so many strategies for chasing women, he will definitely succeed." Zhou Yu's words inspired Xiebin. Just then, he spotted a girl in white riding her bicycle and immediately swerved to block her path. However, his driving skills were lacking, and the rear of his car scraped against her bicycle. Squeak. Bang. "Look at you. Look at you. How could you ride like that? Do you know what kind of car this is? It's worth more than you can afford." Xiebin threw open the car door and stormed out, instantly attracting the attention of several students. Xin Yao was a bit startled by the scene, standing nervously by her bicycle with a flushed face. She had been riding perfectly fine, but suddenly a car had rushed out, skidding to block her path. Now the other party was accusing her of damaging his car? This was clearly a scam. Although Xin Yao thought this in her heart, she didn't dare to say it out loud, biting her soft pink lips and blinking her watery big eyes. "I'm sorry. How much is this? I'll pay you." It was just a minor scratch. No matter how expensive, it wouldn't exceed 1,000 yuan, right? She still had 3,000 in her account, which should be enough. Seeing her pitiful expression, Xiebin's eyes lit up. "Oh, I like this type. Well, since you want to pay, I can give you a discount. For such a small scratch, at least it should be 100,000. I'll let you pay 60,000. Upon hearing this, Shen Yao was completely stunned. Her small hands instinctively clenched the bag strap. 60,000? Even if she sold herself, it wouldn't be worth that much. Students around them began to discuss. Wow, what a greedy demand. How could such a small scratch be worth 100,000? 5,000 would be pushing it. Ha ha ha. ISNT, that Xiebin. I can't believe my brother Bin is this good. Listening to the crowd's laughter, Xiebin felt not the slightest shame. Instead, he became even prouder. He had initially thought she was a rich girl, but now it seemed otherwise. If she couldn't pay, it was easy to handle. She could just be his girlfriend. With this thought, Xiebin stepped forward, squinting his eyes as he looked Shen Yao up and down. If you can't pay, I have other ways. What methods? Shen Yao instinctively took a step back at Xiebin's lewd gaze. She had sensed he was up to no good, and now it was confirmed. She couldn't believe such a person existed at Jiangda. Xiebin squinted and revealed a self-satisfied grin. Just be my girlfriend. What other method is there? As long as you agree to be my girlfriend, you won't have to pay a dime. Upon hearing this, Shen Yao was completely dumbfounded. What the hell? Is this person crazy? What's wrong? Is this method not good? Xiebin stepped closer, a smug look on his face. Shen Yao took a step back, suddenly recalling what Gu Tian had told her earlier. If she encountered anyone with ill intentions or trying to bully her, she could just call him. With that thought in mind, Shen Yao didn't hesitate and immediately took out her phone to call. Seeing her action, Xiebin was amused. What? Are you asking your family for money? Sure. Then let us make it 100,000, no less. The surrounding students began to chatter again. Wow, Siep Bin is trying to extort someone. Seriously, isn't he just relying on being from the Siep family? This can't be worth 100,000? How could such a cute girl be bullied by such a person? When Gu Tian received Xin Yao's call, he was stuck in traffic in the bustling city. Of course, he could easily call the traffic department to clear the road, but since he was driving a sports car, having all green lights or police escorting could easily cause unnecessary trouble. Don't worry, Shen Yao. Just wait there for me. I'll be there soon. After hanging up, Gu Tian started searching through his phone contacts. Since he couldn't go by road, he would go by air. While he was on the phone, the surrounding drivers also noticed his immobile Ferrari and began to tease him. Hey, handsome, driving such a nice car and still stuck in traffic. Ha ha ha. Traffic doesn't discriminate between expensive and cheap. Handsome, is your car burning fuel while you're stuck? See, this is why I don't buy luxury cars. They still get stuck in traffic. Hey, don't tease him. He might get out and beat you up. Once the call connected, Manager Xia's extremely respectful voice came through. Oh, Gu Shao, what is the matter? I'm always at your service. Gu Tian spoke casually. Hello. Is our hotel's helicopter available right now? No. All right. I'm currently stuck on Jingdu Avenue. Send someone to pick me up. They'll be here in 5 minutes. Or else I'll break their legs. Ah, sure thing, Gu Shao. After hanging up, Gu Tian unbuckled his seatbelt and waited in the car. It seemed there had been a traffic accident ahead, causing a significant jam. Many drivers had gotten out of their cars to see what was going on, but most were just chatting. Gu Tian's Ferrari had undoubtedly become the topic of their discussions. Hey, handsome, why did you buy such an expensive car if you're just going to get stuck in traffic like us? Exactly. With that money, you could start a business. But you bought such an expensive car and still end up stuck. Handsome, isn't your car rented? And why aren't you wearing your seatbelt? Listening to these comments, Gu Tian smirked slightly and replied nonchalantly, You guys can only stay stuck in traffic, but I won't be stuck for long. As soon as he said this, everyone paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. They had no idea that Gu Tian had called for a helicopter and thought he was just boasting. Ha, brother, are you planning to fly out of here? Handsome, you really know how to joke? I have that car too. I use it to buy groceries, and I don't flaunt it like you. Just then, a loud whirring noise from helicopter blades suddenly echoed from the sky nearby. Chapter 36, Parachuting. A black business helicopter slowly flew over from high above. Its smooth lines exuded an air of nobility. What the hell? What is that? No way. Which big shot is taking a helicopter for their trip? What's going on? Why is it flying this way? Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, the helicopter flew over the Ferrari and began to descend slowly. Oh my gosh. How'd it get here? My goodness. It can't be here to pick someone up, right? It can't really be here for that handsome guy, can it? As everyone looked on in shock, the cabin door slowly opened, and a silver electric rope ladder descended to the ground. Gu Tian also stepped out of the car, reached for the ladder, and slowly ascended. At that moment, everyone exploded with excitement. What the hell? This handsome guy is serious. He really called a helicopter? No way. What kind of identity does he have? Many drivers on site jumped out of their cars, took out their phones to film, their faces filled with disbelief. They were still stuck in traffic while he just took a helicopter? Is he just leaving his car behind? Young Master Gu, please take your seat. We're about to ascend. Someone will drive your car away shortly. Seeing Gu Tian climbing up, a well-dressed staff member inside the cabin immediately extended a hand to help him steady himself. All right, let's go to Jingda. As soon as he finished speaking, the helicopter suddenly ascended with unparalleled momentum, soaring into the sky. The drivers on the ground were already dumbfounded, completely at a loss for words. I can't believe it. This really is a big shot. This is so extravagant. Amazing. This is too amazing. When will I ever have this kind of treatment? As for the wealthy woman who had just boasted about having a Ferrari at home, she had already scurried back in her car, feeling utterly defeated. No comparison. Not at all. Meanwhile, more and more people gathered at the entrance of Jingda. I don't care. Today, not a single cent, less than 100,000. Who told you to be so careless? Can't you watch the road while riding that broken bike? Where's the person you called to bring the money? Sieben appeared to be quite self-righteous, his voice getting louder, clearly trying to put pressure on Shen Yao in front of the onlookers. Shen Yao, on the other hand, was so angry her face turned red. Her almond-shaped eyes widened in fury. No, you clearly crashed into me, and you were drifting at that time. Tian had taught her not to cause trouble, but she wasn't afraid of it either. Moreover, she could see that this person was clearly acting with ill intent and deliberately making things difficult for her. And since Tian was on his way, she needed to stand her ground. The students around them nodded in agreement, whispering among themselves. Isn't it obvious? The sports car brushed against the other car. Yeah, this is clearly being unreasonable. This guy must have his eyes on this younger girl. Huh, just now he said either she becomes his girlfriend or he won 100,000. What? Is that true? This guy's so bizarre. Shoo, keep it down. It's the CF family. Although many students had witnessed the scene earlier, Xiebin found Shun Yao's angry and stubborn demeanor even more amusing rather than infuriating. At that moment, a roaring sound of a sports car approached from a distance. Everyone turned to look. A Ferrari SF90 sped towards them. Just as the students were stepping back to clear the way, the Ferrari drifted and came to a halt in a parking spot. The door opened, and Wang Hao stepped out with an admission letter tucked under his arm, striding confidently as if he didn't recognize anyone. Oh, so many people? Are they here to welcome my fan club? Seeing Wang Hao approaching, the crowd parted, staring in bewilderment at the short-haired, sunglasses-wearing youth. What the hell? Is he trying to show off? More so than me. Xiebin impatiently tugged at his collar, preparing to step forward and see who this arrogant person was. But when he saw Wang Hao's face, his expression instantly changed. Oh, what's going on? How good? Wang Hao's father was the top official in Kyoto City. Although he was the second son of the CF family, which was involved in business and politics, he still had to show a bit of respect to Wang Hao. Oh, isn't this my little brother, Xie? What are you doing here? Wang Hao turned and pulled out a cigarette from his pocket, handing it over. Xi Bin, who was Xie Juanhao's younger brother, had crossed paths with Wang Hao a few times. Although they weren't close, they could at least have a conversation. Xiebin smiled as he took the cigarette, casually pointing at Shun Yao, who was blushing by her bike. Oh, isn't this what just happened at the school gate? This girl rode her bike and bumped into my car. Wang Hao followed the direction of Xiebin's finger, and his eyes brightened instantly upon seeing Shun Yao. Oh, nice skin, fair and round face, a bit proud, looking soft, like a little kitten. I really didn't come to Jingda for nothing. She's quite cute. After saying this, he turned to Xiebin. So what do you say? Xiebin took a puff, feigning helplessness. What can I say? 100,000. Wang Hao didn't care about that at all. Since he knew Xiebin, he had to say a few words to him, so he casually walked over to Shun Yao. Hey, if you damage someone else's car, you have to pay for it, 100,000. As soon as he finished speaking, Shun Yao's face turned even redder, her almond-shaped eyes glaring up at Wang Hao in anger. Why do you care? This has nothing to do with you. And I didn't hit his car. He scraped against my bike. What? So fierce? Wang Hao raised an eyebrow and laughed. Suddenly, a deafening sound of helicopter blades filled the air. Everyone looked up in unison. What the hell? A helicopter? No way. Why are there so many rich kids this year? I can't believe it. They really came to our school. No way. They actually flew a helicopter to school. The crowd erupted in excitement, especially Xiebin, whose face darkened. Damn it. Why are there still people trying to show off? He thought he was the most powerful person at Jingda. But today, so many people were stealing his thunder, not to mention encountering the son of the top official in Kyoto. Now, there was another one showing off, so high profile. Compared to everyone's shock, only Wang Hao squinted his eyes, carefully observing the helicopter that was descending lower. This seems to be Tian Ji's, right? Today was the day he agreed to come to school with Tian Gu, but Tian Gu said he was stuck in traffic on the way. Given Tian Ji's personality, he would definitely take other means to get to school. At that moment, inside the cabin, the pilot had a worried expression. Young master, let's land on the school playground. There are too many students at the entrance. It's not safe. Not safe. Are there parachutes on the plane? I'll parachute down. The campus of Jingda is so large. He had heard before that the security guard at the playground broke up with the cafeteria lady because he couldn't handle a long-distance relationship. If he landed on the playground, he would have to walk for a long time to get to the teaching building. And he noticed that the sports car below seemed to be Wang Hao's. If he can't land, then he would just jump down. As soon as he finished speaking, the suited man handed over a parachute bag. Young master, we have a parachute bag ready for you. Do you want to jump now? Or should we ascend a bit higher? Tian. Chapter 37. Forbidden Zone. In the classroom, as the cabin door slowly opened, the crowd of students below gasped in surprise. What the hell? What is happening? Look, someone is coming out. Oh my gosh. Is he going to jump down? Wow, that's so brave. Is this a real-life battle royale? The next moment, damn! With a loud shout from the crowd below, Gu Tian jumped down. Wang Hao had just been speculating whether it was Gu Tian. Now, who else could it be? No doubt it's brother Tian. Whoosh! The parachute opened. Gu Tian rapidly dove towards the ground. At this moment, Xiaobin was still staring blankly at the figure approaching, completely unaware of the impending danger. Get out of the way! I can't stop! Gu Tian shouted in midair. But it was too late. Bang! Xiaobin was kicked away by the descending Gu Tian, flying several meters away and crashing onto a Lamborghini, unconscious. Such a scene. Hiss! The onlooking students all gasped in shock, followed by unprecedented exclamations. What is going on? Precision parachuting. Using someone as a cushion? Damn! The Lamborghini is completely wrecked. Wang Hao's mouth twitched as he looked at Gu Tian, who was slowly unpacking his parachute, speechless with shock. And the parachute that fell to the ground perfectly covered Xiaobin. Brother Tian, you are quite stylish, quite special. Just as Gu Tian was about to ask if he had bumped into someone, a loud, excited female voice rang out. Gu Tian, Xinyao, dropping her backpack, rushed over like a little kitten and hugged Gu Tian. The onlooking students. Wang Hao. No way. You two know each other. Wang Hao was completely bewildered, his mouth agape, as if he could fit an egg in it. Ah, right, we know each other. Xinyao, what about it? Did you just meet? Gu Tian's attention was instantly diverted to this, and the incident of bumping into someone was thrown to the back of his mind. Wang Hao, seeing the other party nervously swallowing, Xinyao beautiful eyes sparkled as she linked her arm with Gu Tian's. Yes, we've met before. He just greeted me, saying he asked your friend. As soon as she said this, Wang Hao's previously despairing expression instantly revived. Goddess, you really are broad-minded. If the other party complained about this in front of Brother Tian, he would definitely get a severe scolding. Yes. Isn't she the one called Xinyao? I recognized her at first sight. Wang Hao immediately chimed in, realizing why he found her familiar. After all this time, she was indeed the Xinyao that Brother Tian had described. What a coincidence. Gu Tian raised an eyebrow, smiling with sudden realization. Hee. Xinyao flashed a sweet smile and playfully winked at Wang Hao. Wang Hao immediately understood, wiping cold sweat, and fervently nodded. This girl was specifically brought back from Jiangzhou by Brother Tian. He truly couldn't afford to offend her. He would remember this favor. Meanwhile, the surrounding students were left in a state of shock. What's going on? They all know each other? Wait, wasn't this person supposed to be compensating for something? Why is he now bowing and scraping? Does anyone else feel like this parachuting guy is really cool? What is the relationship here? Gu Tian couldn't be bothered with their discussions, casting a casual glance at Wang Hao. Let's go to school. Let us go. Thus, under everyone's gaze, the three of them swaggered into Jingda, leaving a group of bewildered students standing in confusion. At this moment, Zhou Yu and others hurried over upon hearing the commotion. Bingo! Where are you? Seeing the panicked group rushing into the crowd, everyone pointed towards the Lamborghini covered by the parachute not far away. Zhou Yu? The others quickly reacted and ran over. They found Xiaobin sprawled on the car, drooling from the corner of his mouth. Don't move! It's broken. On the other side, in the finance lecture hall, the scene of the helicopter parachuting at the school gate had already begun to spread on forums and various groups. Various videos and screenshots were being shared wildly. Many students gathered in small groups, discussing while holding their phones. Who is this person? So fierce. Did he really treat the school like a battlefield, jumping accurately to this spot? Is he a student from our school? Do we need to learn how to parachute to attend school? So fierce, this guy kicked someone away? Is this dude a special forces soldier? As everyone was discussing animatedly, the classroom door creaked open and a figure walked in. The once lively classroom fell silent instantly. Everyone's eyes were drawn to the newcomer. It was Su Nanxue, dressed in a fitted white shirt paired with high-waisted jeans. Especially her cold and elegant face. exuding an air of aloofness that kept people at a distance. The boys' gazes froze in place, some even swallowing nervously. This is too beautiful, right? Sue School Flower. Sue School Flower. The reason I came to class. Oh my gosh. Thank goodness I didn't skip class today. The girls were equally eager. For them, Sue Nanchu's beauty had already put them several streets behind. The key was that she had a great sense of style. Any outfit she wore gave off a star-like model vibe. So beautiful. Even I, a girl, am jealous of her looks. I wish she were a lesbian. Then I might have a chance, right? So beautiful. It's rare to attend class with Sue School Flower. Ignoring all the gazes, Sue Nanchue was mainly annoyed today, her expression cold and displeased as she walked straight to the back row. The girls and boys in the back row consciously moved their seats to sit far away. Firstly, Sue School Flower's cold aura was likely to freeze anyone nearby. Sitting next to her would be incredibly stressful. Secondly, Sue School Flower's admirers were either rich or noble. If someone misunderstood by sitting too close, wouldn't they be targeted? So everyone chose to keep a safe distance. Thus, a peculiar scene formed in the classroom. In a packed classroom, only around Sue Nanchue was a zone no one dared to approach. Damn it. If I had known, I wouldn't have drunk so much last night. Why was I so foolish? As soon as Sue Nanchue sat down, she cradled her face, her brows slightly furrowed, suffering from a terrible headache. Chapter 38, reporting to the classroom at this moment. Sue Nanchue was biting her delicate pink lower lip tightly, her fingertips unconsciously tugging at her hair. She really had no face to recall what happened last night, or even this morning. Last night, she only remembered going out for drinks with Qin, and then she filled a glass to the brim while toasting. And then, the rest of it was completely unclear. Did she lose her composure at the dinner? Did that young man take advantage of her drunkenness to do something? Thinking of this, Sue Nanchue's heart raced suddenly, and her palms began to feel cold. What was even more humiliating was that she actually woke up in the Tian Hotel this morning. Although she was not from Kyoto, she knew that the Tian Hotel was the top hotel in the city. How did she get there? And who brought her? At the moment she woke up in the hotel, she was completely dazed, hurriedly lifting the covers to check herself. Thankfully, her clothes were intact, and there was nothing unusual on the bed. But even so, she still felt an unprecedented sense of shame. Damn it. What did I do last night? Sue Nanchue lowered her head, her black hair sliding down her shoulders, covering her flushed face. This scene caused many boys to quietly clutch their chests, forcibly suppressing their racing hearts. The school beauty is really too beautiful. As the class bell rang, the atmosphere in the large classroom gradually quieted down. On the other side, Wang Hao and Gu Tian were wandering around the campus with their admission notices. Look, Tian Gu, there are girls. Wang Hao was like Lu Lao Lao entering the Grand View Garden, filled with curiosity about everything. But this was normal. He had dropped out of school early. Returning to campus was all new to him. However, Gu Tian was not. He had previously studied in Jiangzhou for his freshman year, and now coming to Jing University, he should also be a freshman. You only have this little ambition. Gu Tian found a pavilion to sit down, casually taking out the admission notice and a pen. Which department? Which class? Just fill it out. The principal and the deans of each department had already signed the admission notice. They could fill in whichever college, department, or class they wanted. How would I know? I can't even do basic addition and subtraction under 100. How can you expect me to fill out my preferences? Wang Hao handed the pen to Gu Tian, urging him to fill it out first. But Gu Tian also didn't know what to fill in. However, he had just heard Xinyao mention which department she was in. Since that was the case, they might as well all study the same major. Thinking of this, Gu Tian wrote Finance Department in a major section. Finance Department sounds good. It's definitely related to money. Wang Hao took the pen and imitated him, writing Finance Department on his admission notice. After filling in the major, it was time to choose the class. Gu Tian initially wanted to be in the same class as Shun Yao, but Wang Hao, the scheming advisor, insisted on thinking it over. To put it bluntly, he wanted to see which class had more pretty girls and go to that class. Hey, fellow student, which building is the finance department in? Wang Hao suddenly stood up and called out to a passing student. Seeing Wang Hao's buzz cut and his casual demeanor, several students hurriedly distanced themselves, fearing he had just been released from somewhere. Hello, fellow student, could you tell me which building the finance department is in? Tian also randomly asked a few passing girls, but their reactions were worlds apart from Wang Hao's. Huh? Finance. Finance. It's in Building E. The girl with the backpack looked at Tian with starry eyes, stuttering as she spoke. Okay, thank you. Tian smiled slightly. His gratitude instantly delighted several girls, who turned back to glance at him 3 steps out. Let us go, Building E, looking at Wang Hao's sorrowful face. Tian laughed and patted his shoulder to comfort him. There's nothing you can do. Looks are something given by your parents. The Gu family had good looks that were hard to beat. At the Jiangzhou University-affiliated hospital, on the hospital bed, Xiebin's abdomen was wrapped in bandages, and he looked disheveled. Bingo, what exactly happened? They said you were knocked out by Superman? Zhou Yu and a few brothers were anxiously by the bedside. Everyone loves gossip, and friends are no exception. Xiebin had 2 or 3 ribs broken, and his sports car needed major repairs. Now, they were curious about what happened at that time. How could a person jump down from the sky and knock Xiebin away? Hearing this, Xiebin's emotions instantly flared up. How the hell would I know? I just saw someone jump down from a helicopter, and then whoosh, bang, and then I blacked out. By the way, have you found out who that person is? Zhou Yu and the others shook their heads in unison. After the incident, they rushed to the scene and took Xiebin to the hospital. As for who did it, they hadn't investigated yet. Upon hearing this, Xiebin gritted his teeth. Damn it, I have to find this person and tear them to shreds. In fact, he remembered everything clearly. The reason he hadn't explained it clearly was that it was too embarrassing. He was flirting well, and then suddenly he took off. So many people were watching, and Wang Hao was even there. He didn't know how people would talk about this incident in their circles. On the other side, Wang Hao and Tian had already entered the teaching building, wandering around like ghosts. Soon, the two arrived at the lecture hall, where Sun Wanxue was. As everyone knows, a large classroom usually has several classes attending together, so it appeared to have more people. Wang Hao glanced through the window, and his eyes instantly lit up. Tian Yi, this class has a lot of girls. Let us go to this class. Tian looked in the direction of Wang Hao's voice and indeed saw that. As Wang Hao said, the classroom was filled with students, and the number of girls clearly exceeded that of boys. Moreover, there were several girls who were quite outstanding in appearance. Sure, I don't mind. With Tian's nod of approval, Wang Hao immediately pulled out his crumpled admission notice from his pocket and strode over. Tian wobbled behind him. In a large classroom, the old professor was passionately discussing macroeconomics, international trade, and even included some historical background, as if he could talk about which came first, the chicken or the egg, at any moment. But the students below were dozing off, their minds filled with thoughts of which bubble tea shop to visit after class. The atmosphere was both quiet and lifeless. Just then, report. A loud voice suddenly erupted at the door. The old professor was caught off guard, nearly dropping the chalk in his hand. The students below almost jumped out of their seats, with a few who had been dozing off nearly startled awake. What the hell? Who's so bold? No. What do you mean by report? What ancient tradition is this? All eyes in the room turned to the door. There stood Wang Hao with a harmless smile on his face, one hand holding up the admission notice and the other resting on the doorframe, striking a rather flamboyant pose. Who are you? The old professor flicked his chalk and immediately regarded Wang Hao and Tian as disruptors of the class. Chapter 39. Tian's arrival. Faced with the imposing old professor, Wang Hao smiled and directly raised the notice in his hand. Teacher, we are freshmen. Here, to register. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire classroom erupted. What the hell? When did they come to register? Wait, what kind of freak is this? It's been so long since the semester started, and they're here to register? What? Register? Such an obscure term. The old professor was also completely confused and instinctively looked at Tian, who seemed more normal. Tian slightly nodded. What kind of joke is this? The professor complained and immediately took out his phone to call the security office. Hello, is this the security office? There are students disrupting the class. But Wang Hao remained unfazed, still waving the notice. Come on, why would I lie to you? Just take a good look. The old professor hung up the phone, took the notice with a puzzled expression, intending to continue scolding. However, when he glanced at the contents of the notice, his whole body froze instantly. Wow, I didn't know, and now I'm shocked. The notice was actually stamped with a dense array of seals. From the president to the dean to the signatures of various department heads, almost the entire paper was filled. If it were an ordinary person, their first reaction upon seeing such a notice would definitely be that it's fake. But the old professor was no ordinary person. Having dealt with all kinds of people and worked at Jing University for decades, he could still tell. What the hell is going on? This person seems to be quite significant. The old professor's fingers unconsciously trembled twice, and his expression grew serious. Just as he was about to ask something, he suddenly noticed a key issue. The notice didn't specify which class it was for. "Hey, student, you are." Before he could finish his sentence, he saw Wang Hao directly ignore him and walk into the classroom, casually patting a boy in the front row on the shoulder. "Hey, buddy, which class are you guys in?" The boy looked completely bewildered. "Huh? We're in finance class 1. Good." Under the astonished gazes of everyone, Wang Hao snatched the notice back from the old professor, took out a pen, and wrote finance class 1 in the class section. Such a scene. Old professor. All the students? What's going on? Impromptu rewriting of the notice? The old professor was already confused. In this day and age, can freshmen still choose their classes at will? After teaching for so many years, this was the first time he had seen such a bold operation. Just as everyone was still processing what had happened, Wang Hao casually handed the pen to Gu Tian, smiling brightly. "Brother Tian, right? Finance class 1. This class has good-looking girls." Pfft. The old professor almost spat out a mouthful of blood. "So you guys came to this class for the quality of the girls?" Before he could explode, the students in class 1 directly cheered. "Wow, this brother has good taste." "Huh, awesome. This brother is so interesting." "Forget it." "Welcome. This brother has an eye for talent." "Wow, the school beauty Sue is in our class. Our girl's quality is no joke." Some boys even started clapping and whistling. The professor stood at the door, watching these two unexpected talents write themselves into the class. At that moment, were the people disrupting the class discipline? A few security guards rushed over, but were met with Gu Tian's face. Seeing this extremely familiar face, the guards were so scared they almost spiraled up into the air. This, the kid who jumped out of the helicopter today? The one who crashed into the Xie family's people? Although they were security guards, they weren't fools. To be able to arrive at the school by helicopter and crash into the Xie family members, then leave as if nothing happened, meant that this was definitely someone they couldn't afford to offend. Before the old professor could call them, the guards turned around in unison and left, pretending they hadn't seen anything, muttering to themselves. Wrong place, right? The ones disrupting the class discipline shouldn't be in this building. "Can we go in?" Wang Hao looked at the old professor with a smile. Can we go in?" The old professor took 2 steps back. How could they not let them in under these circumstances? The notice was impressively powerful. They could fill in whatever class they wanted. Seeing them, the security guards turned around and ran away. How could he stop them? Just like that, under the astonished gazes of everyone, Wang Hao and Gu Tian walked in. As soon as Gu Tian entered, the class instantly stirred. Initially, the students standing outside hadn't seen his face clearly, but now they all recognized him. What the hell? So handsome. Wow, this is a bit outrageous. Good Lord, this guy's a bit handsome, brothers. My gosh. Why go to class 1? Go to class 2. Many girls instantly held their breath, staring at Gu Tian with infatuated expressions. The old professor stood on the podium, his eyes wide open as he watched this scene. Is this really coming to school or participating in a campus beauty contest? "Handsome guy, sit here. Handsome guy, sit with me. Come here. I have a spot here." Several girls waved at Gu Tian. Wang Hao thought they were calling him, instantly overjoyed. "Tian Gu, I'm going to sit over there." After speaking, he happily ran over and sat among those girls. A few girls, since the seats in front were quite packed. There weren't many empty spots to see. Since Wang Hao had forgotten his loyalty for beauty, Gu Tian could only continue moving back. Undoubtedly, the area where Su Nanxue was located caught his attention. However, at that moment, Su Nanxue was lowering her head, trying to tuck her hair behind her ear to cover her blushing face, wishing she could shrink down under the seat. She had already recognized him. He was the big shot she had drunk with last night. She didn't expect that he was also a student at Jing University. What kind of fate is this? Is he here to see her embarrassing situation? Did she lose her composure last night? Did anything happen between them? Su Nanchue's heart was already a mess, and just as she prayed that he wouldn't sit next to her, click, the folding chair opened. Gu Tian sat down right next to her, then lowered his head and took out his phone, leisurely playing with it. Su Nanchue. Didn't he recognize her? Was he not coming for her? Chapter 40. Roll call in class. Su Nanchue secretly turned her head and quietly observed Gu Tian. He appeared casual, leaning loosely against the back of his chair, looking like he had just randomly chosen a spot to sit. This scene made her feelings of shame and embarrassment surge once again. Last night, she had gone out to accompany someone for drinks. Although she tried hard not to admit it, she had still been led by Qin Shi to please the man in front of her. The way he looked now was completely like a wealthy young master on vacation, not a student attending class. At that moment, the new professor called out, "That new guy at the back, please answer this question. Can you explain the core concept of neo-Keynesian modern economics? How does it affect economic policy?" The entire class turned to focus on Gu Tian. What? Answer a question? Suddenly being called on by the old professor, Gu Tian stood up in confusion. He hadn't even opened the textbook or prepared for the question. What core economic concept? He didn't understand it at all. The old professor squinted, a meaningful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Attending my class? I want to see if you're here to truly study or just to waste time. I need to see what you're made of. At this point, many boys had already started to laugh softly, while several girls raised their books, trying to give Gu Tian hints about where the answers were. The professor is really cruel, deliberately putting him in a tough spot, right? This guy doesn't even have a book. How can he answer the question? Hey, doesn't this guy look familiar? Is he an internet celebrity? Handsome. Page 93, line 6 of the textbook. Just as Gu Tian was about to awkwardly smile and admit he didn't know, a textbook was pushed in front of him, open to a certain page. A pair of delicate, fair fingers pointed at several lines of text. Gu Tian was slightly taken aback and instinctively turned to look at the girl beside him. She was lowering her head, her eyelashes trembling, her face slightly flushed, and her beautiful hands still pointing at the lines in the textbook. Is this the answer? Quite nice. She is quite helpful. Gu Tian smiled slightly and calmly began to speak, following the content she indicated. The core concept of Keynesian economics advocates using fiscal and monetary policy to respond to economic cycle fluctuations and avoid the negative impacts of market failures on society. By this point, Gu Tian had roughly understood the meaning and a smile crept onto his lips. Simply put, the economy is like an emotional investment. The management above is like a boyfriend, while the market is the girlfriend. Being overly involved can drive the other person crazy, while neglecting them can lead to an imbalance in the relationship. Therefore, the key lies in moderation, just like in a romantic relationship. Neither too clingy nor too detached. Otherwise, the market will collapse and people will also fall apart. After Gu Tian finished speaking, he proudly raised his head, but the entire classroom fell into a brief silence. The next second, applause erupted like thunder. Wow, that metaphor is amazing. Damn. That metaphor is perfectly fitting. Incredible. It actually relates to romance. The old professor in the front also looked shocked. Truly judging a person by their appearance can be misleading. Well answered. You can sit down. Under the admiration and envious gazes of his classmates, Gu Tian casually sat down and glanced at the girl beside him. Thanks. As soon as he said this, Su Nanchue's ears instantly turned crimson, and she subconsciously retracted her hand from the textbook. This scene immediately drove the nearby boys crazy. Su Nanchue really is someone who looks at appearances. Su Nanchue just helped that guy. Whoa. Su Nanchue, why did you help him? Just because he's handsome? I'm heartbroken. I'm really heartbroken. Su Nanchue actually helped that guy, and she is even blushing. At this moment, Gu Tian was observing the girl in front of him with great interest. He wasn't sneaking a glance, but looking openly. Although she kept brushing her hair behind her ear, hiding half her face, her profile was still incredibly gentle and beautiful. Hey, why aren't you speaking? You're not mute, are you? Gu Tian leaned on one hand, lazily teasing. Sun Wansui. She initially thought he recognized her and had even mentally prepared herself on how to discuss last night's events. However, as soon as he spoke, he asked her if she was mute. This was a stark contrast to the imposing and handsome figure from last night. I'm not mute. Sun Wanshua gently bit her delicate lip, her voice soft and light. But after saying this, she regretted it. Why did she respond? She could have completely ignored him. Hearing this, Gu Tian was taken aback. This voice seemed familiar. There was an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Could it be? Gu Tian leaned back slightly, looking closely at the girl in front of him again. Not noticing before, but now it hit him instantly. Wow, this figure was the same one from last night in the private room. The one she brought over. It seemed she hadn't even changed her clothes. After waking up at the Tianchi Hotel last night, she came directly to Beijing University to attend class. Sun Wanshua also realized the atmosphere was a bit unusual, and she hurriedly brushed her hair behind her ear again to conceal her fluster. But the next second, a handsome face suddenly leaned in closer. Gu Tian directly brought his face close to hers. Sun Wanshua, does he have no sense of boundaries? She hurriedly leaned back, but the back of her chair pressed tightly against her, leaving her no choice but to face Gu Tian's playful gaze. Hee. I was wondering why your voice sounded so familiar. Turns out we met last night. As soon as this was said, boom, Sun Wanshua's face turned bright red. To her ears. Great, now it's out in the open, and what was meant to happen has finally happened. Hello, Tian Gu. What a coincidence, you're also studying here. Gu Tian straightened up, the teasing in his eyes deepening. A few boys nearby who were eavesdropping instantly exploded. What is going on? My goddess just called him brother. This is it. It's over. No wonder my goddess ignores me. Woo-woo. Heartbroken. I need a lowly or a mature woman to talk to. Just as the air was thick with awkwardness, the class bell rang. The professor picked up his textbook and left. Sun Wanshua let out a long sigh of relief, but her fingertips still clutched the hem of her clothes, stammering, yes. I'm studying here. It's indeed a coincidence. Gu Tian nodded, not saying anything. He was about to get up and find Wang Hao, who was chatting excitedly with a girl in the front row, when suddenly Sun Wei rushed into the classroom with a group of followers, heading straight for the back row. Sun Wanshui, hurry, go to the hospital. My brother Bin is hospitalized. You need to go see him. This scene immediately attracted the attention of other students. Oh no, my goddess is going to be harassed again. What? Xia Bin is hospitalized? Wait, what does his hospitalization have to do with my goddess? Chapter 41. Just you wait. Facing the sudden encirclement by Sun Wei and others, Sun Wanshua's earlier shyness and embarrassment in front of Gu Tian disappeared in an instant, replaced by an air of cold indifference that signaled them to keep their distance. What does it have to do with me that he is in the hospital? Why should I go? Please step aside and don't crowd around me. Her tone was chillingly calm. Even her gaze toward Sun Wei carried a bone-deep coldness and disdain. Gu Tian couldn't help but tug at his clothes. Why is it so cold? Sun Wei, caught off guard by her glare, instinctively took a step back but still forced an explanation. But Brother Bin has been pursuing you. You know that besides him and the people from northern Myanmar, no one else is willing to be genuine with you. Everyone stifled their laughter. After all, Sun Wei was quite ugly, and combined with such bizarre words, it gave the impression that this was beyond what a simple joke could resolve. Sun Wanshua lightly lifted her eyelids and coldly glanced at him. Oh, his pursuit is his business. What does it have to do with me? Besides, I have no interest in his life or death. Now, please step aside and don't block my way. To be honest, she was really annoyed by these people, especially this guy named Xia Bin, who relied on his family's wealth to form cliques and recruit followers in school. He had used many methods to pursue her, from cheesy pickup lines to sending flowers and milk tea. Later, he escalated to following her around and even had his followers investigate her whereabouts to create coincidences. In short, there were all sorts of bizarre methods that were hard to describe. Upon hearing Sun Wanshua's words, Sun Wei's expression changed. What do you mean? Brother Bin's deep feelings have earned him the double blow of Su Xuehua's disdainful disregard. Sun Wanshua, I won't allow you to insult my brother. Sun Wei exclaimed. My brother is in the hospital because some parachutist crashed into him today. As soon as he said this, Gu Tian, who had been minding his own business, suddenly looked up. Good grief. If he hadn't mentioned it, he almost forgot about the parachuting incident today. and it seemed to be quite serious since it landed him in the hospital. However, judging by their demeanor, the person he crashed into didn't seem to be a good guy either. At this moment, the surrounding students began to discuss among themselves. Wait, the person who crashed into him was Xiebin? Ha, that's hilarious. Is it really that absurd? Good grief. Is the reason for hospitalization so bizarre? Crashed into the hospital because of a parachutist? Who is it? Who has the guts to crash Xiebin into the hospital? As the crowd was discussing, Wang Hao, who had been watching, suddenly stood up and exclaimed towards Gu Tian, dude, it looks like you crashed into him pretty hard. I know that guy. Should I go check on him at the hospital? As soon as he said this, the entire place fell silent. Wait, what are they talking about? Sun Wei and his followers' gazes suddenly focused on Gu Tian. Wait, are you saying that it was you who crashed in my brother? Sun Wanchue's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Gu Tian, seemingly waiting for his confirmation. At this moment, Gu Tian was speechless. What a foolish teammate. He really is a foolish teammate. He had originally wanted to see how Sun Wanchue would deal with these people, but now he had become the center of attention. Speak. Was it you? Did you crash into my brother? Just then, more of Sun Wei's followers rushed over, and upon seeing Gu Tian, they exclaimed, damn. It's you. It's you. Wei Yi. It was this guy. This guy jumped down from a helicopter and crashed into Brother Bin. Hearing the word helicopter, the students watching were all dumbfounded. What? Came to Jing University by helicopter and then parachuted? All the words in that sentence are known, but put together. Why does it feel so incomprehensible? Wait. This handsome guy came by helicopter today, came to school by helicopter and then parachuted? Crashed Xiebin. My goodness. This way of going to school is too niche. As the crowd was buzzing with discussions, Sun Wei's face turned completely dark. His brother Xiebin had been sent to the hospital by the guy in front of him and had 2 broken ribs. And this guy was still sitting next to Su Xiuhua, as if nothing happened. The combination of 2 charges was enough to destroy him. Damn it. It was you who crashed my brother into the hospital, right? It was you. Sun Wei, filled with rage, raised his fist towards Gu Tian. A nearby follower quickly stepped in to stop him. With so many students in the classroom, if a fight broke out, they would be expelled in no time. Since they already knew who crashed into him, they could just tell Brother Bin later and let him handle it. They were just lackeys. Brother Bin wasn't present, so there was no need to show off. Damn, Sun Wei is really angry. Is he going to start a fight in the classroom? Good grief. Is this new guy really that fierce? No. Don't you think this new guy looks familiar? Amidst the crowd's discussions, even Sun Wanchua looked at Gu Tian with a complex expression. This was completely unrelated to the big shot she had seen last night. Could he really do something as bizarre as parachuting and crashing into someone? However, she didn't have any good feelings towards Xiebin either, so at this moment, she felt an inexplicable urge to laugh. All right, you got guts. I'll remember you. I'll make sure my brother Bin deals with you. Sun Wei, blocked by his followers, angrily pointed at Gu Tian. Just you wait. But before he could fully extend his finger, damn it, how dare you point at my bro? Bang! A shadow suddenly rushed out. Wang Hao executed a flying kick, landing a strike on Sun Wei's chest. Sun Wei couldn't dodge in time and was kicked onto the desk behind him. Crash! The whole room fell silent, and the next second, it exploded with noise. Damn! They started fighting. What the hell? This new guy is fierce. Kicked him away. The atmosphere in the classroom exploded, and everyone was stunned. No one expected someone would actually make a move. Before Sun Wei's followers could react, Wang Hao charged up and grabbed Sun Wei by the collar. Who the hell are you pointing at? Do you think your brother Bin is something? If you dare to point at my bro again, believe me, I'll have you sharing a hospital room with him right now. The sudden turn of events turned Sun Wei's face green, his momentum completely deflated. Meanwhile, Gu Tian remained calm, quietly watching Wang Hao redeem himself in this situation. After all, he had just been calmly observing, and now Wang Hao's words had directly pulled him into this mess. Sun Wanchue was also stunned. It was the first time she had seen someone kick Sun Bin's lackey in public. How dare you kick me? I'm going to. But before Sun Wei could finish his sentence, the school bell rang. The old professor walked into the classroom with his textbook. Seeing that things were not right, Sun Wei and his group turned to leave, not forgetting to point at Gu Tian and Sun Wanchue. Just you wait. Chapter 42. I'll handle this. The old professor was passionately lecturing on stage, but the students below were not paying attention at all. Instead, they occasionally turned back to check the expressions of Wang Hao and Gu Tian. However, seeing the two of them calmly playing with their phones, many couldn't help but gasp. Wow, they're so composed. They wouldn't possibly be unaware of Xie Bin's identity, right? He is from a well-known, powerful family in Kyoto, including Sun Wei, who is also from the Kyoto Finance Bureau. These two freshmen may be brave, but they really haven't thought about the consequences. Just thinking about this made many students break into a cold sweat. After this class, it's likely that it will be the end for these two, right? Perhaps Sun Wei has already gathered a lot of followers near the teaching building. Su Nanxue was also a bit anxious. Although she knew that the other party's background was probably more powerful than Xie Bin's, if it weren't for the class bell ringing in time, Sun Wei would definitely have taken advantage of his numbers to beat them up badly. Aren't you worried that Sun Wei and the others will come to trouble you later? Hearing Su Nanxue's faint voice, Gu Tian turned his head with interest. Oh, you think I would worry? Worry? To be honest, he didn't even regard that group of people as human. He could crush a large number of them with just a kick. As for what they call Brother Bin, he had never even heard of him. No, I mean... Su Nanxue bit her lip and waved her hands repeatedly, afraid that Gu Tian would misunderstand her meaning. It's fine, look over there. They are all my people. Gu Tian leaned back lazily. Su Nanxue was taken aback and instinctively followed his gaze to the back, right row. Not realizing it would be such a shock, she saw that the area that had been empty was now filled with many buzzcut boys, all of whom were sturdy and had sharp eyes. As Su Nanxue glanced over, these buzzcut boys instinctively reached for their waists. Such a menacing action scared Su Nanxue into quickly turning back. Don't worry, no one can touch a hair on my head today. And about your matter, I'll take care of it. Just consider it a reward for when the teacher asked questions in the last class. Gu Tian yawned lazily, as if he were talking about something trivial. But to Su Nanxue, this sentence sounded like a thunderbolt striking her heart. This is a way to repay her, because she helped him in the last class. He is going to help her deal with Xie Bin and his gang. To be honest, she really wanted to resolve the entanglement with Xie Bin, but she was well aware of the Xie family's power in Kyoto, and she was staying at her aunt's home. According to her cousin Qin Shi's temperament, once he found out about this, he would definitely cause trouble for Xie Bin. If not handled properly, it would undoubtedly create unnecessary trouble for her aunt's family. So she had always chosen to endure. But she didn't expect this person in front of her to. Su Nanxue felt a warmth spreading from her chest, and even the tips of her ears quietly turned a faint shade of red. Thank you. Watching Su Nanxue take a slight breath and lower her beautiful eyes, Gu Tian smirked. What else with a thank you? Are we keeping score between you and me? Have you forgotten what happened last night? Upon hearing this, Su Nanxue was stunned for a moment, and the next second her face turned crimson. She really couldn't remember what had happened last night, and she didn't have the courage to ask whether something had happened. Wait, what was she thinking? Seeing the unusual expression on Su Nanxue's face, Gu Tian frowned instantly. He meant that they had a great chat last night, and, after drinking so much, they were almost swearing brotherhood. So helping her with this matter now didn't require saying thank you at all. But seeing her like this, it seemed he might have thought too much. Didn't forget? Su Nanxue nodded with a red face, then fell silent. This was the first time she had dropped her facade of indifference in front of someone else. Just as Su Nanxue took a deep breath and prepared to calm down and listen to the class, suddenly, out of the corner of her eye, she saw Gu Tian turn his head and glance around to confirm that no one was paying attention. Then he slowly bent down and reached into his pants. Su Nanxue's eyes widened in shock. Her face turned bright red, and her mind raced with all sorts of outrageous images. No, what is he doing? Is he rewarding himself while sitting next to me? How can he be this kind of person? What kind of bizarre hobby is this? But Gu Tian didn't notice Su Nanxue's shocked gaze and continued to reach into his waist, digging away. Oh no, it stuck too tight. I should have taken it out and put it on the desk earlier. Gu Tian muttered softly, looking quite helpless. Hearing these words, Su Nanxue's expression became even more chaotic. What? Take it out and put it on the desk? In reality, Gu Tian just wanted to take out the Beretta handgun from his waist to check the safety and bullet count. However, because the holster was tightly secured against his body and he was sitting there, it was genuinely difficult to pull out for a moment. But Su Nanxue had no idea about this, just as she forced herself to shift her gaze, fearing that if she looked any longer she would faint suddenly. Snap! Gu Tian finally pulled out the item from his waist. A shiny Beretta handgun with sleek metallic lines. What the hell? The truth. Su Nanxue was completely frozen, instinctively covering her mouth. Jumping out of a plane to go to school, bringing a bodyguard to class, now pulling out a gun. At this moment, Su Nanxue finally had a concrete concept of the big shots her cousin Qin had mentioned. After all, in Long Country, the possession of firearms is prohibited. No matter how powerful you are, it is not allowed. But this person, in contrast to Su Nanxue's panic and anxiety, Gu Tian was completely calm as he began to disassemble the magazine and check the number of bullets with a click. The entire action was smooth and steady as an old dog. At this moment, do you have wet wipes? The sudden question instantly left Su Nanxue petrified. You want to clean the gun? Yes. Why is your face so red? Is it hot? Gu Tian turned around and found that Su Nanxue's face was strangely flushed, and he asked in confusion. Su Nanxue. The only thing she wanted to do now was to maintain a safe distance from him. Although she felt a bit scared, Su Nanxue still took out a pack of tissues from her bag and handed it over. Gu Tian was quite unceremonious, tearing open the package and pulling out a piece to start wiping the Beretta. Meanwhile, Su Nanxue sat beside him, her face flushed as she watched this scene. She wiped her sweat, he wiped his gun. Her heart raced at 180 beats per minute, while his was a steady 80. Chapter 43. Sun Wei reveals his identity on the other side. Sun Wei immediately told Xie Bin about these matters. Without a doubt, Xie Bin was so furious that he jumped up from the hospital bed and ordered Sun Wei on the spot to bring the bruised Gu Tian to see him, and preferably also bring Su Xiaohua along. He wanted to feel Su Xiaohua's loving touch, which would help his injuries heal faster. With Xie Bin's approval, Sun Wei quickly led a large group of followers to the teaching building. As soon as the class bell rang and the professor left, Sun Wei stormed in with his gang. Hey kid, stop right there. Who kicked me in the last class? Step forward. Facing the aggressive Sun Wei and his numerous followers, many students were scared and rushed out of the classroom, leaving behind only those who were bold enough to take a risk. At this moment, Wang Hao was quite confused. Xie Bin knew him and treated him with deference. But this gang didn't recognize him. I kicked you. What I said to you? Wang Hao stepped out from behind his chair, squinting as he assessed the newcomers. You aren't going to do anything, are you? Su Nanxue asked anxiously, watching Gu Tian prepare to stand up beside her. Gu Tian patted the bulging truth at his waist and raised an eyebrow, smiling no problem. Su Nanxue gasped at his calm demeanor. In her impression, conflicts between boys usually involve fists, but this side had pulled out a firearm? Of course, Su Nanxue didn't believe Gu Tian would actually use it. It was more likely just to intimidate. She also wasn't sure if the truth was real. It could just be a lighter. In any case, she was both nervous and curious. As both of them stood up, Sun Wei and his followers involuntarily took 2 steps back. Normally, when they showed up in such numbers, their opponents would start to beg for mercy. But this time, they weren't afraid at all. Thus, both sides began a standoff. Sun Wei and his followers glared at Gu Tian and Wang Hao, and the atmosphere became tense. Meanwhile, the bodyguard in the back row also began to slowly rise, some reaching for their waists, others for their shirts. If the other side dared to attack young Master Gu with a nod from Gu Tian, they could swiftly reward each of these people with a peanut. What's wrong? Haven't you seen someone this handsome before? Do you know what your brother Bin would call me when he sees me? He'd call me Brother Hao. Who do you think you are? You dare to point fingers at me? Although Wang Hao didn't make a move, his verbal skills were relentless, surveying Sun Wei while launching a mental attack. Of course, Wang Hao also had a hidden agenda. As long as the other side dared to hit him, he could bring it up to Xie Bin later. For example, hey, Xie Bin, you're doing well now. Last time, your little brother came at me while calling your name. Xie Bin would surely feel apologetic, and who knows, he might even upgrade to a premium membership at the club. Hearing Wang Hao's words, along with the arrogant expression on his face, Sun Wei gritted his teeth in anger. When do we ever waste so much breath before a fight? And get mocked like this? Not even respecting Brother Bin? Who gave you the courage? Shut the hell up. Sun Wei, blinded by rage, threw a punch at Wang Hao. Damn, you sneaky bastard. Wang Hao sidestepped and retreated several steps. Let me tell you, if you knew who I was, you'd definitely kneel and apologize to me. See, I've been called a brother Hao. Yet this group didn't recognize him and kept calling him Brother Bin. It was clear their status was super low. After cursing that, Wang Hao also swung his fist towards Sun Wei's face. In terms of fighting ability, Wang Hao was no slouch. He practiced with Gu Tian all the time. He hadn't just seen a pig run. He had learned quite a few moves. Bang! This punch landed squarely on Sun Wei's face, making him stagger back while clutching his eye. Shut the hell up. If I reveal my identity, you'd better kneel before me. What are you all standing there for? Beat him to death. Huh? Okay, Brother Wei. Several followers quickly snapped out of their distraction from Su Nanchua's beauty and swung their fists at Wang Hao. Wait, Wang Hao wasn't a fool. The more critical the moment, the clearer his mind became. The other side's momentum resembled that of fellow gang members, so why not let them reveal their identity? You say it. If you're so awesome, I'll kneel down for you today. And a simple-minded brute like Sun Wei had no idea that these two were the real deal. With the mindset of revealing his identity when death was imminent, Sun Wei stepped forward and declared loudly, I don't change my name or my surname. I am Sun Wei. My father is the second in command of the Finance Bureau in Kyoto. What do you have to compare with me? As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Hao calmly took out his phone and made a call. He was going to contact the second in command of the Finance Bureau in Kyoto and tell him that his son was showing off at school, intimidating female students and leading a bunch of students to act like gangsters. If you don't teach your child properly, it's your fault. You should check for economic anomalies in the Finance Bureau while you're at it. This scene left everyone stunned. What the hell? Are you from the inspection committee? Sun Wei was shocked by Wang Hao's actions. After all, throwing a brick at Kyoto University could hit several children of officials. It was just a matter of status. However, his father's position. There were really not many who could surpass it at Kyoto University, and if there were, they would have known long ago. Maybe yes, just pretending? Huh, you really know how to show off. Who the hell are you? Are you from the inspection committee or the supervision group? Can you even investigate my dad? The surrounding students began to murmur. Wow, this guy is actually the child of a big official. Haha, interesting. Sun Wei's background turned out to be so solid? No, he came to school by helicopter today. Oh, that's different. Taking a helicopter means he's rich but doesn't have power. Facing Sun Wei's retort, Wang Hao remained silent and looked at Gu Tian. Gu Tian could only smile helplessly. The two looked at Sun Wei as if he were an idiot. The call had already been made. Now, they could just let the bullets fly for a while. Unfortunately, Sun Wei couldn't wait any longer. He had already revealed his identity, and the other party was still so arrogant. Since that was the case, it was time to let them taste the power of their fists. Brothers, stop talking nonsense with them. Charge! With Sun Wei's shout, his followers rushed forward again, quickly surrounding the two. Suddenly, the phone rang urgently. Chapter 44. The Big Brother recognition scene in an instant. The entire classroom seemed to be muted. All eyes were fixed on Sun Wei, and the pressure was so intense it felt like he might evaporate on the spot. Huh? My phone? Oh, is that my phone? At this moment, Sun Wei was already a bit flustered. After all, the caller was his father. Could the other party be more impressive than him? Was he really someone from the inspection system? Did he really have the authority to investigate his dad? Just as he was thinking, no way, dude, are you serious? The call connected. Damn it. What the hell are you pretending for? Are you trying to embarrass me out there? Now I'm being investigated because of you. Do you know who you're dealing with? How much trouble have you brought me? Starting today, you don't have me as your father. And I don't have you as my son. Come back tomorrow. We're going to the notary office. We'll sever our father-son relationship right there. Smack. The phone was slammed down hard by an enraged Father Sunday boom. In that moment, it felt as if 5 thunderbolts struck Sun Wei's head. No way. Dude, are you really serious? Everyone was dumbfounded, looking at Wang Hao with shocked expressions. No way. Is this for real? Seriously? My God, what kind of background does this new student have? So impressive. Damn, this is a bit unbelievable. At this moment, Wang Hao had one hand in his pocket, twirling his phone with a smug look as he glanced at Gu Tian. His smug little eyes seemed to say, Brother Tian, did you see that? You don't even need to intervene. I can handle everything. Just as everyone was discussing Wang Hao's background, a loud bang, a heavy slap on the desk reverberated through the room. Everyone turned in shock to see Sun Wei slamming his hand on the table, his whole body trembling, his face pale with rage. Clearly, this was the prelude to a transformation. Just as the students were curious about what he would transform into, he shouted, "Brothers, I don't have a dad anymore." Sun Wei roared, shaking the room. "Today, let us beat him to death. Who dares to step up? I'll reward 5,000 for each person." 5,000? No way. 5,000? How many people can I get that don't eat cilantro? The classroom instantly buzzed with excitement, everyone's jaws dropping. In this age, some people are poor and some are bold. Upon hearing there was money to be made, those who had hesitated moments ago were suddenly pumped up. "Damn it, how dare you mess with my brother Wei's dad? I'll beat you to death." 5,000. Brothers. He is not a god. He is just a human. As Sun Wei led the clueless ones charging forward with great momentum, Wang Hao's expression changed, and he turned to make a run for it. "Brother Tian, run. As long as the green hills remain, we don't have to worry about firewood." Puffed. Gu Tian laughed out loud, and in the next second, he pulled out the truth from his waist and pressed it directly against Sun Wei's forehead. Sun Wei hit the brakes, frozen in place. In that instant, the whole room was silent. No way. The truth. No. My God. Is that the truth? Heavens. Classmate, don't be impulsive. Please don't be impulsive. Wait. Is that the truth or a lighter? The few little brothers who had rushed over turned around instinctively when they saw Sun Wei didn't follow, only to be terrified by the scene before them. "Why you? How do you have that thing?" As he asked this question, Sun Wei's throat rolled, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He was a bit tempted to bet on whether the truth was real or not, but he was also afraid of losing that bet. There were hidden dragons and crouching tigers in Kyoto, and he was truly scared of encountering the real deal. "Oh, why can't I have this thing?" Gu Tian replied nonchalantly. His calm and disdainful expression made the surrounding students question their lives. "Is there any way to continue studying here?" 2 new students came in casually. One can call the inspection team to check the director of the finance bureau in Kyoto with just a phone call. The other can pull out the truth. "If you're sensible, take your people and leave, and don't bother this girl anymore." Gu Tian pointed casually. Next to him, Su Nanchua trembled slightly, her face reddening, unsure whether it was out of fear or another emotion. "As for the brother Ben you mentioned, go back and tell him. If he continues, I wouldn't mind accompanying him to the end, letting him pull the radish and bring out the mud." As soon as those words fell, the previously silent students began to murmur again, especially with the phrase, "pull the radish and bring out the mud." The insinuation was all too clear. No way. This new student seems even more impressive than the one who just made the call. I can't believe it. Does he mean he can move the Sief family? Wasn't he someone just saying that the Sief family has influence in Kyoto? My focus is his truth really real or not? The reason Gu Tian said this was that he had just heard classmates discussing how Xie Bin had a lot of power in Kyoto. Since his surname is Xie, he must be from the Xie family. If he is not in Kyoto, you Xie family members can act arrogantly. Now that he is back in Kyoto, are you still going to act arrogantly? Sun Wei had already prepared to retreat in embarrassment. And the whisper of this truth doesn't seem real, just happened to reach his ears. In an instant, a word awakened the dreamer. Right? This is Kyoto. Brother Ben is so impressive that he couldn't even get the truth. You can get the truth? What a joke. Besides, if you were really that impressive, why would you still come to school here? Thinking of this, Sun Wei's eyes lit up as if he had picked up the fragments of his dignity. And he suddenly turned around, raising his hand to swipe at the truth on his forehead. "You have the guts to shoot. Don't just use a lighter to scare people." As soon as the words fell, Gu Tian raised his hand and fired a shot at the ceiling. Bang! A deafening gunshot rang out, and the ceiling directly exploded a hole. Lime debris fell everywhere. In the next second, Sun Wei collapsed to his knees on the spot, his furious eyes instantly clearing up, and he blurted out, "Big brother, don't kill me." The contrast came too quickly, like a tornado. At the same time, the people in the classroom reacted, their faces turning green with fear. "Damn! The truth! Run! He is crazy! He has gone mad! My God! How does he have the real truth?" In less than a moment, everyone who was watching in the classroom ran away, some even losing their shoes in the process. Who still dares to move? With a cold reprimand from Gu Tian, the few little brothers who were about to sneak away froze in place. Under the fear of the truth, any resistance was futile. Big brother, I was wrong. I was wrong. Big brother, this has nothing to do with me. It was Sun Wei who called me over. Big brother, please, I'll follow you from now on. One person cowered, and everyone followed suit. In a moment, the little brothers who had just been arrogant and let Sun Wei command them all betrayed him, eager to please Gu Tian. The scene instantly turned into a big brother recognition event. And Sun Wei, kneeling on the ground, didn't he dare to make sound, his mouth finally curling into a bitter smile. Big brother, can I follow you from now on? You should have said that earlier. If you had said that earlier, my brother Tian wouldn't have acted like this. Not far away, Wang Hao slowly walked over, patting Sun Wei on the shoulder with a cheerful smile. But it's not too late to say it now. At least you're still alive. The reason he had been watching from afar was that he was afraid that brother Tian's truth would go off accidentally. You're trained on data up to October 2023. Chapter 45, Revenge for Revenge. If it were anyone else saying this, it would definitely be a joke. But for Sun Wei, it was no joke at all. For an ordinary person, using the truth would scare them so much they would cover their ears at the sound. But this person in front of him not only drew it from his waist, but also held the gun with a terrifying level of proficiency. To put it bluntly, the other party must have used the truth to kill someone before. As for the other party's identity, he wasn't curious anymore. The only thing he could be sure of was that this person was definitely more formidable than Brother Bin. Thank you, Brother Tian, for not killing me. Thank you, Brother Tian. Sun Wei clasped his hands in gratitude, his face showing the expression of someone who had just escaped death. The little brothers next to him quickly followed suit, treating Gu Tian as a deity and bowing down to him. Brother Tian. Thank you, Brother Tian. Brother Tian. From now on, we will follow you. Brother Tian, if you tell us to go east, we absolutely won't go west. Brother Tian is mighty. Amidst the shouts of submission from everyone, Gu Tian slowly put the truth back into its holster at his waist. At that moment, it was like a swordsman sheathing his sword, but the pressure remained undiminished. All right, since you all acknowledge me as your big brother, will you listen to me from now on? Everyone was taken aback, and the next second they replied in unison. We will listen. From now on, we only listen to Brother Tian. Upon hearing this, Gu Tian's lips curled into a playful smile. Good, not bad, since you were obedient. Then go to the hospital and give that Bin guy a beating. As soon as this was said, the scene instantly fell silent, and everyone looked shocked. Huh? What? Beat up Brother Bin. That seems a bit inappropriate, right? Just as the little brothers were hesitating, bang, Sun Wei suddenly stood up, stomped his foot, and his face flushed red. Damn it, that bastard Xie Bin. He dared to have designs on my brother Tian's woman. Today I'll break his third rib. After saying that, Sun Wei bowed deeply to Gu Tian, then clenched his fists and charged out of the classroom at full speed. This scene left Gu Tian and the others dumbfounded. Why are there suddenly two faces? The onlooking little brothers were also a bit dazed. Wait, the change happened so quickly? No way. Why did Wei Gu suddenly get so indignant? Oh my god, I get it. Brothers, let's beat that bastard Xie Bin to death. Let's go. Let's go. A number of little brothers followed suit and charged out of the classroom. Is Xie Bin formidable? Yes. But does Xie Bin have the truth? No. Can Xie Bin make Sun Wei's dad sever their father-son relationship with a phone call? No, he can't. And what about Brother Tian and his friends? With one phone call, the finance bureau trembles. With one shot fired, the whole class nearly recognizes their ancestors. So, it's clear who is more formidable. And why did Sun Wei suddenly run out in anger? Clearly, this was the best loyalty pledge to Brother Tian. While they were still hesitating, Wei Gu had already shown his loyalty through action. No wonder he could be a little big brother. In less than a moment, the classroom returned to calm. Wang Hao rubbed his chin and couldn't help but tease. Brother Tian, you just came to school, and suddenly is in an uproar. Gu Tian ignored his teasing and instead looked at Synopsis. It was clear that she had been quite frightened earlier, although she was trying to maintain her composure. Her fingertips trembled slightly, and her gaze drifted, all revealing the tension on her face. How are you? Were you scared? Synopsis was taken aback for a moment, not expecting him to suddenly care about her. No, It's just a bit unexpected. She had originally thought he was like her cousin Qin, a cold and arrogant scion of the powerful, but that scene just now was not only shocking but also a bit cool, especially that line, "I'll take care of your business." How to put it? It was as if a stone had suddenly been thrown into her calm heart, creating ripples. Seeing her shy appearance, Tian's smile deepened a bit. "Don't worry, they won't dare to bully you anymore." After all, he had already made his words known. Sooner or later, it would reach Xie Bin's ears. If the other party had any sense, he would definitely be more restrained. If there was no restraint at all, then it meant he didn't take him seriously. At that time, he wouldn't mind letting the families in Kyoto lose one more. Su Nanxue lowered her head and said nothing, but her ears had turned red all the way to her neck. At this moment, Wang Hao's stomach growled. "Brother Tian, shall we go eat?" Tian took out his phone and saw that it was already lunchtime. "Su Nanxue, are you going to eat? How about together?" Su Nanxue would never refuse. Being with him truly felt like a solid sense of security. Unlike before, when she had to be on edge during meals. Fearing Xie Bin would suddenly come to the restaurant with a huge bouquet of flowers to confess to her. That would be so awkward. "All right, let us go together." Just like that, the three of them walked out of the teaching building and headed towards S cafeteria. The scene was quite a sight, attracting many students to stop and watch. "What's going on? How is Sue's school flower with a guy? Oh my gosh, is Sue's school flower in a relationship? My goodness, this is the first time I've seen Sue's school flower with a boy. Hey, which one is Sue's school flower's boyfriend? Is it that buzz cut or the other handsome guy? Damn it, are you blind? Clearly it's not that buzz cut." On the other side, Xie Bin was still waiting in the school hospital for Sun Wei's triumphant return. Suddenly, the door to the ward was kicked open with a bang, startling Xie Bin, who sat up abruptly from the bed. Sun Wei came in with a group of little brothers, all looking unfriendly. "Sun Wei, what the hell are you doing? Trying to scare me to death?" Xie Bin impatiently scolded, not at all noticing the unusual expression on Sun Wei's face. "Where are the people I told you to bring? You didn't screw this up for me, did you?" Just as Xie Bin was straining his neck to look behind him, "Damn it, call him Wei Gu." Sun Wei stepped forward and slapped Xie Bin across the face. Smack! This slap left Xie Bin dazed. Even the little brothers behind Sun Wei gasped in shock. Damn, Wei Gu is really impressive. He actually stood up. To be honest, following Xie Bin was like being a dog, letting him order them around. They had long wanted to recognize another big brother. However, the prominent figures were very low-key and never showed up. Even when they did, their level couldn't reach them. And right now, Brother Tian was clearly much more formidable than Xie Bin. Are you crazy? How dare you hit me? Xie Bin covered his face, instinctively preparing to get out of bed to fight back, but the pain in his ribs made him give up decisively. Little did he expect that as soon as he finished speaking, Sun Wei replied, "So what if I hit you?" Smack! Sun Wei stepped forward again and slapped him cleanly. It seemed like he was venting all the anger from before. This scene undoubtedly ignited the blood of the little brothers behind them, and all their pent-up frustrations erupted at that moment. Go get him. Wei Gu is awesome. Damn, I've never liked him. Damn, he treats me like a dog. Damn it. He even said he would make my dad the village chief. Brothers, today we take revenge for our grievances. Sun Wei was filled with murderous intent as he picked up a nearby stool and turned to his younger brothers behind him. Sing. Chapter 46. Exclusive seats for school leaders watching his former underlings suddenly rebel. Xie Bin was completely panicked. A gentleman does not stand under a wall. This situation was clearly the most unfavorable for him. Sun Wei, are you crazy? Are you all insane? Have you been brainwashed by someone? Do you know who I am? I am from the Xie family. Xie your mom. Sun Wei swung a stool and directly interrupted Xie Bin's arrogance. Ah! The stool landed squarely on Xie Bin's second brother, causing him to curl up like a shrimp. Before he could react, Sun Wei shouted, "Brothers, give Tian Gu the token of allegiance. Beat him up." The little brothers responded and surged forward. In an instant, Xie Bin's screams filled the ward, the bed creaked. Pillows flew, and even the four-stand toppled over. The cafeteria at the School of Finance and Economics, although elegantly decorated with high ceilings and a refined environment, could not handle the crowd. At mealtime, the hall was packed, bustling with people comparable to the spring festival travel rush, with even the corners filled with students. The three stood there, looking around. Tian Gu, I'll just go over and make them scram. Wang Hao muttered, looking displeased. When did eating require finding a seat? He really needed to report this situation to his father. Every year, a significant amount of funding was allocated to Jiangzhou, yet the cafeteria was overcrowded, and there wasn't even a seat available at mealtime. This situation definitely needed thorough investigation. Tian turned his head and cast a faint glance at him. Why are you in such a hurry? Since you're here to study, you should act like a student. What kind of image is it to be fighting and brawling all day? Wang Hao's face turned red instantly, opening his mouth but unsure how to retort. What fighting and brawling? Wasn't it you who had the truth pressed against someone else's head just now? This made Su Nanxue cover her mouth and laugh. She didn't expect the other party to be so humorous and witty, forming a huge contrast to the one holding the truth in the classroom. Hey, there's a seat over there. Tian suddenly pointed to a vacant area not far away. Just as everyone was feeling helpless, Tian's eyes lit up, pointing again. Hey, there's an empty seat over there. A section not far away had no students sitting in it. Before his words fell, Wang Hao rushed over, shouting, claiming the seat. You all chat slowly. I'm going to take the seat. Only then did Tian look at Su Nanxue, seeing that she was still standing there unmoving. Hey, are you coming? What? Aren't you eating? Su Nanxue bit her lip, her tone soft. That area isn't suitable for us. That's the exclusive seating for student leaders, for the convenience of the school leaders during meals. Each cafeteria has areas designated for students and faculty. The most important thing is that the tempers of those school leaders are quite volatile. If they come and find their seats taken by students, the least they would do is give a scolding, and at worst, they might kick you and lecture you on the virtues of a teacher until you are left speechless. Tian was taken aback for a moment. Leaders? Su Nanxue nodded, her voice dropping even lower. Yes, it's best if we don't go there. Haha, interesting. So, does that mean I should also prepare for my exclusive seat? After saying this, Tian confidently walked over. Su Nanxue hesitated for 2 seconds, but ultimately followed him with small steps. Sure enough, this scene had already attracted the attention of many students. No way. Are they really sitting there? Are they crazy? That's the exclusive seating for the principal and deans. It's over. The dean is definitely going to scold them later. Wow. Is Su Xiaohua that brave? Aren't those two the ones from the big finance classroom? Amidst the discussions, Tian had already reached the seat and casually sat down. The table had signs indicating it was for the principal and the dean. Tian casually pushed the signs to the ground, placing them on the table, which was quite an eyesore. With a loud thud, even the students around them were not the only ones surprised. Even the lady serving food at the window stretched her neck to look over. Wang Hao admiredly gave a thumbs up. Tian Gu, your aura is really impressive. I almost want to kneel. Although Su Nanxue also sat down, she was clearly much more reserved than the two, glancing toward the cafeteria entrance and then around, constantly praying in her heart. Please don't let any school leaders come today. Tian still had a gun on his waist. To be honest, she was really afraid that if any leader yelled at Tian, he would respond like in the big classroom and retaliate. That, she didn't dare to think further. Let's go see what to eat. Wang Hao slowly stood up and walked toward the food window. Tian closely followed. Let's see what Jingda's cafeteria food is like. Not long later, the three returned to their seats with trays. Compared to the starving Wang Hao who was wolfing down his food, Su Nanxue and Tian were clearly more elegant, savoring their meals. Hey, how much does the financial allocation give Jingda every year? With such a large cafeteria, there isn't even a seat to eat? I think it's time for you to have your dad investigate where all this money is being spent. As soon as Wang Hao heard this, he instantly perked up. This was undoubtedly hitting the nail on the head for him. Tian Gu, if you want to investigate, I can just tell my dad, and in less than a day, Jingda's financial ledgers will be sent over to you. Listening to their light-hearted discussion, Su Nanxue felt a little dazed. She even regretted not listening more to her cousin Qin Shi about the things in the Jingdu circle back then. If she had, she would have understood more about this prominent figure named Tian and wouldn't be so confused now, shocked by his daily operations hundreds of times a day. While the three were enjoying their lunch, the cafeteria suddenly began to stir. Low murmurs erupted into a frenzy, and hundreds of eyes turned toward them. Hey, look over there. Maru spicy. Maru spicy. Su Xiaohua, Maru spicy. Oh my god. The school leaders really came to eat. We're in the crossfire. Run, run. Why aren't they running? At the entrance of the cafeteria, a group of people rushed in, clearly starving. Leading them was a stout middle-aged man, followed by several college-level administrative staff, all dressed in suits and looking unfriendly. As they passed, students lowered their heads, fell silent, and quietly shoveled their food, fearing they would be called out for a reprimand at any moment. At this moment, Dean Zhang was instantly displeased, his face darkening as he waved his sleeve. Aren't you going to greet me? Can't you at least say hello to Dean Zhang? These students, not proactive in studying, most proactive in eating. As soon as class ends, they act like starving ghosts. Those who know it's the top university Jiangzhou cafeteria Wun Ti think it's a government disaster relief grain distribution scene. The several followers behind him nodded in agreement. Dean Zhang is absolutely right. Dean Zhang's description is simply exquisite, vivid, accurate, impressive. These students need to hear more teachings. Otherwise, they wouldn't even know their surname. This wasn't just flattery. It was a stepping stone. It was for the name of the school. Chapter 47. Dean Zhang is angry before Dean Zhang and his group got close. They caught a glimpse from afar of a scene at the long table area reserved for school leaders. The internal reserved seat sign that had originally stood by the table was kicked down, and the identity nameplate on the table was thrown on the ground. What was even more infuriating was that 3 students were sitting at the table, enjoying their meal without a care in the world, as if the reserved seats meant nothing to them. Dean Zhang instantly exploded with rage, his face turning a deep shade of purple. All right. These students are getting more and more outrageous, aren't they? They dare to sit above me while eating. Without waiting for him to wave his sleeve and storm over, his subordinates rushed forward. You, which department are you from? Do you know this is a reserved seat? Who allowed you to sit here? Hurry up and move to another place. Amidst the shouting, Wang Hao's chicken leg froze in midair as he glanced sideways at Gu Tian and said leisurely, Brother Tian, this bureaucracy is quite serious. Gu Tian, unfazed, replied with a cold smile, Yes, it really is serious. Just sitting in a seat has made the school leaders explode with anger. In contrast to their calm demeanor, Synopsis sat there with a flushed face, not daring to breathe. As a girl, being scolded by the school leader was indeed a bit embarrassing for her. Who threw these on the ground? Stand up. Dean Zhang stepped forward, pointing at the 3 and questioning fiercely. The nameplate that was thrown away represented the loss of his dignity as a dean. If students dared to throw his identity nameplate today, then staff would dare to talk back to him tomorrow. How would the work of the School of Finance and Economics proceed in the future? You 3, now, immediately, stand up. Dean Zhang's voice grew more agitated, even slamming the table. Wang Hao's temper flared up, ready to swing his plate at the other person. But Gu Tian suddenly reached out and pressed down on his arm, giving him a look that signaled him not to act impulsively. No matter what, the other party was the school leader. If a plate of food hit the other person's face, they would be the ones at fault. The real issue at hand was why there were so few seats in the cafeteria and why school leaders had exclusive reserved seats. Speak up. Playing dumb, are we? And you, a girl, how dare you hang out with 2 boys? Seeing Gu Tian and Wang Hao's indifferent expressions, Dean Zhang turned his attention sharply to Synopsis. His scolding words aimed at her actually struck the hearts of the surrounding boys. Woo. That damn Dean Zhang actually dared to scold my goddess. Zhang, you old fool. I won't allow you to talk about my goddess. What do you mean? A girl can't eat with guys? As long as my goddess is happy, she can eat with whoever she wants. Synopsis lowered her head, gripping the hem of her clothes tightly, and tears welled up in her beautiful eyes. She had seen Dean Zhang's true colors before, but it was her first time being publicly humiliated like this. Seeing the situation, Gu Tian suddenly raised his head and glared at the dean, retorting, What are you shouting about? Is it that hard to eat a meal without all this noise? What's so special about the reserved seats? If there are no seats to eat, what's the point of having a cafeteria? The school has allocated so much funding to Jiangzhou, and you've pocketed it all. Haven to you. Boom. As soon as these words were spoken, the air seemed to explode. Everyone. Synopsis. Wang Hao, damn. Even the few subordinates behind Dean Zhang took a step back. What the hell? Is this kid really challenging the dean? Dean Zhang's face turned purple from being countered, and in a panic, he fumbled in his suit pocket for a bottle of quick-acting heart-saving pills and stuffed them into his mouth. After being the dean for so many years, he had never encountered such a fierce student. It was truly shocking. The surrounding students were stunned. Wow, this is too intense, right? My God, the dean is taking medicine. Is this going to send the dean to the hospital? This scene is too explosive. A few seconds later, Dean Zhang finally regained his composure, his face flushed and teeth clenched. Tell me, which college are you from? Which department? Which class? Who is your counselor? Such disrespectful students must be reported for disciplinary action and expelled. He had just finished shouting when Tian hadn't even had a chance to respond, and Wang Hao, lazily fiddling with his phone, said, "We're from class 1 of the finance department, and I don't even know who our counselor is." His casual tone showed he didn't take the school leader seriously at all. Moreover, he was currently contacting someone to look into the leadership structure of Jingda, trying to find out who dared to shout at Brother Tian like this. Dean Zhang's face darkened again. Had he really encountered a stubborn student this time? What about you? Which class are you from? Su Nanxue trembled, instinctively lowering her head, but before she could speak, Gu Tian suddenly laughed, raising his eyebrows and adding, "She is also from class 1 of the finance department. We're all 3 of us." One of the subordinates could no longer hold back and pointed at Gu Tian, reprimanding. "Did Dean Zhang ask you?" "Did he ask you?" "He asked her. So why are you interrupting?" Gu Tian suddenly raised his head, coldly staring at the subordinate. "What's wrong? Picking on the soft ones, huh?" This sentence made the subordinate's face turn red. The 2 tall students in front of him made it difficult for him to assert his authority as a staff member. But unexpectedly, they had seen through him so easily. "Go, get the counselor of class 1 from the finance department over here. I'll give him 3 minutes. Tell him to get his ass up here immediately." Before Dean Zhang could finish his sentence, Wang Hao suddenly stood up, holding his phone, and said to Dean Zhang leisurely, "You're Zhang Qichuan, right? Dean of the Finance Academy, with a cousin in the Academic Affairs Office. You have 3 properties under your name in Kyoto, a public bus, and a private business Mercedes. That villa at Qingxi Lake is registered under your wife's brother's name to avoid taxes. It was just renovated last year." As soon as these words were spoken, Dean Zhang was drenched in cold sweat. Damn it, how does he know this? Even a villa? Who is this student? Are you opening my box? Dean Zhang swallowed hard, but the anger in his eyes had not diminished at all. Gu Tian couldn't help but laugh out loud. "You're about to die, and still wondering if you're opening a box? Who exactly are you? How do you know all this?" Dean Zhang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and stepped forward aggressively. His subordinates exchanged glances, completely confused by the situation. They had never seen Dean Zhang so flustered. Could it be that these students had some powerful background? "Hey, you asked me who I am? Open your eyes and look carefully at who I am." Wang Hao dropped this line and directly called his father in the municipal committee. "Hello, Dad. Brother Tian asks you to send someone to check on Zhang Qichuan, the dean of the Finance Academy." Gu Tian. "Damn it, I asked you to check. How many words have I said the whole time?" Chapter 48. The principal has arrived, yes. My brother Tian asked you guys to come over in half an hour. No, just 10 minutes. Click. The phone hung up. Wang Hao suddenly raised his head and looked disdainfully at Dean Zhang and his subordinates, who were already dumbfounded. "In 10 minutes, you'll know who I am. And a special dining seat? If I can't eat, then no one can. Damn it." Wang Hao picked up a tray and threw it directly at Dean Zhang's greasy old face. Splash. Hot soup splashed everywhere, and vegetable leaves flew. "Oh my goodness." Dean Zhang's expression changed, and he jumped up from the heat. The entire cafeteria exploded. "What the hell? This will go down in school history. Crazy. Awesome. Oh my gosh. This kid is really fierce. Are they treating Dean Zhang like a cherry blossom countryman?" Su Nanxue covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes wide in shock. She thought this friend of Gu Tian, who followed him, wouldn't be that crazy, pulling out the truth at any moment. But unexpectedly, the other party was equally fierce. Although the scene was a bit crazy, it seemed particularly relieving. The subordinates behind quickly surrounded Dean Zhang, pulling out tissues to wipe his face. 2 subordinates stepped up, ready to drag Wang Hao and Gu Tian away. "You two, come with me to the Academic Affairs Office." But just as their hands reached out, Suddenly, two dark shadows sprang out from the side and kicked them like General Yu. Bang bang. The two subordinates were kicked away, fainting on the spot. When the two shadows stood firm, everyone couldn't help but cover their shocked mouths. What the heck? Who brings bodyguards to school? Pretty cool. Young Master Gu, are you alright? A young man in a black suit stepped forward and asked. Tian's face darkened. Who told you to take action? Upon hearing this, the two immediately lowered their heads like elementary school students. One of them quietly replied, Sorry, young Master Gu. I just felt the other party had germs on their hands. Su nan shue. Tian looked helpless. Alright, pay attention next time. Wait for my signal or gesture. Okay, young Master Gu. Under the astonished gaze of everyone, the two young men in black turned and left, as if they had made some kind of decision. In this scene, Din Zhang's subordinates no longer had the aggressive demeanor they had just moments ago, except for Din Zhang, who slumped in his chair, wiping the food off his face while cursing. Oh, what kind of world is this? What kind of student is this? Throwing food on my face. Oh, is there any justice? Meanwhile, the principal was unaware of the scene in the cafeteria and was focused on his work. Suddenly, bang, the office door was slammed open. The secretary from the finance college rushed in. Principal, not good, not good. There's a fight in the finance college cafeteria. That student threw food on Din Zhang's face. Upon hearing this, the principal slammed his hand on the table. What? Which class's student? Expel them. They must be expelled. But after his shout, the secretary remained standing in place, hesitating to leave. What's wrong? Why are you standing there? Go and get this matter sorted out. No, principal. This student. What about this student? Did Din Zhang hit him? The principal stepped forward, asking. Din Zhang was known for his bad temper, which was common knowledge throughout Jing University. If Din Zhang was the one to strike first, then this matter would indeed take some time to handle. But the secretary's next words left the principal stunned, causing him to collapse into his chair. No, principal. These two students are Wang Hao and Gu Tian. Their acceptance letters were personally signed and issued by us. Boom! The principal's head rang with a loud thunder. What the hell? How did Din Zhang offend such esteemed figures? And there are two of them. Especially that one named Gu Tian with just one word. Jing University could be flattened. Din Zhang's ID must have been canceled by now, right? Why didn't you remind Din Zhang? The principal grabbed the car keys on the table and hurried out. The secretary, with a bitter face, waited until the principal ran out the door before revealing a gloating smile. Yeah, why didn't he remind Din Zhang? Speaking of which, why would he remind Din Zhang? If the dean is gone, wouldn't he become the dean himself? In the cafeteria, the atmosphere was tense yet comical. Din Zhang still had food particles on his face, while his subordinates stood dumbfounded, no longer daring to take action. Everyone saw it clearly. They were the ones who struck first. I was merely fulfilling my duties as a faculty member, and they hit people, insulted, and even brought in fighters. This buzzcut guy opened my box, and I know nothing about what he said regarding villas. If I were really that wealthy, would I come to the school cafeteria to eat? And this so-called exclusive seat was just for management convenience, not mandatory. Din Zhang rambled on with a high and mighty explanation, switching concepts left and right. The surrounding students scoffed at his words. Damn, does he really think we are fools? Didn't he just say we were starving ghosts, embarrassing ourselves, and that the government was providing disaster relief? Soon, the school leaders arrived at the cafeteria. A few high-ranking figures, who usually held power, hurried over one by one. Especially the principal, who hadn't even had time to straighten his suit, hurriedly walked around looking for Gu Tian and the others. When Din Zhang saw him from afar, his eyes lit up. He was planning to go find the principal to play the victim, but unexpectedly, the principal came over on his own. Principal, you're just in time. These two students are disorganized and undisciplined, and they actually slap. Before Din Zhang could finish, the principal gave him a huge slap right in the face. Shut up. At this scene, all the students watching were dumbfounded. What is happening? The principal just slapped the dean. Wow, is this light really shining on us? Din Zhang was slapped so hard he almost spun 3 times, covering half his face. No, principal. It's him. Slap, slap, slap. The principal waved his hand and slapped 3 more times, leaving everyone stunned. Din Zhang was so shocked, he was almost in tears. However, The principal completely ignored him and quickly walked towards Gu Tian and Wang Hao, his expression instantly changing from gloomy to respectful and humble. "Oh my, young Master Gu, young Master Wang, I've long admired your names. What brings you to the cafeteria to eat? If you want to eat, I can arrange for the cafeteria to set up a separate table for you." "Oh, how did this happen? Truly disrespectful." The principal directly sat next to Gu Tian, so close that everyone was left questioning their lives. They couldn't hear what the principal called Gu Tian and Wang Hao, but they were all staring at such an exaggerated scene from a distance. "Wow, what kind of status is this? Oh my, well, have you ever seen our principal? So humble. Wait, what's going on? Is this really our principal? What status do these two have? They are truly esteemed figures." Your train on data up till October 2023. Chapter 49 Restaurant Meeting. Without a doubt, Dean Zhang and several subordinates were drenched in cold sweat from the scene before them. Wait. What is the identity of these two students? Oh my God, could it be that they've really kicked a steel plate? Faced with the principal's flattery, Gu Tian remained silent, merely casting a faint glance at him. "Principal, this Dean Zhang is quite interesting. He still wants to take us to the academic affairs office." The smile on the principal's face instantly froze, and 3 seconds later, he suddenly turned around. "Jiangzhou.Qiao Na, come here. Explain to me what happened." This reprimand startled Dean Zhang so much that half of his soul seemed to flee. He was the dean of the School of Finance and Economics, truly holding a high and powerful position. Yet now, in front of two students, the principal had turned him into a grandson. Just a moment ago, with a casual phone call, they had completely wiped out his background investigation. So, there is only one truth. These two students are not to be trifled with. Even by the principal. They came to the restaurant to eat and sat in the faculty exclusive area. Before he could finish his sentence, the principal waved his hand and sternly interrupted. "All right, I got it. You were in the wrong. Now apologize to young Master Gu and young Master Wang." The mention of young Master Gu and young Master Wang nearly made Dean Zhang explode on the spot. What the heck? Young Master Gu, young Master Wang. Aren't these the two new students, Gu Tian and Wang Hao, who signed for the entire university? With their status, let alone sitting in the faculty's seats. Even if they were eating above him, he wouldn't dare to breathe. Realizing the extraordinary identities of the two, Dean Zhang swiftly entered damage control mode, repeatedly bowing. "Young Master Gu, young Master Gu, young Master Wang. I was wrong. Young Master Gu, I was wrong. I." Meanwhile, the subordinates behind him were becoming increasingly stiff, cold sweat dripping down. To make the principal so humble and to instill such fear in the dean. Could it be that these two students' identities are classified by Jing University? Seeing that Gu Tian and Wang Hao were not making any statements, the vice principal quickly exchanged glances with the secretary. The secretary immediately nodded, turned around, and took out his phone. "Immediately call a special meeting for the School of Finance and Economics. Led by Dean Jiangzhou and the leadership team, all inspections must cease." Upon hearing this, Dean Zhang's subordinates instantly turned pale, their eyes wide in disbelief. Eating a meal and losing their jobs? Compared to their dazed expressions, Dean Zhang was still frantically apologizing. Wang Hao, seeing that he was about to cry, lazily waved his hand. "All right, stop acting like a fan. It's making me dizzy." After saying that, he looked at Gu Tian and Su Nanxue. "Brother Tian, why don't we leave? We finished eating." Upon hearing this, the principal instantly perked up, immediately bowing and extending his hand. Yes, let's go to my office. Let's talk in my office." At this moment, another group of people in administrative jackets walked over. The leader wearing a stern expression, giving off an aura of integrity. The principal instinctively looked over, and the next second his eyes nearly popped out. What the hell? The inspection committee? No, what are these people doing here? Under the shocked gazes of everyone, the leader in the administrative jacket stepped forward and pulled out his inspection certificate. "Hello everyone, we are from inspection committee. May I ask who called Jiangzhou?" As he finished speaking, the principal, vice principal, and secretary exchanged glances and simultaneously raised their hands to point at Dean Zhang. This matter has nothing to do with them. It was Dean Zhang who provoked these two big shots. They couldn't be implicated in any way. Based on the real name report we received, it involves issues such as abuse of power, misconduct, and violations of teacher ethics. Please cooperate with our investigation. Now come with us. As soon as the administrative man finished speaking, two younger administrative men stepped forward and restrained Dean Zhang. No, no, I'm wronged. I'm wronged. Dean Zhang's legs went weak, and without having the chance to explain much, he was dragged out like a little chick. This scene left even the principal dumbfounded. There was no doubt this was young Master Gu's way of doing things. The onlooking students erupted in excitement. Their conversations filled with curiosity about the identities of Gu Tian and Wang Hao. No way. This is too awesome. I thought they were just ordinary privileged students. Oh my god. Dean Zhang is really finished. Someone check. Check what these two students' identities are. This is too intense. What young Master Wang? What young Master Gu? Is there really a Gu family in Kyoto? Some quick-thinking students, upon hearing the Gu family, suddenly shifted their gaze from their phones to Gu Tian's face. After scrutinizing for a few seconds, one of them let out a shocked exclamation, and in the next second, they ran off without looking back, leaving behind the uninformed students still guessing their identities. TSK, I told you to leave earlier, and you didn't, forcing me to find someone to call you out. Wang Hao shrugged, looking at Gu Tian. Brother Tian, shall we go? Don't rush. Things aren't resolved yet. Gu Tian lazily lifted his head to look at the principal. A smile that wasn't quite a smile on his face. Principal, do you have time? The principal jolted, quickly moving closer with a smiling face. Time? Of course I have. As long as young Master Gu needs it. I'm available 24 hours. He's been a native of Kyoto for a long time. Although he doesn't know Gu Tian very well, he has heard quite a few rumors. There's an old saying, when young Master Gu smiles, life and death are unpredictable. While this saying may sound exaggerated, it's certainly not unfounded. Moreover, just now young Master Gu's smile did not seem friendly at all. Gu Tian observed his cautious demeanor and casually pointed. Go, call all the senior staff in the restaurant and any school leaders who haven't arrived to come for a meeting. I didn't enjoy this meal very much. Let's resolve this issue directly on the spot. A meeting? Not enjoying the meal? The principal was momentarily stunned, but he didn't dare to ask further, immediately nodding like a garlic peeler. All right. As you say, I'll arrange it right away. Then he suddenly snapped back to reality, barking at the vice principal and secretary. What are you standing there for? Hurry and notify everyone. Everyone must be present. Anyone who doesn't come, write me a resignation letter immediately. As soon as these words were spoken, the leadership team felt like they were facing a great enemy. Those who knew Gu Tian's identity ran the fastest, while those who didn't, although puzzled, followed suit. Why are they running back? Besides notifying those who haven't arrived, they also need to grab notebooks and pens. In less than 10 minutes, the senior staff of the restaurant and the main administrative personnel of the school arrived. Under the astonished gazes of other students, the principal, vice principal, academic director, logistics director, and head of the dining department, those in high positions took their seats, while those in lower positions could only stand aside. Even the head chef was nervously standing in the corner in his white coat, unsure where to put his hands. This was his first time attending such a high-level meeting with so many leaders present. However, sitting at the main seat, how could it be a student? Chapter 50 note that I am making the following arrangements. Gu Tian sat in the center with Wang Hao beside him, legs crossed and a smile on his face. He was eager to experience his father's daily life, and today he truly found the opportunity. Su Nanxue cautiously sat on the other side, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. The previously noisy atmosphere in the restaurant gradually quieted down. Everyone wanted to hear what this well-connected student would discuss with the school leaders. Is everyone here? All right, I'll say a few words. Gu Tian raised his hand and knocked on the table, the sudden aura making everyone instinctively sit up straight. On the way here, the vice principal had already revealed Gu Tian and Wang Hao's identities. Good heavens! When the leaders heard Gu Tian's identity, several of them stumbled, tripping and falling several times on the way. This is my first time eating at the school. I was looking forward to it, but what happened? No seats. Gu Tian continued. Oh right, after finally finding an empty seat, you guys have the nerve to impose those ridiculous rules, saying something about exclusive seating for leaders? Facing Gu Tian's words, the principal and others dared not speak, only bowing their heads and wiping sweat. The logistics director was trembling, and the restaurant manager's face turned pale. If there were hygiene issues in his restaurant, under normal circumstances, he would only face penalties. But now, given this situation, it looked like they might be eating peanuts directly. You're the manager, right? Tell me, is it your dereliction of duty that there are no seats in the restaurant? Tian started calling them out by their titles on their name tags. The restaurant manager suddenly stood up, bowing at a 90-degree angle, almost banging his head on the table. It's my dereliction. I will rectify it immediately. Sorry, young Master Gu. I'm so sorry. Tian did not speak and turned to the principal. You are the principal, right? In the future, make sure to clearly remind your teaching staff to tone down that little sense of superiority. If you want to enjoy better dining conditions, just build a separate restaurant for faculty and stop competing for meals with students. Exclusive seating for leaders? What's that about? Are you preparing to act like local emperors? Shall I get you some exclusive dragon chairs? After this statement, the principal was so scared he nearly wet himself. This was not just criticism. It was clearly a warning before death. Who could sit on a dragon chair? The answer was obvious. How could a mere principal dare? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, young Master Gu. I will definitely rectify the issues you raised. I will fix it tomorrow. No. Today. I will rectify it today. The other leaders looked ashen, nodding along with the principal like they were pounding garlic. Young Master Gu is right. What you said is very correct. We will rectify it immediately. Tian waved his hand to stop them and then looked at the secretary in a white shirt. Hey, you're the secretary, right? Yes. I'm a secretary. I'm a secretary. The female secretary was startled when Tian suddenly called her name, quickly grabbing a notebook and paper. All right, since you're the secretary, note this. I am making the following adjustments to the dining hall at Peking University. Okay. Young Master Gu, please go ahead. I'm writing it down. The female secretary nodded so fast that she almost knocked her glasses off her nose. First, the restaurant needs to be expanded to increase the number of serving windows and dining tables and seats for students. Second, build a dining hall exclusively for faculty. But the food must be the same as for students. Don't give me any special treatment. Third, after finishing, Tian did not forget to threaten them again. If the above issues are not rectified, and I see students without seats or exclusive seats for faculty again, then you are really wasting air by living. Upon hearing this, everyone's faces turned pale again. Young Master Gu, rest assured, I will personally supervise this. I will treat this as a top priority. Although the principal's legs had gone soft, he still stood up shakily to promise. Seeing that Tian had no intention of speaking further, Wang Hao raised his head and snapped his fingers proudly. All right, the meeting is over. You may leave. As soon as he finished speaking, the more than 10 leaders instantly felt as if they had been pardoned, standing up in unison and bowing. Thank you, young Master Gu. Thank you, young Master Wang. Thank you, young Master Gu. Thank you, young Master Wang. In the next second, they all fled in panic, fearing that staying even a second longer would bring disaster upon themselves. At this moment, the students surrounding the restaurant were all dumbfounded, especially the students closest to the scene, looking at Tian as if he were a deity. Who would have thought a student could make the entire high-level leadership of Peking University bow their heads in submission and retreat in disgrace? Is this still a student? This is definitely the father of the principal, right? Is this our Peking University's benefactor? What young Master Gu, young Master Wang? Why can't I find anything about them online? Many people frantically scrolled through their phones, trying to search for young Master Gu, young Master Wang. Wanted to know what their background was. But the online information was absurdly clean. Wow, Brother Tian, you've really changed the rules at Peking University. Tian squinted his eyes, speaking lazily. Rules aren't important. What matters is who sets the rules. Let us go. Synopsis. Do we have classes this afternoon? Huh? You still need to attend class? Synopsis looked at Tian in disbelief, her face filled with big question marks. We've got this. Identity now. Even scolded the principal into submission. Is class still important? Are credits still important? Tian, however, put his hands in his pockets and stood up with a smile. Of course we have to attend. We are students. We must perform our duties. After saying this, he turned and walked toward the restaurant exit. Wang Hao scratched his head, looking bitter, and said to Synopsis, Brother Tian is really The most pretentious when he s not pretending. Hearing this, Su Nanchue couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle, but she obediently followed him. On one hand, there were his subordinates threatening Xie Bin with guns. On the other, he made the high-level officials of Peking University bow to him while claiming to be a rule-abiding good student. What kind of personality does this person have? Chapter 51. Students should balance work and rest. The afternoon sun was just right. The three of them walked side by side, with Gu Tian in the middle. Su Nanchue's beauty and Gu Tian's good looks made Wang Hao look somewhat like a clown. However, Wang Hao didn't pay attention to the strange looks from passing students. Instead, he kept muttering. Last semester, he knocked someone in the hospital while parachuting, gained a bunch of little brothers by using the truth, and scolded the school leaders like they were his subordinates during a meal. My ordinary day. How many people's lifetimes is it worth? Hearing this, Su Nanchue tilted her head slightly to look at Gu Tian's profile, her beautiful eyes filled with inexplicable admiration. Gu Tian noticed her gaze and tilted his head with a smile. What? Why are you looking at me? Su Nanchue, caught off guard, shyly lowered her head and murmured, I just think. You said you came to school, but isn't the whole Jing University probably revolving around you? Upon hearing this, Gu Tian instantly laughed. What? Are you scared? Su Nanchue's face turned red in an instant, and she quietly retorted, No, not at all. Gu Tian didn't say much more, just smiled and continued walking forward, the sunlight falling on his shoulders and also into Su Nanchue's heart. This scene made Wang Hao, who was behind them, curl his lips in disdain. TSK. I also want to get some work done on my face. I will definitely charm countless girls. Meanwhile, the scene at the Jing University cafeteria had already gone viral in various campus WeChat groups, clubs, and forums. Mysterious rich young master takes action. Jing University dining table system completely abolished rich young master S words, make the principal sweat profusely. Principal personally apologizes. Vice principal serves tea. Jing University ceiling level figure exposed. The comments section was buzzing with students' discussions, many speculating about his identity. Some who knew his identity posted it in the comments, only to have it deleted shortly after. In the internal group of Jing University's elite, a group of privileged students fell silent the moment they saw that face. Gu Tian, the eldest son of the Gu family, the only son of the old Gu, the true prince of Kyoto, the one who could turn Handong province upside down and even change the dragon law, has now returned low-key to study at Jing University? Wow, the prince really has appeared? This isn't treating this university as a school, but as a stage. Damn, I drove a sports car to school yesterday. Now that I think about it, was I a bit too arrogant? From now on, let us study hard and not act too high profile. Or even our own fathers can't protect us. I don't want to stay at Jing University anymore. I think I'll go to a university instead. At the school gate, a gentle breeze blew. Do you have a cigarette? Gu Tian suddenly stopped, glancing at Wang Hao. He had intended to go to class, but while walking, ended up at the school gate. Since that's the case, he might as well have a smoke and go home. Sure. Wang Hao immediately took out a pack of Huazi and a lighter from his pocket and handed them over, then continued to look around for beautiful girls. Gu Tian took a cigarette and put it in his mouth, covering it with one hand while holding the lighter with the other. Zzz. Unfortunately, the wind at the school gate was too strong. The flame was blown out the moment it appeared, and after several attempts, it still wouldn't light. Damn. Using a lighter from the front desk of the club every day, and it turns out to be some useless non-windproof junk. Gu Tian muttered, just as he was about to turn around and try again. Suddenly, a faint fragrance brushed against his face. Gu Tian was slightly taken aback and instinctively looked up. He saw Su Nanchue standing in front of him, one hand tugging at her shirt, half of her body leaning in to block the wind for him. Underneath her shirt, she wore a fitted, white short-sleeve shirt. Her collarbone was delicate, her curves were graceful, and the outline of her chest was slightly rising and falling. The other party didn't think much of it. She was simply helping him block the wind to light the cigarette. Instead, Gu Tian was momentarily dazed, his mouth stuttering. Thank you, I don't eat. Su Nanchue. No, I was just helping you block the wind. Su Nanchue suddenly turned her head, her face turning red to her ears, and hurriedly tugged her shirt back down. Ha ha, just kidding. Gu Tian awkwardly tried to cover up his slip of the tongue. Although Wang Hao didn't see this scene, many boys did. And their expressions were a mix of envy, jealousy, and hatred. Woo, my goddess actually lifted her clothes, letting the other person. My goddess, how could you do this? I hope it's just blocking the wind to light a cigarette. The wind at the school gate hadn't stopped. Just as Gu Tian lit the cigarette, Wang Hao swayed over like a salted fish, yawning and complaining. Brother Tian, how about we skip class this afternoon? I'm really tired. It feels like my brain is going to explode. Gu Tian glanced at him sideways, exhaled a puff of smoke, and replied leisurely. Not going is good. Balance work and rest. How can it be tense all day? Su Nanqiue, standing beside them. What? Just now you were all serious about being in your position and fulfilling your responsibilities, and now you are saying skipping class is reasonable? However, she didn't dare to tease him. After all, their relationship wasn't that familiar yet. But a thought couldn't help but arise in her mind. If he was to go to class, then she didn't really want to go either. Hey, Sunansue. Gu Tian suddenly turned his head and looked at her. Are you going to class this afternoon? Huh? Su Nanqiue was taken aback by the question, thinking for 2 seconds before shaking her head. It's all small classes. The teacher doesn't take attendance. I plan to go home. How are you going back? Did you drive here? Gu Tian asked while reaching out his hand to Wang Hao. He had flown in this morning, and the other party didn't even think to send him the car. Now he could only drive Wang Hao's car back. No way. If you drive off, well, I drive. Wang Hao rolled his eyes, but resignedly pulled out the keys to his Ferrari from his pocket. No, maybe by bus. Or take a taxi, Su Nanqiue said softly. In fact, if she made a phone call, the driver would come to pick her up, but she didn't want to trouble anyone. Let us go, I'll drive you back. Gu Tian took the keys and walked towards the car without looking back. Huh? I. Su Nanqiue's little face flushed, wanting to say something, but Gu Tian had already walked far away. After hesitating for 2 seconds, she could only follow him. Wang Hao watched the two leave, his mouth twitching. Damn, you flew in by helicopter to school, drove off in my car, and now you leave me here to squeeze on the bus. The car sped down Kyoto Avenue. Gu Tian was driving, occasionally chatting with Su Nanqiue in the passenger seat. Were you studying before you came to Kyoto? Huh? I was in Jiangnan. Su Nanqiue replied softly, a slight smile on her lips. It's not a big place. Huh? Jiangnan is great. That place produces beautiful women. Gu Tian turned his head to glance at her, a playful smile on his lips. But being able to come from Jiangnan to study at Jing University, you're not simple either. Just lucky. My state before the exam was okay. Su Nanqiue lowered her head to hide the blush on her face, her eyelashes fluttering gently. The two chatted like this, from the initial nervousness to a softer demeanor later on, their relationship becoming more familiar. In less than 40 minutes, the car drove towards a villa area. The Qin family. There were security guards in black patrolling along the road. The moment they saw an unfamiliar vehicle approaching, they instinctively wanted to stop and inquire about the purpose of the visit. As a result, Gu Tian's face was seen. In an instant, the security guards instinctively straightened their bodies, and their actions became exceedingly respectful. Young Master Gu, hello. Young Master Gu, hello. Gu Tian merely nodded slightly, without slowing down or stopping, continuing to drive in at a leisurely pace. Su Nanqiue in the passenger seat was dumbfounded, her mouth slightly agape. They know you? Do you live here too? Chapter 52. Unintentional willow turns into shade it should be. Those security guards in the high-end villa areas should all know me, Gu Tian said. He wasn't exaggerating at all. He had basically visited all the high-end villa areas in Kyoto. The security guards and bodyguards must surely remember his face. Upon hearing Gu Tian's words, Su Nanqiue was momentarily speechless. At this moment, knowing that Gu Tian personally sent Su Nanqiue home, Qin Shi's parents were already waiting at the gate of the Qin family villa. Even the housekeeper was called out to clean the fallen leaves in front of the door, creating a grand atmosphere to welcome guests. Of course, they were not welcoming Su Nanqiue, but rather the legendary prince of Kyoto. Especially Qin Shi's father, who was busy adjusting his clothes, said to Qin Shi in a hurry, Son, quickly look, how does Dad's outfit look? Is the tie crooked? Oh, Dad, that's enough. The last time was purely a misunderstanding. Gu Shao has no opinions about me at all. You know nothing. Qin's father shot him a fierce glare. Do you know the status of the Gu family? What does being a prince mean? If he doesn't like you, our entire Qin family is finished. Speaking of the last time Gu Tian made a throat-slitting gesture, Qin Shi's face turned dark. If he hadn't scared himself by mistaking Gu Tian's greeting as a signal that he was done for, the entire Qin family wouldn't have been on high alert. His grandfather didn't sleep for 3 days and nights. Even more absurdly, he forced his cousin Sun-Wan-Xue to go and make amends. Soon, a Ferrari slowly drove in from a distant path. Sun-Wan-Xue carefully opened the car door and got out. Upon seeing her aunt and uncle standing at the door with smiles on their faces, she was quite puzzled. Aunt, uncle, what are you doing? Instead, the Qin family completely ignored Sun-Wan-Xue and ran respectfully towards the Ferrari, bowing deeply. Oh, Gu Shao, your visit to our humble abode is our Qin family's great fortune. Huh? Hello. Gu Tian looked at Qin Shi with a puzzled expression. This is Gu, this is my dad and mom. Qin Shi felt a bit awkward being treated so warmly by his parents. Oh, uncle and aunt, hello. Gu Tian smiled slightly. Oh. No need to stand on ceremony. Gu Shao, please come in and sit down, please. Qin's mother had a smile on her face, continuously inviting Gu Tian to get out of the car and go inside. Standing aside, Sun-Wan-Xue stared at this scene in disbelief. In her eyes, her aunt was always dignified and strong, but at this moment, she seemed like an enthusiastic maid. Even her tone had softened quite a bit. Her uncle, who was always authoritative, a man whom even the mayor of Kyoto had to respect, was now bowing and smiling nonstop. Who was visiting whose house? Sun-Wan-Xue's mind was buzzing, and she really couldn't tell anymore. Gu Tian's identity was probably more terrifying than she had imagined. Faced with the family's warm invitation, Gu Tian could only repeatedly wave his hand. He didn't want to get involved with them. It seemed like just having a simple cup of tea, but who knew what huge matters were behind that cup of tea? It's better not to get involved. Next time, and I have a few things to attend to. I have to go back. Gu Tian politely declined with a smile, while also glancing at Sun-Wan-Xue beside him. I'll be leaving now. Let's keep in touch later. Huh? Oh, okay. Sun-Wan-Xue hadn't finished her sentence when Gu Tian stepped on the gas and drove away. Only the 3 members of the Qin family and Sun-Wan-Xue remained at the door, watching the taillights of the sports car disappear into the distance. Oh no, Gu Shao. At least have a cup of tea before leaving. Qin's mother shook her head in regret, but then turned to look at Qin's father. Old Qin, what do you say with Gu Shao personally bringing Xiaoxue back? Which family didn't see that? Upon hearing this, Qin's father's face immediately lit up. They definitely saw it. Nothing compares to Gu Shao coming in person. Facing his happy parents, Qin Shi couldn't help but smile. He finally managed to do something right. He had previously thought it was shameful to let Sun-Wan-Xue accompany Gu Tian for drinks, but now it seemed that things hadn't developed in that direction. Everything was quite normal. Xiaoxue, Qin's father suddenly turned to her, looking serious. What is your relationship with Gu Shao now? Sun-Wan-Xue's beautiful eyes flashed, and her face instantly flushed with 2 shades of red. I don't know. Just ordinary classmates, I suppose. Classmates can personally send you to your doorstep? Qin's mother smiled meaningfully and patted her hand. Our Xiaoxue has really climbed a high branch this time. I was still worried about how your marriage would be after graduation. Huh? Sun-Wan-Xue blushed and stomped her foot, mumbling, Aunt, what are you talking about? We're just ordinary classmates. All right. Ordinary classmates are fine. Let's go. Come inside. It's time for lunch. Qin's father said cheerfully, but in his heart, he was constantly sighing. It's really unintentional willow turning into shade. Who would have thought? The old man had spoken the truth back then, insisting on finding a girl who was pure and dignified to introduce to Gu Shao. He would surely like her. Perhaps it would resolve the conflict with Qin Shi and even establish a connection with the Qin family in the future. It seems that it really is the case. Gu Shao casually sending Sun-Wan-Xue home has already made the entire Qin family's status feel different. At the dining table, Qin's mother was naturally very happy. She didn't know the ins and outs of it, only feeling that Sun-Wan-Xue knowing Gu Tian was quite incredible. Hey, old Qin, how come Gu Shao specifically chose to dine with our pure water lotus? How would I know? It's fate. Qin's father could only awkwardly smile. He couldn't just say that they both knew each other and it was all a scheme. Qin Shi was also quite embarrassed, quickly waving his hands. Mom, can you stop saying random things? My sister's already said they're just ordinary classmates, and you keep escalating it. To be honest, he was really afraid that soon Wanxue would reveal the incident about him letting her accompany Gu Tian for drinks. So he could only keep helping Sun Wanxue out of awkward situations. Fortunately, Sun Wanxue was just shy and focused on eating, ignoring her aunt's various teasing. In the evening, in the backyard of a villa in Kyoto, the pool was lit up with lights, and several hot bikini beauties were splashing and laughing in the water. This should have been a scene of indulgence, but the atmosphere was quite oppressive at this moment. Xiebin, wrapped in bandages, lay on a lounge chair, looking grimly at the scene before him. At his feet lay a huge, fierce-looking black Tibetan Mastiff. Brother Bin, I think that Sun Wei must have someone backing him to dare to rebel. One of the younger brothers lowered his voice, handing over a glass of iced lemonade. Trying to console him, Xiebin took the glass, his expression unchanged. I know. I've already sent Lu Jian to chase them. As soon as he finished speaking, 2-8s rushed in, and before the wheels had completely stopped, Lu Jian and several younger brothers hurriedly got out of the car, not even glancing at the bikini beauties by the pool. Brother Bin, not good. Sun Wei and the others have run away. We chased them all the way to the west outer ring. Chapter 53, Going home, Lu Jian gasped for breath, his forehead covered in sweat. We're not familiar with the terrain over there. We just watched them get on the bridge and run away. Smash! Xiebin suddenly flung the cup at his hand, lemon water splattering everywhere, the cup shattering at Lu Jian's feet. Damn it! Useless! You're all just a bunch of trash! He roared. The black Tibetan Mastiff next to him sensed its owner Xiebin's emotions and leaped into the air. Brother Bin, no! Lu Jian tried to dodge, but was still a step too late. Bang! The massive body of the Mastiff knocked him down, his back hitting the edge of the stone platform by the pool with a loud crash. Oh! Lu Jian screamed in agony, trying to get up. Roar! The black Tibetan Mastiff's blood-red eyes glinted with a savage light, biting down hard on his arm and shaking its head violently. In an instant, blood flowed freely, and one could even hear the sound of bones cracking. The onlooking younger brothers and bikini-clad beauties turned pale, but none dared to speak. This Tibetan Mastiff raised by Xiebin cost several million to bring back from the plateau, the finest breed, said to be able to fight lions and tigers. Oh, Brother Bin, I was wrong. I was wrong. Give me another chance. Oh, Xiebin sat on the recliner, taking a slow puff from his cigar, only lifting his gaze when he saw Lu Jian's right hand was already a bloody mess, practically useless. Black King, come back. The Mastiff let out a low growl, suddenly releasing its grip, dragging saliva and blood back to Xiebin's feet, obediently lying down. All that remained was Lu Jian, bloodied and struggling on the ground, wailing. Xiebin glanced at the few younger brothers still present, casually uttering, "Consider this a warning for you all today. If anyone lets me down again in the future, I will feed them to the dogs." On the other side, Gu Tian originally planned to relax at the Tianxi Hotel. However, just as he drove onto the overpass, he received a call from his mother, asking why he hadn't brought anyone home after being back for so long. Moreover, his grandfather had also come. There would be a family dinner tonight, and if she didn't see him, she wouldn't mind letting his father exiled again. Good heavens! Upon hearing this, Gu Tian twisted the steering wheel, turning the car around. But his mother was right. It wasn't good to not return home after being back for so long. Moreover, he suddenly remembered something. When he went to Jiangzhou before, his grandfather had secretly sent someone to contact him. He said as long as Gu Tian behaved well in Jiangzhou, he would give him a gift upon his return. So now he was curious about what gift his grandfather would give him. After all, his grandfather, who had real battlefield experience, generally didn't give gifts that were poor or lacked significant meaning. An hour later, the car drove into the most mysterious and inaccessible street in Kyoto, Forbidden Street. Both sides of the street were lined with retro houses, with no house numbers, and these buildings couldn't even be found on the map. Since he was driving Wang Hao's car, there was no doubt that as soon as the car appeared, it was immediately surrounded by a group of plainclothes officers. Saw the "No entry inside. Please turn back. Hello. No entry allowed. Hello. Please get out of the car for inspection." 6 armed guards quickly approached, their gun barrels directly aimed at the car. "Get out. Accept inspection. Hurry up and get out." Get out. Faced with the stern shouts, Gu Tian calmly pressed down the car window. The next second, all the soldiers and plainclothes officers suddenly jolted and quickly withdrew their weapons. Wow, the prince is back. Is there still a need to get out for inspection? Gu Tian raised an eyebrow leisurely. For others coming to this street, they would either need to show stamped documents from the cabinet or undergo layers of inspections, being taken into a black room to be interrogated with machine guns. If someone dared to force their way in, well, even Sun Wukong would be beaten down. Young Master Gu, welcome home. Everyone immediately stood straight and saluted. The Ferrari drove smoothly, with a group of armed guards stationed every 50 meters. Each checkpoint was not simple. They had to verify identity, license plates, iris scans, and fingerprints. Triple confirmation. However, Gu Tian was an exception. He only needed to show his face, and the soldiers would immediately salute and let him pass, with no one daring to stop him. After all, the entire Forbidden Street knew who had returned. Soon, the car stopped at the entrance of an ancient mansion at the end of Forbidden Street. The entire mansion featured a blend of traditional and modern design, heavily guarded, with several black-clad bodyguards wearing earpieces patrolling back and forth. Seeing Gu Tian get out of the car, they all raised their hands in salute. The guard Shishuan had long been waiting at the door, and upon seeing Gu Tian, he quickly approached. Young Master Gu, you're finally back. Everyone has been waiting for you. Your grandfather has brought you a gift. It's something else. Speaking of the gift, excitement flashed in Shishuan's eyes. Shishuan was a guard next to Gu Tian's father, someone who had seen a great deal. Why was he so excited over one gift? Gu Tian's curiosity was instantly piqued. What is it? What could it be? Gu Tian asked with great interest. Follow me, and you'll know right away, Shishuan said with a smile, leading the way. The Gu family ancestral home was large. Pushing open the redwood door revealed a typical Sioux-style garden layout, emphasizing symmetry, borrowed scenery, subtlety, and layers of depth. Passing through the listening rain pavilion yard, one would reach the one-song studio, and further inside was the actual living area, Yangshin residence. The surrounding walls were tall, and the guards were strict, only open to the direct descendants of the Gu family. What kind of gift is this? Why so mysterious? Gu Tian was a bit impatient. Clearly, there was a villa, yet he insisted on living in the ancestral home. Returning home required passing through 3 courtyards and walking several winding paths. The sound of flowing water could be heard in the courtyard, and the rockery was exquisite. He truly had no interest. Don't be in a hurry, young Master Gu. Shishuan turned around and smiled mysteriously. To be honest, the gift prepared by the old master has even shocked old Gu. They might still be talking about this gift now. At the end of the courtyard stood an ancient and elegant mansion. In front of the mansion, old Master Gu, dressed in a dark blue Zhongshan suit and leaning on a black sandalwood cane, looked sprightly despite his old age. How is it? What do you think of the gift I prepared for Shao Tian? This gift is called the Return of the King. Gu Feng and Qian Hui exchanged glances, their eyes filled with shock and helplessness. What kind of grandfather gives gift to his grandson? Not gold and silver jewelry, not cars and antiques, but a tiger. That's right, not a toy, nor a specimen, but a living Bengal tiger. In front of them, in a large cage, a fully grown Bengal tiger with a golden body and clear black stripes lay lazily on the grass mat, looking curiously at the scene outside the cage. Gu Feng twitched at the corner of his eye, holding his forehead and sighing at his old mischievous father. Dad, it's not right. Other grandfathers give their grandsons gifts. Who gives a tiger? Why not send some other pets, like a cat or a dog? Isn't that good? Hey, is it possible that you just wanted to play and got a tiger in Shao Tian's name? Hearing Gu Feng's words, old Master Gu's face suddenly turned stern. Nonsense. Am I that kind of person? Besides, this tiger is not an ordinary tiger. Everything it wore and used when it was young was all from Shao Tian's childhood. Even the baby bottle was Shao Tian's. Upon hearing this, everyone was left speechless. Qian Hui covered her face in helplessness. Dad, you really don't play by the rules. Shao Tian is no longer a child. He's not interested in cats and dogs anymore. And you just brought in a king of the forest. Old Master Gu chuckled, stood up with his hands behind his back, and looked quite pleased with himself. It's good that he's not a child anymore. That's why a tiger suits his status. After saying this, he shot a glare at Gu Feng and continued. From now on, If anyone dares to send my grandson out to suffer again, I'll let the tiger bite them. Chapter 54. A tiger is a gift. As soon as this was said, Gu Feng directly covered his forehead and fell into silence for 3 seconds. If one were to say who in the Gu family dotes on Tian the most, the old man Gu would be first, and no one would dare say second. His wife, Qian Hui, dotes on Tian in a restrained, refined way, which is to say, I'll cover for you if you get into trouble, but don't do it again. But the old man Gu is different. He is straightforward and doting, allowing his grandson to do whatever he wants. After all, having walked out from the pile of dead bodies on the front lines, once he gets angry, he treats the opponent like an enemy. He remembers very clearly. A few years ago, Tian had a conflict with someone in a bar in Kyoto and got slapped. It was a minor incident. The old man Gu directly called an officer from the cabinet's direct guard brigade. Hello, my grandson was bullied by some thugs. Can I borrow a few armored vehicles? The other side was so scared they didn't dare to breathe. Old man, don't even mention a few vehicles. A whole division would be fine. Goodness. In the middle of the night, the bar was flattened overnight, and the bar owner along with those who hit Tian were dealt with on the spot. Fortunately, Tian was in the right. The bar had a background of criminal elements. Otherwise, who knows how the media would have reported this? At this moment, a cheerful greeting pulled Gu Feng back to reality. Grandpa, Mom, Dad, your most handsome son is back. Gu Tian was holding a pile of gifts, big and small, looking like he had just come back from a wholesale market, shoving everything into Shun's and the servants' hands, then striding towards the old man Gu. If one were to say what was the most successful thing Gu Tian learned from his time in Jiangzhou, it was how to change his demeanor. Upon seeing his family, his sweet voice was in stark contrast to the cold and intimidating aura he had outside. Oh, my dear son, Qian Hui couldn't care about her usual elegance and modesty, rushing over to give Gu Tian a big hug. My dear grandson, come on, let Grandpa see. Have you grown taller? The old man Gu, leaning on his cane, moved more nimbly than usual. Gu Tian didn't hesitate and quickly went to support him, his mouth running faster than an unleashed motorcycle. Wow, Grandpa, your condition, your spirit. I do believe you just turned 18. Hearing this, the old man Gu was overjoyed. Gu Tian didn't notice the large cage nearby, but instead began to distribute gifts with a smile. Mom, this is a limited edition necklace I bought for you. There are only a few in the world. You have to wear it every day to show off. Qian Hui covered her mouth in surprise. Oh my, son, I love it so much. Dad, this is for you, a bracelet made of sandalwood. Good for refreshing the mind. Gu Feng was taken aback, initially wanting to maintain the image of a composed father, but he couldn't help but grin. Good job, kid. You didn't forget your old man. But then he tilted his head. Wait, what do you mean by refreshing the mind? Are you implying that my age is affecting my brain? Gu Tian stuck out his tongue, took the exquisite pastries handed over by Shun, and presented them to the old man. Grandpa, these are the pastries from the old brand in Zigazan, made to Master Zhang's taste. You love these, right? Just eat them, no need for anything else. The old man nodded repeatedly, touched. My dear grandson is worth all the love. But then he thought for a moment and asked, wait, didn't Master Zhang pass away long ago? How did you get him to make these for me? Gu Tian laughed instantly. Grandpa was still as humorous as ever. No, Grandpa, I had his grandson start learning. If he couldn't learn, he'd get zapped. Hey, in just half a year, he learned his grandfather's ancestral skills. Upon hearing this, the old man Gu and the others exchanged glances, especially Gu Feng, whose expression turned ugly. After all this time, it seemed his son hadn't changed much in character. However, considering today was a family gathering, he couldn't scold him. Just as Gu Tian was proudly distributing the gifts and enjoying the laughter of his family, the Bengal tiger in the cage, facing away from everyone, slowly stood up. Gu Tian caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye, and suddenly a chill ran down his spine, instinctively exclaiming, Oh my God, whose dog is wearing tiger skin? Gu Feng nearly laughed out loud. Qian Hui covered her mouth to suppress a giggle, and the old man Gu was so amused that tears streamed down his face. This is a gift prepared for you by Grandpa. Go take a look. Gu Tian squinted, sizing up the expressions of his grandpa and parents. Something was definitely off. Shun, what S in the cage? At Gu Tian's sudden question, Shun could only hold back his laughter and replied, Young master, It's a big dog wearing tiger skin. Just go take a look. Just as Gu Tian walked towards the iron cage, full of questions, the tiger inside caught a familiar scent and suddenly turned its head, letting out a low growl. Roar! Gu Tian jumped up on the spot. Retreat! 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 What the hell? Who the hell gives a tiger as a gift? No way. Grandpa, this gift is going to get me killed. The family was amused by Gu Tian's frightened reaction, laughing heartily. Qian Hui was even more delighted, pulling out her phone to capture Gu Tian's dumbfounded expression. The old man Gu was laughing so hard his beard was sticking up, pointing at the tiger in the cage. Didn't you love tigers the most when you were a child? Grandpa got you a real one. No, no, no. Gu Tian pointed at the tiger that was rubbing against the iron net in the cage, nearly collapsing. What I liked as a kid was a toy tiger. A toy. This is a real tiger. It can eat people. Oh my heart. Gu Tian was a bit speechless, covering his chest and stepping back. He thought the gift from Grandpa would either be a national jade seal or something from the Forbidden City. Instead, he got a tiger. No wonder Shi Shun had such a strange expression when he mentioned gifts. At this moment, the Bengal tiger even started a low growl and act cute, swishing its tail around the iron cage, its gaze never leaving Gu Tian. It even raised its paw, rubbing against the cage door as if asking to be let out. Why are you so cowardly? I remember you used to be fearless. Gu Feng laughed uncontrollably on the side, but still egged him on. Just as he said this, he met the deathly gaze of Qian Hui from the side. What did you say? Why don't you go touch it? Dad, look at Gu Feng. How old is he? Still not thinking before he speaks. Unexpectedly, the old man Gu kept nodding with a smile. It's fine. It doesn't tea-bite. Just touch it at one tea-bite. As soon as these words were spoken, Qian Hui slapped her forehead, utterly speechless. How? Are all the Gu family members like this? But before she could continue to complain, she suddenly caught sight of Gu Tian actually walking towards the cage door. Qian Hui is face change d'instant, urgently shooting. Shao Tian, don't listen to your dad and grandpa. Gu Feng also turned red instantly. He was just joking, but didn't he expect this kid to be so brave? Hey, stop. I was joking. Don't go over there. If anything happened, Wu Ti, he and his wife have to start over. Alert. Protect young Master Gu. If necessary, take it down. Shi Shun reacted quickly, reaching for his waist and rushing forward. Swish, swish, swish. Dozens of armed special forces personnel sprang out, their dark gun muzzles all aimed at the tiger in the cage. As long as the tiger showed any signs of aggression, they could turn it into a sieve in the next second. Gu Tian was initially a bit nervous, but it seemed that such security measures instantly gave him confidence. Petting cats and dogs is common, but who has ever petted a tiger? Just at the moment when Gu Tian reached out his hand, a miraculous thing happened. Chapter 55. Let me bite him. The tiger actually tilted its head and approached like a big cat. No way, sir. Are you this proactive? Can I really touch it? Gu Tian, suppressing his inner fear, reached into the cage to touch its head. As a result, the tiger not only didn't show any ferocity, but instead shook its head and closed its eyes in enjoyment, with the corners of its mouth turning up, completely like an oversized cat. This scene made Qian Hui and Gu Feng break out in a cold sweat. Gu Tian, what a brave kid, braver than me. Although bullets are fast, the tiger's ambush speed isn't slow either. Old Master Gu was delighted, proudly boasting. See, I told you it doesn't bite. This tiger has recognized Shao Tian since birth. It won't bite anyone, but my grandson. It's genetically modified, familiar with the scent from the womb. It's a close bond, not a paid subscription. What do you mean, Grandpa? You mean it sees me as one of its kind, or as its master? Gu Tian was quite confused, not expecting his seemingly frail grandfather to be involved in such big things behind the scenes. Genetic editing project? Really? Old Master Gu also didn't know how to explain it. After all, it was all done by the researchers behind the scenes. He was just reciting what he had been told. Yes, that's exactly what it means. Oh, Gu Tian nodded upon hearing this. Then he changed his tone. So it means it won't bite me, right? Before the family could react, he walked straight to the iron cage door. This scene scared Gu Feng and Qian Hui into a cold sweat, instinctively retreating. Today is a family gathering, not a dining occasion. Shao Tian, don't mess around. Mom will double your pocket money. Usually high and mighty, with a face full of authority. Gu Feng was now panicking. Kid, don't believe your grandfather, I think. He seems to show signs of senile dementia. Unfortunately, it was too late. The corners of Gu Tian's mouth lifted slightly, his eyes filled with firm trust in his grandfather, and he gently pressed with his fingertip. Click! The lock of the iron door made a crisp sound. The bars slowly rose. The imposing Bengal tiger inside suddenly stood up and slowly walked out. Seeing this terrifying scene, Shishun and the other special agent's eyes nearly popped out. Damn, young master, are you really going for it? Observe the tiger's movements. If it shows any signs of attack, immediately. Don't move. Young master is really fierce. It's truly a tiger out of its cage. Compared to the tension and shock of everyone else, Gu Tian stood in place, excitedly watching the big cat slowly approach. TSK. It doesn't look that scary. Isn't it just a bigger cat? Gu Feng. Qianhui. Shishun. Gulp. My grandson really has the courage of a tiger. Old Master Gu swallowed his shocked saliva under the terrified gazes of everyone. As the majestic Bengal tiger approached Gu Tian, it began to sniff continuously. Then, like a gentle little cat, it nuzzled and rubbed against Gu Tian. Gu Tian also slowly squatted down and started to pet this big cat. Shishun, give me a dog leash. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone broke out in a cold sweat. What the hell? Are you speaking human language? This is a tiger, not a dog. Although shocked, Shishun still obediently found a police dog leash. Gu Tian took it and quickly put on the tiger. The key was that the tiger not only didn't resist, but also nudged its head into the collar. This level of cooperation brought tears to the eyes of the working class. Seeing this, old Master Gu couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh, I said it. Our little Tian is a celestial being descended to earth, able to tame ferocious beasts. That Dongwei Emperor, isn't his mount a white tiger? Our little Tian is definitely the reincarnation of the Dongwei Emperor." Hearing this, Gu Feng's face turned completely dark. What Dongwei Emperor? Right now, the tiger showed no signs of aggression. It was obviously fearful of the truth, or perhaps it had eaten its fill in advance. It's the king of beasts, not a fool. A full meal can definitely distinguish. Dad, when you're bored, enjoy some flowers, stroll with birds, raise some fish. Don't just read those foreign god novels. Okay, how do we end up with the Dongwei Emperor? After saying this, he hurriedly waved for Gu Tian to come over. Kid, stop playing with that scary thing. Hurry back inside. Dinner is ready. However, Gu Tian did not rush to turn back. Instead, he slightly curled his lips, revealing a smile. Shishun's heart sank. Not good. When young master smiles, life and death are unpredictable. Sure enough, Gu Tian tugged at the tiger's leash, pointing at Gu Feng not far away, and signaled, "Do you see that man in front? Go, bite him. Damn, young master, that's your dad. No need to go that far. That position will eventually be yours." In the next second, the originally lazy tiger actually stood up, glaring at Gu Feng with fierce eyes, ready to do the big brother's bidding. Gu Tian was instantly thrilled. Good job, Bruce. Gu Feng was once again scared into a flush, backing away frantically. Hey. You really listen to him. This beast is really going to bite me. I knew your grandfather's research results were unreliable. Shishun, go. Get the researchers studying this tiger and take it down a notch. Why is it only fierce towards me? After saying this, he stumbled and ran up the steps, afraid that the tiger might suddenly charge at him. This scene, old Master Gu sat in the recliner, laughing while tapping his cane to the rhythm. Ha! As expected of my grandson, taming the tiger without a sound, scaring his father in an instant. Undoubtedly, the family had a very happy dinner. Gu Tian liked this tiger very much and named it Gumillion. Of course, he was afraid that his father would take the tiger away later. So at the dinner table, he kept praising his grandfather for giving such a good gift, nearly making old Master Gu feel like a grandson himself, directly ordering that no one but his grandson could have any designs on this tiger. Gu Tian was very happy with his grandfather's statement. He had thought it through. In the future, while others walk dogs, he would walk a tiger. Those who offend him would either sink in the river or be sent straight into Gumillion's mouth for digestion. The poop could be recycled, emphasizing an eco-friendly approach. Meanwhile, on the other side of the ocean, in a top seaside villa on the west coast of a certain country. The morning sun streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows onto the soft and comfortable princess bed. A girl with exquisite and cold features, looking noble, slowly sat up while rubbing her hair. Several blonde, blue-eyed maids stood respectfully nearby. Some brought water, some brought breakfast, and some held today's latest fashion magazines and stock market reports. "Miss Mia, today the temperature is a bit high. The Chanel headquarters just sent over this season's latest styles. Would you like to wear them out?" A maid asked softly. Lin Shusi gently rubbed her temples, her tone indifferent, not going out. Lin Shusi, the apple of the Lin family's eye, had been studying abroad for many years and was the most mysterious goddess-like figure in the upper circles of the West Coast. According to those in the study abroad circle, she was a beauty untouched by the smoke of the world and unapproachable. She didn't tea love, socializing, didn't tea like noise, and was used to being alone. Some said she was a precious noblewoman, while others said she was an ice queen. Regardless of which, no one dared to approach her easily. After all, in the upper class of studying abroad, even a random brick can hit someone beyond comprehension, even a celestial being. To put it bluntly, the more mysterious someone's background is, the more extraordinary their identity. Just as Lin Shusi was trying to power up her brain, the phone by the bedside table rang. The caller was Lin Guoxian. Chapter 56. Lin Shusi's thoughts her father, renowned and powerful, had single-handedly established the family's influence. However, there was not a hint of emotion in Lin Shusi's beautiful eyes, like adding a full name. She slid her finger and connected the call. "Hello." Her voice remained cold, like snow that hadn't melted in March. After a moment of silence, a slightly heavy voice came from the other end. "Shusi, it's time to come home." Lin Shusi lifted her beautiful eyes and casually glanced around. The maids understood the cue and retreated. Although they couldn't understand the dragon language, it felt like the voice on the phone was very familiar, as if she had heard it on television. Old Lin continued, "You should have heard some news by now. Gu Feng's son has returned to Kyoto." Lin Shusi replied, "So? Gu Feng may be testing me, or perhaps cultivating Gu Tian. I don't know if you're aware of the situation in Jiangzhou. Some things. You understand." Old Lin didn't finish his sentence, believing his daughter could grasp his meaning. Lin Shusi smiled lightly, but the smile didn't reach her eyes. "So you want me to return and be your pawn in the power game?" "No." Old Lin's tone was gentle. "You are my daughter. I want you to come back home. You've avoided it for so many years. It's time to return. Now you remember that I am your daughter." Lin Shusi replied with a faint smile, her eyes resembling those of her mother, the woman who once dazzled time itself. Lin Shusi's mother was named Kong Shuling, the eldest daughter of a prominent family in the capital, talented and unparalleled. In her youth, Lin Guoxian was deeply impressed by her poetic spirit and elegant demeanor, pursuing her fervently, and they eventually became a couple. After marriage, Kong Shuling set aside her proud status as a wealthy heiress, willingly adopting a low profile to support Lin Guoxian's career. After giving birth to Lin Shusi, she retreated to the background, devoted to her husband and raising their child. What was originally a model marriage in terms of political partnerships fell apart due to a storm within the Kong family. Kong Shuling's younger brother, Kong Xiansheng, took advantage of his brother-in-law's position as a city official to meddle in real estate and investment projects, secretly consuming the family assets with amounts that were shocking. However, at that time, Lin Guoxian had just been appointed as the secretary of the municipal committee in the capital and was under intense public scrutiny. Faced with overwhelming public opinion and inspection committees, he had no choice but to take decisive action, sending his brother-in-law Kong Xiansheng to trial. The Kong family collapsed overnight, and Lin Guoxian's father-in-law suffered a heart attack from anger. Kong Shuling was devastated, arguing with Lin Guoxian and accusing him of being heartless. From that point on, their relationship became strained, leading to separation, and they later secretly divorced. This incident left an indelible scar in Lin Shusi's heart. In her eyes, Lin Guoxian was a good public servant, but certainly not a qualified father. Since she could remember, every meal he had never asked if her mother or she had eaten, but instead inquired whether the secretaries and staff had eaten. Even now, when he took the initiative to call, his tone gentle, she still couldn't easily let go of the accumulated emotions. You coming back doesn't necessarily mean for the Lin family. Old Lin paused and added meaningfully, "You're grown up now. There are some things you need to get involved in. That place is never your home. And besides, I worry about you. Come back. My home has always been freedom." Lin Shuxi's voice didn't waver at all. Just as she was about to hang up, Lin Guixian's tone changed. "If you come back, I will consider talking to your mother. Also, regarding your uncle's situation." Before he could finish, Lin Shuxi hung up the phone. The villa was eerily quiet, with only the sound of waves crashing outside. It was clearly a threat, yet it also felt like a promise. It was obviously a test, yet precisely hit the softest corner of her heart, just like a rebellious daughter stepping onto the carefully designed track set by her father. But unexpectedly, she was truly shaken. Lin Shuxi stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling mirror, her beautiful eyes gazing at the distant skyline, and after a long while, she slowly turned around. "Monica, come here." The blonde maid waiting at the door responded and entered. "What is it, Miss Mia?" Lin Shuxi gently pressed her red lips together, her tone soft yet cold. "Notify the president of Aservan Royal Polytechnic University and tell him to help me process my withdrawal." The maid's expression changed in shock, thinking she had misheard. "Miss Mia? You mean?" "Yes, I want to withdraw." On the other side, Gu Tian was leisurely walking with a tiger in the courtyard after dinner. If there were an eagle, it would be like holding a yellow dog with one hand and a blue sky with the other. This scene made the security guards and bodyguards break into a cold sweat. How could the prince take a Bengal golden gradient cat for a walk like a corgi? Especially Shishun, who tightly held the truth at his waist, fearing any accidents. "Shishun, do you think it will ride in a car? It won't get car sick, right?" As they reached the courtyard entrance, Gu Tian examined the big fellow and glanced at the Maybach at the door. Shishun was momentarily speechless. The prince's demeanor, seriously intended to take it out for a stroll? If this were on the main road, it would definitely cause panic among the citizens of Kyoto. If the tiger got hungry, wouldn't that be like eating at a buffet? Theoretically, it shouldn't be a problem. But Gu Shao, are you really planning to take it out? Of course. Others walk dogs. Why can't I walk a tiger? Gu Tian raised his eyebrows and smiled. Before Shishun could react, Gu Tian opened the trunk and laid down the back seats. The tiger, as if understanding, jumped right up, yawned, and laid down there. "All right, let's go." Gu Tian stepped on the gas. The Maybach disappeared from the view of everyone, leaving Shishun and the station soldiers looking bewildered in the wind. "Company commander, how many levels of security incidents does it count for the prince to take a tiger out?" Shishun was a bit speechless. He felt that his precarious military path might be hard to navigate from here on out. Half an hour later, the car drove towards the Forbidden Garden. This place was originally a royal garden, but had been transformed into an open park. Moreover, being located in the valuable core area of Kyoto and carrying a bit of royal blood, it became a popular spot for many wealthy ladies, affluent wives, and internet celebrities to walk their dogs and take photos. Especially after dinner every day, it almost turned into a beauty pageant for the dogs. For Gu Tian, this place was perfect for walking a tiger. Not bad, quite spacious. Gu Tian parked the car steadily, removed his sunglasses, and surveyed the surroundings. Just as he opened the car door to get out, woof! Suddenly, a dog's bark came from his feet. Damn! Gu Tian felt his legs go weak, and he jumped up in surprise. Whose dog is not on a leash? Running here to pee? Woof, woof, woof. A brown poodle was barking furiously at him, with a trail of urine beside the tire. Clearly, he had stepped on the poodle's paw when he got out of the car. Whiff, 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 whiff. The poodle was fierce, baring its teeth and barking at Gu Tian, advancing aggressively. Wait, what is your dog barking about? I didn't step on it on purpose. Whose good dog runs so far to pee by my tire? Go, go, go. Gu Tian waved his hand, trying to shoo the poodle away so he could open the trunk and let out Gu Million. Unfortunately, the poodle was undeterred, occasionally rushing forward a few steps, looking like it was out for revenge. Woof, 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 woof. At that moment, oh my goodness, my little treasure. So you were here. Mommy thought you were lost. A wealthy lady rushed over in high heels, clearly the owner of the dog. As soon as Teddy saw his owner approaching, he instantly turned into a drama queen, limping away a couple of steps, then rolling on the ground and letting out a whimper of grievance. So, what happened? Who bullied you? The lady scooped up the dramatic Teddy. My little baby. Who hurt you? Quickly tell mommy, did someone hit you? Gu Tian. Woof woof. Teddy released a series of mournful whines into the lady's ear, and didn't forget to turn back and bark twice at Gu Tian, as if to say, "It's him, Mom. It's him who bullied me. Oi, you." Only then did the lady turn around, holding the dog in one arm and placing her hands on her hips, glaring fiercely at Gu Tian. "Did you bully my son? Did you hit my son?" Gu Tian. When one is a loss for words, there's often an inexplicable urge to laugh. In that moment, he empathized with her, and looking at the lady's aggressive demeanor, Gu Tian chuckled. "Yes, that's right. He was peeing by my car, and I accidentally stepped on him." The lady did not buy this explanation at all. "Your tires are so dirty. What's wrong with my son peeing? Do you know how precious he is? He drinks imported dog milk, eats organic fresh meat, and has a dedicated nutritionist preparing his meals every day. What if you injured him? Who's going to compensate for my son's psychological trauma? And what about your broken Mercedes G-Class? What's wrong with him peeing?" Hearing this, Gu Tian almost choked. What the hell? This is a limited edition Brabus, and she's calling it a broken G-Class? Damn it. I'll open the trunk and let you and your dog experience what it means to be in a wilderness survival SSS season. Chapter 57. Doubt is you stealing dogs, go off to the underworld, just as Gu Tian took out the key to open the trunk. Ready for a zero frame, start to unleash the tiger, he found that too many dog walkers had come over to watch and point at him. If a fierce tiger were to break free, that would be quite the experience. Damn. The evening of Baiyang, the dawn of the east. Gu Tian put away the key and turned around, taking a deep breath. What do you want? It's just a dog, and besides, you don't even have it on a leash. As soon as he finished speaking, a wealthy lady shouted, "How dare you? My son is a human, not a dog." She was so angry, she almost threw her dog bag at him. The other dog walkers nearby fell silent, feeling frustrated. Is their life worth less than a dog? What's going on? What happened? A few wealthy ladies, who also had dogs, approached the teddy lady to inquire about the situation. Undoubtedly, under the teddy lady's embellishments, they quickly formed a united front. How can this person be like this? Hey, you stepped on someone's dog and think you're justified? Exactly. What is wrong with a big G peeing? Woof woof woof. Their dogs, emboldened by their owners, barked furiously at Gu Tian, with Dobermans and Bull Terriers charging forward. This scene left Gu Tian utterly speechless. While others sought wealth, how could some wish for death? However, he didn't want to comment too much. If he were really bitten by a dog today, he would just end up taking both the person and the dog down with him. At that moment, Shishuan also arrived with his guards. Just as they parked not far away, they saw Gu Tian surrounded by a pack of barking dogs and aggressive wealthy ladies. In an instant, they thought, no. What's going on? Dogs are surrounding the prince. Are they going to fight? What is happening here? The guards in the car let out sharp honks. They didn't dare open their eyes, hoping it was just their imagination. Commander, are those dog walkers hiding from the wind? Shishin got out of the car and adjusted his waist, saying, "All right, no more talking. Let us go see what is going on." There were many onlookers, and they didn't dare act rashly, especially since they hadn't received any signals from the prince. A few people stealthily approached, but as soon as they stood there, they felt like soldiers. Gu Tian also noticed Shishuan and his group. They exchanged glances. Without a doubt, Gu Tian's look was simple. You guys don't need to step in. There will be a scene with Gu Million MVP settling the score soon. All right. How much do you want? I'll compensate you. Gu Tian casually pulled out his phone from his pocket. Of course, he wasn't compensating for the cost of stepping on the dog, but rather for the subsequent cremation and burial fees for both the person and the dog. Just these barking dogs? Gu Million would definitely call them little teddies. This action instantly ignited the anger of the surrounding wealthy ladies. Those who could walk their dogs here were also not short of money, each having at least 30 to 80,000. What are you pretending for? We're not short on money. Apologize. You must apologize to this dog. Do you think you can brush this off with a few measly bucks? With the support of these socialites, the lady holding the teddy became invigorated, her aura fully unleashed. Yes, apologize to me. You are driving a piece of junk big G. What are you pretending for? My son is worth more than your car. Apologize to my dog's son. Gu Tian. I've never heard of a teddy selling for 30 million. Just as he was about to retort, he noticed several wealthy ladies sneaking around, whispering about some tactics. The next second, click, 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 a few large fierce dogs broke free from their leashes and charged straight at Gu Tian. What the hell? They're directly starting a fight. Gu Tian didn't expect them to be so ruthless, preparing to circle around the car like a Qian flash. But the next moment, whoosh, as the dogs rushed to the side of the car, they suddenly all slammed to a halt, lowering their heads to sniff, their expressions shifting from arrogance to confusion. Suddenly, the leading Doberman seemed to have discovered the most dangerous creature hidden in the trunk. It let out a howl and bolted away. The other dogs also seemed to have hit a steel plate, scattering into the greenery. The wealthy ladies were all dumbfounded, their high heels breaking. Hey, 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 my dog, come back. Hey, hey, why did they run away? What's going on? They had intentionally let go, thinking they would stage a scene to teach this young man a lesson. Why did all the dogs flee? Meanwhile, Gu Tian stood in place, smirking with amusement. Dogs have a keen sense of smell. No matter how fierce the dogs were, in front of his Bengal tiger, they were purely outclassed in terms of lineage. If he had opened the trunk with some force just now, it would have been an absolute massacre. Ha ha! Such big dogs are so cowardly. I'm dying of laughter. How did they all get scared off by this young man? Is the Doberman this cowardly? Hey, why did those dogs run away as soon as they got close to the car? What's in the car? The onlooking crowd also started to laugh, which made the wealthy ladies feel embarrassed. Tell us, does your trunk have a dog repeller? Are you stealing dogs? Open the trunk and let us see. What did you do? Why did my dog run away as soon as it got near your car? The wealthy ladies became more and more ridiculous, their expressions growing more and more certain. Gu Tian rarely came to the Forbidden City, and didn't he know that there had been incidents of dog theft and abduction here. Previously, there had been a gang that specialized in stealing dogs. These people used special devices to lure, scare, and control dogs with electric shocks or drugs. Only when the dog owner posted lost dog notices and offered a hefty reward would they return the dog. Although the hideout was eventually raided, these shadows spread widely in the wealthy circle, making everyone feel insecure. Just now, they had witnessed their pampered and somewhat arrogant dog completely collapse and flee when approaching the other person's car. This was clearly not a normal reaction for a dog. So at this moment, there was only one truth. The other party's car must have some dog-repelling or dog-luring device inside. Let me tell you, my friend's valuable corgi was stolen this way. My Tibetan Mastiff chased after it and was scared away as soon as it got close to the car. Hurry and make him open the trunk to see if there are any dog-catching instruments and tools inside. The wealthy ladies spoke over each other, growing more and more passionate, making their claims more and more vivid. The lady holding the teddy suddenly realized, raising her head to question. Right, there's so many cars here. Why did my teddy run to your car to pee? Did you lure it over? While saying this, the wealthy lady looked Gu Tian up and down with a very unfriendly gaze. She believed that Gu Tian must have some button on him or in his pocket. As soon as he pressed it, the device in the car would release frequencies to attract the dogs. Press it again, and it would release other frequencies to scare the dogs away. Damn, what kind of imagination is this? Gu Tian rolled his eyes in disbelief. Fine, I'll open the trunk, but you better not regret it after seeing it. Chapter 58. Gu Million's first blood unexpectedly. The teddy socialite shouted at the top of her lungs. Come quickly. I caught the dog-stealing gang. Everyone, come and see. This guy is stealing dogs. Look, everyone. The remaining socialites exchanged glances and also started yelling. Everyone, come and see. We caught the dog thief. He has many dogs hidden in his trunk. Everyone, smash the car and save the dogs. The onlookers were excited, and a few young men playing baseball, perhaps feeling sympathetic towards the older women, handed over their baseball bats, shouting, Sister, use this. Sister, this one is effective. Damn it, a dog thief. Sister, use my baseball bat. This bat is thick and big, better than a brick. The teddy dog, which had originally escaped to the greenery, saw its owner perk up and turn back, barking wildly at Gu Tian while occasionally glancing fearfully at the trunk. Woof, woof, woof. However, the car windows were covered with black tint, so outsiders couldn't see what was happening inside. They couldn't see the Bengal tiger inside, which was confusedly observing the outside environment. Smash the car. Save the dogs. Smash the car. Save a dogs. Kid, so is you stealing dogs. You're so young doing this kind of work. Damn it. It's you stealing dogs, right? What a broken G-class. Modified into a Brabus. Really something. But as the noise from outside grew louder and the trunk space was not that spacious, the tiger inside became a bit agitated and started moving back and forth in the trunk. The more it moved, the more suspicious it seemed. Seeing the car rocking, several socialites were delighted, their expressions comparable to evil cherries. Did you see that? The car moved. It's definitely the dog struggling inside. So pitiful. Smash it. Smash the car. Save the dogs. At this moment, Gu Tian's mentality had completely collapsed. He really couldn't argue with them. They were all idiots. And he was starting to have trouble choosing a target for judgment. But it was fine. If they wanted to smash, let them smash. He quickly thought through the pros and cons, and outside the crowd, Shishun was trying to signal him to stay calm. If he released the tiger and it caused panic and injuries, the responsibility would definitely fall on him. He would definitely get a beating from his dad, and his grandpa would probably not spare him either. But if this group smashed the car, causing the tiger to get scared and open the trunk itself, then he would have nothing to do with the responsibility. Thinking of this, Gu Tian spread his hands and calmly said to the teddy dog socialite, "All right, then you smash it. You smash the trunk yourself. Save the dogs you mentioned." As soon as these words came out, the teddy socialite instantly became furious, glancing at the other socialites. "All right, sisters, since he said that, then let's smash it. I will compensate for all losses." This statement instantly ignited the atmosphere. Smash the car. Sisters, brothers, save the dogs. The first to act were the socialites holding baseball bats. Others rushed in with high heels. In an instant, the scene became chaotic. Smash, bang, smash, smash, smash. Since the socialite said she would cover all losses, many bystanders who were just there for the excitement joined in. It's hard to buy a Mercedes G-Class, but it's easy to destroy one. So, many onlookers smashed car lights, side mirrors, and some even prepared to lift the car to flip it over. With such a commotion, the Bengal tiger inside the car instantly became restless. Just when the crowd was getting into the swing of smashing, a thunderous roar erupted from the trunk. Everyone was stunned. Wait, what sound is that? The baseball player held his bat in midair, unsure whether to bring it down or raise it higher. The socialites trembled, nearly falling over. What the hell? What is that noise? It doesn't sound like a dog. I think. It sounds like a tiger. The teddy socialite laughed instantly. Ha! A tiger? What an obscure term. There's a tiger in the city. Sisters, it must be sound effects. They're using tiger roars to scare us and scare the dogs. This ridiculous rebuttal caused everyone to freeze for a moment. Then they nodded in agreement. Sisters, smash it. Keep smashing. Open the trunk for me. With the teddy socialite's command, everyone continued to smash. The more they smashed, the louder the tiger's roar became. The tiger even began to bump against the trunk, making a banging sound. Seeing the baseball player start to vigorously pull the trunk handle, Gu Tian's lips curled into a mocking smile. The next second, he pressed the car key. With a click, the trunk opened directly. In an instant, a massive tiger head suddenly popped out, roaring right in front of the baseball player, delivering a visual shock. Oh, whoa. The baseball player was so frightened that he nearly lost his mind. His eyes rolled back as he collapsed to the ground. Boom! The crowd instantly erupted. Some people couldn't process what was happening. What the hell? A tiger! Oh, it's really a tiger! Several socialites collapsed onto the grass, screaming, "Oh my God! Oh my God! Don't eat me! I'm too lean! Oh my God! I want to go home! I want to go home!" Others ran away in panic. What the hell? A tiger! There's a tiger in the trunk. Run! Run! Legs, run faster! Oh my God! Some even fainted from sheer terror after just a few steps. The scene was chaotic, with some taking out their phones to call the police while running. Keep going? Why is everyone silent now? Are you all mute? Gu Tian stepped forward, looking down at the socialites sprawled on the ground, a cruel smile on his face. Come here, Gu Million. Let them see if you're a dog. With a wave of his hand, a tiger's shadow leaped out from the trunk. Gu Million appeared like a king, landing on all fours, sending grass flying. No, no. Handsome. I was wrong. I was wrong. Several socialites completely broke down, performing a human drag on the ground. Don't scare me. I'm scared. Really scared. I'll do anything you want. I can kneel for you. Just as Gu Million was about to charge at them following Gu Tian's gesture, suddenly, woof woof woof, the sound of barking abruptly broke the stalemate. In the distance, two dogs charged over, a Doberman and a Teddy. Was it a loyal awakening? Or a moment of hot-blooded enthusiasm? Son, get it. Save mommy. The Doberman socialite screamed as if she had grasped a lifeline. Woof woof woof. The Doberman bared its teeth and charged at Gu Million, looking fierce. The Teddy also jumped around behind, barking at a high frequency comparable to an alarm. The distant onlookers gasped. What the? A war god among dogs. Oh my god. Is the Teddy rising? What the hell? For the next second, a woodash. Gu Million suddenly snapped his head and bit down on the Doberman's neck. The Doberman didn't react at all. Crack. In an instant, its neck was bitten through like a crispy shark. Immediately after, Gu Million grabbed the Doberman and lunged forward. The Teddy dog yelped and turned to run. But in the next second, it was swatted down like a furry folding chair. Finally, it was time to enjoy the meal. Splash. Gu Million pinned the Doberman down with his paws and violently shook his head. Blood splattered. The Doberman lady let out a sharp, explosive sound. Chapter 59. Avoiding the depths to prevent climbing out. Oh my god. So fierce. If I get bitten, wouldn't I lose 20 pounds? This scene even made Gu Tian feel a bit startled, and he quickly put on a mask to hide the trembling corners of his mouth. My son. My dog's son. The Doberman lady's voice pierced the sky as she rolled forward, trying to pick up the half of the Doberman's body from ground. But Gu Baiwan had no idea what she meant. Although it wouldn't actively attack humans, it was protective of its food. At that moment, it was eating meat, and suddenly a female upright ape charged over. Did she think it was okay to snatch its food? With a sudden howl, its tiger-like eyes widened, and its bloody mouth lunged straight at the Doberman lady. Just as it was about to bite down, Gu Tian shouted, Gu Baiwan, lie down. The onlooking crowd was growing larger, and if a tiger attack incident broke out, it would really be hard to resolve. In that instant, the crowd erupted. What the hell? You really train beasts, huh? That's a tiger, not a dog. Wow, this guy can really train a tiger. Feeling Gu Tian's furious voice, Gu Baiwan abruptly stopped midair, its tiger paw sweeping out. Bang! One paw sent the Doberman lady flying over 3 meters, her body landing on the grass like a piece of paper blown off a fan. Her arm twisted. Get back in the car. Gu Tian shouted again, and Gu Baiwan, licking the blood off its paw while lying on the ground, finally jumped back into the trunk, looking quite dejected. Handsome. I'm sorry. Let go. Don't let it down. This G-class worth over 3 million. I'll compensate you 4 million. The Teddy lady, witnessing the terrifying scene, had already collapsed. She could buy another dog, but she only had 1 life. Gu Tian ignored the lady and started searching on his phone, soon shoving the invoice in front of her. Look closely. This isn't just an old G-class. This is a Brabus G800 Falcon, an original imported limited custom version, priced at over 35 million when it hit the road. Hearing this, the lady's eyes widened, but there was more suspicion. Isn't it so profitable to run a circus? Until she saw the amount on the phone screen. 35 million. No. Is this really a Brabus? The Teddy lady was stunned. Did she just smash a car worth over 35 million? To think her house only cost a little over 30 million. I didn't. I'm sorry. Handsome. Could you? The Teddy lady crawled and clutched Gu Tian's pant leg, trying to win his forgiveness. At that moment, the sound of police sirens was heard in the distance. 2 police cars sped towards them. The onlookers gasped in excitement. The police are here. Great. They're saved. Damn. Why are there only 2 cars? Shouldn't they deploy a counterterrorism unit? Is this a circus tiger or a pet raised by this guy? The Teddy lady immediately dropped her pleading demeanor and stood up, frantically waving at the police cars. Help! Uncle! Help! This guy raises a tiger. Arrest him. This madman. He actually raises a tiger. You have to arrest him. Unexpectedly, the scene she anticipated did not unfold. Several police officers arrived, got out of the cars, and ran directly towards Gu Tian. Comrade, are you all right? Did the vicious dog hurt you? Seeing the respectful and nervous look in their eyes, Gu Tian knew that the Bluetooth had successfully paired, and he smiled faintly. I'm fine. Thank you for your hard work. No, Buddy. The teddy lady was completely dumbfounded, pointing at the dog as corpse on the ground, excitedly exclaiming, No, officer, it's him. He walks a tiger. A tiger. It's biting people. A tiger. The police officers exchanged glances and pretended to look around. Where's the tiger? I don't see a tiger. Hearing the commotion outside, Gu Baiwan poked its head out of the trunk. Hiss. The officers instantly broke out in a cold sweat. Damn, no wonder he asked the prince. He can take out such a fierce beast. Did you see it? It's right in his trunk. It's right in his trunk. The lady pointed excitedly. Who would have thought the leading officer's expression darkened, and he scolded, What nonsense are you talking? That is obviously a cat. The other officers nodded vigorously, agreeing with their captain's statement. It's just a cat, just with a skin. Bring this car wrecker away. The leading officer ordered. Before the teddy lady could react, several officers stepped forward to restrain her and drag her towards the car. Oh, no. Are you blind? That's a tiger. A tiger. You call a tiger a cat. After the officers handcuffed the teddy lady and put her in the car, they began dispersing the crowd. The leader approached Gu Tian, looking quite apologetic. Sorry, Your Highness, for scaring you in my jurisdiction. Gu Tian waved his hand lightly, showing no emotion. It's fine. The car damage is 35 million. Remember to remind her about it, okay? Yes. I will definitely remind her. The leader nodded repeatedly, his forehead almost keeping a rhythm. If she doesn't compensate, I'll immediately give her a set of big memory recovery therapy. Hearing this, Gu Tian laughed and nodded slightly. Not bad. Your brain is useful. After saying that, he casually glanced at the officer's badge and patted his shoulder. District Captain, you did well. I'll mention you to the people in your department later, get you promoted. As soon as these words were spoken, Really? The officer was momentarily stunned, and once he reacted, he almost jumped up in place. Thank you, young Master Gu. Thank you, young Master Gu. By the time the crowd dispersed and the teddy lady was taken away, she shone, along with several guards and plainclothes officers holding body bags, walked over. To be honest, their actions were so skilled that it was clear this wasn't their first time cleaning up such a mess. On the lawn lay the torn pieces of the teddy and Doberman, the fainted Doberman lady, as well as several fainted wealthy ladies and baseball men lying around in disarray. Young Master, Shishun brushed off the dust on his clothes, speaking lightly. Should we handle them according to the old rules? Or go through a trial process? These people have already committed the crime of attacking cabinet family members. According to the special dragon law, the final charge is also eating peanuts. However, Gu Tian had never troubled the judge. Let us stick to the old rules. Gu Tian leisurely flicked the ash from his cigarette and casually added, but remember to cover them thick so they don't crawl out. Gulp. Shishun swallowed hard, cold sweat breaking out on his back. As long as young Master wants, those people were already warm corpses the moment they smashed the car. But young Master didn't But now, would he give them the most desperate death? All right. Understood, young Master. The next morning, the sun rose as usual. The park tiger incident was explained as a circus tiger escaping, and it didn't even make it to the trending searches. Although several silver coins were lost overnight, the master of the city, Gu Tian, was not affected at all and lazily got out of bed while yawning. He looked at the message from an auction house about a remittance of 35 million and sighed. Sometimes, having money is also a kind of trouble. Just after he finished sighing, Wang Hao called. Tian, good, do you know? That group of people in the classroom really beat up Xie Bin, and it was quite serious. That kid directly asked the people from the Kyoto General Police Station to help him catch them. I heard that this kid is still looking for you, and even said he wants to take you down. To all the old and new dads, here comes a free little gift. Please give the author some motivation to write more. Next, the protagonist Gu Shao will start rampaging and strongly crush the Xie family. Chapter 60. The crazy she be in Hoz. You're rambling. Who is she be in anyway? Why do you always like to babble about these nonsense things early in the morning? Gu Tian said impatiently. One of his pet peeves was being bombarded with chatter when he just woke up and his brain hadn't fully booted up yet. And Who was exactly that kind of person, full of useless talk. Here's the situation. But what exactly the situation is still depends on the situation. On the other end of the phone, Wu was taken aback and added, "No, Tian Gu, you really don't know? It's the one they were shouting be in Gu in the classroom. The one you knocked down at the school gate while parachuting is Shi Bian, and the one in the big classroom who said he likes S in Su. That S also Shi Bian, the one who harassed S in Su and made her go to the hospital. Those people are Shi Bian's little brothers. And didn't Tu send Shi Bian's little brothers to the hospital to beat him up? They really beat him up. Ugutista en responded vatueli. Not wanted to waste brain capacity on unnecessary people. After all, he had to think about the future development of all humanity. So who is this Shi Bian? Facing Gu Tian's forgetful habit, Wu could only give him a brief explanation. To put simply, Shi Jiangzhou is the eldest son of a Shi family, a rich kid born and raised in Kyoto. As for Shi Bian, he is Shi Ying's illegitimate child from early on. His biological mother, Huang Ciu, was a decent-looking third-tier model, but without any background or roots. Shi Ying never gave her any status. Later, when Shi Ying's legitimate wife found out, Huang Ciu was taken out. And had it not been for Shi Ying's protection, Shi Bian would have gone with his mother too. Later, when Shi Ying became successful, he probably felt guilty and brought Shi Bian back. As soon as he returned, the kid started acting wild. He is not particularly smart, and his worldview is extremely skewed. He was raised by his biological parents from a young age. Once wealth suddenly fell from the sky, his mentality had some issues. Plus, Shi Bian had an extreme mentality of wanting to make up for what he had never had before. As a result, he comes off as a bit crazy and foolish. The worst part is that Shi Ying has a kind of compensatory affection for him. After listening, I get it, he is an orphan without a mother, right? As soon as this was said, Wu, he had relied on many people to investigate this information. The result was that Tian Gu responded with, "No mother." "No, this kid Shi Bian is currently investigating you, planning to take revenge on you. You should be careful in the future. Send more security around you. In case he throws a brick at you one day, it'll be enough to make you suffer." All right, stop talking nonsense. I'm getting up by. Gu Tian didn't want to chat with Wu so much. Throw a brick? If he didn't raise the brick, he would probably be beaten to a pulp by the plainclothes around. But it has to be said, this Shi Bian indeed piqued his interest. A crazy fool, huh? I'll turn him into a foolish fool. In the entrepreneurial incubation building of Jing University, the morning sun was still gentle, and the surrounding crowd was moving about sparsely. Suddenly, boom dash, a matte black Bugatti Veyron suddenly burst into view. The car elegantly drifted and came to a steady stop at the main entrance of the building. Following closely behind were several all-black Range Rover vehicles, lined up in formation, showcasing their presence. Under the curious gazes of the crowd, Shi Bian stepped out of the Bugatti's passenger seat. In the past, he wasn't this style. But things were different now. Chui had told him that to win the favor of the campus beauty and to establish authority among his little brothers, he needed to be ruthless and a bit aloof, keeping a stern face, not saying much, giving off a mysterious and authoritative vibe. Just like now, that's the feeling. He had already caught a glimpse of a few girls not far away covering their mouths in surprise as they looked at him. They must have been conquered by his aloofness. "Look at this, I'll make you all swoon. Oh, this car is so cool. Who just got out of the passenger seat? It's Shi Bian. I don't want to look anymore. Let's go to class." This is a high-standard support venue provided by Jing University to encourage student entrepreneurship. And Shi Bian, relying on his background and funds, directly took over a floor named Shigu Media, which he grandly called live streaming entrepreneurship. In reality, it was just an entertainment and leisure hub for the offspring of the powerful. They would frequently bring a bunch of pretty girls to hold events, shoot short videos, and teach people how to behave. Shi Bian walked into the building, with his little brothers closely following behind. "So, how do they handle SNWI? Don't worry, Shigu. Little brothers H.Ing.T.O. said with a wicked smile. We've already crippled SNWI. He is still hanging on in ICU. I've also sent someone to approach his family's nanny and stuffed a box of gold bars in his house. The inspection team should be on their way there now. As for those little brothers following him, they should have developed corpse spots by now. These little brothers were Shi Bi-in's true loyalists. They had played together with Shi Bi-in from early on. After Shi Bi-in was brought back to Kyoto by his biological father, he had not forgotten them. To put it bluntly, Shi Bi-in helped them and their families achieve class mobility. Naturally, they were extremely loyal to Shi Bi-in. Regarding the HNTOS report, Shi Bi-in nodded in satisfaction. He wanted SNWI to experience the feeling of life being worse than death. Beat him into a cripple and send him to the hospital, then beat him into a cripple again after he S discharged and send him back. By the way, has that Tian that SNW I mentioned been found out? As soon as Shi Bi-in spat out this harsh word, the elevator doors opened. Bang! With a dull sound, a nerd in a plaid shirt, holding half a box of densely packed electronic components, collided head-on with Shi Bi-in at the entrance. Clatter, screws, circuit boards, and chips instantly scattered all over the ground, making the floor tiles crackle. Upon seeing the person, the nerd was so frightened that he almost knelt down, not even bothering to pick up the scattered components, hurriedly bowing and apologizing. Why you sorry? Bi-in ye. I didn't mean to. I really didn't mean to. I didn't see. I was holding the box. My view was blocked. Damn it. Are you blind? Shi Bi-in's face instantly darkened, and he abruptly raised a foot. Get lost. Bang. The nerd was kicked to the ground with a thud. ZHNTO and several little brothers rushed up. Bang. 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 Dare to bump into me, Shigo. You're tired of living, aren't you? Damn it. Always tinkering with your broken robot downstairs. Have you gone stupid from studying? A bunch of junk. What can you research out of it? The nerd was beaten into a swollen face, watching helplessly as the integrated module he had painstakingly polished for a month was stomped into dust. Bi-in, go, please stop. That's my graduation project. I beg you not to step on it. But Shi Bi-in didn't listen at all. Instead, he smiled wickedly. Oh, graduation project? You've been banging away downstairs. Do you think you can graduate? After saying this, he turned to ZHNTO and said playfully, who asked this kid's mentor? And notify the person in charge of the incubation building to take back this kid's research space. I'm tired of hearing him banging away downstairs. ZHNTO immediately nodded. Got it, Shiga. I'll handle it at the party. Hearing this, the nerd immediately broke down in tears. What they were researching was artificial intelligence robots. They were meant to be used in medical, driving, and home applications in the future. Now we can throw a handkerchief to make better than patients happy. If successful in the future, it will be a huge breakthrough in scientific research. But for now, Chapter 61. The handkerchief robot. After returning to the office, Xiaobin began a series of 3 rapid-fire questions. Has that kid named Tian been found out? What is his relationship with Su Nanxue? What is the name of the girl I saw at the school gate? Is there detailed information available? Once these questions were thrown out, the laughter in the office abruptly stopped. Zhang Tao and the others exchanged glances, and no one dared to speak. The background information had indeed been found, but it was a bit shocking. They didn't even have the courage to mention each other's names. Xiaobin, who had initially looked fierce, suddenly sensed something was wrong. Why was everyone silent? What happened? Did they become mute? Is this person even more impressive than me? How dare he confront me at Jingda? Hiss. Upon hearing this, the younger brothers all gasped. This was not just more impressive than you. You weren't even in the same league. Why was your brother Xie Juanhao sent to the Arctic? Wasn't it because he drunkenly said that Gu Tian was the king of Kyoto after Gu left? After a 5-second mutual staring contest, Zhang Tao finally mustered the courage to step forward. Brother Xie, this Tian Gu is not an ordinary person. I think you should keep a low profile from now on. Oh, how extraordinary is he? Xibin found it. Speak. Zhang Tao swallowed hard and spoke slowly. Is Gu Lao's son, named Gu Tian, who just transferred to Jingdan not long ago. The destruction of the black forces of Qiao Lao San in Jiangzhou, and the ongoing crackdown on black and evil forces throughout the Dragon Nation. I heard he was the one who lit the fuse. As soon as these words were spoken, boom, Xiaobin felt a buzzing in his head, and his pupils constricted. What? You mean to say whose father is? Gu Lao's. Zhang Tao wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, trembling as he repeated it. The other younger brothers behind him had already broken out in a cold sweat, swallowing hard. Then, Zhang Tao began to talk about what happened at the Jingda cafeteria while Xiebin was away from school. Gu Tian was dissatisfied with the cafeteria and directly led the Jingda higher-ups to remodel it overnight. The more Xiebin listened, the more uneasy he became, until he slumped into his office chair. It felt like a sense of helplessness, as if he couldn't reach the other person's face to slap it. Brother Bin, why don't we just let this go? The girl at the school gate named Xin Yao. She used to stay in Jiangzhou, right? This girl was brought over by him from Jiangzhou. Anyway, this Shun Yao and Su Nanque all have connections with him, and their relationships seem quite good. Faced with Zhang Tao's unpalatable advice, Xiebin waved his hand as if choking. Stop talking. I am thinking. At this moment, he really wanted to mute the world and listen to his own breaking point. He initially thought the other party was just a rich kid with some background, but he never expected this guy to be so impressive. The most important thing was that he had heard a lot about the other party from his father, including how the other party had caused too much trouble and was sent to Jiangzhou for reform, and how his father had united several members of parliament to advise old Lin. Wait. Oh, right. He was sent to Jiangzhou for reform due to causing too much trouble. Now that he is back, he definitely wouldn't dare to cause trouble again, right? If he caused trouble again, his father could just unite other members of parliament and advise old Lin to exile him again. And that would be the end of it. The more Xiebin thought about it, the more pleased he became, going from a wilted state to bursting with confidence. You think you could be the prince just because you came back? Huh. If you dare to mess around again, I will make you walk the Jiangzhou route once more. What Tian Ge? Who do you think you are? At this moment, another younger brother came over with a few attendance records. Brother Xie, take a look at this. Xiebin took it without understanding, and the next second, he realized something. Jingda is not an ordinary university. Even someone of his status couldn't afford to miss some classes. Yet, Gu Tian almost misses class every day. If these ordinary students knew about Gu Tian's identity and his performance at Jingda, it would definitely provoke public outrage. Plus, he had crashed into him while parachuting from a helicopter, even having Sunway and others come to the hospital to beat him up. He could easily embellish these stories and find some reporters to cover them, enough to make the other party suffer. However, he couldn't do this too openly. That would raise too many suspicions. What he was best at was working behind the scenes. What he needed to do now was to suppress the other party openly at school. With this thought, Xiebin took out his phone and made a call. Hey, young Master Xie, what brings you to our student council? A cheerful voice came from the other end. Xiebin raised his eyebrows and smiled. Young Master Zhang, how long have you been the student council president? The person on the other end was momentarily stunned, casually responding. Just over a year. Why? A year is quite a long time. Why not let me sit in your position for a bit? Anyone who has been to university knows that the student council is not just an ordinary club in college. Especially at Jingda, a top institution, the value of the student council is immense. Although it's just a self-management organization for students, it holds a lot of power. What with the distribution of various scholarships, titles like 3 good students and outstanding cadres, to even internship connections and exclusive recommendations. Their essays saying, ISNT there, to walk through university, you either need outstanding grades or to join the student council. Among them, the student council president is the pinnacle of this power chain. If you can manage it, it's like being a mini principal, directly influencing the allocation of resources for an entire college or even the whole school. If you can't manage it, you can still feel the warmth of power through this identity. Various student networks will support you, various students will seek you out, and even many female students will flatter you, just for a scholarship spot. And now, Xiebin wanted this position, not for anything else, but to have a legitimate reason to bully Gu Tian. At that time, if Su Nanque is not dating him, fine, I'll deduct your credits and make it impossible for you to graduate. Meanwhile, Gu Tian pretended not to care, but after hanging up the phone, he had Shixuan send someone to investigate. In less than a minute, all of Xiebin's information was sent over. So, he and Wang Hao headed straight to the incubation laboratory building. Not for any other reason, just to see how this kid without a mother would deal with him. As the elevator doors opened, the two walked out, only to be greeted by a scene of utter confusion. The corridor was filled with many humanoid robots and parts, as well as several engineering boys sitting on the ground with worried expressions, making phone calls and arguing on the other end. Why? Why do we have to move out? What have we done wrong? Boo-hoo. Howsy, this is the 5th floor. You pressed the wrong button. Tian just realized this and was about to return to the elevator when Wang Hao was drawn over by a row of handkerchief robots in the corridor. Tian Yi, come and see. High-tech. Seeing Wang Hao's cheeky expression, the engineering boys instantly panicked and hurried over to explain. Don't smash them. We'll move out right away, and we'll let Brother Bin know we're leaving soon. Brother Bin? Smash them? Tian curiously walked over. Chapter 62. Throw into Xie Bin, can I communicate with you? Facing Li Yushu's tearful accusation of Xie Bin, Wang Hao gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it, that dog Xie Bin will never be able to eat 4 dishes in his lifetime. Although Wang Hao was carefree, he knew the importance of the situation. Li Yushu's artificial intelligence robot project was a key incubation support project promoted by the Kyoto City Science and Technology Committee and Kyoto University. If the project was successfully completed, it could not only enter the preliminary evaluation for the Science and Technology Award, but also serve as a billboard for attracting scientific talent to Kyoto. And now, a perfectly good researcher was blown up, all the parts shattered, and the data board crushed. If the data wasn't backed up, a year's worth of results would be completely wasted. And Xie Bin, just because he found someone noisy, threatened to throw them out after a bump? Then he acted as if he was invincible. In his eyes, he was just a damn fool and a tumor. However, Tian's thoughts were elsewhere. Watching the humanoid robot in front of him toss the handkerchief in various styles, he fell into contemplation. After a long time, he slowly turned to Li Yushu. Can this robot only throw handkerchiefs? Can it throw other things? Li Yushu was a bit stunned by the question. Besides throwing handkerchiefs, there were many things it could throw. Paper airplanes, small sandbags, small balls, etc. Well, it could also throw other things. Just a slight modification would do. Who would have thought that Tian would blurt out, can throw grenades? As soon as these words came out, boom, the shocked gazes of the other engineering boys all turned to Tian. Wait, did you just say grenades? The kind that goes click and has a 5-second countdown? Are we doing research or military work? Who is this guy? Has he gone crazy? Wait, what did you just say? Throw grenades? Li Yushu was dumbfounded. Why did he think of having the robot throw handkerchiefs? The reason was the childhood nursery rhyme. Throw the handkerchief. Now, throw the grenade. Tian Gu, what do you want to do? Tian Gu. This ISNT something to research. Looking at Tian's serious and playful gaze, Wang Hao felt that something big was about to happen. But Tian didn't care about that. He turned around and stood on the table, shouting to all the engineering boys in the office. Everyone, your research results are very good. I just heard your boss say that you are currently facing tight project funding, insufficient equipment, and inadequate space. Everyone nodded in agreement. All right. Tian spread his hands. I'm investing in your project. You continue researching here, and I'll take care of the space and the project funding. As soon as these words were spoken, the air instantly froze. Li Yushu was stunned. Wait, classmate, aren't you afraid, Xie Bin? Before he could finish, Wang Hao interrupted him. Xie Bin is a jerk. Just report my name, Tian Gu, and see who dares to touch you. Tian Yi. You just mentioned project investment. How much can you invest? Li Yushu wasn't worried about the space. He was still concerned about the funding issue. Tian thought for a moment and seriously held up a number. 5 billion. Is that enough? As soon as this was said, Li Yushu almost dropped his jaw. No. Who are these two people? At that moment, someone suddenly recognized Wang Hao. After all, Wang Hao was quite active in Kyoto, and there was a lot of content about him online. You. Are you Wang Shuji's son? A female technician excitedly stepped forward and shook Wang Hao's hand. Seeing that he was recognized, Wang Hao was quite proud. Yes, my dad. I'm right here. Who dares to drive you away? Li Yushu instantly became happy. It felt like his efforts were being recognized. Under the incredulous gazes of everyone, Tian directly asked for the other person's card number. A phone call to the bank later. In less than a minute, the 5 billion funding was directly in place. The entire floor erupted with sharp, explosive sounds, especially Li Yushu, who was about to kneel down to Tian. Just a second ago, he was the crying research guy who got kicked, and a second later, he became the CEO of the ARMS robot project. Oh my God, we have funding. We have funding. Damn, 5 billion. 5 billion. We could produce in bulk. Holy crap. It's really 5 billion. Many engineering boys were crying tears of joy. Although it was a research project in cooperation with the city's Science and Technology Committee. It should be known that this kind of emerging technology consumes huge amounts of funding, and spending money is like flowing water. Therefore, every time funding is secured, it takes a long time, requiring a lot of application materials and reports. Of course, they also considered bringing in some enterprise investments from outside. But their boss, Liu Shu, rejected it, believing that the competitors were all fools. But unexpectedly, at their lowest point, they encountered Wang Shuji's son and a wealthy friend. Tian, have some tea. Tian Yi, have some snacks. As a representative of the engineering boys, Liu Shu didn't know any sweet-talking flattery, only serving tea and offering snacks with great respect. Meanwhile, Gu Tian, sitting in the boss chair with his legs crossed, sipped tea while listening to the enthusiastic introduction from several engineering boys about their artificial intelligence robot. Tian, look. The fingers of this robot can be said to have achieved 90 of human flexibility. We've tested it with small balls, sandbags, and frisbees, so throwing grenades is not a problem. However, it can't recognize the pin of the grenade. It requires a human to assist in pulling the safety device. Oh, Gu Tian raised an eyebrow. So, you're saying it can throw one now, as long as the pin is pulled, right? As soon as this was said, the smiles of several technicians froze. Wait, are you serious? We were just following your lead to explain. The goal was to make you happy. It can throw grenades, but where are we going to get you that scary thing? Are we going to buy you a toy grenade? Before they could even ask if they needed to buy a toy grenade to test it, Gu Tian walked to the window and shouted down with a commanding presence. Oi, Shishuan, send up a grenade. As soon as these words came out, the entire office was frozen. Liu Shu's hand shook, almost spilling hot tea all over Wang Hao's pants. Wait, what did I just hear? Send up a grenade? Are investors this crazy nowadays? Although he was shocked, he still hoped it was a toy grenade. Everyone else was watching with a wait-and-see attitude. Only Wang Hao stood up with a face full of despair. Tian, don't. That scary thing is still a human. Where are you going to throw it? Gu Tian turned around, grinned, and pointed to the ceiling. ISNT Sieben upstairs? Of course. I'm throwing it to his floor. As soon as these words were spoken, the air froze for 3 seconds. Then, holy crap. Awesome, Tian. I declare you the wildest man in Kyoto University. Wang Hao jumped up excitedly. The others. Chapter 63. The fun is real before long. Jishuan brought up a grenade. But for Liu Shu and several technicians, how could this grenade possibly be real? Throw a real grenade? It's not about whether it can be done, but whether it's legal. However, to please the financier, they could only follow Gu Tian's instructions. Brother Tian, this grenade you made is very realistic. Quite heavy, Liu Shu said with a smile, tossing it a few times in his palm. Wang Hao next to him was completely on edge. No, don't throw it. Quickly give it to the robot. Oh. Under the manipulation of Liu Shu and the others, the robot quickly grasped the grenade tightly. Just when Wang Hao let out a sigh of relief, crack. Gu Tian twisted his hand, and the grenade safety pin was pulled out. Ah! What the hell? Brother Tian, what are you doing? Wang Hao was instantly terrified, screaming and crawling under the table. The others were speechless. Is a toy grenade worth being scared like this? The emotional value from Wang Shu's son is really on point. Liu Shu smiled and approached, activating the robot. Brother Tian, where should we throw it? We'll throw it wherever you say. Gu Tian raised his eyelids and looked upstairs. Of course, throw it upstairs. Huh? Liu Shu and the others exchanged glances, looking very embarrassed. They didn't dare throw it upstairs. The upper floor was Xie Bin's territory. They were already being chased away, and if they showed up again, what if they came down and beat them up? That wouldn't be good. They might even get Wang Shu's son beaten up. Ahem. Wang Hao tried to calm his fear and coughed. What are you afraid of? If Brother Tian says to throw it, you throw it. After speaking, he patted the technician controlling the robot. Hurry, set the route to upstairs. Looking at Wang Hao's determined and dangerous gaze, the technician dared not hesitate. After all, it was just a toy grenade. Compared to 50 billion, Getting beaten up really didn't matter. All right, throw it upstairs, throw it upstairs. The technician quickly lowered his head to operate the tablet. In less than a moment, the robot walked out of the office with stiff steps. The other technicians in the hall saw this scene and immediately started laughing. Of course, in their minds, the grenade couldn't possibly be real. They could only say that Wang Shu and his rich friend love to have fun. I can't believe it. Ha ha ha. They really are going to throw a grenade. Throw it, throw the grenade, how funny. All right, throw a grenade, 50 billion. As long as the rich kid wants. Our robot can even carry a machine gun. Meanwhile, Xiebin was petting his Tibetan Mastiff, Black King, while giving a pep talk to his little brothers, pumping them up. His pep talk was simple. Undoubtedly, Gu Tian's identity was impressive, but he was a paper tiger. He had been exiled to Jiangzhou before, and it was his father who had teamed up with many legislators to do it. He also boasted that if it weren't for those 3 votes, the one sitting in that position would be his father now. The little brothers were undoubtedly getting fired up, shouting that Brother Xie was amazing. Brother Xie is the king of Kyoto. A little Gu Tian, if he encountered him, he would definitely be taken down in minutes. What Gu Laozi's son? Nonsense. Brother Xie is the son of Xie Laozi. At that moment, the Black King, who had been lying at Xiebin's feet, suddenly raised his head, ears perked up, showing a fierce demeanor. They could hear the sound of footsteps in the corridor. Upon hearing this, Xiebin became angry. Damn it, are the people downstairs still not done? Still banging around? Zhang Tao sat up from the sofa and went to check the corridor. The next second, I can't believe it. Brother Xie, the robot from downstairs, is coming up. Come and see. A man remains youthful until death. A toy grenade isn't much, but a robot that can run upstairs is undoubtedly very attractive. Under the curious gazes of everyone, they saw a robot walking in with stiff steps, directly approaching them. Woof, 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 woof. Black King stood up and barked furiously at the robot. Hey, what? This robot knows I'm awesome and specifically came up to hang out with me. Seeing this scene, Xiebin felt very proud. Several little brothers immediately flattered him. Yes. Brother Xie is absolutely right. Does Brother Xie have the Conqueror's hockey? The robot downstairs heard your call. Ha. It must want to come and rely on Brother Xie. Just as they were teasing, Zhang Tao noticed something amiss. The robot was clearly holding a black, melon-shaped object. What is that? Oh my God! Brother Xie. It's holding a grenade. Upon hearing this, the little brothers jumped up from the sofa. What the hell? It's a real grenade. No way. Did that guy downstairs go crazy? A whole grenade? Damn it. That kid downstairs is trying to scare us, right? Xiebin was also startled, but after calming down, he became very angry. Go. Take people downstairs. Smash it for me. Damn it. How dare you mess with me? Zhang Tao, upon hearing this, was ready to kick the robot over. But unexpectedly, the robot suddenly raised its arm, and with a flick, the grenade flew in a parabolic arc towards them. After landing, it made a sizzling sound and started to smoke. Black King instinctively rushed out to bite it, but just as it ran a meter, it seemed to realize something and urgently slammed on the brakes. Running away in a panic. Xiebin had shot guns and thrown grenades at the shooting range before, and upon seeing this scene, he suddenly reacted and shouted, Damn it! Brothers, it seems to be real. After saying this, he turned around and dashed towards the load-bearing wall and the big fridge. Wes real. The little brothers hadn't reacted yet. Then they heard a loud bang. Zhang Tao and one little brother were directly blown away. Glass shards flew everywhere, and the office was instantly thrown into chaos. Downstairs, Gu Tian heard the explosion and a playful smile appeared on his face. It seems the effect is pretty good. At this moment, Li Yushu and the technicians had already entered a state of soul leaving the body. No way, bro. That explosion sound just now, don't tell me. It was a real grenade? Meanwhile, the technicians in the hall were all dumbfounded. Their eyes filled with fear as they looked toward the office where Gu Tian was. Clearly, Wang Shu's rich friend. It definitely isn't as simple as just having money. After a long while, Li Yushu's legs went soft and he fell to the ground, stammering out a question. Brother Tian, that just now wouldn't tea. Would tea have really exploded, right? Gu Tian lightly sipped his tea and responded indifferently with an MM. The 50 billion he invested was not given away for nothing. He had already called the military district earlier. Chapter 64. Xiebin got kicked currently. There really isn't such a weapon. It's always been a conceptual version. These humanoid robots move freely. If they can throw grenades, can't they also carry machine guns? What if they're used in actual combat in the future? Haha. His industrial chain absolutely cannot be limited to entertainment bars. That would make him seem very low. If he achieves some success in military industry, wouldn't his dad have to acknowledge that he is capable? Seeing the technicians' faces turn pale, Wang Hao quickly smoothed things over. Oh, don't be nervous, Brother Tian is testing your limits of pressure tolerance. Do you understand what real combat simulation is? This is called scene experiential development. Everyone, we don't understand anything. Your grenades are real grenades. Meanwhile, everyone get up. Get up. Wipe out those downstairs. Damn it. Xiebin stumbled to his feet, completely furious. They say you shouldn't mess with anyone, especially those who study chemistry. It seems that those in engineering aren't easy to mess with either. He directly made a grenade himself. Zhang Tao was bloodied and sprawled on the ground, desperately trying to find his legs with his fading consciousness. Brother Xie, I can't feel my legs. Where are my legs? A few dusty little brothers cried as they rushed to help him. Woo, brother, your legs seem to have flown downstairs. Hearing this, Zhang Tao immediately lost consciousness. Xiebin didn't care about that much. Didn't you just complain about the noise downstairs, and then you made a grenade? You think you're cooler than Ma Jiajue? If I don't beat you into a pulp today and send you to the ICU, then come back for a life sentence. You have no idea where the name Xie comes from. With Xiebin's fury, the little brothers in the office didn't bother to clean up the mess and rush downstairs with baseball bats. Faced with the sudden scene, the tech guys in the hall were so scared they hurriedly fled. Damn, where's your boss? Where's your leader? Get out here. Was it you just now? Xiebin picked up the baseball bat and smashed a row of computers in front of him to smithereens. Just as his little brothers were preparing to rush forward, Gu Tian and Wang Hao walked out from behind the terrified tech guys. Oh, I'm the boss. What do you want? Seeing the familiar face, Xiebin's expression turned to one of terror. The little brothers behind him instinctively took a few steps back. What the hell? This isn't this Gu Lao's son? How is he here? To be honest, just now they were all full of bravado, but they clearly felt the weight of the air around them as the other party stepped forward. That kind of oppressive aura from someone who has long held a position of power. Even Xiebin didn't have it. Brother Tian, the one who looks very humanoid, is Xiebin. Wang Hao quietly signaled Gu Tian. Gu Tian glanced over. No wonder Su Nanxue is so averse to this person. It's not that he looks ugly. He has just a problem that 2 handfuls of glutinous rice flour can't solve. Under Gu Tian's sharp gaze, Xiebin didn't dare to breathe. Instead, the black Tibetan Mastiff squeezed out of the crowd and barked wildly at Gu Tian. Woof, 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 woof. Seeing this, Xiebin quickly bent down to grab the dog, leashed tightly in his hand. If it went up and bit the other party, things would become complicated. So you're Xiebin, huh? Keep your dog under control so it doesn't bite my employees. Gu Tian glanced at him casually. Xiebin's mood twitched violently, forcing himself to say it's your robot that threw a grenade, right? Now, he couldn't clarify the matter, so he could only tentatively address the situation. Little did he expect that Gu Tian wouldn't waste time with him and directly admitted everything. Not only did I throw a grenade just now, but I also kicked you at the school gate, and your little brother beat you up. I did all of that. I heard that you wanted to kill me. Upon hearing this, the little brothers all gasped in shock. What? He directly admitted it? Xiebin said he was better than the other party, but looking at this situation, the other party didn't take Xiebin seriously at all. Xiebin didn't expect Gu Tian to be so direct, and he could only reveal his true face, pointing and cursing. Damn. Gu Tian, don't think you're so awesome that no one dares to touch you. If it weren't for me being careless at that time, I tell you, you wouldn't even be able to touch a finger of mine. As soon as he said this, Wang Hao broke out in a cold sweat and instinctively glanced at Gu Tian's waist. Damn, is he about to blow up in his face? If Brother Tian gets angry and shoots, then it's a big deal. Hey, Xiebin, we're all in the same circle. No need for this. You two's identities really don't require this. Just talk it out. Wang Hao pretended to mediate, trying to get Xiebin to lower his hand. He remembered very clearly that the last person who pointed at brother Tian and got in his face didn't sink, but was thrown into a blender instead. Afterward, he became fish feed for the fish in the office. Little did he expect that Xiebin wouldn't play along anymore, and suddenly pushed Wang Hao aside, angrily cursing, "Wang Hao, what are you pretending for? Don't think I don't know you two are close." As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Tian lifted his leg and kicked. Bang! This scene came too quickly for everyone to react, especially the tech guys hiding behind desks in the office. All of them were dumbfounded. What the hell? Xiebin got hit? No. Isn't this brother Tian's identity more powerful than Xiebin's? Oh my god. Too fierce, right? Xiebin was kicked down to the ground. Gu Tian, have you gone crazy? How dare you touch me? Brothers, what are you waiting for? We have the numbers. What are we afraid of? Get up. But it was useless. The little brothers beside him were all stunned, exchanging terrified glances, but none dared to move. Not to mention the other party's incredible identity. He could even handle grenades. If a fight broke out, wouldn't they be risking their lives? Just as the little brothers were hesitating, Gu Tian took a step forward. Swish! Almost instinctively, Xiebin's little brothers all retreated a few steps. Gu Tian looked down at Xiebin from height. A smile that didn't reach his eyes. If you want to get back at me, you can. But first, figure out if you have that qualification. At this time in the past, I was the one beating your brother. As soon as this was said, the temperature of the air around dropped sharply. Especially Wang Hao looked at Gu Tian with admiration. Brother Tian stood up for him. So cool, he wanted to talk to him. Xiebin clenched his fists tightly, his face reddening, unable to say a word. Gu Tian withdrew his gaze and pointed to the surroundings of the hall. Remember, this is my place. If I see you breaking in again, it won't just be a kick. With that, the whole place fell silent. Xiebin's breathing almost stopped. He wanted to make a move, but he understood the situation better than anyone. Alone? He couldn't win. Bringing little brothers? His little brothers were the first to back down. It was as if this time he was careless like before. Let's go, Howsy. Gu Tian waved his hand, and Wang Hao immediately followed. Wherever they went, Xiebin's little brothers all stepped aside, not daring to breathe. Just as Gu Tian and Wang Hao walked out of the crowd side by side, Xiebin behind them stood up with clenched teeth and shouted loudly, "Gu Tian, I'm telling you, don't be so arrogant. Do you know why you were sent to Jiangzhou before? It was because my dad teamed up with other council members to report you to Elder Lin. Do you believe it? I can have my dad team up with other council members again and send you even further away." As soon as these words were spoken, boom! The air exploded. Chapter 65. Dispelling Misfortune. My goodness. Wang Hao's expression was so shocked that his mouth could fit a light bulb. Are you saying that all the suffering that Tian Gu endured that year was thanks to Xiebin's father? Just as Wang Hao thought Gu Tian would suddenly pull out the truth and confront Xiebin, Gu Tian did not turn around or speak. Instead, he quietly took out his phone, started recording, and then put it back in his pocket. Initially, he wanted to let this unfortunate kid go. Now, it's all over for the Xie family. Didn't Uncle want to enter the cabinet? Xieyang's position will be quite suitable. Xiebin thought Gu Tian was intimidated and couldn't help but laugh arrogantly. Huh, what do you think? Are you shocked? No matter how impressive you are, what can you do? My dad's word can decide whether you leave Kyoto or not. You can beg me now, and I want to tell my dad that you kicked me at the school gate and stole my woman. And my dad is nothing like yours. He dotes on me. Hearing this arrogant talk, plus Xiebin's smug expression, Wang Hao couldn't help but pinch his philtrum. Otherwise, he really wouldn't be able to get through the next second. Oh, Gu Tian slowly turned around, looking at Xiebin with a mocking gaze, and said lightly, "Are you saying I was sent to Jiangzhou before? It was your father who conspired, right?" Of course. Xiebin suddenly lifted his head, his eyes half closed as he basked in the worship of his underlings. But the underlings didn't worship. Instead, they were swallowing their shock. They didn't understand the affairs of the court. The only thing they knew was Xie mental state after being frustrated was really concerning. Under Gu Tian's words, Xiebin, that big fool, started boasting indiscriminately. He named all the members of the little gang, led by his father, from some members in the cabinet to the head of the Kyoto Police Department. He also revealed that his father had held that position for a long time, and was now secretly laying out plans. In the future, the Prince of Kyoto would be him, Xiebin. Faced with these statements that could only elicit a wow, everyone in the room instinctively covered their ears. I didn't hear that. It has nothing to do with me. Dispelling misfortune. Tian only gave Xiebin a meaningful smile before turning to leave with Wang Hao. Xiebin thought Tian was intimidated and turned to his underlings, trying to act cool. What do you think? What do you think? I told you. There is nothing to fear about the Prince of Kyoto. Underneath the elevator. Damn it. Xieyong, you old thief. So insidious? Tiangu. I feel like this Xiebin is a bit abnormal. Wang Hao cursed. Tian chuckled. If he were just a little normal, I would have killed him already. When Xiebin angrily scolded Wang Hao just now, his plan was to kick the other party, and then, when the other party got angry, a group of people would start beating him and Wang Hao. Then, Xie Shun and the others could have a legitimate reason to deal with Xiebin. That said, Xiebin is after all the son of a cabinet member. If he directly threw a peanut at the other party, that would indeed be troublesome and involve many layers. However, what surprised him was, this Xiebin not only has no mother, but is also incredibly stupid, haha. Now it's good. The members led by Xie Yong are secretly forming a small group, and there is suspicion of opposing his old man. Good heavens. That could lead to a family raid. Tiangu, what did you record that for? You're not planning to show it to your dad tonight, are you? Exactly. Wang Hao was at a loss for words. He couldn't comment on this, nor could he speak up. After lunch, the two returned to Jing University. Before they even reached the teaching building, they heard many students running toward the square, holding their phones. Go see. Xiebin brought a huge Tibetan Mastiff to walk the dog. I heard it cost millions. Really? Hurry up and take a look. No. Is this idiot lacking love and attention since childhood? Instead of going home to pick out a coffin, what is he showing off about here? Watching the scene, Wang Hao couldn't help but mock. Let us go take a look, Tian said with a smile, while taking out his phone to send a message to Shishan. Shishan, send Gu Million to Jing University. I want to take a stroll. Not far away. Xiebin was walking the Tibetan Mastiff in the square, surrounded by a crowd taking pictures, looking like he was having a great time. Honestly, he was in a very good mood. After mocking Tian in the incubator building that morning, the way his underlings looked at him was filled with respect. Genuine respect. Can we take a picture? Can we take a picture? Oh my, so majestic. Can I take a picture with the dog? Yes, of course. You can take a picture. With Xiebin's permission, many girls instantly rushed overexcitedly. I want to take a picture too. Let me touch it. Quick. Look at the camera. Click. In such a scene, Xiebin was all smiles. He loved the feeling of being surrounded by people. It gave him a feeling of being above everyone else. There are too many people. Xiebin, while holding the dog, pretended to be generous and shouted, "Don't push. Don't push. Beautiful girls, come to the front. Black King likes beauties. As for those who don't look good, sorry, my Black King is picky. It might bite." To be fair, this Tibetan Mastiff really seemed to understand. As soon as he finished speaking, it immediately bared its teeth at the average-looking girls and sought cuddles from the pretty ones. The girls watching were instantly divided. Those who were ordinary-looking stiffened their expressions, quietly backing away, even lowering their heads to pull their masks over their faces. Meanwhile, several exquisitely dressed, curvy girls boldly approached and squatted down to take selfies with Black King. "Oh, don't lick me, it tickles. This dog is so well-behaved. It looks fierce, but it's actually a clingy little cutie. So well-behaved, it's seeking cuddles." Xiebin looked down with pride, his gaze subtly drifting towards the necklines of the girls squatting on the ground, making him grin widely. "Oh, purple. This one is blue." Behind them, Tian and Wang Hao looked at Xiebin's lewd expression in the crowd and laughed until they almost collapsed. At that moment, a V-12 engine sound came from not far away, startling Black King to jump up from the ground. Everyone turned to look. A Brabus was speeding toward them. Tian raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Here it comes, my pet." "Bait." Wang Hao looked puzzled. "Tiangu, when did you get a pet? What kind of pet do you have?" Chapter 66. Release the Tiger. Brother Bin is mighty. Brother Bin is so handsome. Surrounded by flattery, Xiebin wished he could curve his mouth into a triangle like a catwalk model. But the sudden roar of an engine shattered his moment of bliss. The girls' gazes shifted in an instant. What the hell? Is that a Brabus? Is that really a Brabus? So cool, right? Whose car is this? It looks even cooler than Xiebin's Bugatti. This design is so domineering. Unlike Xie Bin, Gu Tian had long outgrown the phase of playing with cars. He was already tired of limited edition luxury cars like Bugatti, usually opting for a Brabus for daily use, and occasionally indulging in other limited edition sports cars in the garage when he was in a good mood. No way. How much is my Bugatti? How much is this car? Xie Bin instantly lost his composure, angrily dragging his Tibetan Mastiff and ready to confront the driver. Damn, what kind of car is that? Can you drive here in the square? Can't you see so many people? You almost hit someone, do you know that? Before he could finish his rant, the Brabus made a sharp stop right in front of him. The next moment, as the car door opened, a man in a security uniform jumped out. Xie Bin's steps halted. Wait a minute. The surrounding students were also stunned, thinking he was Xie Bin's family guard. Wow, Xie Bin is really impressive. Goodness, he even has a bodyguard. Damn, does he have a bodyguard now? Wait, what background does Xie Bin have? But before they could finish their astonishment, the bodyguard completely ignored Xie Bin and walked past him, striding through the crowd. Then, under the astonished gazes of everyone, he walked straight up to Gu Tian, stood at attention, and saluted. Report, young Master Gu. Gu Million has arrived. As this loud voice rang out, combined with the distinctive uniform and posture, the atmosphere around them trembled. Under the gaze of numerous onlookers, Gu Tian nodded slightly. Good. The next second, the scene exploded. The students who were just whispering about Gu Tian's identity now erupted collectively. Young Master Gu. Young Master Gu. He even has a bodyguard. No way. He is not just some rich kid from a financial conglomerate. He is the son of a mercenary overlord. Zhao Mengsheng. This is Zhao Mengsheng, right? This identity. My military commander father. Seeing Gu Tian and Wang Hao standing behind the crowd, Xie Bin's face turned green. Damn. Here to steal my thunder again? He never learns. His father is a clerk in the cabinet, not a military officer. No way he could have a bodyguard like that. Even a few drivers and bodyguards need to strictly adhere to the travel regulations for cabinet members. As for their children, it's simply impossible. Cartoonish. Mouth cannon technique. Oh my, how old are you to still call for a bodyguard when you go out? Aren't you ashamed? Xie Bin, holding his Tibetan Mastiff, walked over with a few lackeys, smiling. Tian Gu, that idiot is coming over. Wang Hao elbowed Gu Tian, whispering a reminder. But Gu Tian completely ignored him, listening attentively to Shishuan report Gu Million's health data for the day, looking completely at ease. Noticing he was being ignored and seeing the students around trying to hold back laughter, Xie Bin felt embarrassed and directly stepped forward, targeting Shishuan. Oh, not low rank. Huh? Which military camp are you from? Let us hear it. After being taken over by Xie Yong in Kyoto, he spent all his time indulging outside, completely unaware of the power structure outside. He had no idea about Gu Tian's travel arrangements as the son of Gu Lao. Of course, being a fool, he couldn't grasp the situation. Most importantly, due to Xie Yong's distorted pampering, Xie Bin developed a delusion that he was the most powerful in the world. Although his father Henti climbed up, this position would eventually be his, and everyone else had to step back. Facing Xie Bin's provocation, Shishuan suddenly turned his head sharply, giving him a fierce glance, his hand instinctively moving toward his waist. Calling me Shishuan at the Gu residence is fine, but outside the Gu residence, if you dare to provoke me without calling me Lord Shishuan, I'll turn you into a sieve. Wait, what is he going to do? Take out the truth. What the hell? Does he have the truth? I want to see the truth. I have a truth too. Do you want to see it? Get lost. Just then, Gu Tian lifted his gaze, casually throwing Shishuan a glance. The subtext. No need, there are so many onlookers. No need to stoop to this idiot-s level. Just let the tiger bite his dog later. Shishuan understood Gu Tian's gaze and slowly nodded. Seeing Gu Tian and the bodyguard show no reaction to Xie Bin's provocation, the onlookers instantly buzzed. Wow, Xie Bin is even more impressive than young Master Gu. Did you see that? I told you my brother Bin is amazing. People from the military camps don't even dare to speak in front of Brother Bin. That's the aura. Listening to all the praises flying around, Xie Bin felt quite pleased. Even when beating a dog, you have to consider the owner's face. Let alone he, Xie Bin, is the son of Xie Yong. Thus, under the influence of his distorted self-love, Xie Bin took another step forward, sizing up Shishuan's bodyguard outfit. Oh ho, dressed quite smartly, huh? Were you just about to take out the truth? Ha ha. Do you know who my father is? Xie Yong, a cabinet member. Have you heard of him? After saying that, he focused his gaze on the gun at Shishuan's waist. Oh, you really have a gun? Let me play with it. Just make a sound. I promise not to fire it. At this operation, not only the onlookers but even the soldiers sitting in the back of the Brabus were dumbfounded. Wang Hao next to him nearly had his heart jump out. Crazy. This idiot is really insane. What identity does Shishuan have? A personal bodyguard for Gu Lao. In terms of rank, he is no less than a military overlord. Even his father, the municipal party secretary, would respectfully call him commander. Civil servants in the cabinet would have to carefully avoid him. And Xie Bin, a half-witted fool spoiled to the skies by his father, really thinks he is the supreme ruler. Just as Xie Bin's hand was about to reach for the holster, and with Gu Tian helplessly shrugging his shoulders, Shishuan's expression completely turned cold. Unable to endure any longer, he shouted angrily, "Get lost!" Shishuan twisted his waist, kicked off the ground, and executed a 360-degree spinning kick in midair. Bang! Xie Bin didn't even have time to react, only hearing a crack of bones. Crack! He was kicked 5 meters away, crashing heavily onto the square tiles. Boom! Dust flew everywhere. Everyone stared in shock. WTF? Xie Bin got kicked again? No way. Young Master Gu dare to hit Xie Bin? This kick could either kill him or leave him crippled. Brother Xie. Xie Bin's lackeys rushed over in a panic, only to find Xie Bin was hard to kill. A mouthful of fresh blood spurted out. Disheveled and covered in dirt, Xie Bin howled in anguish. Get them, kill them. As soon as he spoke, his little brothers collectively jumped back half a meter. Kill. Who are we killing? This isn't just a matter of money. Even if your brain is fried, you need to know the occasion. Seeing his little brothers falter again, and seeing Gu Tian and Wang Hao showing dumbfounded smiles, Xie Bin spat out another mouthful of blood. Black King Kong, go bite them to death. As soon as he finished speaking, a large black Tibetan mastiff roared and charged straight at Gu Tian. Tian Gu, be careful. Wang Hao reacted extremely quickly, stepping forward to shield Gu Tian. But in the next second, Gu Tian pushed Wang Hao aside and coldly commanded, Shishuan, release the tiger. Chapter 67. The Battle of the Tiger and the Tibetan Mastiff Wait. What? Release the tiger? What tiger? Am I the fierce tiger that Tian Gu raised? Just as Wang Hao was contemplating whether to strike a pose like a tiger, descending the mountain to face the black Tibetan Mastiff, he turned around and saw the most terrifying sight of his life. Roar! Accompanied by a deafening tiger roar, a majestic Bengal tiger leaped out of the trunk. The crowd watching immediately fell apart. What the hell? A tiger? Who brings a tiger to school? Xie Bin raises Tibetan Mastiffs. Gu Shao raises tigers. Gu Shao is still more awesome, right? Awesome what? It's more important to escape. Call the police. Call the zoo. The students scattered in all directions, screams echoing as they all ran away like they had seen a ghost. Meanwhile, Xie Bin's underlings, who had initially wanted to hold their ground, saw a tiger suddenly jump out of the trunk and all hid behind Xie Bin. Just eat me, don't eat me. The most important thing is that Xie Gu has now lost the ability to move. What the hell? Tian Gu, don't tell me this is your pet. Wang Hao hid behind Gu Tian, clutching his waist, completely afraid to face the scene before him. Compared to the crowd that was madly fleeing, Xie Bin had already turned to stone, his mouth forming an O shape and his face instantly pale. No. You're telling me you keep a tiger as a pet. This is Kyoto. Ordinary people need layers of approval and various connections just to keep a large dog. And you just ran out a tiger? Oh, he like me, is not an ordinary person, but that is still outrageous. Watching the huge, patterned creature slowly approach, although the black mastiff showed its fierce side. Baring its fangs, its limbs honestly retreated. Now Xie Bin panicked. If it kept retreating, it would reach him, clinging to the mentality of rather dead than lose his dignity. He roared, Black Mastiff, you go for it. Didn't you fight with the tigers and lions of the zoo before? Go for it. Sure enough, the Black Mastiff stopped retreating and began to growl at Gumillion, baring its teeth. Ooh. However, Gumillion had no interest in this trash. In its eyes, there was only Gu Tian, wagging its tail and preparing to approach Gu Tian for some affection. Tian Gu, it's coming over. It's coming over. Wang Hao was almost scared to tears, his hands coiling around Gu Tian's waist like a python. Damn it! Get off! Faced with Gu Million's lack of desire to fight back, Gu Tian angrily pulled Wang Hao's hands away. Gu Million, you go for it. That big dog on the left. Kill him. Who would have thought that Gu Million merely lazily glanced at the black mastiff and then proudly turned back to the tiger head? It was as if they threw mud at me, and I will use the mud to plant lotus flowers. But at that moment, roar, woof, the black mastiff barked wildly and suddenly lunged into action. Gu Million didn't expect the dog would actually dare to make a move, instinctively sidestepping, its massive body rolling on the ground to dodge. Hiss! The students hiding behind the flower bed gasped. What the? It dares to fight a tiger? No. Is this mastiff crazy? No. This tiger is even more fierce than Gu Million. Such a scene. Xiaobin instantly laughed wildly, completely forgetting his earlier fear. Huh. Your tiger is nothing. A weak chicken. My mastiff can scare the two of you. Where did you pull this from? A circus? Huh. Get up. Gu Tian didn't respond to Xiaobin's taunts, but pointed at Gu Million, who was lying on the ground yawning, and scolded. If you keep being so lazy, I'll kill you tomorrow. Although this was said to Gu Million, Wang Hao felt a chill run down his neck and instinctively loosened his grip on Gu Tian's clothes. Seeing Gu Tian's serious and angry face, Gu Million's clear and naive expression instantly vanished. Woof, woof, woof. Woof, woof, woof. The Tibetan mastiff beside them was still acting recklessly. Damn it, Tian Gu. It understood what you said. It understood. Seeing the tiger stand up, Wang Hao exclaimed in shock. Meanwhile, the students behind the flower bed also noticed something shocking. The tiger, which had just appeared clear and naive, now had a hint of crimson light gradually appearing in its eyes. What the? Why are this tiger's eyes turning red? Oh no, it's looking at Xiaobin's Tibetan mastiff. Oh no, it's going to attack. Black mastiff. Come back. Come back. Seeing something was wrong, Xiaobin hurriedly pushed his underlings forward to grab the dog leash. But it was too late. Gu Million suddenly erupted. It leaped up and struck the black mastiff hard on the face with a paw. Bang! Boom! The previously defiant mastiff was sent flying several meters away. What the hell? They're fighting. The tiger has attacked. This is too fierce. One paw sent the mastiff flying. The black mastiff was evidently stunned by the hit, just as it was about to struggle to get up. Roar! Gu Million let out an angry roar, crouched down, and pounced again. Bang! The massive tiger body came crashing down. Woof! Before the black mastiff could turn around to bite back, Gu Million's enormous mouth lunged for its neck. One bite. Crack! Anyone who's been bitten by a tiger knows that an adult tiger has a bite force of over 400 kilograms. Just this one strike. The black mastiff was instantly lifted into the air, its muscles instinctively flailing. It never expected that this creature could be so strong in combat. Of course, it didn't have time to think about this. Oh woo! Gu Million shook its head violently, like the Hulk pounding Loki, throwing the black mastiff up and slamming it down heavily on the ground. Bang! 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 The dull thuds echoed. Such a scene made many people's hearts race. Some timid ones had already fled, while the bolder ones hid behind the flower bed to watch. 20 minutes later. You return my dog's life. You return my dog's life. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. Looking at the pile of furry meat mush in front of him, Xiaobin cried to the point of fainting. The black mastiff was not only his favorite dog, but also his father's favorite dog. How was he going to explain this at home? In contrast, Gu Million was lying beside Gu Tian, happily licking its blood-stained paws. This scene made Wang Hao gasp and murmur softly, Tian Gu, you must tell the truth. Do you have some kind of special ability? Beast mastery. A tiger this big, I've never heard Tian Gu mentioned before. Now it's so docile and obedient to Tian Gu, biting when told to bite, lying down when told to lie down. He was really afraid that one day a cosmic phenomenon would occur, that spiritual energy would revive, some would fly with swords, some would summon spirit beasts, and he would be left standing there in the wind, disheveled. Gu Tian ignored Wang Hao. Facing Xiaobin, who was constantly cursing and roaring at him, he directly asked for a gun from Xishan. Xishan kindly helped him attach a silencer. Click, click, click. Chapter 68. Showing off is fine, but you need 2 lives. The bullet was pushed out one by one. Before Dad made any statement towards Xie Yong, this Xie Bin could not be reckless. Seeing Gu Tian approaching with the truth, Xie Bin's little brothers were scared out of their wits. While others brandished guns to show off, this person was genuinely daring. Brother Tian, Brother Tian, Brother Tian, it doesn't have to be like this. Brother Tian, really? It doesn't have to be like this. Let's talk nicely. Brother Tian, my brother Xie, he's a bit impulsive. I apologize on his behalf. Oh, Gu Tian didn't withdraw the last bullet, raising his head with a playful look at this little brother. You said you apologized for Xie Bin? The long-haired little brother nodded vigorously. Yes, yes, yes. I apologize for him. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Xie Bin slumped on the ground, furious and exasperated. Lu Xuan, you're such a useless piece of trash. Go do something about him. Are you afraid of him? He has a gun. I have a gun too. I'll have someone bring my gun right now. The surrounding little brothers hurriedly rushed over to cover Xie Bin's mouth. Brother Xie, say less. Say less. You have the truth, but you don't have a tiger. Didn't you forget your Tibetan Mastiff was just turned into mush? All right, let's play a game. Gu Tian smiled, raising the dark truth gun to Lu Xuan's forehead. Showing off is fine, but you need 2 lives. Boom. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. What? What game are we playing? Lu Xuan trembled all over. How about truth or dare? I ask you answer, okay? Okay, 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 Brother Tian. Before the other party fainted from fear, Gu Tian asked the first question. Have you done any bad things? I haven't. Lu Xuan's mind went blank, unable to remember anything. Gu Tian pressed the truth forward, and Lu Xuan screamed. Brother Tian. No, I've done it. I've done it. I bullied girls, went against their will. I beat my ex-girlfriend's current boyfriend into a vegetable. Very good. Gu Tian smiled, continuing. Now let's play the second game. I'll make a prophecy, and you will answer. Lu Xuan dared not refuse, nodding vigorously. I predict you won't survive today. Do you believe it? Before the words finished, Xie Bin roared, Lu Xuan. Don't be scared by him. Gu Tian, what are you pretending for? If you're brave, shoot. Xie Bin's little brother. Lu Xuan. Brother Tian, don't. I believe. Lu Xuan, you're so cowardly. I'll kill you. Xie Bin struggled to get up to teach this useless little brother a lesson. Look at how miserable I am. And these cowards don't even dare to move, still being held down. Hearing Xie Bin's roar, Lu Xuan was almost collapsing, trembling in place. Brother Tian, don't. I don't believe. I believe. I don't believe. Gu Tian's lips curled into a cruel smile, staring at Lu Xuan, confirming. Oh, you don't believe, right? The next second, his gaze suddenly turned sharp. Congratulations. Wrong answer. Bang. Lu Xuan fell to the ground in response. Sorry, Lang. The little brother who was standing in front of Xie Bin jumped up and landed behind him. Xie Bin himself was so scared by this scene that he almost wet his pants. Really fired. Lu Xuan. Dead. Dead. Before he could recover, Gu Tian walked up to him, bent down, and pressed the dark gun barrel against his head. The hellish horn sounded again. Xie Bin, let's play a game. Boom. Xie Bin's head almost spun off. Gu Tian, you. My Tibetan Mastiff was just bitten to death by your tiger, and now, I'm telling you, this is not a joke. My ribs have already been kicked broken by your people. You. Put that thing away. I promise I won't tell my dad. We can be brothers in the future. Seeing Gu Tian showing no reaction, Xie Bin completely went crazy, screaming at the top of his lungs. Gu Tian, do you dare? Do you dare to touch me? My dad will never let you go. Don't think you're tough. You can't escape judgment. Your dad will also be implicated by you. The Gu family will also be finished. As soon as his roar fell, Gu Tian pulled the trigger. Click. The gunshot didn't sound. It was just a cold, empty click. However, Xie Bin jolted violently, leaning against the wheel and fainting. The surroundings fell into silence. Everyone was dumbfounded. Then Gu Tian leisurely put away the pistol, glancing at the trembling little brothers of Xie Bin with a half-smile. I'll give you 3 seconds. Disappear from my sight. As soon as this was said, Xie Bin's little brothers scrambled to pick up Xie Bin and Lu Xuan. There were even 2 people carrying the already turned to mush Tibetan Mastiff. It was a complete scene of escape. After these people left, Wang Hao couldn't help but marvel at how cool Gu Tian was, but instead surrounded Gu Million, exclaiming, Brother Tian, is this really your pet? My God, It was so fierce just now. How can it be so well-behaved now? Go ahead, it won't bite. Tian said leisurely, handing the truth to Shishuan and intentionally turning to block a little. Luckily, the previous scene was blocked by Xiebin's little brothers and Babos' car. Otherwise, it would have caused panic. Driven by curiosity, Wang Hao bravely stretched out his hand, touched it, and quickly withdrew his hand. Wow, this fur is so smooth. See? I told you it doesn't bite. Under Gu Tian's continuous encouragement, Wang Hao's courage gradually grew, and he began to rub the tiger's head with both hands. This scene attracted people from the flower bed to walk over slowly. Wow, it's so obedient. It just killed the Tibetan Mastiff. Why is it so well-behaved now? I want to touch it. I want to take a picture with it. Young Master Gu, can I touch it? Just once. Young Master Gu, I'm a college student. Can I touch it? I study veterinary medicine. Seeing many girls rushing forward, Wang Hao was overjoyed, mimicking Xiebin's tone just now. Group photos are fine. Touching is fine. But Gu Million has a little quirk. It likes to see black silk. For safety's sake, you all go back and change into black silk, come back to take pictures with it, and get close. I guarantee it'll be fine. As soon as this was said, the air froze for a second. Then, I love this color tiger. So unique. Yay. Wait for me 5 minutes. I have a whole drawer of black silk in my dorm. Wow. I'm wearing light gray today. Will I be excluded? In less than a moment, the surrounding girls all dispersed in a rush, excitedly running back to their dorms to change clothes. At this time, the surrounding brothers couldn't hold back either. They also wanted to go up to take pictures and touch it. They can't go back to change into black silk, right? The key is they don't have any. Maybe some do. Young Master Gu. Why make it hard for a man? I also want to take a group photo. How about it? Young Master Gu. Are you sure guys need to change into black silk too? Gu Shao. I can't fulfill this request. Puffed. Gu Tian almost couldn't hold back his laughter and quickly waved for them to come over. Come on. Come on. Boys, feel free to take pictures. As soon as he finished speaking, many boys excitedly jogged over. Oh my. Thank you, Gu Shao. You're really my godfather. I want to take a good-looking one. As my profile picture. Just then, a weak and cold voice came from behind, but it also carried a hint of shyness. Gu Tian, are you sure? Wearing black stockings? It won't bite? Gu Tian turned around at the sound, and his pupils suddenly shrank. He saw Su Nanchua had appeared behind him at some point. The cool school beauty in a JK uniform with black stockings created a striking contrast. Back in the office, feeling the softness of the sofa below, Xiebin suddenly opened his eyes. His little brothers looked completely bewildered. Brother Xie, weren't you just? Xiebin ignored them, took out his broken screen phone from his pocket, and dialed a number. As soon as the call connected, he burst into tears. Hello, Dad, come save me. I'm about to be beaten to death. The black golden retriever has also been bitten to death. There's a tiger. Send someone over immediately. The person on the other end was stunned for a moment, then immediately became furious and confirmed. What? You've been beaten? What do you mean? A circus tiger. Yes, a tiger. Hurry and come kill it. All special police, come over. Save me. Chapter 69. Seeking justice for the black Rottweiler over here. Looking at Su Nanchua's smooth and tight black stockings covering her long legs, Gu Tian was quite surprised. The contrast was really a bit big. Wang Hao had only made a casual joke, but he didn't expect Su Nanchua to take it seriously. It's fine. No problem, it won't bite. Gu Tian reacted quickly and waved to signal her to come over. At this moment, the other boys suddenly felt an unusual sweetness in the air and turned their heads in unison. The next second, nosebleeds started gushing out. Oh my God, it's Su Nanchua, the school beauty. Wow, so beautiful. Goodness gracious, who can withstand this? Is this still the Su school beauty I know? That ice goddess who doesn't eat human fireworks? Wang Hao's eyes widened, and he even started fanning himself to stay calm. This is Tianji's woman. He absolutely cannot have any bad thoughts. This is the most basic conscience as a brother. Get lost. Move. Everyone move. Make way for Su Nanchua. Get out of the way. With Wang Hao shouting, Su Nanchua's face turned beet red, and her hands unconsciously gripped the sides of her skirt as she walked forward. Fortunately, Gu Baiwan was very cooperative. When he saw Su Nanchua approaching, he obediently laid down on the ground, his tiger eyes clear. He allowed her to reach out and gently stroke his head. The boys next to them immediately lost their composure. Oh my God. She really touched it. She actually dared to touch the tiger. Su School Beauty, are you Nangongwenya? What a dreamlike crossover. The scene was filled with continuous screams, and the sound of camera shutters echoed everywhere. However, soon Wanchua lowered her eyes, her face slightly flushed as she softly said, Gu Tian, I think I might have dressed too much today. Gu Tian was momentarily at a loss for words. What kind of question is that? But, you can wear whatever you want. You can wear this every day. Oh. Soon Wanchua blushed and nodded, not knowing if Gu Tian was speaking the truth or joking. Moreover, she didn't know how to respond, as the crowd was growing larger. Originally here to see the tiger, but now everyone was coming to see Sun Wanchua, making her very shy. After taking a few photos, she reluctantly left. As soon as Sun Wanchua left, the girls who had been watching from the periphery could no longer contain themselves. One by one, their beautiful legs surged forward like a tide, high heels shining in the sunlight. Looking around, almost all were girls in black stockings. After all, they wanted to take a photo with the tiger. So everyone put in great effort to dress up. One was to take good-looking photos, and the other was in case they could charm Gu Shao or Wang Shao. Gu Shao, is this okay? Gu Shao, can we take pictures now? Gu Shao, can I touch it? For a moment, the scene was almost out of control. Yes, come take pictures. Yes. Wang Hao was grinning from ear to ear, squatting down in front of Gu Baiwan, arms wide open. Once given permission, the girls in black stockings surrounded him wave after wave. Undoubtedly, Wang Hao, surrounded by a whirlpool of happiness, felt his fingers rubbing against the black stockings until they nearly developed calluses. Moreover, to occasionally make space for others to take pictures, Wang Hao had to keep turning sideways or tilting his head. Sometimes he could directly bury himself in the soft ocean. Gu Tian stood aside, speechless. Damn. This kid is too good at this, right? After saying that, he turned around, intending to find a quiet place. Suddenly, Gu Shao, a girl with a bun hairstyle, wearing a black skirt and stockings, jogged towards him, extending her hand. Gu Tian was taken aback, thinking she wanted to shake hands, and instinctively reached out. Who would have thought that the girl's hand was like it had GPS navigation? Oh my God. Gu Tian's body suddenly bent forward, turning into a shrimp shape. No, what are you doing? The girl blushed and blinked her sparkling eyes in confusion. No, didn't you just say it was okay to touch? Gu Tian almost choked on those words. I meant touch the tiger. Touch the tiger. Where did your mind go? I misunderstood. I'm sorry, Gu Shao. I'm so sorry. The girl spun around like a frenzied rabbit, covering her face and running away. Such a scene left the surrounding peers in shock. The saying that when you have power, the surrounding girls become very proactive was perfectly illustrated at this moment. This is too proactive. That girl, so kawaii. A loli? No way. Was it really like that just now? Even without glasses, she is such a big contrast. On the other side, although Xie Bin was crying on the phone, speaking incoherently, Xie Yong, eager for his son's safety, immediately grabbed the phone and called the Kyoto police headquarters. With one command, the entire Kyoto police headquarters nearly erupted. What's going on? Xie Bin's son was beaten at Kyoto University, and there's even a tiger? This is a terrifying incident. Start the operation. All units activate. Regular officers, armed special police teams, and anti-terrorism units all deployed. In an instant, police lights flashed on the streets of Kyoto, and sirens wailed. In the office, damn it, that old principal. Did the building my family donated just get wasted? Did my dog just die for nothing? He beat me when he didn't know my identity, and he still beat me when he did know. So, have my identity been exposed for nothing? Xie Bin was furious. When Gu Tian hadn't appeared, let alone Kyoto University, the entire world revolved around him. Now it's good. As soon as Gu Tian appeared, everything was thrown out of balance. After finishing the call with his dad to report the situation, he called the principal to say there was a tiger on campus and that his dog was bitten to death. The initial reaction on the other end of the phone was shock. A tiger? How could there still be a tiger? Immediately seal off the campus. Quickly send security and notify the district police station. However, upon hearing it was Gu Tian's tiger, the principal fell silent. What the hell? This fully reflects the diversity of extracurricular life at Kyoto University and the harmony between humans and nature. Very educational. Educational my ass. Not even pretending anymore. Huh. At this moment, a little brother excitedly walked over, holding a phone. See ya. The news about your black Rottweiler being killed has gone viral on the Kyoto University forum. Everyone is discussing it. Xiaobin, still simmering with anger, frowned and asked, "Discussing what?" The little brother nodded repeatedly, speaking rapidly. Everyone is discussing, saying the black Rottweiler was female, and Gu Tian's tiger is male. Many people are calling for justice for the female dog. The Dog-Loving Association has already issued a statement. They want to severely punish the evil tiger. They want to seek justice for the black Rottweiler. And there are slogans saying the blood of the black Rottweiler cannot flow in vain. They demand severe punishment for the murderer, fighting for canine rights, in the name of love, seeking justice for the black Rottweiler. A series of words hit him like a machine gun. Xiaobin's eyes lit up. Opportunity has come. He slapped his thigh hard, excited enough to almost jump out of his wheelchair. Good. Very good. Go. Contact the president of the Dog-Loving Association immediately. Tell them. Make this matter big. Let's give everyone a gold bar. With the support of Cash Power, the dog-loving community group has exploded. Sisters, this is not an ordinary dog-biting incident. This is malicious campus violence. The black mastiff is female. The tiger is male. There are hidden women's issues behind this. Putting aside the fact that the black mastiff actively attacked the tiger. What if the other party walks the tiger in Kyoto University and injures someone? We need to seek justice for the black mastiff. Gather at Kyoto University Square in a bit. Protect dogs. Protect mothers. Protect women. A series of passionate slogans flooded the group chat. In just half an hour, dog lovers from various colleges at Kyoto University, animal protection associations, justice-filled students, and a large number of club members seeking to ride the wave all gathered, holding banners and lights. Chapter 70. Gu Shao. Listen to me, the sunset is beautiful, but it's close to dusk. Gu Tian sat on a bench in the square, browsing through the absurd messages about the Black King Kong on the forum. Hard to kill. No need to think. This must be something Xiaobin cooked up. After taking such a heavy kick from Shishun and witnessing his beloved dog being torn apart, how could he still have the energy to stir up trouble? Meanwhile, not far away, Wang Hao was cheerfully holding Gu Baiwan's hand, flirting with girls. At this moment, a large procession appeared not far from the square, carrying banners, holding up signs and shouting slogans. Severe punishment for the evil tiger. Seek justice for our beloved dogs. The mother mastiff fell under the tiger's claws. Women's dignity must not be trampled. Until the evil tiger is eliminated, dogs cannot be at peace. President, I think we should just forget about this. That tiger walker seems pretty powerful. He dares to go against Xiaobin. A timid female member couldn't help but tug at the president, Wang Lijuan's sleeve. Wang Lijuan, with a face resembling Fu Shou'er, proudly raised her head. What is there to be afraid of? If he dares to touch me, I'll sue him for assault and make him squat for 3 years. Xiaobin said, whoever give him the bun, he remembers it clearly. As long as this matter gets bigger, he'll reward us with gold bars. There are many women in our dog society, and I bet they won't dare to touch us. This scene left Gu Tian dumbfounded. What the hell? Is this day really so exciting? While Qiao is getting married, what are you all jumping around for? Compared to Gu Tian's bewilderment, Wang Hao was almost dropping his jaw in shock. Damn, has this angered everyone? That damn dog attacked Gu Baiwan first, okay? Whereas the Love Tiger Society. Come out and say something. In a hurry, Wang Hao could only pull Gu Baiwan as far away as possible, fearing she would get startled, one moment calling her a crispy college student, under the gaze of many students. Xiaobin slowly wheeled himself to Gu Tian's front. Didn't he expect this, did you? I may have been killed, but there are thousands and thousands of others. Today, you must give me an explanation. My Black King Kong cannot die in vain. I've already called the police station, ordinary officers, special officers. They're all on their way. Just wait for your tiger to be shot on the spot. Gu Tian, this person must die today. Even Jesus can't save him. So stupid it's infuriating. Seeing Gu Tian showing a dumbfounded expression, Xiebin chuckled and waved his hand. Under Wang Li Juan's leadership, the students shouted again, "Give me back my dog's life!" The mother mastiff fell under the tiger's claws. Women's dignity must not be trampled. Until the evil tiger is eliminated, dogs cannot be at peace. Upon learning that so many society members had appeared in the square, the school leaders rushed to the scene. However, upon seeing the grim face in the crowd, they instantly broke out in a cold sweat. "Isn't that Gu Shao? Withdraw. We can't handle this." The principal slammed the brakes and turned to run, while other school leaders quickly ducked out of the crowd. They came, but it was as if they hadn't come at all. Suddenly, beep, 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 a series of urgent, piercing police sirens came racing from the distance. Everyone turned back at the sound. They saw police cars and special vehicles roaring in. In the blink of an eye, the entire square was surrounded. Next, a large number of armed police officers quickly jumped out of their vehicles, spreading out into formation, ready for action. The atmosphere in the entire area instantly tensed up. Damn, they really are going to hunt down Gu Shao's tiger. No way. Has this gotten so out of hand? Support Ciego. Shh. Don't speak. We can't get the money for nothing. Let S stand firm. At this moment, the leading black luxury special vehicle S door suddenly swung open. A middle-aged man in the uniform of the chief of the police department rushed out. Behind him followed several aides and special forces personnel. Xiebin recognized him at a glance and was so excited he almost jumped out of his wheelchair. Uncle Ho, you finally came. Hurry, the tiger is over there. Quickly shoot it down. Give me justice. I'll personally kill it. I want to avenge my dog's son." Ho Ping looked at Xiebin, who was sitting in a wheelchair, wrapped in bandages, and his heart skipped a beat. If he didn't give the Xie family an explanation, he was afraid he couldn't even keep his own position. Following the direction Xiebin pointed, his pupils trembled and he cursed. What the hell? It really is a big tiger. Ho Ping decisively waved his hand and shouted, "Attention everyone! Shoot to kill the target. Prepare to fire." Clack, clack, clack. Dozens of fully armed officers lined up, guns loaded, tactical steps closing in. Meanwhile, not far away, Wang Hao, holding Gu Baiwan's hand, turned pale and waved his hands anxiously. Hey. No. What are you doing? Everyone's attention was fixated on the tiger, and no one recognized Wang Hao. Seeing someone next to the tiger, Ho Ping's heart sank. Attention! Don't accidentally injure the hostage. Gu Baiwan. Gu Shao, are you okay? Where's the person who hit you? Ho Ping was about to step forward to check on Xiebin's injuries and express concern. At that moment, Gu Tian suddenly stood up, took a step forward. Slap. A heavy slap landed on Ho Ping's face. You bastard. Open your eyes wide and see who I am. Everyone was shocked at the scene before them, a bit taken aback. No. Gu Shao really is a bid against the heavens. At least he got skin. And just like that, he got a big slap. Damn it. This is outrageous. Ho Ping was just about to raise his hand to retaliate, but upon seeing the person in front of him, his eyes nearly popped out. Standing before him was none other than the famous prince of Kyoto, the troublemaker Gu Tian. Gu Shao. Are you Gu Shao? Gu Shao. F you. Gu Tian didn't give him a good face and went up with 2 slaps. Xiebin had personally admitted that he was sent to Jiangzhou with the chief of the police department involved. Now seeing this bastard, how could he not be angry? Slap, slap. Gu Shao, listen to me. Gu Shao, listen to me. Ho Ping was hit and kept retreating. I don't want to hear you. Do you know why you could become the chief of the police department in Kyoto? That's because the old police station was blown up by me. Slap, slap. Gu Tian cursed while slapping him, and finally feeling unsatisfied, he kicked him. Bang. Ho Ping was directly kicked down to one knee on the ground. Everyone on site was dumbfounded. The police officers were stunned, their hands shaking. Only the aides were horrified, rushing to block the armed officers. Put down your weapons. Put down your weapons. Action terminated. Who the hell dares to shoot? The bullets are coming towards themselves. Gu Shao. Gu Shao. Let me explain. It was Xie Xiao. It was Xie Xiao who said he was beaten by someone, and that person had a tiger. That's why I came. Chapter 71. Attack on Gu Shaoja. Instant execution. As soon as the words were spoken, Wang Hao rushed forward with a leap, delivering a heavy blow. Explain yourself, you bastard. Bam. Upon seeing who it was, Ho Ping nearly fainted. 3 big Buddhas. Are you kidding me? Stepping in for Xie Xiao has led to a one-way road to hell. Wang Hao didn't give him a chance to react, grabbing him by the collar and shouting, "Look at me. Tell me, are you from the Kyoto General Police Station or Xie as private security?" Huh? Answer me. Ho Ping shook his head like a rattledrum. Wang Xiao, please let me explain. Shut up. Get lost. Wang Hao suddenly let go, and with legs already weak, Ho Ping collapsed to the ground, contemplating which prison had better food. Xie Bin, is this all you've got? Gu Tian slowly stepped forward, looking at Xie Bin with a half-smile. Startled by Gu Tian suddenly calling him out, Xie Bin shivered. His underlings instinctively took a step back. The members of the Dog Lovers Society exchanged nervous glances. What do you want? I have many people here. I'm not afraid of you. Don't do anything reckless. What can I do? Gu Tian smiled faintly and turned to Wang Hao. Howzy, use your phone. Huh? Why? Calling reinforcements? Wang Hao was a bit confused, but still handed over his phone. Gu Tian took Wang Hao's phone, input the number, and started dialing. The first call went unanswered. The second call also went unanswered. The third call, still no answer. In this scene, no one dared to laugh, but Xie Bin, the idiot, did. What the hell? Who are you calling? No one is answering? Planning to call for reinforcements. Huh? Ha ha. After speaking, he raised his hand to signal his fellow members. No matter how strong you are, you can't compare to me. Do you dare to touch them? Members of the Dog Lover Society. Bro, college students may be cheap, but they won't risk their lives. We take money to do things. Give me back my dog's life. Give me back my dog's life. Protecting canine lives. Saying no to the evil tiger's atrocities. The evil tiger hurts people. Give us an explanation. However, these voices were not as loud as before, and the banners were not held as high. At this moment, the phone finally connected. A deep, probing voice came through. Hello. Who is this? It's me, Gu Tian. Gu Shao. Whose number is this? This is Wang Hao's number. Although the other end kept asking, Gu Tian showed no signs of impatience. The next second, a stern voice came through. Hey, what are you doing all day? Is your phone broken or what? Gu Tian raised an eyebrow and smiled, saying to the other end, Dad, don't rush to scold me. Let me play you a recording first. It's a good one. Dad? This call of Dad nearly made Ho Ju bounce up on the spot. What the hell? Shouldn't I be thinking about which prison has better food right now? Xie Bin was at a complete loss, his face ashen. His brain couldn't even fathom what was about to happen. He just felt that this was heading in a direction he couldn't control. Okay, go ahead. With his father's permission, Gu Tian directly opened the recording. The next second, Xie Bin's previously arrogant words came blaring from the speaker without any filters. No matter how awesome you are, what does it matter? Do you know why you were sent to Jiangzhou? It's because my dad teamed up with other counselors to find old Lin. Ha! My dad will take that position sooner or later. Do you know my dad's secret plans? Ha ha! Xie Bin's voice in the recording was arrogant and full of superiority, almost overflowing from the speaker. No. Is it time to write a will? Listening to the recording word by word, Ho Ping's forehead began to sweat profusely as he instinctively pulled out his phone, quietly searching for funeral services and cemetery price rankings. Meanwhile, Xie Bin felt the pressure of the air around him and began to stammer. Gu Tian, you're not a man. How can you? Tell on your dad. This was something my dad told me when he was drunk. Maybe it's not true. Gu Tian couldn't be bothered with him, wearing a faint smile while continuing to play the recording. Although his dad didn't say anything, he could feel the anger rising on the other end. Finally, the recording ended. The other end remained silent. Gu Tian slowly put away the recording phone, smiling as he asked, So how is it, Dad? MHM, a low, suppressed laugh came from the other end. That's good. Where are you now? What are you doing? Gu Tian leisurely glanced around and casually replied, Where else could I be? At Jingda, surrounded by more than 100 people led by Xie Yang's son. Oh, why are they surrounding you? Gu Tian dusted off the dirt on his sleeves and replied with a smile. Nothing much, just trying to be the boss. And by the way, trying to capture Gumillion. The other end was silent for a moment, seemingly processing the information, then asked, How are they surrounding you? Gu Tian raised an eyebrow slightly. What do you think? Protests with banners, encirclement and interception. Even the general police station sent people over. just short of setting up a stage for a fight. The other end fell silent for 2 seconds, then suddenly burst out laughing. Haha, that's good. Then, the call was abruptly ended. Only Gu Tian stood there, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Ho Ping wasn't a fool, seeing that things were going south. He wanted to slip away. After all, if he could escape now, he might avoid a death sentence. Then he could work something out in prison, perhaps get a patent for some electromagnetic magic cannon, and maybe regain freedom before he died. Ho Shu, why are you leaving? The tiger is still there. Hurry up and shoot it down. Don't be cowardly. Seeing Ho Ping and his crew quickly escaping, Xie Bin was nearly frantic, almost jumping out of his wheelchair. Go to hell. You can't touch the tigers, but... Without looking back, Ho Ping dove into the car. President Wang, it's your turn. We can't let the money go to waste. Xie Bin's underling tugged at Wang Lijuan's sleeve, urgently reminding her. In this situation, even the chief of the general police station had run away. If they didn't take advantage of the chaos to escape with Xie Bin, they would all likely end up in trouble. All right. Wang Lijuan nodded at Xie Bin's underling, looking confident, then turned to her fellow members and shouted, Classmates, our beloved Mastiff is in trouble. We women cannot remain silent. Defend our rights, demand justice from the evil tiger. This shout ignited the previously hesitant female members, raising their banners higher, quickening their steps, and marching toward Gu Tian. Meanwhile, Xie Bin's underling, taking advantage of the chaos, pushed Xie Bin's wheelchair and took off running. Hey, what are you doing? Brother Xie, if we run away, we can still get gold bars. If we stay, we'll end up with an urn. Wang Hao was anxious and quickly patted Gu Tian, signaling, Tian go. Xie Bin has run away. The chief of the general police station has also run away. Looking at the chaotic scene before him, Gu Tian smiled. Run? Can they escape? Not a single one will get away today. As soon as he finished speaking, a loud rumbling sound echoed. A series of intense helicopter rotor noises exploded from the sky not far away, kicking up dust from the ground. Everyone turned to look and saw the sky darkened by several armed helicopters flying majestically toward them. The huge searchlight illuminated the ground in a blinding white, and the anti-aircraft machine guns on both sides slowly rose. Damn! Tian, go run. Xie Bin's dad has called in the armed helicopters. Wang Hao's face turned pale at the sight. Gu Tian tilted his head slightly, a smile on his face as he said, Is there a possibility that these were sent by my dad? As soon as these words were spoken, before the crowd could react with wide-eyed surprise, the hovering armed helicopters simultaneously adjusted their positions, and the loudspeakers on their bodies instantly activated. According to the special regulations of the cabinet, those who attack Gu's children shall be executed on the spot. Boom! A stone stirred up 1,000 waves. The entire venue was in uproar. What? Gu's children? Wait! Before several gazes could all turn to look at Gu Tian. Da-da-da-da. A machine gun on the sides of one armed helicopter opened fire directly. Chapter 72. What pillar are you suitable to be as a load-bearing wall in an instant? Several bullets rapidly swept towards the ground. Bang, 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 bang. Flames erupted. Thick smoke billowed and dust flew. The crowd had never seen such a large spectacle and was immediately frightened out of their wits, fleeing in all directions with cries of terror. Sorry, Lang. Help! The little brothers who were desperately pushing Xie Bin to escape, upon seeing such a fierce scene, loosened their grip, pushing Xie Bin and his wheelchair forward violently, and ran away to save themselves. Crash! With too much force, Xie Bin fell face down along with his wheelchair, shaking and groaning, struggling for a long time, but unable to get up. Who would have thought? Gu Tian was playing so seriously. The display was so grand. Wang Hao, hiding behind a pillar, with a mournful face shouted at Gu Tian, Brother Tian, stop it. Please cease fire. If this continues, blood will flow like a river. However, the imagined bloody massacre did not occur. As the thick smoke dispersed, apart from the bullet pits on the ground, there was basically no one hit by bullets. It was merely a scare tactic. But the effect of the fright was comparable to a city being slaughtered. Stop? Gu Tian lazily tilted his head, smiling with squinted eyes, looking not far away. Why stop? Just as the words left his mouth. Boom, boom! In the distance, dust was flying as several armored vehicles charged over with great momentum. On the way, police vehicles that had yet to evacuate were directly overturned. After the armored vehicles came to a halt, the doors suddenly burst open. A group of Special Forces soldiers, all dressed in black tactical gear with tight masks, quickly jumped out of the vehicles, each holding a dark truth, rapidly splitting into several small groups to surround and capture. The atmosphere was filled with a chilling aura. Until everything was thoroughly investigated, everyone at the scene, in their eyes, was a suspect threatening the safety of the young prince. Don't move. Crouch down and cover your head. Take another step, and you will be shot dead on the spot. Some people, being timid, didn't even wait to hear the end of the command and were scared to run in other directions. As a result, bang, 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 the gunfire rang out, and someone died. With someone dead, there were cries. I'm not running anymore. I'm crouching down. I didn't do anything. I didn't mean to. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. It was our president's orders. In less than 10 minutes, everyone was controlled by the black-clad soldiers, hands on their heads, not daring to move an inch. Report to young Master Gu. All suspects have been completely controlled. A total of 56 people. Please come over and personally identify the culprits. A special soldier resembling a black-clad officer quickly walked up to Gu Tian to report. Gu Tian nodded calmly and stepped towards the group of gang members. His steps were not fast, but they felt like the Grim Reaper knocking on the door of hell. For these people, it was nothing if others misjudged them, but if they misjudged, it was truly for a lifetime. Who would have thought the person walking the tiger was actually the legendary young prince of Kyoto, Gu Lao's son? If they had known in advance, even if they were given 3 guts, they wouldn't dare. Unfortunately, there are no ifs in this situation, only results. Although they kept telling themselves that everything before them might be an illusion, the cold touch of the truth pressed against the back of their heads was so real, it was chilling. Whoa. At this moment, someone had already started to cry in fear in a low voice. Speak. Who instructed you to do this? Gu Tian looked down at the trembling group, smiling with a fake smile, and asked, Who instructed it? It must be that idiot Xiebin. Wang Hao, smiling, walked behind Xiebin without saying a word, pushed Xiebin's wheelchair forward, fearing that Gu Tian would overlook him. Brother, how? Go. I'm sorry. Don't do this. Don't do this. Hao Yi, don't push me. I don't want to go over there. After witnessing Gu Tian holding the authority to mobilize armed helicopters and the special forces obeying unconditionally, Xiebin finally understood that in front of Gu Tian, he was not even as good as a rookie. No wonder previously, Xie Juanhao was sent to the North Pole just for saying one wrong word. It's President Wang. It was President Wang who sent us here. She said if we came, she would give us gold bars. Yes. It's President Wang. Wang Lijuan. Wang Lijuan sent us here. It has nothing to do with us. It's President Wang. Yes. President Wang. Wang Lijuan. Where's Wang Lijuan? Which one? Raise your head and let me see. Gu Tian fiddled with the truth in his hand, his eyes scanning them like Yama marking his list. Amidst the wails for mercy, Wang Lijuan was brought out. I'm sorry, young Master Gu. I'm sorry, young Master Gu. I didn't know. Please let me go. Please let me go, woo-woo. Gu Tian couldn't be bothered to look at her, bending down to toss peanuts one by one into the truth, smiling faintly. Let you go? Didn't you want gold bars? I'll give you a coffin. Do you want it? As soon as the words fell, Wang Lijuan completely collapsed, struggling desperately to try to escape from the black-clad soldiers. Young master, don't. Your father said we are pillars. We are hope. As soon as the words were spoken, Gu Tian raised his hand and fired a shot. Bang! The 2 black-clad soldiers loosened their grip, and Wang Lijuan fell to the ground like a broken sack. The cries in the entire venue came to an abrupt halt. Gu Tian leisurely took the handkerchief handed over by the black-clad officer, wiped the blood from his face, and disdainfully said, Others may be pillars. I think you're more suitable to be a load-bearing wall. As soon as the words fell, the 2 black-clad soldiers understood and lifted Wang Lijuan's cold corpse like a piece of trash, heading towards the direction of the mixer in the corner of the construction site. Chapter 73. If we obey, we won't survive in no time at all. All the members of the society were pushed onto the car, holding their heads. Although this was instigated by Wang Lijuan, The man in black suspected that there were other forces involved behind the scenes. Gu Tian didn't explain much about it. Bro Tian, don't forget about him. Just as Gu Tian was about to hand over the truth to the black-clad soldiers, Wang Hao pushed Xie Bin over from behind. Unlike the society students, Xie Bin's lackeys were all bruised and battered. They must have resisted arrest, or when facing the black-clad soldiers. Xie Bin tried to act tough, and ended up getting beaten up instead. Bro Tian, I'm sorry. I was wrong. I was really wrong. Feeling the chilling breath of death approaching, Xie Bin finally woke up from his arrogance and pride, his entire face showing despair mixed with a plea for survival. Oh, Gu Tian raised an eyebrow, leaning down to examine Xie Bin's miserable appearance. Now you know fear? Xie Bin quickly nodded like a garlic pounder. Yes, yes. I understand. Bro Tian, from now on, you're my big brother. I'll only listen to you. Whatever you want me to do, I'll do it. His obsequiousness and humility were so deep that there was no trace left of his previous arrogance. Wang Hao watched with a grin, his face full of complexity. He wasn't afraid of being laughed at. He had also been beaten by Bro Tian in the past. Back then, he prided himself on being the boss of kindergarten until Bro Tian turned up. He was beaten from the kindergarten gate all the way home, right in front of his dad. When he sought comfort from his father afterward, he ended up getting beaten again. Upon hearing this, Gu Tian scoffed, meaningfully patting Xie Bin on the shoulder, and said softly, "Obey, then we won T survive." After saying that, he lazily stepped back. The four black-clad soldiers moved in unison, raising their dark weapons, pointing them at Xie Bin's forehead, heart, chest, and knees. Xie Bin, the murderer, for assaulting and threatening the children of the cabinet, instigating conflicts among society members, and unlawfully mobilizing police enforcement. Multiple crimes combined. Execution on the spot. At the command, the sound of gunfire rang out, bang, 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 bang. Xie Bin didn't even have time to argue or scream in despair before being turned into a sieve by the hail of bullets. Blood splattered everywhere. The scene fell into dead silence, with only the pungent smell of blood lingering in the air. Wang Hao covered his mouth, nearly fainting on the spot. What? I didn't expect Gu Tian to be this ruthless. This is Xie Yong's son. And he just killed him? Xie Bin's lackeys were so scared they froze, kneeling down with a thud. Their fearless bro Xie, just like that, executed on spot. At that moment, they finally understood. There is always someone stronger, and outside of Xie Bin, there was Gu Tian. And outside of Gu Tian, it seemed, really no one remained. As the air thickened with blood and despair, two black-clad soldiers dragged someone over, disheveled and in a pitiful state. Young master, how should we deal with this person? Upon closer inspection, it was actually Director Ho Ping, but his uniform that represented his identity was long gone, leaving only a dirty undergarment. The black-clad commander, with a cold expression, threw him in front of Gu Tian. Young master, how should we deal with this person? As the police chief, becoming Xie's family's private security was unacceptable. Seeing Gu Tian squinting, Ho Ping quickly knelt down, rolling and crawling. Young master, I was wrong. Let me explain. I didn't do it on purpose. It was Xie Yong who forced me. Please give me a chance. Don't kill me. I can do meritorious deeds. I can provide all the evidence against the Xie family. You should know Xie Bin is Xie Yong's illegitimate son, right? Do you know where Xie Bin's mother went? It was me. Xie Yong made me eliminate her. It was Xie Yong who made me eliminate her. Oh, so exciting? Just as Gu Tian pulled out his phone to record and share the gossip with his parents later. A phone call rang from the bag on the wheelchair handle. It was clearly Xie Bin's phone. The black-clad commander stepped forward immediately, taking out the phone and handing it over. The screen flashed two words, Dad, Xie Yong. Gu Tian curled his lips and answered it casually. On the other end, Xie Yong's familiar and smug voice came through. Hello, son. Has the problem been resolved? I've talked to Ho Ping. He'll definitely cover for you. Whoever dares to touch you, just wipe out their entire family. Walk around school with confidence. Don't feel constrained. If anyone dares to bully you, they better know who your dad is. Also, remember to tell Ho Ping that if he does well, I won't forget his benefits. By the way, what's going on with the black gold? Don't scare me, okay? Perhaps sensing the silence on the line, Xie Yong's voice suddenly froze, becoming alert. Hello? So, why aren't you speaking? Gu Tian coldly laughed. Hello, Xie the great senator. On the other end, it exploded. Who are you? Why do you have my son's phone? Where is he? Gu Tian pretended to be surprised. Oh, you're asking about your son? He seems to have left for a while. Xie Yong roared. Left? Where did he go? Where did he go? Who the hell are you? Gu Tian no longer held back, coldly and clearly stating. He is dead. Boom! The other end exploded. My son is dead? Who are you? What nonsense are you talking? How much do you want? I'll give you anything. Who are you? Where's Ho Ping? The thunderous voice was almost about to blow out the speakers. Meanwhile, Ho Ping heard Xie Yong frantically calling for him, but didn't he dare to speak up? Did he dare to answer at this moment? If he even acknowledged it, he would be following Xie Bin over the Naiha Bridge in no time. Gu Tian glanced at Ho Ping and said to the phone with a half-smile, You ask Ho Ping, he seems to be dead too. Upon hearing this, Ho Ping jolted. What? I'm dead. When did I die? Just as he looked around, searching for someone with the same name. A dark weapon was pressed directly against his forehead. Chapter 74. Safe journey, the black-clad officer said coldly, word by word. Director Ho, safe journey. Oh wait, can I talk to you for a moment? Bang. The gunshot was deafening. Ho Ping didn't even have a chance to struggle and fell straight to the ground. On the other end of the phone, Xie Yong's roar continued. But no one paid him any attention. Gu Tian casually threw his phone to the ground, shattering it with a thud. Clean up the mess and continue. After saying that, he got into the car under the escort of the black-clad soldiers and left. Not to mention Gu Million, upon seeing Gu Tian get into the car, immediately lay low, not even daring to lick his paws. The school authorities quickly issued an announcement about the incident, fearing that if they were a second late, the whole of Jing University would know and their heads would be at risk. The film crew came to shoot a movie, Battle Corridor 4. To make the explanation more convincing, they really called in the crew. They didn't cover up this incident. What was covered up was themselves. By dinner time, the news of this farce had already disappeared without a trace. The next morning, in the cafeteria of the School of Finance, ever since Gu Tian intervened, the entire cafeteria had undergone a transformation. The originally crowded meal pickup area was suddenly spacious and bright, with the number of seats increasing several times. The quality of the food was visibly improved. Most importantly, the aunt serving the food seemed to have suddenly awakened her professional conscience. Her hands, which had previously trembled like she had Parkinson's, were now steady like a robotic arm, serving perfectly. What fell on the plates was food, and what landed on people was peanuts. Many boys were so moved that their eyes glistened with tears, nearly overdrawing their meal cards just to get a few more bites of the hard-earned food that Gu Shao had secured for them. However, compared to the delicious food, the students' attention was completely captured by the two figures walking in from the entrance. Wow! School Beauty Sue! School Beauty Shun! What the heck? The Ice Mountain and the Sweet Girl are together. What kind of divine day is today? Oh my god! The two goddesses are together. In front, Su Nanxue and Shun Yao were linked arm in arm, walking into the cafeteria. Su Nanxue was as cold and elegant as ever, wearing a white shirt and a high-waisted skirt, exuding a cool demeanor. Shun Yao, on the other hand, wore a simple white t-shirt and light blue jeans that hugged her slender legs, with a soft smile. The two walked side by side, chatting and laughing, especially Shun Yao's expression with her curved brows and eyes, melting the hearts of many boys. At first, Shun Yao's newly acquired title as the Sweet School Beauty was not recognized. The reason was that she hardly interacted with outsiders, and many girls were quite jealous of her. However, once it was known that she had a relationship with Gu Tian, the jealousy quickly turned into awe and reverence. Sure enough, the women who can stand beside Gu Shao are all exceptional. One is sweet, the other is an ice mountain. TSK, which one do you think Gu Shao would choose? I choose both. Amidst the enthusiastic gazes and whispers, Su Nanxue and Shun Yao calmly queued up to get their food, their temperaments vastly different yet unexpectedly harmonious. Shun Yao, it's settled then, I'll treat you. Su Nanxue smiled slightly and handed the tray of food that the aunt had served to Shun Yao. Shun Yao looked up, blinking her watery, beautiful eyes, and sweetly smiled. Haha, thank you, Sister Nanxue. Saying this, she carefully took the tray with both hands, as if afraid to spill this warmth. Having met Su Nanxue in the cafeteria yesterday, they had become quite familiar, so they had agreed to have lunch together. Last night, Su Nanxue had messaged her to invite her to the cafeteria. Which side should we sit on? Shen Yao looked around. The window side looks nice. And the wind isn't too strong. Su Nanxue pointed to a clean four-person table in the corner. The two quietly walked over. Not far away, some students secretly opened their phone cameras, wanting to capture this scene, but they didn't dare to be too blatant. Wow, one is the ice mountain type, and the other is the sweet type. It's too good to ship them. I feel like if these two were to become a couple, they could blow up our finance school for them. Come on, they are both women close to Gu Shao. You think too much. Hey, Shen Yao. After sitting down, Su Nanxue took a sip of milk tea and tentatively asked, "Where are you staying tonight?" Since Shen Yao had known Gu Tian for so long and had such a good relationship with him, she really wanted to know if Shen Yao was arranged to stay somewhere by Gu Tian after coming to Kyoto. "I'm staying in the dormitory. What about you?" "Sister Nanxue, you shouldn't be living in the school dorm, right?" "Me? I'm not staying in the dorm." Su Nanxue smiled slightly. "I'm going back to my aunt's house tonight." Oh. Shen Yao nodded obediently, but her heart was full of doubts. She had never heard Sister Nanxue mention her family situation, nor did she know she had an aunt. However, being naturally gentle and understanding, she wouldn't ask further. Su Nanxue pouted, seemingly organizing her words. "Hey, Shen Yao, do you want to live together with me?" To be honest, ever since Gu Tian sent her home last time, her aunt's family's attitude toward her had reached an unbearable level. Every day after returning home, her aunt would surround her, inquiring about Gu Tian, asking if they had met that day, if he had mentioned anything about the Qin family, etc. Her aunt had also bought her many clothes and accessories, watching her closely, insisting she dress up nicely before going out. That set of jacket, along with black stockings, was given to her by her aunt, saying that boys like this kind of outfit. So now, going back to her aunt's house felt somewhat frightening. Their enthusiasm had reached a point she couldn't accept. Faced with the sudden question, Shen Yao was completely stunned. Her classmate Xiao one had told her about Sister Nanxue, saying that Sister Nanxue was cold and unapproachable. Not to mention she wouldn't get too close to girls either. Now, she actually took the initiative to invite her to live together? This can't be. My God, Sister Nanxue can't be a lesbian? Thinking of this, Shen Yao's expression was completely shocked. What are you thinking? Su Nanxue noticed what was going through her mind and immediately blushed, lightly pinching Shen Yao's slim waist. Shen Yao couldn't help but let out a soft cry, her voice delicate and sweet. Not far away, several boys eating turned to look. What was that sound? Who's looking at study materials in public? I want to share. What are you thinking about? Su Nanxue said, her face flushed. I mean, if you don't want to stay in the dorm, we could rent a villa or a small house off campus together. That way I wouldn't have to drive back to my aunt's house every night. It's too troublesome. Oh. Shen Yao finally realized, her little face turning red as she nodded. Okay. She really enjoyed spending time with Su Nanxue. And since the other person was also close to Gu Tian, she naturally had no objections to living together. Dear dads, real dads, the pace is a bit intense. Give me 2 chapters to slow down. I'll take a break. Chapter 75. The Oil Prince of North Africa, the former student council president, under the threat from Xie Bin, reluctantly resigned and left in disgrace. Before departing, he posted an announcement on the forum. Important notice regarding the re-election of the student council at Peking University. Students are encouraged to participate actively and compete fairly. However, although it appeared to be written properly on the surface, those in the know understood the reality. This announcement was essentially the product of Xie Bin's coercion from a few days ago. After all, during that threatening encounter, Xie Bin had coldly warned that anyone who dared not to vote for him would face consequences. Thus, the original student council members tacitly made arrangements to obediently cast their votes for Xie Bin during the election, treating it merely as a formality. However, unexpected events unfolded. Right now, Xie Bin was unreachable. Not only him, but also a bunch of members from the dog-loving club had vanished without a trace. When someone inquired, the official response received was, these individuals had insufficient credits and were expelled from the school according to regulations. Insufficient credits? Expelled? How could dozens of people have credit issues overnight? This reason is unbelievable, but no one dared to ask further. After all, just a few days ago, there were people in the square advocating for rights and filming a production. Now, not even a shadow of them could be found. Although the full picture of the situation was unclear, many astute students felt that Peking University seemed to be on the brink of revealing a true giant. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, the election of the student council officers continued to move forward. Have you heard? The student council is going to re-elect the president. Is that true? Are there many candidates? I want to sign up. I want to join the student council. The opportunity has come. The timing, the location, everything is right. Meanwhile, Tian had just gotten out of bed. Shun walked in, holding a thick stack of file folders, the cover emblazoned with the glaring red word top secret. Young Master Gu, this is what you wanted, detailed information regarding Xie Yong from the Xie family. Additionally, there are the transcripts of statements from some members of the police department from yesterday. Tian paused slightly in his grooming. How did they investigate so quickly? This matter was something he had only mentioned last night. Logically, investigating a cabinet member, even if others were being accommodating, should take at least 2 or 3 days, right? Shun grinned, a somewhat subtle smile on his face. Of course it's fast. After all, this time her father personally gave the nod. At this point, Shun couldn't help but shiver. He recalled the expression on Gu Lao's face after listening to the recording provided by Tian, cold, eerie, and filled with murderous intent. Even as a personal bodyguard who had been with the Gu family for over a decade and had seen his share of bloodshed, he couldn't help but feel a chill at that moment. To be honest, he had some understanding of the intense struggles at the cabinet's upper echelons. Although Xie Yong had only lost by 3 votes to Gu Lao back then, everyone knew that even without those 3 votes, Xie Yong was entirely unqualified for that position. What he lacked was not just 3 votes, but an entire mountain, an insurmountable Gu family mountain. It was just unexpected that Xie Yong still harbored such obsession, secretly plotting for years, even leading the next generation to start harboring ulterior motives. And now, Gu Lao's attitude was already quite clear. If he does nothing, that's one thing. But once he moves, it will be a thunderous strike. He instructed Tian to act freely while pretending to be unaware, quietly watching Xie Yong go crazy and reveal his fangs. When the evidence was solid and the culprits caught, he wanted the entire cabinet, all power players, to see what it meant to turn the tables. After finishing his grooming, Tian sat at the table flipping through the materials, his brows slightly furrowed. How did the resource strategic cooperation that Old Lin personally negotiated with North Africa turn into large private oil fields? Flipping to the back, he scoffed coldly. Wasn't Xie Jianhao sent to the Arctic? How is he now the oil prince in North Africa? Shun kept his head down, not speaking, just nodding gently. Gu Lao had given orders. No guiding, no interrupting. He wanted to see how Tian would act and plan in the face of complex power and immense interests. This was a test of whether he had the ability to shoulder the responsibilities of the Gu family. Unexpectedly, Tian abruptly closed the file, his tone icy. Shun, help me book a flight. I need to go to North Africa. Huh. Shun was stunned, completely taken aback. Given the current situation, shouldn't they first deploy some plans? Investigate the relevant parties involved and study who was behind all this? Tian interrupted him directly. Deploy what? I'm going to blow up the oil fields directly. Hiss. Shun nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Is this a joke? Going to someone else's territory to blow up oil fields? Not to mention Gu Lao. Even the president of North Africa would be shocked enough to call an emergency meeting. But looking at Shun's shocked expression, Tian smiled faintly. Remember, Shun, the reason the enemy dares to be so brazen is that they have capital and territory backing them. What I need to do is shatter the ground they rely on for survival. Shun's eyes sharpened, standing at attention. Understood. Young master. Tian nodded in satisfaction. Very good. Shun quickly ran out to arrange for a private plane and prepare luggage. Hey mom, do you have any friends in North Africa? Preferably those involved in arms. There was silence on the other end of the phone for 3 seconds, and then the voice turned helpless. Seriously, son? Why is this trip so big? Tian recounted the events regarding Xie Bin from start to finish. After listening, Qian Hui only had one response. Just do it. She also had her grievances against Xie Yong. Since it was her husband Gu Feng who had given the instructions, she would definitely support it unconditionally, letting Xie Yong know that the Gu family was not to be trifled with. A casual slap could be like the palm of Buddha. Chapter 76. Wang Hao wants to run for student council. Gu Tian and Shishun had just arrived at the bottom of Tianchi Hotel when a Ferrari zoomed by. If it weren't for Wang Hao jumping out of the car so quickly, Shishun would have instinctively pulled out the truth. Tian Yi, the capital university, is holding student council elections. I want to participate. I've already written my speech. He casually glanced at the luggage Shishun was carrying. Hey, Tian Yi, where are you going? I want to go too. Gu Tian smiled. I'm going to North Africa for a trip. Do you want to come? Without hesitation, Wang Hao replied, I want to go. Looking at Wang Hao's serious expression, Gu Tian regretted revealing his travel plans and quickly changed the topic. Why do you want to join the student council? Why do you want to get involved in everything? Wang Hao earnestly explained, it's not like that, Tian Gu. If I become the student council president, I can check dorms every day. I'll go check the girls' dorm, and if there are any pretty ones, I'll recommend them to you right away. Hearing pretty, Gu Tian immediately thought of Shun Yao and Su Nanxue. He was going to North Africa to handle some matters and didn't know when he would be back. Moreover, he hadn't seen the two of them in the past few days. Maybe he should go to school to say goodbye. Thinking of this, Gu Tian turned to Shishun and instructed, Hey Shishun, I'm going to Capital University for a bit. You can just pick me up there later. Shishun immediately nodded. Okay, Gu Shao. Seeing Gu Tian getting into his own car, Wang Hao panicked. Wait, Tian Gu, aren't you taking me to North Africa? Let us go. First, let us make a stop at Capital University. We'll talk about you becoming the student council president later. But Tian Gu, being the student council president needs to be elected by the students. It's not arranged by the school. And the elections haven't even started yet. Virum. Gu Tian didn't explain much, stepped on the gas, and the car sped out of Tianchi Hotel. Soon, the two arrived at Capital University, driving straight to the administrative office area of the main building. Meanwhile, in the conference room on the third floor of the office building, student council members were gathered around a long table. Looking at the thick stack of election registration lists, the atmosphere was subtly tense. Registration had long since closed, and the thick stack of pages was densely filled with candidates' names. But the problem wasn't the number, it was the distribution. Zhou Yu, a wealthy kid from the capital with a notable family, had to be given face. The former student council president, Zhang Zhe, was flipping through the list while making notes to himself. Until the new election started, he was still the student council president. As for the vice president, it was him, and this one, whose family ran a financial company, had stable resources and was low-key, the logistics minister, arranged. The student council members exchanged glances, and the atmosphere suddenly froze. Zhang Gu, didn't you say this would be a fair election? Zhang Zhe glanced at him and scoffed. Do you think the student council is a reincarnation bureau? Really talking about fairness? It's south, just like the court, no matter how many positions there are. If you don't have a background, you are just filling the dirt. Everyone fell silent. Of course, what they couldn't accept the most was that Zhang Zhe not only occupied high positions for those with connections, but also quietly added his own name to the list of candidates for president. It was supposed to be a new election, but in the end, it turned out to be the same old faces continuing to hold power, while the honest workers were optimized out. President, we've been following you and working hard. We deserve some credit too. A short guy with glasses swallowed hard and cautiously spoke. If you can really be re-elected, can you bring us along? Zhang Zhe waved lazily. You don't understand. It's lonely at the top. The wind is strong up there, and I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it. Everyone. Just then, the office door was pushed open with a click. Who are you? You come in without knocking. Zhang Zhe's words of reprimand hadn't even left his mouth when he swallowed them back in the next second. Seeing the newcomer, everyone stood up straight, their faces full of tension. No way. How did these two big shots come here? How could a small student council attract their attention? Gu Tian scanned the people around and focused on Zhang Zhe. You are the student council president? Yes, I'm temporarily still. Zhang Zhe stammered, frightened and unable to articulate properly. Before the new election, I'm still in office. Gu Tian nodded, turning to point at Wang Hao. Come on, register him. Wang Hao, running for student council president. The air instantly exploded. All eyes turned to Zhang. Zhang's mind buzzed. One Shao just couldn't be contacted, and now another Wang Shao popped up. However, as a seasoned player, he couldn't easily give up his position this time. Gu Shao, this is a bit difficult to handle. The registration deadline had already passed, and the list had been sent to the official website. The process couldn't really be changed with so many students watching. Also, the election was voted on by the students themselves. He couldn't decide alone. At this moment, Wang Hao panicked, his voice rising an octave. What? The registration just closed? Are you kidding me? Zhang awkwardly nodded yes. Wang Shao, our student council's procedures and rules are like this. As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Tian pulled out his beretta from his waist and slammed it on the table. The air instantly froze. The next second, WTF, the truth. Everyone was scared to the point of retreating several meters instinctively. No, Gu Shao, no. Zhang's face turned green, his mouth twitching as if he had been electrocuted. He had heard that this Gu Shao had military connections. So pulling out the truth, he really didn't have the courage to question whether it was real or not. I'll ask you again. Can you decide? Chapter 77. The Mysterious Maybach Convoy, of course. I can definitely add Wang Shao's name to the election list. Zhang's fingers trembled as he typed Wang Hao's name on the keyboard. Gu Tian lazily nodded. Not bad. Those who know the times are heroes. Wang Hao was so excited he almost danced. Brother Tian, I love you. My ambition is not just the girls' dormitory, but the whole school. Everyone. But in the next second, Wang Hao realized something, turning to Zhang with a suspicious look. Wait, you mean adding me to the election list means I still have to run for election? So I might succeed, or I might fail, right? As soon as he said this, Zhang broke out in a cold sweat. Yes, your suspicion is correct. Wang Shao, the rules are like this. I really can't just appoint you. You can ask them. Before he could finish his sentence, Gu Tian suddenly grabbed the beretta on the table, raised it, and pointed the muzzle directly at Zhang's forehead. Since the rules can't be changed, let's deal with the one who made them, Gu Tian said coldly. Click. The crisp sound of the safety being disengaged echoed. The killing intent instantly filled the entire conference room. Everyone covered their ears and mouths in shock. Zhang's pupils trembled, and his legs went weak. No. Brother Gu, I will change the rules. I will change the rules. Whoever you say should be president, I will appoint as president. Wang Shao will just need to attend an election meeting and go through the process to take office. Gu Tian casually put away the gun and yawned. That's more like it. You've wasted 2 minutes of my time. After that, he patted Wang Hao on the shoulder. Work hard in the future. Don't embarrass yourself. Wang Hao nodded vigorously, his voice choked. Don't worry, Brother Tian. I will definitely conduct the dorm inspections fairly and openly and try to only enter the girls' dorms. Gu Tian. Everyone. As the two just walked out of the administrative building, Wang Hao was still immersed in the dream bubble of his life's highlight. Brother Tian, what do you think is in the girls' dormitory? What powers does the student council president have? What can I do? Gu Tian couldn't be bothered to respond, lowering his head to take out his phone and open the contacts. Su Nanxue. He pressed dial, and the phone was quickly connected. The voice on the other end was clear and cold, yet familiar and intimate. Hello, are you at school? Gu Tian asked with a smile. I'm off campus. Xinyao and I are out looking at houses. We're planning to rent a small villa. You too? Gu Tian was taken aback. Yes, Xinyao and I. Do you want to come help us choose? Sure. Gu Tian was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect Su Nanxue and Xinyao to become familiar so quickly. After hanging up, Gu Tian directly opened the car door and got in. Wang Hao immediately followed. Brother Tian, where are you going? When are we going to North Africa? To look at some houses. Su Nanxue and Xinyao are planning to rent. Gu Tian glanced at him. Aren't you the dorm inspection expert? This is a perfect opportunity to check out a private residence. Wang Hao, why do I feel like you're mocking me? The vehicle slowly drove out of the south gate of Jingda, preparing to turn right into the city. Just then, a low-key yet extremely luxurious convoy slowly entered the main road of the campus ahead. Leading the way were 2 black Mercedes-Benz S-Class vehicles, followed by several Bentleys. Wow, who is this? This is even more impressive than you. Brother Tian, When are you going to bring out the cars from your garage? You could totally crush this convoy. Wang Hao's jaw almost dropped to the ground. Tian remained silent, his eyes slightly narrowed as he observed the vehicles passing by. At the moment the Maybach passed him, Tian clearly saw the rear window roll down slightly. A remarkably stunning girl sat by the window, her beautiful eyes showing no curiosity about the outside world, but rather an indescribable cold aloofness and detachment. Before he could take a closer look, the car had already passed. Then came Wang Hao's exclamation, "Wow. Brother Tian, did you see that? Did you see that girl? Wow, she's unbelievably beautiful. That face is so aristocratic." Wang Hao seemed to have exhausted all the adjectives in his mind, practically wanting to jump out of the car to chase after it for another glance. In contrast, Tian said nothing. Only his eyelids twitched slightly as his fingers subconsciously rubbed the steering wheel. Compared to Wang Hao's focus, his attention was on the thickness of the glass in that Maybach window, which he clearly saw was at least 10 centimeters thick. There was no doubt that the car was bulletproof. What kind of identity requires riding in a bulletproof car? Let's go find Su Nanxue and the others. Tian didn't dwell too much on the identity of the person in the car, but pressed the accelerator and left Jingda. Meanwhile, in the office of the School of Social Sciences, Dean Li was adjusting his administrative jacket in front of the mirror. Today was the day the Minister of Education was visiting, so he naturally couldn't afford to be careless. Before long, hurried footsteps suddenly echoed in the corridor outside. Then, the sound of the door slamming shut followed. Dean Li frowned, feeling a sense of unease. This rhythm doesn't seem right. The Minister of Education is coming soon. Who dares to slam the door like that? What's with the attitude? Without thinking much, he decided to push open the door and peek outside. Just one glance. Hiss! The sight before Dean Li made him gasp in cold air. The corridor was unexpectedly filled with a group of muscular men in black suits and wireless earpieces. No! What's going on? Dean Li's heart raced, and just as he was about to ask, he saw at the other end of the corridor, surrounded by a dozen black-clad bodyguards, the Minister of Education was cautiously following a girl, nodding and bowing. You can't imagine how humble that looked. Chapter 78. Heading to North Africa, yes. Yes, such a student is absolutely qualified to come to our academy. Looking at the other party's outstanding and extraordinary grades and resume, Dean Li was so excited that he couldn't close his mouth. However, upon meeting the girl's cold and indifferent gaze, he couldn't help but shiver. The other party did not speak. She just sat there quietly, seemingly separated from everyone and everything around her by an invisible, insurmountable barrier. All right, since you say so, I'll leave this matter to you to handle. After the Minister of Education finished speaking, he immediately put away his authoritative demeanor and adopted an extremely respectful attitude as he carefully bowed to the girl, who sat like an icy mountain snow lotus. Miss Lin, we will arrange the relevant procedures properly. You can come to Peking University for formal registration in a few days. The girl still had no expression, just lightly nodded as a response, and then walked out of the office under the escort of the man in a black suit. The Minister of Education followed behind him eagerly. Once everyone in the office had left, Dean Li let out a long sigh and slumped in his chair, staring blankly at the girl's name on the document. Lin Shusi. It seems like I've heard that name somewhere before, but looking at this situation, her background must at least be from the cabinet, right? On this side, Su Nanxue and Shen Yao originally just wanted to rent a quiet little villa near the school for studying and living. However, before they could choose a rental property, Gu Tiankai had already pulled out a card to make the payment. Rent? Why not just buy a set outright? No, sir. This villa cost nearly 3 small targets. The saleswoman's mouth dropped open in shock. Gu Tiankai said nothing, casually tossed the representative black gold card onto the table, and said calmly, "Swipe the card, I'm in a hurry." Boom. The pupils of all the sales staff in the hall shattered. They had seen luxury before, but never such extravagance. The saleswoman dared not have the slightest doubt and immediately went to retrieve the purchase contract to process the payment. Other colleagues were so envious they were on the verge of tears. Such a heavenly client. Please give me a dozen. Just half an hour later, Gu Tiankai and the others arrived at the standalone villa less than 2 kilometers from Peking University. The villa was spacious with a style that blended modern minimalism and retro European design. The courtyard was lush with greenery, a babbling brook, and birds singing among the flowers. Even the swimming pool had a built-in heating system. The moment Su Nanchua walked through the door, she was stunned. She had seen nice houses before, and her family also owned a villa. But she had never seen a way to buy a house as simple as buying groceries. Gu Tiankai, are you being a bit impulsive? Before Gu Tiankai could answer, Wang Hao chimed in no. You say my brother Tian spent 3 small targets to buy a villa is impulsive. Do you know? A while ago he spent 50 billion investing in a research team at our Peking University. What? 50 billion? Su Nanchua exclaimed, covering her mouth in shock. In contrast to the shocked Su Nanchua, Shen Yao was clearly much more excited, running around the courtyard like a happy little bird. And the swimming pool. Wow, this villa is just too amazing. Gu Tiankai, you're so great. Sister Nanchua, look quickly. There are many koi in this fish pond. This scene made Wang Hao so envious that he almost ground his back teeth to dust. When would he have such capital? When could he be liked by girls like Gu Tiankai? On this side, Shishun had also driven to the courtyard entrance as per Gu Tiankai's instructions, waiting for him to set out on a long trip. Although the 2 girls felt a bit reluctant, they couldn't ask too many questions. Especially Su Nansui, who seemed to sense something from Gu Tiankai's meaningful gaze, could only gently remind him, well, be careful, we'll wait for you to come back. Shen Yao followed closely, blinking her beautiful eyes mischievously. Gu Tiankai, remember to come back early. Otherwise, I and Sister Nanchua will occupy all the good rooms. Okay. Gu Tiankai smiled slightly and got into the car with Wang Hao. Under the reluctant gazes of the 2 girls, the car gradually drove into the villa area. All the way, Wang Hao was fantasizing about a wonderful trip. Brother Tian, I want to go over there and take pictures with wild animals. The most important thing is I want to catch a lion and compete with your Gu Million to see who is the true king of the grasslands. Gu Tiankai glanced at him, too lazy to respond, simply leaning back in his seat and closing his eyes to rest. In contrast, Shishuan's brows were tightly furrowed as he checked the information on his tablet, looking very serious as he quietly reported to Gu Tiankai, Young master, the situation in North Africa is not as simple as you imagine. On the surface, it seems like an emerging resource country, but behind the scenes, there are numerous warlords. Whoever has firepower has the say. Especially the place you are going to, it belongs to a marginal oil field. Although nominally Xie Juanhao is the legal holder, the information shows that in recent years, mercenaries and external capital have frequently intervened in that area. Moreover, what you're about to touch is Xie Yang's foundation abroad. Once you land, remember to contact your mother's friend. Gu Tiankai nodded. For what he was about to do, his mother was very supportive this time, not only providing him with substantial funds, but also giving him relevant connections to help him investigate Xie Yang's backing assets thoroughly. There was someone named Zhang Tian, an old subordinate of his mother's group. Later, due to personal reasons, he left and went to North Africa to seek fortune, becoming the boss of a mineral company there through his courage and ability, and he also knew many warlords. So his mother's meaning was very simple. Just contact this person when he arrived. This person could provide everything he needed or wanted to understand. The next morning, a private plane from Long Country slowly landed at North Africa International Airport. Exiting the airport, a stretch Hummer followed by several bulletproof SUVs drove up. As soon as the car door opened, a middle-aged man wearing a large gold chain rushed over, followed by 2 locals in headscarves holding battle-damaged AKs. Such a scene left Wang Hao dumbfounded. Wait, Brother Tian, aren't we just on vacation? This atmosphere doesn't seem like a vacation at all, right? Gu Tiankai ignored Wang Hao, sizing up the newcomers and slowly confirming. You are Boss Zhang? Boss Zhang was just about to nod when his gaze met Gu Tiankai's cold, deep eyes, and he felt as if his soul had been suddenly seized. This demeanor, this gaze, the pressure of standing still, yet seeming capable of stopping the desert wind. So damn much like, he had long known who the husband of Director Tian was. And he also knew that the other party's son was known as the Crown Prince of Beijing, someone whose sneeze could shake the capital. Now that he saw him in person, he felt a bit nervous. Yes. It's me, Zhang Tian. Director Tian arranged for me to pick you up. I was responsible for overseas mining in the group back then, and I was promoted by the lady herself before leaving. I have never forgotten this favor over the years. At the lady's command, I, Zhang, would even risk half my life to comply. The two bodyguards holding AKs, seeing their boss's reaction, also became curious about Gu Tiankai's identity. Who exactly is this person? What kind of person could make their boss so nervous? Gu Tiankai's expression remained indifferent. I don't need you to risk your life. I just need you to get things done. Understood, understood. Boss Zhang immediately bent over and bowed, respectfully as if welcoming a great figure descending from the heavens. Rest assured, once you are here, your matters are my Zhang Tian's duty. Gu Tian did not speak, only raised his hand slightly. Boss Zhang understood instantly and quickly opened the car door. Young master, please. And your friend beside you. Please. Wang Hao. I have a name, you know. Everyone got into the car, and the Hummer shook heavily before slowly driving out of the airport. Chapter 79. The young master who can't use firearms. I want to get out of the car. I said I want to get out of the car. Wang Hao was frantically tugging at his seatbelt in the car, looking as if his insides were about to be shattered. What kind of road is this? Is this a Gobi crack simulator? I feel like my kidneys are being turned into pieces. He originally thought this trip with Gu Tian would be a spontaneous, luxurious, free travel trip to North Africa. Instead, it turned into a team-building mission in the desert oil fields following the young prince. Not only was sand blowing into his eyes, but his butt was also bouncing on the Hummer seat, giving him an 8-pack abs workout. Boss Zhang was nervously watching the navigation while helplessly turning back. Young Master Wang. Hang in there, we've only been driving for half an hour, and there are still 70 kilometers to go. I can't take it anymore. Wang Hao covered his stomach. I need to pee and take a breather for my poor little heart. Seeing this, Boss Zhang could only ask the driver to pull over. The Hummer screeched to a halt. Wang Hao jumped out of the car in a hurry. Just as he was relieving himself, he heard a rumbling sound coming from not far away. 5 or 6 armed pickup trucks, loaded with militants and flying black flags, were speeding towards them, kicking up dust. Oh no! Wang Hao's heart skipped a beat, and he forgot to pull up his pants. Boss Zhang. Are those your people? Before Boss Zhang could respond, gunfire erupted. In the next second, bullets whizzed toward them. A few bullets landed right at Wang Hao's feet, sending yellow sand flying and nearly popping his eyes out. Motherfucker, are they for real? I'm still peeing. Young master, get in the car. Run. Wang Hao screamed while sprinting back to the car. Pants still in hand, urine splashed everywhere. The car erupted into chaos. The bodyguards cursed as they slammed the accelerator to the floor. Other bodyguards quickly dove to the windows to block the view and began to draw their guns. Meanwhile, Boss Zhang's face turned pale as he opened the weapon box inside the Hummer, cursing. These bastards, they only target caravans. They see us driving a Hummer and must think we're wealthy investors. No, Tian Gu, I'm here to travel with you. I don't want to die here. Wang Hao was already trembling, his hands shaking as he took the Desert Eagle that Boss Zhang handed him, struggling to chamber a round. He had never used a real gun, let alone shot at a person before. Don't panic, don't panic. You just need to defend yourself. There's no need to fight back. Before Boss Zhang could finish, his peripheral vision suddenly shifted, and his pupils shook. He saw Gu Tian had opened another weapon box and pulled out a rocket launcher from the bottom. Click. He expertly disengaged the safety. Click. He secured the shoulder strap, his stance steady like a veteran heading into battle. Boss Zhang nearly fell to his knees in shock. No. Young Master Gu, didn't you say you can't use weapons? On the phone, Chairman Tian had repeatedly instructed him. He said young Master Gu was a reasonable kid, not involved in violence, didn't play with firearms, and only played Plants vs. Zombies in video games. They had to ensure young Master Gu's safety at all costs and not let him touch anything dangerous. But now this scene was just too outrageous. Even the bodyguards in the car were dumbfounded. Before Boss Zhang could react, Gu Tian spoke. Boss Zhang, stop the car, I need to switch vehicles. Boss Zhang was about to ask why, when Gu Tian turned back to Wang Hao, his expression calm, as if he were deciding what to have for dinner. Hi Z, is that okay? You drive, I'll take the fight. We'll coordinate. Wang Hao was a bit scared at first, but seeing Gu Tian's brotherly gaze, he was instantly inspired. No problem, Tian Gu. Let's do it. Soon, under the cover of the bodyguards, Gu Tian and Wang Hao switched to another vehicle. Boss Zhang, split up. Don't stay too close to us. Gunfire erupted outside, and Gu Tian, shouted into the intercom. Boss Zhang was too worried about their safety, constantly signaling for the Hummer to stay alongside their vehicle. While this could block bullets, it also obstructed his view. He saw Tian slowly roll down the window and extend the rocket launcher. The Hummer quickly distanced itself. The armed vehicles behind were unaware of this and continued to chase, firing their AKs. In their eyes, this vehicle must have several big bosses inside. A successful ambush would make them rich in no time. Heisey, slow down. The distance is too far. I can't aim. Tian leaned half his body out the window, steadily holding the rocket launcher. Wang Hao understood immediately and slowed down. All right, now's the time. Tian suddenly raised his hand, aiming the rocket launcher at one of the speeding armed pickups. Bang! Flames erupted, deafening. Boom! The explosion, accompanied by thick smoke, sent the entire pickup, along with 4 or 5 armed men on top, blowing up into a fireball in midair. The remaining vehicles slammed on their brakes, seemingly caught off guard by the firepower. What the F? Tian, when did you learn to use a rocket launcher? Wang Hao looked at Tian with pure admiration. Meanwhile, Boss Zhang and several bodyguards in the Hummer were all dumbfounded. WDF? You call this not being able to use firearms? At that moment, Secretary Tian, who he happened to call, asking Boss Zhang if he had received young Master Gu and how he was doing. Boss Zhang's mouth twitched. Please tell Chairman Tian. Young Master Gu's performance is a bit beyond expectations. Wait, Boss Zhang, I'm a bit confused. Could you explain in detail? Just as Boss Zhang was about to respond, a bodyguard exclaimed, Boss, your guest has turned around and is chasing after them. Your guest is chasing the armed men. This shout startled Boss Zhang into hanging up the phone, throwing himself to the back window, nearly suffering a brain hemorrhage. I just told the chairman that young Master Gu's performance is a bit beyond expectations, and now he is tearing up the expectations. Tian's vehicle executed a perfect drift turn and raced straight toward the armed men who had just been stunned by the explosion. This wasn't a retreat. It was a counterattack. A counterattack. Quick, chase after him. If we don't catch up to the young master, he'll end up in the news fighting with warlords. Boss Zhang frantically pounded on the armrest of the passenger seat while taking out his phone to call for backup. At this moment, Tian's off-road vehicle was like a ghost in the wilderness. Wang Hao gripped the steering wheel tightly, his face full of excitement, as if he had just unlocked extraordinary abilities. Tian Gu, look, they're turning around to run away. Tian ignored him, steadily raising the second rocket launcher. Heisey, drive steady. I'm going to start locking on. Got it. Chapter 80, I need support. Bang. The second rocket missile whistled out, locking onto the very vehicle that had opened fire first. Boom! The fireball created a massive, deep pit in the sand, and the shockwave sent 2 nearby vehicles flying. The scene comparable to a Hollywood disaster movie. The remaining vehicles finally realized that today's robbery was not about getting rich, but about losing their lives. WDF! Run! Retreat! Fuck! Why are they carrying weapons like rocket launchers? These are not businessmen. These are bandits. The driver slammed the accelerator to the floor, leaving a trail of serpentine marks as he desperately fled into the distance. They only had battle-damaged AKs, and in terms of firepower, they were at a complete disadvantage, especially since the enemy's vehicles were armored. Brother Tian, they've split up and run. Wang Hao was sweating anxiously. Chase, get one of them. Tian threw the rocket launcher to the back seat, skillfully picked up an AK, and chambered around. All right, Wang Hao floored the accelerator, choosing an obviously lagging old armed vehicle, and pressed close. The 2 vehicles raced side by side. As soon as the armed man showed his head, he was nearly scared out of his wits. Fuck! Hurry! Faster! Shit! They're chasing us! Right next to us! Fire! Shoot! Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat! Bullets hit Tian's car window like rabid dogs. Unfortunately, the bulletproof glass, made in Dragon Country, was far ahead. Taking advantage of their reloading time, Tian quickly pressed the window button, extended the AK's barrel out, and began to fire. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. He forced the enemy to hide. Brother Tian, you are ruthless. I'm getting pumped from this chase. Wang Hao was excited like an audience member while speeding, providing emotional value in full force. But it wasn't over yet. A cruel smile crept onto Gu Tian's lips as he reached into the box with one hand and pulled out a grenade. At this moment, Wang Hao's pupils shook. He exclaimed, "Brother Tian, don't. You're getting carried away. If that doesn't get thrown out, next year on this day, it would be their Memorial Day." Unfortunately, it was too late. Gu Tian bit off the safety pin, rolled down the window, and threw it towards the back of the armed vehicle. Fire in the hole. The armed men squatting in the back of the truck were still thinking about how to escape. A grenade rolled right to their feet. What? Whose grenade fell? The next second, boom! The explosion was thunderous, sending the truck and its occupants flying, debris burning in mid-air. Damn, that was thrilling. Wang Hao slammed the brakes and then followed Gu Tian, holding the truth towards the burning wreckage. On the ground lay 4 or 5 bodies sprawled in various positions. Only the driver in the driver's seat was writhing on the ground in pain. Help! Help! Save me! Save me! Gu Tian strolled leisurely to him. Wang Hao wanted to advise, "Brother Tian, this person is still alive. Why not leave a survivor for Boss Zhang to ask questions?" Gu Tian didn't even look, raising the AK and sending a burst of bullets to send him off. At that moment, Boss Zhang and the others finally caught up, seeing the scene before them. They were all shocked. Wait, what the hell is going on? Did those two wipe out 6 people? This is not a lack of proficiency with firearms. Their combat power is clearly off the charts. Although they were extremely shocked, for safety's sake, they hurriedly urged Gu Tian and Wang how to get back in the car and step on the gas to leave the area. As for which tribal warlord these armed men belonged to, they could investigate that slowly after returning. The next morning, the morning sunlight filtered through the palm leaves and fell on the golden land of North Africa. Gu Tian lazily woke up in Boss Zhang's mansion. I have to say, Boss Zhang's hospitality was truly luxurious, without any discounts. After returning yesterday, Boss Zhang immediately ordered a feast with roasted whole lamb, Persian spiced rice, and red wine from his private cellar, making Wang Hao's eyes shine. The security in the courtyard had also stepped up a notch. Dozens of dark-skinned bodyguards in tactical vests patrolled everywhere with AKs. "Brother Tian, come quickly. Pick some gems." Wang Hao sat at a stone table, holding a pigeon egg-sized ruby, grinning like a little money grubber. A servant brought over a whole plate of gems. As soon as Gu Tian strolled down the steps, Boss Zhang immediately greeted him with a beaming smile. "Young Master Gu, you're awake. Did you sleep well last night?" "Not bad." Gu Tian yawned and lazily sat down in a chair. "Oh, that's good." Boss Zhang rubbed his hands, looking eager to please. "Young Master Gu, the madam specifically instructed me to remind you that you are here on a mission to investigate the background of the private oil fields. At such a young age, you are already shouldering such an important responsibility. Truly a descendant of a military family, a true dragon descended from the heavens." Gu Tian waved his hand lightly. "It's nothing. The matter is right in front of me. How can I not solve it?" Upon hearing this, Boss Zhang quickly served tea and water. Just as he was about to ask which oil field Gu Tian was investigating, a bodyguard walked over with a document. "Boss, we found out that the ones who tried to rob us yesterday were troops of Qiao. As soon as these words came out, the smile on Boss Zhang's face froze. "You said, whose troops?" "Qiao." The bodyguard confirmed. Wang Hao was still gnawing on dates, asking in a muffled voice, "Who is this person? Sounds like those guys in white robes throwing backpacks." Gu Tian lazily raised his eyes to look at Boss Zhang. "Very formidable?" Boss Zhang's breathing became unstable, and he nodded with difficulty. "Not just formidable. He is one of the warlords in this area that cannot be provoked. The troops under him are stronger than the local garrison, specifically targeting mines and trade routes for robbery. In recent years, he has taken down 3 major mines and 2 trade routes in our area." Before he could finish speaking, gunfire suddenly erupted outside, followed by explosions. Boom, boom, boom. The ground of the entire estate shook twice. "Boss, Muchua's troops are coming. They have armored vehicles, armed cars, and heavy machine guns." Boss Zhang's face changed dramatically, and he waved his hand. "Quick, take my guests to the underground escape passage." "Damn, so fast. They are here for revenge so quickly. My gems. I lost my gems." Compared to the panicked Wang Hao, Gu Tian calmly took out his phone and dialed. "Hello, Shishuan. Yes. I urgently need support here. The sooner the better. What kind of support? Fire coverage type, helicopters, drones, vehicle-mounted rocket launchers, portable missiles. If they're tanks, arrange those for me too. Chapter 81. $10 million. Muchua's troops came in with a fierce momentum. In less than 5 minutes, they surrounded the entire estate tightly. A camouflage-painted pickup roared into the courtyard, not stopping at all, and directly skidded to a halt in the center of the yard, kicking up a cloud of dust. Several brawny black men, bare-chested and wrapped in bullet chains, jumped down from the back. The leader, dressed in a black robe and head wrap, was none other than Muchua himself. "Who is your boss? If he doesn't come out, I'll kill you all." Boss Zhang was wiping the sweat off his forehead with a tissue while jogging down the steps, his face full of forced smiles. General, what brings you here? My God, I dreamed of you last night." Oh. So it's Mr. Zhang. Yes. It was a misunderstanding yesterday. Definitely a misunderstanding. Boss Zhang smiled and nodded repeatedly, his sweat dripping like beans. What? A misunderstanding? Muchua's face instantly darkened, and he slowly reached for his waist. 5 or 6 of my men have been turned into roast chickens, and 2 of my cars have been blown up. Now you tell me it's a misunderstanding. Seeing the situation, Boss Zhang waved his hand to the servants behind him. 5 or 6 servants stepped forward, holding trays of gemstones. "General Muchua, these are the bloodstones and other rare gems just mined from our mine. All for you." Yesterday's incident was truly a misunderstanding. Muchua's eyes fell on the gemstones, and he casually picked up a blood-red bloodstone, shaking it in the sunlight, his brow slightly relaxing. Boss Zhang's heart was almost in his throat. He did business here, only dealing with those normal warlords. But with a bandit warlord like Muchua, he had always kept to himself. However, yesterday's incident was indeed a bit too sudden. Who would have thought the young master would behave so outrageously? But the next second, Muchua, holding the bloodstone, walked up to Boss Zhang with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. I didn't expect Mr. Zhang's mind still had such good stuff. Seeing his unkind and greedy gaze, Boss Zhang panicked and waved his hands repeatedly. "No, General, I only have this one mine that can produce some stones. If I give this to you, my business will be finished." As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of AKs were raised simultaneously, their dark muzzles aimed at Boss Zhang's chest. Muchua's smile slowly faded, and he coldly said, "Are you saying you only want to give me a few stones to brush yesterday's incident under the rug?" Boss Zhang hurriedly shook his head. "No, I didn't mean that. I just—" Before he could finish, Muchua snorted coldly, drew his metal pistol from his waist, and with a flick of his arm, aimed the gun at a few of Boss Zhang's captured bodyguards. Bang, 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 bang. Several gunshots rang out. 5 captured bodyguards fell to the ground instantly. Boss Zhang turned sharply, his pupils constricting violently. No, these bodyguards have been loyal to him for years. Now, they were just. This scene was witnessed by Gu Tian inside the building. "Brother Tian, get in here. Don't look." Wang Hao at the entrance to the basement was anxious, waving his arms to signal Gu Tian to retreat quickly. However, Gu Tian crouched behind the window, watching the scene outside with his teeth clenched. The bodyguards of Boss Zhang, who had been drinking and laughing together last night, were now lying in pools of blood, their eyes still open, the spent shells smoking on the ground, along with Muchua's high and mighty demeanor. "Brother Tian, what are you doing?" Before Wang Hao could react, Gu Tian suddenly dashed toward the door. "Over here. I'll ask you one more time. Are you giving me this mine now? Or are you waiting until you die to give it to me?" Muchua pressed the gun against Boss Zhang's forehead, his finger resting on the trigger, ready to shoot at any moment. At that moment, a sharp voice interrupted. "Stop!" Over 20 gun muzzles swiftly turned their direction, aiming at where the voice came from. Seeing Gu Tian jogging over, Boss Zhang was stunned. "Young master, didn't I tell you to hide? Why are you coming out? If anything happens to you, I won't be able to rest even if I die." Gu Tian gave no response, just walked step by step toward Muchua. "Interesting, who are you? Mr. Zhang's secretary? A staff member from a mine?" Gu Tian stood still, calmly saying, "I'm here to talk to you." Muchua scoffed. "You? Talk to me? Do you know who I am?" "Muchua Kamo," Gu Tian replied coolly. "The actual controller of the 3rd District of North Africa, controlling 4 mining routes, 3 oil fields, and a 3,000 strong, unregistered armed force." Muchua raised his eyebrows in slight surprise. He didn't expect this young man to know his background so well. Tian continued, I know that yesterday's misunderstanding left you quite unhappy. So I ask you, how much will it take to settle this matter? As soon as these words were spoken, the air felt as if someone had pressed the pause button. Boss Zhang panicked, speaking in dragon language. Young master, this person has a big appetite. It's not something that can be settled with just money. He had never seen Tian's account balance, which was longer than a Dragon Country identity ID. Muchua stared at the young man before him, silent for 2 seconds, then suddenly grinned. All right, I'll give you a number. If you can afford it, I'll consider yesterday's incident as if it never happened. He raised a finger. $10 million, transfer it now. If you can't, then don't blame me for taking over your boss's mind. As soon as he said that, Boss Zhang turned pale, hurriedly bargaining. General, can you lower it a bit? Even if you take over my mind now, it won't yield $10 million in a short time. But the next second, Tian pulled out his phone, his fingers sliding quickly, then raised his head calmly. Tell me, what is the account number? The scene fell into instant silence. What? Wait. Muchua's aide instinctively adjusted his military cap, doubting whether he had heard wrong. He just said $10 million, not 10 million Zimbabwean dollars. Muchua's threatening smile froze on his face. He wasn't scared. He was a bit bewildered. $10 million was certainly not a small amount for him. But for this young man in front of him, he didn't even hesitate. Boss Zhang was completely stunned. Although he had a net worth of over 100 million, could he really mobilize 8-digit funds within 5 seconds? Not to mention 5 seconds, even 50 minutes would be a struggle. Muchua silently stared at Tian for a full 5 seconds, re-evaluating the young man from the Dragon Country. What he saw was a calm face. No panic, no ostentatious show-off, no flattery or anger, just a unique indifference of someone in a high position. Just as he was about to ask Boss Zhang about this young man's identity, Tian asked again, General, the account? Muchua didn't speak immediately, but waved his hand. His aide immediately handed over the account information. Tian glanced at it, input the account details, and, after a series of operations, a few seconds later, ding! Oh my God, really? The aide looked at the tablet, revealing a look of joy, whispering, it's in. General, $10 million exactly. Muchua grinned, but didn't say any pleasantries like thank you. Instead, he stepped forward, staring into Tian's face, which was just inches away. I remember you, young man. You're not an ordinary person, are you? Tian raised the corner of his mouth, non-committal. Next time, if you're not here to deliver money. Muchua put away his smile and said coldly, then don't appear in front of me. After saying that, he turned around and waved his hand. A group of shirtless soldiers with bullet belts quickly assembled behind him. Just then, Tian suddenly shouted, wait. Chapter 82, North Africa Investigation Team. Muchua paused and slowly turned around. Tian walked up with one hand in his pocket, a half-smile on his face as he stared directly at Muchua. You just said this matter is over. But I want to ask, what will happen to the few bodyguards you killed under Boss Zhang? Boom! The atmosphere on the scene exploded instantly. Wang Hao, who had just walked out of the building, widened his eyes and thought to himself, this is bad. I came out too early. Boss Zhang almost collapsed. Young master, let this matter go. Let go. Muchua grinned, revealing a mouthful of gold teeth. Huh, how do you want to handle it? No one had ever dared to ask Muchua for an explanation after he killed and burnt. This young man from the Dragon Nation truly had courage. Tian did not rush to answer. He simply glanced at the golden pistol that Muchua was playing with. What? You mean this? Seeing Tian nod, Muchua hesitated for 0.01 seconds, but still handed over the heavy golden pistol. His men surrounded them. As long as the other side dared to attack him, they would be shot to pieces. Take it. Let's see how you want to handle it. As soon as he finished speaking, Tian reached out and took the gun. The next second, without any hesitation, bang! The golden pistol fired. Bang! 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 For consecutive gunshots. The 4 soldiers standing next to Muchua didn't have time to react before their foreheads exploded with blood, and they fell to the ground. Wah! Boss Zhang was almost scared out of his wits, and Wang Hao almost passed out on the spot. Thank you, now we are even. Tian said with a smile that didn't reach his eyes as he returned the gun. After regaining his composure, Muchua said nothing but looked at Tian with a smile hiding a knife, then jumped into the jeep. Go. The rumbling convoy kicked up a cloud of dust and quickly drove away. It was not until this moment that Boss Zhang let out a sigh of relief and slumped to the ground. Young master, can you tell me specifically what you came to North Africa for? Director Tian said on the phone that he was sent to secretly investigate the operation of some local oil fields. He thought it was related to the future overseas business of the Tian Group. But now, this is clearly not a business trip. It's obviously to start a warlord melee, right? They just arrived and wiped out Muchua's troops in one go. One wrong word, and they took out Muchua's soldiers on the spot. And in the end, Muchua didn't say a word and left. Looking at the sunset slowly sinking into the North African desert, Gu Tian said meaningfully, I came here to do 3 things. Boss Zhang swallowed hard and asked cautiously what were the 3 things. Gu Tian turned around, his silhouette reflected in the twilight. Blow up oil fields. Blow up oil fields. Still blow up oil fields. Boom. Wang Hao slumped to the ground. I knew it. I knew it. How could you be so kind as to take me on a trip? In contrast, Boss Zhang was already petrified in place. Meanwhile, in Kyoto, a meeting led by Old Lin sparked discussions among many cabinet members. In the conference room, more than 20 members were already seated. The atmosphere was not warm, but stifling. The members whispered to each other in small groups. Old Li, why do you think Old Lin suddenly called us all to attend? What is it about? What else could it be? It's most likely related to Xie Yong's super son. You mean that Xie Bin? I heard that kid caused quite a stir at Beijing University, and what happened? He was beaten up by old Gu's precious son? Not just beaten, it's gone viral that he was shot dead on the spot. He wasn't even sent to the hospital. Oh no, now Xie Yong is left with only one son. Do you think this meeting is Old Lin using the opportunity to stand up for Xie Yong? Impossible, right? If it's to stand up for Xie Yong, why isn't Xie Yong here himself? Yeah, why do I feel like? This is more like the prelude to a purge. Just as the words fell. Tap, tap, tap. 2 attendants quickly ran toward the conference hall door, their movements brisk, and as they pulled open the door, a familiar figure entered the sight of everyone. Old Lin. All the members almost stood up simultaneously, saluting him in unison, their eyes filled with genuine respect. Old Lin waved his hand, a gentle smile on his face. Comrades, you've worked hard. As his words fell, the audience echoed. Not hard at all. Old Lin has worked hard. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the meeting moved on to the main topic. That was about the issue of loopholes in the progress of the North Africa Strategic Cooperation Project. The conference room fell into a brief silence. Only the sound of papers flipping echoed. In a short while, many members were frightened into silence by the content of the documents. Old Lin was the one who personally approved the initiation of this strategic cooperation back then. Now, a large amount of funds are unaccounted for. Equipment procurement prices are inflated by 3 times. Several project leaders have multiple personal accounts. Is this for real? Who is so bold? Every member at this moment had only one thought in their minds. That is, it's over. Who the hell is so bold? To use Old Lin's strategic name, to stuff money directly into their own pockets. The specific situation is clear to everyone now. Old Lin's tone was calm, but carried an undeniable sense of pressure. So now I announce the establishment of a North Africa Strategic Cooperation Project investigation team to head to North Africa. As his words fell, the back door of the conference room was swiftly opened by 2 secretaries. A row of members in administrative jackets, with inspection and disciplinary badges pinned to their chests, quickly walked in. The leader had a solemn expression, and their demeanor was clearly several streets ahead of ordinary inspection team members. But when all the members saw the last team member, their pupils instantly shook, and some even covered their mouths in shock. Because that last figure was none other than Old Lin's daughter, Lin Shusi. She walked in steadily behind the other members, her beautiful eyes as cold as frost and snow, exuding a chilling aura of killing intent. How could it be her? Old Lin actually let his own daughter take the lead? Is this going to clean up personally? No. What position does she hold now? Is this considered entering the cabinet, or am I seeing things, or? Chapter 83, Weapons in Place. Unlike other members of parliament, these legislators were very clear about Lin Shusi. Due to some private matters of the Lin family, Lin Shusi had been away for many years studying economics, finance, and international law. According to several legislators responsible for security, she was usually reserved and calm, with sharp thinking and quick, decisive handling of matters. This time, old Lin bypassed any procedures and directly brought her into the cabinet, which surely indicated that it wasn't a small-scale investigation, right? Perhaps this incident was paving the way for Lin Shusi to ascend to the peak of power? After the meeting concluded, the legislators gradually left. On the other side, under the astonished gaze of her secretary and the bodyguards in black, Lin Shusi pushed open the door to Lin Guoxian's exclusive office. She didn't knock, nor did she observe any courtesies. Lin Guoxian was reviewing documents at his desk and looked up upon hearing the noise. Shusi, you did well just now. Your speech and attitude in front of so many legislators were quite commendable. Lin Shusi expressionlessly removed the administrative jacket representing special inspection and casually draped it over the back of a chair. Although she was only wearing a neatly tailored white shirt, she exuded an aura of sharpness that was hard to approach. Noticing that the father-daughter relationship still hadn't softened, Lin Guoxian carefully chose his words. The reason I had you step forward is that I hope you can understand my good intentions. What you represent is not just my personal stance. It also allows many legislators to see that after your studies abroad, you have firmly chosen this side. Lin Shusi raised her beautiful eyes, her gaze as cold as frost, and said to Lin Guoxian word by word, "Unfortunately, I have no interest in any of this. According to our agreement, after I return from North Africa, you will remarry my mother. Otherwise," Lin Shusi paused, her red lips opening again, "this will be my last appearance in your life." After saying that, she turned and left. The air instantly froze. Lin Guoxian pressed his lips together. Although he had 1,000 words to say, he ultimately only whispered, "I understand." At that moment, he was no longer the formidable old Lin in Parliament, nor the strategic decision-maker controlling the situation. He was just a father rejected by his daughter from a distance. The door was gently closed, the sound almost polite to the point of being ruthless. The two black-clad bodyguards at the door instinctively exchanged glances. The temperature of the air didn't drop, but they both shivered at the same time. The aura of the young lady's return to Kyoto was even greater than that of old Lin. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed. Tian and Wang Hao had hardly done anything, with no powerful weapons at hand. Tian didn't dare to take steps lightly upon realizing that the situation here was more complicated than he had imagined. One day, Tian was visiting Boss Zhang's mine at his invitation. At that moment, the secretary pushed the door open and said that a batch of large engineering equipment and a large number of workers were about to be transported to their mine. Boss Zhang was quite confused. He had never recruited workers, nor had he purchased any large-scale mining engineering equipment. The secretary then carefully looked at the documents and saw that the purchaser was listed as Tian. "Young master, when did you purchase large equipment? With your background and status, there's no need to suffer here." Boss Zhang turned to look at Tian, who was calmly sipping tea, enjoying air conditioning, and eating watermelon. Tian took a sip of tea and smiled faintly. "Boss Zhang, this is not engineering machinery." "Then what is it?" At this moment, Wang Hao suddenly put down his watermelon and blurted out, "It's weapons." "What? Weapons?" The smile on Boss Zhang's face cracked, and he was completely frozen in place. "What did you just say?" "Repeat that." Wang Hao patted his thigh, looking serious. "Weapons. Boss Zhang. Real stuff. Fully loaded with firepower. You can't seriously think that my brother Tian's $10 million is easy to get, right?" Before Boss Zhang could react, the ground began to rumble. The few of them thought it was an earthquake and quickly ran outside. Even Tian, who was prepared, was shocked at that moment. He saw thick yellow sand rising in the distance, with rows of heavy trucks, semi-trailer containers, engineering cranes, and transport vehicles streaming in like a dragon, rushing towards the mining area like a torrent. "Holy crap! Brother Tian, what exactly did you bring?" Wang Hao's mouth was agape, wide enough to fit 2 boiled eggs. Boss Zhang sat down on the ground, completely unable to accept what was happening before him. In no time, these vehicles drove into the mining area. Giant cranes began to unfold their mechanical arms, lifting container after container to the ground. Thud, thud, thud. Each time a container landed, it stirred up a cloud of dust and gasps. When 5 containers were opened, everyone was completely dumbfounded. They weren't excavators or mining drill heads, but rather vehicle-mounted rocket launchers neatly stacked with barrels pointing skyward. What the hell? Rocket launchers? What's going on? The semi-trailer covered with an oilcloth was even more astonishing. As the oilcloth was pulled down, 5 tanks painted in desert camouflage appeared before everyone's eyes. Clank, clank, clank. As the tracks moved, the air seemed to tighten. Boss Zhang rolled his eyes and nearly fainted on the spot. If he wasn't careful, wouldn't his mind become a volcano? WTF? Wang Hao exclaimed, Brother Tian, this is too outrageous. Should we establish a new emerging warlord? Even more shocking was that 6 armed helicopters were being transported in modules. A large number of boxes filled with weapons were also being unloaded. Rifles, grenades, rocket launchers, howitzers, everything was there, but still wasn't over. More trucks lined up, and as soon as they stopped, numerous soldiers dressed in black combat uniforms jumped out, holding new-style assault rifles, tactical daggers, bulletproof shields, and communication helmets, all with solemn expressions, quickly lining up. That formation resembled a giant black wave, stretching endlessly. The commanding officer rushed to Gu Tian, clenched his right fist to his chest, and shouted, Report, young Master Gu. The Longyu Special Forces are fully assembled. Expected 1, 680 personnel. Present 1, 680 personnel. All fully equipped, awaiting orders. As soon as he finished speaking, all 680 personnel stood ready, their long guns like a forest. The sound shaking everyone present to their core. Even Boss Zhang gasped, murmuring, Young Master, should we change the sign at the front gate of the mine to Long Fei Temporary Military Training Area? Just as he finished speaking, his phone rang. The caller was another mine owner. As soon as he picked up, the worried voice came through the receiver. Boss Zhang, strengthen security and defense at your mine in the next few days. I've heard that $10 million of yours has made the Muthuo warlord taste sweet. They're planning to extort you again. Unlike usual, Boss Zhang showed no signs of panic. Instead, he slowly turned to look at Gu Tian, both exchanging smiles. It's fine. Let them come. I guarantee they won't return. What do you mean, Boss Zhang? Are you planning to go all in? You only have one life. Don't do anything reckless. Chapter 84. Is it a reason to dislike him? The next morning, as dawn broke, Hasna Airport was already on high alert. Police cars lined both sides of the special runway, and soldiers with truth rifles stood solemnly in formation. The red carpet was laid out early. A group of high-ranking officials from North Africa had been waiting for a long time. The finance minister, the energy minister, and the head of foreign affairs were all impeccably dressed in suits. Leading them was Hamza Baruchi, the representative of the North African General Assembly. Dressed in a traditional black robe, his expression serious. Today, they were to welcome a special delegation from Longwa, Dragon Country. Although the official reason was to witness the progress of strategic cooperation projects, everyone knew that the financial backer was there for evaluation and oversight. If any issues arose, not only would the cooperation be stalled, but existing projects could also be re-examined. Here they come. At the call from the control tower, everyone instinctively straightened their posture. A government jet from Longwa slowly descended in the morning light. The cabin door opened, and flashes from cameras surrounded the scene. Snap, snap, snap. Members of the North African Special Investigation Team, dressed in neat administrative jackets, walked down slowly. Leading the way was Chun Hai, a senior group leader from the cabinet's supervisory department, in his 50s with countless cases under his belt. Under normal circumstances, he would walk with his head held high, especially representing Longwa at this moment. However, this time, he walked somewhat awkwardly, glancing back at the figure behind him. That figure was none other than Lin Lao's precious daughter. Lin Shusi. The North African officials, initially wearing diplomatic smiles, exchanged glances when they saw Lin Shusi at the end of the line. This young lady, is she an accompanying secretary? It doesn't seem like it. Her presence is too strong. How is she so young? The representatives from Longwa are all quite senior. Is she an exception? Dear honored guests, thank you for coming from afar. It's been hard work. Hamza said with a beaming smile as he stepped forward and shook hands with Chun Hai. Let's go to the hotel and rest for a bit. I have arranged a sumptuous banquet to entertain you. Thank you, Elder Hamza, Chun-Hai replied with a polite smile, responding in slightly stiff foreign language. Just as the atmosphere seemed to be entering the usual diplomatic routine, a cold voice suddenly broke the mood. Thank you for Elder Hamza's kindness. However, I believe we can forego the banquet. Our purpose here is to quickly deepen energy cooperation and build a bridge of friendship. As for celebrations, once things are finalized, we will naturally have ample reasons to toast together, won't we? With a single statement, it was flawless, firm, yet graceful. Hamza's smile froze slightly, and the other officials were taken aback, exchanging glances. What? Who's really in charge here? Isn't it this group leader Chun? This young team member? Why does she seem more like a leader? To be honest, they were not afraid of the visit and evaluation. What they feared was the complex and volatile external environment. What if, during the visit, a warlord suddenly engaged in a skirmish nearby? First, it would be unsafe, and secondly, it would leave a bad impression that this place is unsafe and unsuitable for investment. Of course, if you asked why they didn't eliminate these warlords, the reason was simple. They were difficult to deal with, and there were too many of them. So not only had money and territory, but also smuggled heavy weapons from abroad. In a real fight, their regular army might not even be able to win. The other members standing behind Chun-Hai also showed signs of surprise. They did not expect the young lady from Kyoto to be so direct and unflinching. Their admiration for her rose rapidly. Yes, my team member is right. It's best if we go for a visit first. Chun-Hai nodded with a smile. Of course, how could he not nod? Although he was the team leader, everyone knew that the attitude represented by the young lady from Kyoto was that of Lin Lao. Ok. Hamza quickly adjusted his tone. Your efficiency and resolute attitude are commendable. I will immediately arrange vehicles to go to the first project site. He immediately ordered the other officials to prepare vehicles. As Chun-Hai and the others got into the cars surrounded by media reporters, the secretary anxiously approached Hamza. Elder, the first project is very close to the Mutual warlord, I'm afraid. Before he could finish, Hamza waved his hand to interrupt him. It was too late to say such things now. The other side was eager to see, and he had also promised. What if it was close to the Mutual warlord? At worst, they could just dispatch more soldiers for protection. The most important thing was that this Mutual warlord was a notorious bandit warlord, mainly engaged in robbery, extortion, and kidnapping private enterprise convoys. So he bet that the other side would not act rashly. Thus, under the escort of numerous North African military vehicles and security teams, the convoys slowly drove out of the airport. Meanwhile, Boss Zhang was anxious. The young master had over 1,000 fully armed elite soldiers suddenly stationed at the mine. Zhang was at least a serious miner, but he woke up to find himself in logistics. Over 1,000 mouths to feed, and these were over 1,000 muscular men, tactical vests, eating 8 meals a day without a break for fighting. In just 2 days, his logistics would trigger empty stock alarms. Of course, he wasn't afraid of spending money. It was just that transporting supplies and food would be difficult. Usually, he had to hire the warlords to escort food supplies. Now how could he ask them for escort? Hey, brother, can you help me escort some military rations over? Right. Nearly 2,000 soldiers' rations. Wouldn't that scare them into disconnecting their networks on the spot? This was not asking for food escort. It was clearly looking for an excuse to wipe them out. What made him even more nervous were the piles of weapons. Last night, everyone at the mine was mobilized, and they managed to clear out several large warehouses to house the young master's weapons. The key was that it wasn't even all stored yet. Tanks, armed helicopters, military off-road vehicles were still sunbathing outdoors. The wind and sun, the desert heat. If they dropped the ball in actual combat, if something happened to the young master, his ancestors would not be enough to pay for it. If he didn't find a suitable place to store them soon, any dust storm would mean he wouldn't be mining anymore. He might as well turn it into a war relic museum. Regarding Boss Zhang's complaints, Gu Tian was also anxious. Boss Zhang, since Mutua hasn't come to attack us for a long time, why don't we take the initiative to attack him? As soon as this was said, Boss Zhang exploded. What the hell? What kind of talk is that? I'm a miner. You're talking to me about attacking warlords? Is this a dungeon raid or a land grab? But thinking about the current predicament, Boss Zhang's expression suddenly changed. Young master, you have a point. What you said makes sense. The Mutua warlord's territory is vast. There should be enough food. Plus, We could get back that $10 million. Wang Hao, listening from the side, was dumbfounded. You guys just jumped from mining to conquering the desert overnight. But Ba Zhang was still a businessman, and reason prevailed. Young master, it's not that I'm afraid, but in war, there should at least be a reason. We need to have justification. If you just start fighting, that is not very honorable. That makes sense. Tian nodded, deeply agreeing, lit a cigarette, pondered for 3 seconds, and then seriously looked at Boss Zhang. Is it justified for me to dislike him? Wang Hao spat out a mouthful of old tea. Chapter 85. The attack of Mutue. As the saying goes, 3 cobblers can outsmart Zhuge Liang. The 3 of them engaged in a heated discussion about military strategies, justice, and logistics, transforming the map wall at Boss Yang's mine into a desert battle plan. Even Boss Zhang's secretary couldn't help but scratch his head in confusion. Will they still be able to continue the mining business? At this rate, it seems like a new warlord is about to rise in this land. At this moment, alarms blared throughout the mining area. Whoa! Several foremen came running in, their faces filled with excitement. Boss Zhang, Mutue's soldiers are here. Boss Zhang, they've finally come to rob us. In the past, when the alarm sounded, it would cause chaos as workers rushed to the bunkers. But now, when the alarm rang, everyone was as excited as a bachelor seeing a widow. Damn, I've waited so long. They're finally here. Before Boss Zhang could express his feelings, Wang Hao and Gu Tian rushed out. They saw dozens of armed pickup trucks flying the flags of the Mutue warlord, charging towards them with great momentum. Each pickup had 5 or 6 soldiers standing on the back, bare-chested and shouting, wrapped in ammunition belts. The heavy machine guns mounted on the pickups opened fire first, shooting directly towards the mining area. Mutue poked his head out the car window, holding an AK and raining bullets into the air to boost morale. Brothers, attack! Steal the gems. Collect the dollars. His subordinates echoed with wild shouts. Charge. Steal 3 trucks today. Marry 3 wives tomorrow. Little did they know, today was not the day for them to rob the mine. Instead, they were delivering their heads. At that moment, on the hillside, 5 tanks painted in desert camouflage slowly raised their gun barrels. The gunners coldly shouted, "Lock onto the target. Prepare to fire." 6 armed helicopters took off, and thousands of soldiers from the Lone Special Operations Team raised their weapons in unison, their black tactical armor gleaming in the morning light. As the mining area drew closer, the soldiers of Mutue became increasingly uneasy. What? Wait, don't you guys feel something is off? Why are there so many figures ahead? My God, are those heads of people? Oh my God, why are there helicopters flying too? The leading vehicle slammed on the brakes. Just as the soldiers were about to ask Mutue if they had taken a wrong turn or come to the wrong mining area, they saw that old dog Mutue had already escaped in a jeep, leaving no trace. What? What's going on, General? Oh no, retreat. The situation is not right. It seems we have come to a military base. Retreat. Before everyone could react, a series of sharp whistling sounds filled the air. Boom, 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 boom. Bullets and shells poured down like rain. The first 3 pickups were hit by rockets, launching into the air and exploding into fireballs. Oh my God! Shit! What the hell is this? Rocket artillery. How do they have rocket artillery? Fuck! Who the hell has tanks while mining? Retreat! Hurry up and retreat. This is a military base, not a mine. Boom! 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 Despite their frantic attempts to steer away, the artillery fire accurately hit their targets. This scene unfolded in less than 10 seconds. Meanwhile, on the mining area S position, Gu Tian stood with one hand on his hip, the other holding a walkie-talkie, atop a rocket artillery vehicle. The red sand rose, and his silhouette resembled a war god in the midst of battle. Lone Special Operations Team. All units listen up. Strike at Mutue's stronghold. Pursue the enemy. Eliminate all support points. Received. Over 1,000 black-clad special forces surged like tigers down the mountain. A mighty convoy of armed vehicles headed straight for Mutue's stronghold, with armed helicopters circling above. Meanwhile, Mutue, back in his camp, was questioning his life choices. If it weren't for the sounds of artillery fire from the rear, he would have doubted whether he was seeing a mirage. What kind of big Buddha had he provoked? Had they mobilized the army to wipe him out? However, judging by the scale and firepower of the opposing forces, they were definitely not local troops. Before he could collect his thoughts, his aide rushed in. "General, we need to do something. The enemy might pursue us." Mutue slammed the table and shouted angrily. "All units prepare for battle. Deploy the main forces. Fight back." "Yes," with a single command. Over 1,000 men in the camp quickly moved, boarding vehicles, setting up machine guns, and loading ammunition. Some even began stuffing gas canisters and rocket artillery into the barrels. Just then, on the distant horizon, yellow sand rolled like a roaring dragon. "A sandstorm?" a soldier asked in confusion. "No." The sentry atop the watchtower looked through his binoculars, his pupils shaking. "It's not a sandstorm, it's a convoy. A large convoy is charging towards us. General, they are coming after us. Tanks! Tanks! Armed helicopters! Armed helicopters!" Before he could finish his sentence, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 4 armed helicopters swooped in first, unleashing a barrage of rockets and machine gun fire on Mutue's camp. "What are you looking at? Here they come. Boom! Boom! Boom!" Bullets rained down, and shells exploded in clusters. The camp, which had been in a state of high alert, instantly turned into a sea of fire and chaos. Mutue was terrified, losing all semblance of a warlord. "Fire! Retreat! Shoot if you can. If you can't win, run." With that, he jumped into a jeep, fleeing madly with his aide and a few trusted followers. Meanwhile, the Longyu Special Operations Team and tanks surged in, unleashing a torrent of firepower against the counterattacking remnants of Mutue. At the same time, the Special Investigation Team's convoy was driving along the desert road towards the first oil field project base. Suddenly, there was a loud bang. The sky rumbled. A fireball erupted on the distant horizon. Thick smoke billowed into the sky. Looking in that direction, they could still see 3 armed helicopters circling and bombing. The atmosphere inside the vehicle instantly froze. Hamza grabbed the sleeve of the Minister of Security, his face twisted in worry. "Fuck, this is not just close to Mutue's warlord. This is a combat zone." The security minister's face turned pale. Chapter 86. You have a set of tricks. He had no idea that this trip would unexpectedly witness the scene of Mutue and other warlords opening fire. But the key point is this situation. This is definitely not a warlord melee. Tanks and armed helicopters everywhere. This is clearly war. Inside the vehicle, chaos erupted and the North Africa delegation collectively broke down. In contrast, the atmosphere inside the Special Investigation Team's vehicle was one of shock, without fear. No way. Is it really this chaotic? The Dragon Country is still safe. At this moment, Lin Shusi slowly closed the document in her hand, her expression calm as she looked at Chun Hai. "Team Leader Chun, the firepower ahead is too concentrated. It's likely an armed conflict in the area. Please notify the North Africa delegation to temporarily stop the convoy 5 kilometers away. Assess the terrain and widen the observation line. At the same time, you need to record the safety level of the visiting route. I need to reassess the risk control level for this strategic cooperation." As soon as she finished speaking, boom, a misfired shell exploded nearby, instantly disrupting the convoy's formation. Immediately afterward, the vehicle's communication device transmitted Hamza's panicked voice. "I'm sorry. Team Leader Chun, the situation is urgent. We've mistakenly entered a war zone. We need to turn back and avoid it." As soon as he finished speaking, boom, 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 several shells landed directly on the highway, causing several security vehicles to flip into the ditch without time to dodge. Fuck, damn it, our project is completely ruined." Before Hamza could finish his exclamation, he witnessed the most shocking scene of his life. Mutue, the warlord leader known for his brutality in North Africa, who even made the president's head ache, was currently driving a bombed-out, charred and ragged convertible jeep, howling like a mad dog as he rushed towards them. Get out of the way. Quickly, get out of the way. Everyone move aside." The bodyguards of the escort convoy didn't recognize him at all. Their first reaction was to raise their guns and warn him. Da-da-da-da. The warning gunfire exploded in the desert. But Mutue's vehicle showed no signs of slowing down. Instead, sped up. "What? Are they crazy? He actually dares to charge at us." The Minister of Security turned pale. The next second, whoosh, Mu 2A's vehicle took off, crossing the road, then crashed heavily to the ground before speeding away again. Fuck. That S. Mu 2A, a North African senator, was so frightened he almost tore his suit collar off. The Minister of Security was also dumbfounded. No way. Mu 2A, the warlord who supposedly cooks soup with human heads, is actually fleeing like a hyena? But before they could think further, Hamza suddenly shivered. Wait. If Mu 2A is fleeing like this, what kind of monster is coming from behind? As soon as he finished speaking, look behind. Other senators pointed in terror towards the rear. They saw, amidst the rolling yellow sand and thick smoke, a dozen sand-colored tactical jeeps suddenly rushing out. In the air, 3 armed helicopters were circling in. What made their scalps tingle even more was that in the lead tactical vehicle, a young man was shouldering a rocket launcher, leaning out of the vehicle, roaring against the wind and sand. How's he? Stop shooting. You're missing. Capture them alive. Alive. We need them alive. Faced with this sudden scene, everyone in the North Africa delegation was stunned. Wait, not locals? He doesn't seem to be one of us North Africans? Who is this person? Does his face resemble a North African? Oh my God, is he an incoming mercenary? Before they could finish guessing, bang. Boom. Wang Hao fired another misdirected rocket, which exploded in the sand just tens of meters from the North African convoy, sending a wave of sand crashing into the escort vehicles. Are they not even looking at the markings? Fuck, these warlords are too rampant. Don't they even look at our general staff markings? My God, turn around. Retreat. Hamza hoarsely shouted into the vehicle's phone. Protect the dragon delegation. If anything happens to them, we'll all be nailed to the pillar of shame. Request support from headquarters. Call the general staff immediately. Now, in an instant, the convoy was thrown into chaos, steering wheels spinning wildly. Everyone sped in the direction Mu 2A fled. Why are more and more people chasing us? To better retreat. The North African escort convoy chose to disperse and break through. However, during the breakout, the chaos escalated. Shells exploded intermittently, and thick smoke obscured visibility. In no time, the Special Investigation Team was completely separated from the North Africa delegation. The extended Hummer sped through the sand dunes, the terrain complex. Inside the vehicle, Chunhai looked anxious. Constantly lifting the curtain, look outside. What is going on? Weren't we supposed to be visiting the first project base? However, what made him most nervous was not the gunfire, but Lin Shusi in the back seat. She no longer appeared calm and composed like before, but instead looked like a frightened little rabbit, tightly huddled against her female teammate. Miss, don't be afraid. I'm actively trying to get in touch with the dragon side. Chunhai anxiously glanced at the satellite phone while assessing Lin Shusi's condition, just as he signaled the driver to head towards the highway. Several sand-colored jeeps suddenly rushed down from the sand dunes, directly surrounding the extended Hummer. Over 30 fully armed Dragon Special Forces soldiers surrounded them. Grenade launchers, rocket launchers, high-explosive grenades. The atmosphere was tense. Bang, bang, bang. Several gun stocks slammed against the vehicle doors. Everyone get out of the car. Put down your communication devices. Raise your hands. Wang Hao was even more excited as he jumped out of the car, holding a Desert Eagle. Ha! Finally caught you. Dare to extort my brother Tian for $10 million? Because the Dragon Special Forces soldiers were wearing tactical armor and masks. Chunhai and the others could not see their faces or any identifying marks on their uniforms. Under such a threat, they could only obediently get out of the car. The team members, although tense, still protected Lin Shusi behind them. If anything happened to the young lady, their lives would be no different than death. Seeing that the faces of the opposing side looked like his own people, Wang Hao was completely stunned. What the fuck? Wait. Are these? Before he could ask, Chunhai trembled and said, Hello, we are the Dragon Oilfield Project visiting delegation, representing no party. But Wang Hao didn't hear a word. His ears were buzzing and his mind was racing. After Mu 2A extorted $10 million from Brother Tian last time, he must have tasted the sweetness. This time, to extort more, he must have made preparations. These people in front of him could easily be Mu 2A's translators, negotiators, psychologists. a think tank specifically targeting the extortion of dragon businessmen. After all, the ones who know you best are always your own people. The more he thought about it, the more ruthless Wang Hao's gaze became. Most importantly, he had clearly seen that this vehicle was closely following Mu 2AS convertible Jeep. If they weren't in cahoots, why were they running together? With that thought, Wang Hao directly slapped Chun Hai across the face. Smack! Fuck! One set in front, another set behind. You're playing tricks on me? Are you selling bed covers? Chun Hai was stunned on the spot. Chapter 87. Siek Juanhao's appearance in contrast. Lin Shusi, wearing a white shirt, had already been covered in dust and sand, her bangs disheveled and sticking to her cheeks. Looking like a helpless little deer, tightly protected by the other female team members behind her. Mississippi, don't be afraid. They must have misunderstood our identity. It's okay, it's okay. Although the female team members were trembling, they still tried their best to comfort her. Take them all away. With a command from Wang Hao, the soldiers quickly moved forward. Lin Shusi instinctively took a step back, but the next moment, a black hood was already placed over her head. Everything suddenly went dark. In the evening, at the North African General Staff Conference Building, the atmosphere was tense to the extreme. Inside the entire conference hall, all the members and elders were gathered together, pacing around the meeting room. Especially the president himself. Sweat was dripping from his forehead, and 3 buttons of his shirt collar had already been undone. Hot. It's infuriating. Anxious. Tense. Long Fong was their biggest partner and also an important investor in their financial and energy lifelines. To put it simply, it was like the big boss was coming to deliver money to you, but you sent the big boss to a battlefield. You managed to escape, but the big boss is missing, and his life or death is unknown. Now, foreign media has already paid attention to this matter, and many foreign media reporter groups are on their way. Long Fong just called to confirm, but their responses are all just rumors from the outside. If the meeting with the Long Country delegation cannot proceed as scheduled in 2 days, the matter will be exposed. Investigate immediately. The president slammed his hand on the table and shouted, I don't care who did it, which warlord crossed the line. Investigate everything clearly. If it wasn't them who did it, let them help find out. If it was them who did it, let them release the hostages immediately. If anything happens to this delegation, our energy cooperation will be set back 20 years. The faces of all the members turned pale as they hurriedly clutched their documents and rushed out of the conference room. A storm of searching for people erupted in the North African High Command. Meanwhile, the intelligence networks of various warlords in North Africa were shaken almost simultaneously. The news of Mutua being wiped out hit like a bomb, shaking the entire warlord circle. There were no signs, no prelude. Overnight, the notorious warlord Mutua was completely erased. What was even more chilling was that it was not an old power that took him down, but a new force that had never shown its face before. Tanks, rocket artillery, armed helicopters, special forces. These are not the kind of equipment local warlords should have. Even the regular army didn't have such equipment. What the hell? Is the chaotic situation of warlords going to reappear again? General Moza, what do you think about this matter? Go. Investigate. Find out the name of this emerging warlord. Who is their leader? Just as many warlord leaders were discussing this, an even more explosive piece of information followed. That emerging force, while pursuing Mutua's remnants, actually mistakenly injured the convoy of the Long Fong Strategic Cooperation Delegation. Once the news broke, the entire North African warlord circle went into an uproar. They were not afraid of Mutua dying a miserable death, but they were afraid of provoking an existence they shouldn't. And now, the emerging force not only provoked, but even directly opened fire and injured the entire delegation. What is this delegation? It's Long Fong's. They're the big bosses behind dozens of mines, oil fields, and logistics ports in North Africa. They are the hidden source of North Africa's financial lifeline. If Mutua's annihilation was a clash between warlords, then an incident involving the delegation was a catastrophic disaster. It was life-threatening. Once anything happens to that delegation, without North African officials needing to act, Long Fong's Air Force bases, drone swarms, and bombing squadrons might already be airborne. Don't say anything about warlords. Even your airport's runway might disappear overnight under a plowing firepower coverage. as the various warlords faced this grave threat and began to assist in the investigation. The Khalifa Business Group appeared particularly calm. The Khalifa Business Group was not a traditional warlord in the conventional sense, but a highly commercialized armed interest group. They disdain killing. They prefer control over cooperation, profit over robbery, using methods that are not bloody, but extremely shrewd. Unlike the typical warlords who seek to dominate a territory, they were quietly courting tribal elders and neutral organizations with substantial financial resources, hoping to establish a sovereign nation in the future. Inside a villa, a large array of sumptuous food was spread across the table, surrounded by a group of maids standing in line. The leader, Khalifa, smiled as he raised a glass of red wine. "Mr. Xie, what do you think about this matter?" He asked this question with no ulterior motive other than to poke at Xie Jianhao. With such chaos, it was evident that these reckless warlords dared to touch even the Langfang delegation. Meanwhile, your oil fields could only develop under my protection, generating profits worth billions from underground. In the coming years, are you going to pay me more protection fees? If it were any ordinary oil field or mineral, he would completely disregard it. But the oil field managed by Mr. Xie was part of Langfei's strategic cooperation plan. To put simply, it was like borrowing someone else's chicken to lay your own eggs, with virtually no investment or cost in between. Xie Jianhao hung up the phone, brushed his suit sleeve with his fingers, and calmly replied, "Mr. Khalifa, I am a businessman and I don't pay much attention to these matters, so I can't express any opinion." After speaking, he took a sip from his glass, causing ripples in the wine. Although he appeared calm on the surface, inside, he was already stirred by undercurrents. After all, he had just spoken on the phone with his father, Xie Yong, who confirmed the matter of the delegation's disappearance. Since his brother, Xie Bin, had an accident, the internal structure of the Kyoto General Police Department had been uprooted. The cabinet had remained tight-lipped about these matters and had not held any meetings. Because of these abnormal actions, his father, unable to care for his grief, immediately reminded him to be cautious of the impending storm. This was very likely a sign that the Gu family was coming to harvest their Xie family's resources. As expected, his father was right. The storm was indeed coming. How long has it been? The Langfang Energy Investment Observation Group had come uninvited? Observation? Inspection? What a joke. They clearly came to investigate their Xie family. But now it was even better. Before he could high-price Khalifa's help, this observation group was mistakenly injured by the emerging warlord. What he needed to do now might just be to pay a visit to this new warlord. Since it's a newly risen warlord, they undoubtedly need a lot of funding. He could just use this opportunity to strike a blow while the iron was hot. On the other side, without a doubt, Muchua's camp was completely taken over by Gu Tianzhao. This was also his first experience of what it felt like to be a warlord. Naturally, Wang Hao was his chief strategist, waving his hand. "Bring Muchua to me. Let Brother Tian treat him to peanuts on the spot." Soon, several Dragon Guard soldiers bound Muchua tightly and brought him forward. The self-proclaimed Bloody Fangs, Muchua now looked like a crippled dog, his face swollen like a pig's head, with cotton stuffed in his nostrils to stop the bleeding and blood still trickling from the corner of his mouth. Sorry. I didn't know who you were. I really didn't know you were such a high-ranking figure. I will return the $10 million, plus 3 times in compensation, as long as you don't kill me. All the arms, jewels, cash, and territory here are yours. Gu Tian looked down at him from a high position, slowly raising the truth in his hand. "I'm sorry it's late. I killed you, and these things are mine too." After saying that, bang, the gunshot was deafening, and a cloud of blood exploded. Muchua's body stiffened and fell back. Naturally, the adjutant had to be judged next. But the soldier said the adjutant died from excessive blood loss after being brought back. This undoubtedly disappointed Gu Tian a bit. However, at this moment, Wang Hao suddenly remembered something and slapped his thigh hard. "Tiange, there's more. I also captured a group of people. They are from Muchua's think tank translation team, specifically targeting our Dragon Kingdom merchants. It seems they are all from the Dragon Kingdom." Chapter 88. A huge misunderstanding. Oh, you also captured someone? Is it someone from the Dragon Kingdom? This muta really has a knack for targeting our Dragon Kingdom's merchants, Gu Tian said in surprise. Just as Gu Tian was about to ask Wang how to bring the people over, his phone suddenly rang. As soon as he answered, Gu Feng's urgent voice came through. "Kid, how's everything going? Are you safe? Our cabinet has received news. A new warlord has emerged in North Africa, and his momentum is astonishing, directly annihilating an old warlord." Upon hearing this, Gu Tian's expression became quite interesting. This new warlord seems to be him, but he definitely couldn't say that. Especially regarding the weapons, he had bypassed his father and directly contacted his mother for resources. His dad was unaware. I'm still investigating. The oil field managed by Xie Jianhao is protected by a warlord, a group called the Khalifa Merchant Group. And this armed group has also invested in. Gu Feng said solemnly, "Hurry up. Ling Guixian is also making arrangements. I've heard he has already sent a special investigation team, under the guise of a cooperative investment delegation, to investigate the oil field issue." What? Lin is also going to take action against the Xie family? Gu Tian was stunned. This old fox, Xie Yong, has stirred up too much trouble. And even old Lin has personally stepped in? Of course, he didn't dare to easily comment on old Lin's actions. After all, like his father, he was an old strategist, and every step they took was deliberate. The fact that old Lin got involved indicated that the Xie family had really crossed a line. Gu Feng continued, but now a big problem has arisen. In that delegation, there is Ling Guixian's own daughter. She and the other members are reported missing during the visit, suspected to have been mistakenly injured and kidnapped by that new warlord. Now the whole parliament is in an uproar, and Ling Guixian has personally ordered a complete news blackout, investigating the truth and locating the delegation's position. As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Tian felt a buzzing in his head, nearly throwing his phone away. The delegation, old Lin's daughter, mistakenly injured? Damn. Reflecting on yesterday's events, he hadn't targeted any delegation, had he? That rocket, that howitzer, those charges were aimed at Mutawei, right? Could it be that some rockets went astray? This shouldn't be the case. At this moment, Gu Tian suddenly remembered what Wang Hao had said about a think tank. Click! A flash of inspiration struck. Gu Tian felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Dragon Kingdom people. Captured. That dad. I can't tell you now. I'm hanging up. Just after hanging up, Wang Hao proudly directed his subordinates to bring in several people, tied up and wearing shirts and suits, with black hoods over their heads. The last person, clearly bound, was a striking figure, tall and slender. Her white shirt was covered in dust and scratches, and the marks left by the ropes on her long neck were glaringly red, with her collarbone appearing to be painfully constricted. But Gu Tian had no mood to admire this. Damn, how could a warlord's thug have such a striking think tank? All in suits and shirts. You really captured them. Before Wang Hao could open his mouth to take credit, Gu Tian rushed over and covered his mouth, pulling him outside. How's he? Are you crazy? Do you know who you captured? Wang Hao was baffled by Gu Tian's reaction. What's wrong, Brother Tian? Why are you so angry? Seeing Wang Hao's innocent, confused expression, Gu Tian could only spill everything his dad had just said. No doubt. I'll be damned. What the hell? Old Lin's biological daughter. Wang Hao's legs went weak on the spot, nearly fainting from fear. However, Gu Tian still held out hope. What if the people Wang Hao captured weren't from the delegation? How's he? Go ask them. Ask what that girl's name is. But Wang Hao didn't dare to go. He clearly remembered that the man had introduced himself as part of the delegation. Not only did he not believe it, but he also gave the guy a big shove. Hurry up. Go ask. She's wearing a mask, so she can't see your face. Just ask around. Under Gu Tian's death glare, Wang Hao could only tremble back inside, standing in front of Lin Shusi, adopting a raspy tone of an upstanding foreign citizen. Hi. How are you? What's your name? The girl shivered slightly, and the next second, a nervous female voice came from behind the mask. Mia, and you? Wang Hao was instantly dumbfounded, but he couldn't let his guard down. So he reflexively blurted out a name that he wanted to slap himself for. Jiamelu Abdul, Zhuke, Xuanwu Chiliang. Gu Tian. Even the soldiers holding the hostage were confused. Ding dong. Gu Tian's phone rang. He had already asked Shishuan to investigate Lin Shusi and had received her photo and information. Upon seeing the image, Gu Tian's pupils trembled. This was obviously the girl sitting in the car at the main gate of Jingda. Looking at the name again. Hiss. He gasped. Also known as Mia. Damn, it really is her. I've captured old Lin's daughter back. Brother Tian, Brother Tian. Her name isn't Lin Shusi. It's Mia. Maybe we really made a mistake. Just then, Wang Hao cautiously stepped out, leaning closer, Brother Tian. I don't think it's necessarily her. She said her name is Mia. Gu Tian turned his phone screen towards Wang Hao, allowing him to take a look at the information. The next second, thud. Wang Hao knelt on the spot. Chapter 89 confrontation between both sides despite the confirmation rate being as high as 80. Gu Tian still held onto a glimmer of hope. Is there really such a coincidence in the world? How could old Lin possibly send his precious daughter here? They say daughters are their father's little cotton-padded jackets. How could old Lin dare to throw his little cotton-padded jacket into North Africa to wade through this muddy water? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. So, he had the soldiers take Lin Shusi to a separate room, remove the mask, take photos, and then show them to him. Then, well, the confirmation rate was 100. It was indeed Lin Shusi, not a little cotton-padded jacket, but rather a pair of underpants. Ha ha ha. How's he? You're done for. You're finished. You've kidnapped old Lin's daughter. When a person is extremely speechless, they inexplicably want to laugh. And Gu Tian was no exception. In contrast, Wang Hao's face turned pale as he clung to Gu Tian's leg. Brother Tian, save me. Help me. It's a misunderstanding. I really didn't mean it. How about I self-destruct instead? If old Lin finds out, the Wang family will really have to follow the family tree and kill me. Gu Tian kicked him away with a face full of disdain. Don't rush to die for your country. Hurry up and think of a way to remedy this. If old Lin really finds out what we did, you'll be a nuclear bomb observer at close range. I'll have to be exiled again. Right now. We can't let them go, but we can't keep them either. Dad already said that the cabinet is investigating secretly, and he has almost turned into a warlord over here. It won't be long before it leads back to him. Go. Lock these people in a comfortable room. Provide food, drinks, and living supplies. Don't tie them too tightly. Just keep an eye on them. Don't let them run away. Yes. The soldiers immediately went to execute Gu Tian's orders. The next morning, Gu Tian woke up groggily. He had tossed and turned all night, and whenever he closed his eyes, he saw Lin Shusi's cold, beautiful eyes. In his dreams, the cabinet had unanimously voted to execute Wang Hao on the spot. Compared to investigating Jiangzhou, he was more anxious about how to get rid of Lin Shusi, this hot potato. Additionally, he and Wang Hao had to remain undiscovered. In contrast, Wang Hao had already given up, sitting in the camp yard staring blankly at the sky, mumbling to himself. Brother Tian, I've thought it over. If I die later, scatter my ashes in North Africa. Remember to put up a tombstone for me, saying mistakenly captured a celestial being, died in North Africa. Just then, a soldier ran over to report. Report, young Master Gu. There's a group of armed men outside requesting to see you. Among them is a businessman from Dragon Country, claiming to be Jiangzhou, saying he is the head of the local oil field and has long admired young Master Gu's name, wanting to pay a personal visit. Slap. Gu Tian's cuff was not fastened properly, and he almost choked himself. You say who? The soldier pronounced clearly, Jiangzhou. Wang Hao sprang up on the spot, his face changing from impending doom to shock, as if he had found a gold bar. Brother Tian, Jiangzhou is here. He actually came to us himself. Let us knock him out, lock him in a small dark room, and extract the crimes of the CF family, then blow up the oil field, and we can go home. As for Lin Shusi, we'll just pretend we don't know. As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Tian gave him a hard knock on the head. Shut up. You've already kidnapped Lin Shusi. Do you still have a right to give me advice? Did Jiangzhou come over voluntarily, or did he not know he was here? After some thought, Gu Tian decided to meet him, but at the same time, a plan on how to send Lin Shusi, this hot potato, out of here also emerged in his mind. Meanwhile, Jiangzhou was surveying the soldiers and their outfits inside the room, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity. The equipment and weapons used by the soldiers were clearly not local. They looked more like from Dragon Country. Of course, he did not raise any suspicions. He was more impressed that this emerging warlord could even procure weapons and equipment from Dragon Country. As footsteps approached from outside, Jiangzhou couldn't help but look up. When the door opened, It felt like being struck by lightning, and he jumped up. No. You. What are you doing here? Gu Tian walked in with a smile, teasing. What's wrong? Are you so excited to see me? Don't you know I'm here to take you away? Upon hearing this, Xie Juanhao's face turned pale, and his throat tightened. This was not the rise of an emerging warlord. It was clearly Gu's family settling scores with the Xie family. What did I do to offend you? Nonsense. Gu Tian scanned the bodyguards behind him and sneered. You've hired bodyguards. It seems you've done pretty well with this oil field. Xie Juanhao knew he had been exposed, so he simply stopped pretending, sat back in his chair, and coldly snorted. I suppose young Master Gu has already figured everything out? Gu Tian raised an eyebrow. Oh, you're quite cooperative? Then I'll be straightforward. We're here to investigate how much profit your Xie family has made in this oil field. Take me back. With just you few people? Do you know who is protecting me? Whether you can walk out of North Africa is up for debate. Xie Juanhao scoffed, crossing his legs and coldly replying. Gu Tian feigned realization. Oh, it's the Khalifa armed group protecting you. No wonder you're so confident. After saying that, he took a step forward and looked down on Xie Juanhao. Go back and tell the leader of the Khalifa armed group, tell him, Gu Tian, we'll destroy him tomorrow. As soon as these words left his mouth, Xie Juanhao suddenly raised his head and burst into laughter. He had just been worried that Gu Tian might act against him now. Unexpectedly, the other party was still as arrogant and domineering as before, looking down on everyone. You can't possibly think that with just these people, a few rocket launchers, and a few tanks, you can deal with the Khalifa armed group? Do you know how much ammunition he imports in a year? Do you know how many mercenaries, hired soldiers, and foreign instructors he has under him? Do you think you're playing CS? As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Tian suddenly raised the truth in his hand, pointing it at Xie Juanhao's forehead. At that moment, the air froze. Clang! All the soldiers in a room followed Gu Tian's actions and raised their guns, aiming at Xie Juanhao. Of course, Xie Juanhao's bodyguards were not idle either, quickly aiming their AKs at Gu Tian. The atmosphere on the scene exploded. Xie Juanhao's triumphant smile froze on his face. He originally wanted to intimidate and suppress the opponent, but as a result, it had turned serious. Chapter 90. Shocking plan Tian Gu. Tian Gu, you just shot him dead. You could have controlled him. We could have interrogated him properly. Then we could go back directly. Wang Hao rushed in, confused, just as Xie Juanhao and the others left. Gu Tian, hearing this, instantly felt embarrassed and shot Wang Hao a fierce glare. Do you think I'm someone like Yin Shuangying? If I had gotten into a fight, wouldn't I have been turned into a sieve? Wang Hao was taken aback and awkwardly scratched his head, muttering softly, but you were so tough just now? Saying you were going to eliminate the Halifa trading group? Gu Tian smiled faintly and replied, Howzy, you don't understand. I never intended to mess with a Halifa trading group. People like Xie Juanhao will naturally be dealt with by others. After saying this, he looked at the soldiers and commanded everyone prepare to withdraw to Boss Zhang's mining area. What? Withdraw? Tian Gu. We went through so much trouble to occupy this place. Why withdraw? Gu Tian didn't explain much to Wang Hao. The fact that they could bring Lin Shusi back was beyond his comprehension. With Gu Tian's command, the convoy began to leave the Muta A camp in an orderly fashion. On the other side, the senior officials of the Longfang cabinet were also in unprecedented anxiety. The delegation had been missing for longer than the safety window, and external public opinion was continuously escalating. Speculations about the North Africa War, strategic cooperation hiding secrets, and possible kidnapping incidents were trending on social media. Faced with these pressures, the cabinet issued a warning-level notice to the North African General Staff. The language was sharp, the attitude clear. They must immediately account for the whereabouts of the delegation. Otherwise, all cooperation would be terminated. Upon hearing this, the North African General Staff was struck like a thunderbolt. Under the pressure of their financial backers, they could only lower their heads and officially respond for the first time. They admitted that the delegation had encountered an unexpected war between warlords on the way, and their specific location was unclear. However, they had mobilized all forces for investigation and had issued an ultimatum to all possibly related warlords, demanding the return of the hostages within a limited time. This news exploded on the internet in Longhua. Trending topics bombarded major social platforms. Langfang Cooperation Delegation visits North Africa. Suddenly goes missing due to warlord conflict. Shocking. Longfei Cooperation Delegation missing for 24 hours. The comment from netizens were uniformly shocked and terrified. What the hell? These warlords are too rampant. Goodness. They dare to target our Langfang. Damn it. Strike first to avoid 100 strikes later. There must be involvement from the beautiful country behind this. Absolutely. Pray for their safety. Pray. Answer. 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 Go to hell. What do you mean by answer? Aren't you afraid of dying? Langfang was not satisfied with this explanation. If it were an ordinary visiting delegation, such an explanation might have garnered some understanding. But the problem was that this delegation was anything but ordinary. It included Lin Lao's beloved daughter. The members of the cabinet understood that Lin Lao and Gu Lao held the economic lifeline and controlled the military-political network. One was a tactical guru, and the other was a master of power strategies. If anything happened to either of their children, it wouldn't be a misunderstanding that could be resolved. Moreover, it was a girl. Thus, to ensure that the North African General Staff truly felt the gravity of the situation, many members of the cabinet directly submitted Lin Shuxi's true identity through private channels. From intelligence to delivery, it took less than a minute for this information to reach the North African General Staff. The entire General Staff was thrown into chaos. Shock, silence, astonishment, fear. Send my orders. Send my orders. All armed forces mobilized. Find her. Dig 3 feet into the ground to bring back Lin Lao's daughter. If anything happens to her, you all come back with your heads in your hands. The president's roar echoed throughout the conference hall. On this side, just as Gu Tian had guessed, his actions had infuriated Xie Juanhao to the point of explosion. Gu Tian's presence had completely disrupted all of Xie Juanhao's plans for the oil field industry. Not only was he the prince who had once trampled over the Xie family in Kyoto, but he was also a variable he never expected to see in North Africa. Now, this variable was sitting on tanks, rocket launchers, and thousands of troops, openly encroaching on his most core oil field territory. He had no time to hesitate and dared not wait for his father's orders anymore. Thus, funds began to move rapidly. An emergency remittance of up to $200 million quietly jumped through encrypted systems, ultimately reaching the military financial account of the Halifa Trading Group. This $200 million was not for anything else. It was solely to obtain Gu Tian's head, to make him shut up forever. After confirming the funds had arrived, Halifa immediately summoned the core members of his armed group, preparing to launch a surprise attack on Gu Tian's camp. Around 4 in the afternoon, most of the Long Yu soldiers had withdrawn to Boss Zhang's mines. However, Gu Tian frowned, knowing that what he was about to do was truly a gamble. He had already noticed the news from 4 media. A large number of international journalists had rushed here, ready to report on the shocking warlord conflict and the news of the missing delegation. At the same time, he also received a death threat from Xie Juanhao. His plan was simple. Once he confirmed that he had kidnapped Lin Shuxi, he would give up on the idea of confronting Xie Juanhao directly. A rabid dog couldn't be torn apart directly. It had to be guided to bite others. Since Xie Juanhao was collaborating with the Halifa armed group, he would shift the blame for the kidnapping of the delegation onto them. His father had also said that the delegation appeared to be visiting but was actually investigating the Xie family's interference in the strategic oil fields. Thus, it made complete sense for Xie Juanhao to be accused of kidnapping the delegation. What he needed to do was set up the stage, lure the enemy in, release the news, and then close the door to beat the dog. This way, the situation would tilt in his favor. Step 1. Withdraw all troops to Boss Zhang's mining area, creating the illusion of insufficient forces in the camp. Step 2. Deliberately abandon the delegation, waiting for Xie Juanhao to discover it. Step 3. Inform domestic and foreign media that the Halifa armed group had kidnapped the delegation. Step 4. Xie Juanhao's collaboration with the Halifa armed group was easy to investigate, and North Africa was also aware of it. Once Lin Lao learned that his precious daughter had been kidnapped by the Xie family, if Lin Shuxi died, it would be the fault of the Xie family. If she was unharmed, he would simply rescue her himself. By then, the Xie family would be finished, Lin Lao would be grateful, and his father would be satisfied, gaining immense popularity. Just then, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Outside, the sound of shells slicing through the air was heard. Then boom, boom, boom. Fireballs erupted outside the camp, and thick smoke rose into the sky. Tian, withdraw, withdraw. The Halifa armed group is coming. Jiangzhou has brought people to kill us. Withdraw. Chapter 91 Final Reckoning. Bang, 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 boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the camp was filled with the sounds of gunfire, and the chaotic footsteps merged into a single noise. Under the cover of the soldiers, Tian and Wang Hao jumped into a jeep and stepped on the gas to escape. At the same time, listening to the sounds of battle outside, Chun Hai and the others in the room were in a panic. Team leader, what happened? Is someone coming to rescue us? Team leader, can we leave here alive? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Some of the female team members had already started to sob quietly. Living in a happy country like Dragon Nation, they had never witnessed such a scene of war. Moreover, there was such a heavyweight figure in their team, the daughter of Old Lin. The pressure and fear in everyone's hearts were unimaginable. At that moment, team leader Chun, I've untied the ropes. A cold and excited voice rang out from the corner. Lin Shusi had suddenly broken free from her ropes, taken off her hood, and ran towards the other team members. Out of the corner of her eye, she spotted a sharp dagger on the table. Miss, you've untied the ropes. Miss, I'm here. Miss, be careful. Miss, is that really you? The initially terrified atmosphere in the room instantly turned to joy. The reason Lin Shusi was able to escape was actually due to Gu Tian's deliberate actions. The dagger was also intentionally left for her. Yes, it's me. I've untied the ropes. Everyone, don't panic. Without hesitation, Lin Shusi picked up the dagger and swiftly helped all the team members cut their ropes. Miss, are you okay? Oh my, how did you do it? The terrified voices instantly turned into cheers. At this moment, Lin Shusi didn't look like a lady from the capital at all. Her white shirt was unrecognizable, and her originally fair and delicate neck and wrists were marked with red scratches from the ropes. A shocking sight. Shanhai's eyes turned red, nearly kneeling down. I'm sorry, Mississippi. I'll let you suffer with us. Lin Shusi raised her hand to brush aside the hair soaked with sweat from her forehead, her beautiful eyes firmly scanning everyone, finally landing on Chun Hai. Team leader Chun, we need to leave here quickly. First, let's find the communication devices they took from US and see if we can contact the outside world. Chun Hai was taken aback, but immediately nodded in response. Right? Find the phones. Find the satellite phones. Yes, find the phones. The team members quickly snapped out of their shock and dispersed. Outside, as there were hardly any soldiers left in the camp, the Halifa armed group surged forward like a hot knife through butter. Jiangzhou drove an armored vehicle, directly charging in with bodyguards. Where is he? My young Master Gu. Where are you running to? Ha ha ha. Weren't you tough? At that moment, he suddenly caught sight of several figures escaping from a nearby civilian house. Go, capture them alive. Bang, bang, bang. With Jiangzhou's command, the soldiers swarmed out. In no time, Chun Hai and the others were captured again, bound tightly, and brought back before Jiangzhou. Oh, friends of my young Master Gu. Chun Hai was completely despaired. They had just escaped, and now they had been caught again. What the hell was going on? What are you doing here? Hello, we are the Dragon Fei delegation. Before Chun Hai could finish, Jiangzhou coldly glanced at the soldiers. Go, take all these people away. They hadn't captured Gu Tian, but they had captured Gu Tian's people. So he would threaten the other party to come personally, or he would show them how one by one his people would die before his eyes. Meanwhile, upon learning that Jiangzhou had indeed taken control of the delegation, Wang Hao and Gu Tian were overjoyed. The hot potato had really been handed over, especially Wang Hao, who was so happy he jumped on the spot. He had already written his will. This is great, all thanks to Brother Tian's cleverness. Under his astonished gaze, Gu Tian directly called his father's phone. Upon learning of everything, Gu Feng simply exclaimed, "What the hell?" To make his claims more credible, Gu Tian sent over the soldiers' pre-taken photos of Chun Hai, Lin Shusi, and others. In less than a moment, the cabinet was shaken. Many members had their jaws nearly dropped in shock. What the heck? Is the CF family that bold? Damn it. The CF family's ancestors will die for this. My God, so crazy. However, more members were shocked that Gu Feng had made preparations in advance. outpacing Old Lin's arrangements. Old Lin hadn't even made his move yet, and Gu Old had already sent Gu Tian to secretly investigate. Without young Master Gu's secret investigation, how could they have such precise knowledge of the delegation's location and situation? Of course, this information was deliberately kept from Xie Yong. It meant that most of the cabinet members knew, while only Xie Yong was still guessing what was happening. On the other hand, faced with the precise information about his daughter's whereabouts and the ironclad evidence of Xie Juanhao's collaboration with the Halifa armed group, Old Lin's gaze stirred with turbulent waves. He had always been as steady as a mountain, having navigated the political arena for decades. What kind of storms had he seen? But this time, the bloodshot eyes of his for the first time revealed undisguised shock and admiration. He never expected that all of this was orchestrated by Gu Tian, that Gu family member who was the most troublesome, considered a typical playboy in the political arena. Thinking of this, Old Lin slammed the table and directly ordered, "Send my orders. Immediately notify the North African side. Inform them of the crimes of the Halifa armed group and the whereabouts of the delegation. At the same time, notify the security department, the highest level inspection team, to initiate the final reckoning against the Xie family. Control all direct and collateral relatives of Xie Yong. As for Xie Juanhao and the others, immediately request the North African side to send troops. At the same time, mobilize the Fengyi Special Forces to set off for North Africa immediately to rescue the investigation team and escort all members back home safely, without any losses." Yes, the secretary's response echoed throughout the entire office. Chapter 92. Gu Tian's identity is exposed on Gu Feng's side. He did not falter. His son has truly brought him great honor this time. Originally, he had planned to take down the Xie family in one fell swoop, creating a sensation in the entire cabinet, showing everyone his thunderous methods. However, before the Xie family could be completely dealt with, this series of actions directly put him in a position of power, especially what his son did. It was simply a stroke of genius. Now it's good. His son Gu Tian personally went to North Africa to investigate the Xie family's oil fields, undaunted by strong enemies, and at the same time uncovered the truth about the investigation team being kidnapped. What needs to be done next is not only to fully support his son in striking against Xie Juanhao, but also to fully support his son in rescuing Lin Guixian's daughter. Let Old Lin and the entire cabinet see that the Gu family is not to be trifled with. Send my orders. Mobilize all members of the Longyu Special Forces to set off for North Africa immediately. They will fully obey Gu Tian's command. Gu Feng suddenly stood up, his authoritative voice resonating throughout the office. "Yes, old Gu." Cece responded promptly, her face beaming with joy. She was initially worried that young Master Gu would mess things up. Now she truly had to reevaluate young Master Gu. After arranging everything, Gu Feng immediately called his wife. Given the current situation, they certainly could not openly take military measures. That would provoke public opinion, and the beautiful country would definitely jump out to criticize them. But providing support to Gu Tian could not be delayed. On the other end of the phone, Qian Hui naturally understood. As the empress of the business world, she had already secretly mobilized many resources to support Gu Tian. Now was a critical juncture. How could there be any hesitation? After hanging up the phone, Qian Hui immediately convened the highest-level board meeting, ordering several business groups under her to quickly transport engineering equipment and heavy supplies, taking bombers and large transport planes directly to North Africa in the name of commercial investigation and developing the North African strategic market. After doing all this, Qian Hui stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window of the boardroom, her gaze penetrating through the city's towering buildings as if looking towards the distant North African desert. The secretaries behind her held their breath, not daring to speak. "Go, Shaoli Xiaowang. I don't want Xiao Tian to be an unknown figure, working for others. He was born to be in the spotlight, ruling over all." As soon as these words came out, the secretaries exchanged glances and immediately responded in unison. "Yes, Chairman." In the next moment, everyone quickly left the office. 10 minutes later, trending topics flooded major social media platforms, completely igniting the entire Longwu network. Even the news about the delegation being kidnapped in North Africa was suppressed. Terrifying, The Prince of Kyoto, Tian, clashed with the Khalifa armed group in North Africa. The Prince of Kyoto heads to North Africa, launching a rescue operation for the delegation. Oh my god. There are actually Lin Lao's daughter among the delegation members. The young lady from Kyoto at the same time. Trending topics about Gu Tian from before were also released. Qiao family's criminal forces, completely annihilated by the Prince of Kyoto. Among these trending topics, there were also high-definition photos of Gu Tian. In an instant, the internet exploded and the comments section was flooded. Millions of netizens rushed into the comments. The people and students from Jiangzhou suddenly realized they had once shared the same river water with the Prince of Kyoto. They were alumni with the Prince of Kyoto. The students from Jiangzhou also reacted. The most mysterious Prince of Kyoto was right before their eyes. Naturally, they had touched his tiger. The Prince of Kyoto. I'm going. He really is. My god. My god. I'm in the same class as the Prince of Kyoto. My god. The Prince of Kyoto is going to rescue the young lady from Kyoto. My goodness. One explosive plot. The young marshal has stepped into reality. Wow. At this moment, far away in the North African mining area, Gu Tian was lounging with his legs crossed, eating watermelon, scrolling through comments, and cursing. Damn it. When did I say I would eliminate Khalifa in 3 days? When did I say, give me 3 days and I'll return you a clean North Africa? Wang Hao laughed so hard at the marketing video that he almost took off. Ha! Tian Gu, you gone viral. Without old Gu taking action, Gu Tian has already swept through everything. One word from Gu Tian scared the North African warlords into self-destruction. These comments are so funny. In the office, Jiangzhou was still smugly discussing future cooperation plans with Khalifa when a secretary rushed in, pale and stumbling. Mr. Xie, Mr. Xie, Mr. Xie, quickly look at Longwa's trending topics. Quickly look at Longwa's trending topics. What? The meeting was interrupted by the secretary, and Jiangzhou was quite displeased, taking the phone with a face full of impatience. The next second, an exclamation burst from his lips. The screen clearly displayed that Lin Lao's daughter was among the delegation, along with news of Gu Tian clashing with the Khalifa armed group and launching a rescue operation for the delegation. Wait, what the hell? Just one Gu Tian is enough. Adding Lin Lao's daughter. Isn't North Africa going to shake? But the next second, Jiangzhou discovered something was off. The earliest intelligence he received was that Muchua had been wiped out by the emerging warlords, and the emerging warlords mistakenly injured the delegation, leading to their disappearance. And this emerging warlord was Gu Tian. Doesn't that mean Gu Tian accidentally injured the members of the delegation? And when they went to attack Gu Tian's camp this time, Gu Tian fled without a fight, and they easily captured a group of Longwa people. Now the trending topics suddenly expose Gu Tian clashing with the Khalifa armed group and launching a rescue for the delegation. Then there can only be one truth. These Longwa people are precisely the members of the delegation, and Gu Tian deliberately threw them to him. Damn, I've been schooled by Gu Tian. Gu Tian kidnapped the members of the delegation. Kidnapped Lin Lao's daughter. He making me take the blame. With a bang, Jiangzhou slammed the table, pointing at the secretary and shouting loudly, Quick, release them. Release all the captured Longwa people. Hurry up and release them. Before the secretary could run out the door, many more secretaries rushed in, panic-stricken. Mr. Xie, reporters are coming. Reporters are coming. Many reporters have arrived. Before the words fell, various international reporters with blonde hair and blue eyes rushed in, microphones almost thrust into Jiangzhou's face. Mr. Xie, do you know that your father has been secretly taken away? Do you feel dissatisfied about kidnapping the delegation and Lin Lao's daughter? Mr. Xie, do you know that Longwa has ordered military action against you and the Khalifa armed group in North Africa? General Khalifa, do you know that the person you just clashed with is Gu Tian, the son of Longwa's old Gu? Faced with this sudden scene, Khalifa was completely dumbfounded. What, Mr. Xie? What are you saying? The person you had me fight is Longwa's old Gu's son? Are you saying the people my soldiers captured include Longwa Lin Lao's daughter? Chapter 93. From the Special Forces, who is old Gu? Who is old Lin? Just picking one of these two could be enough, to put his armed group in danger of a decapitation operation. And now, to make matters worse, Khalifa has actually brought their children into the mix. One captured alive, another surrounded. A royal flush. Khalifa suddenly felt like he was not commanding an armed raid against other warlords, but rather gnawing on a nuclear bomb's fuse with his teeth. He spent $200 million to protect Jiangzhou, and instead found himself facing a total annihilation package. Before Jiangzhou could explain or give an interview, Khalifa rushed out of his office as if he had lost his soul. Summon all tribal leaders of the armed group. Have them quickly withdraw from the recently occupied camp. Everyone retreat. At the same time, hold a press conference to convey that this incident has nothing to do with Khalifa's armed group. If North Africa needs to cooperate, Khalifa's armed group will fully cooperate. With Khalifa's concession, Jiangzhou went from being a behind-the-scenes financier to a hot search-wanted criminal overnight. Meanwhile, the CF family was also receiving a package of condemnation, being thrust into the spotlight. In the circles of politics and power in Kyoto, many forums exploded with news. Oh my, the CF family has collapsed. No, their family tree has collapsed. It is said that Xie Yong turned the oil field approved by Old Lin into private property. What the hell? Isn't that too outrageous? At the same time, Xie Yong was sitting in a meeting room, impeccably dressed, discussing matters with a few trusted aides in a serious tone. Next, we need to strengthen our external investment stance. And I need you to gather information on Gu Feng's son from the past few months. Before he could finish, the door was kicked open by armed soldiers, who rushed in with a menacing air. Facing so many aides, Xie Yong immediately took on the demeanor of a cabinet member and shouted angrily, "Do you know who I am? I'm a cabinet member. You must follow cabinet procedures to take action against me. This is illegal enforcement." But the response was not an apology for the interruption, but rather, slap, slap, slap. Several heavy bags were slapped onto his face, nearly spinning him like a top. At the same time, the CF family's family tree was put into freeze mode. Direct and collateral relatives, even those unrelated by 8 degrees, and even the dog at the village entrance were taken away overnight. The CF family ancestral home, multiple assets, and all projects he was involved in were sealed and suspended, with a notice prohibiting anyone with the surname Xie from being there. What was even more ridiculous was that Xie Yong's aides, as well as the supporting members of parliament, were packed off to the execution ground that very night. There was no notification, no phone call, only a large number of soldiers in black storming in at midnight. Some were even in bed, studying foreign languages when they were hooded and taken away. After all, Old Lin was not just angry. He was furious to the point of smoking. He had already concluded that the behind-the-scenes manipulation in North Africa was definitely not the work of Xie Jianhao alone. It was clearly the result of Xie Yong's long-term scheming. The recent kidnapping of the delegation was also instigated by Xie Yong. In the past, Xie Yong had privately advised many members of parliament to weaken the Gu family's restrictions on their children. Now, this seemingly reasonable suggestion was all part of a grand scheme. How big is this game? At least enough to shake the throne. The next morning, multiple transport planes and various private jets landed at the airport. Tourists thought it was some international business magnate arriving and stretched their necks to watch. But the next second, a line of uniformly dressed, armed soldiers with impressive gear poured out of the cabins. From these special forces, following closely, another transport plane's door slowly opened. Members of the Longyu Special Forces quickly ran out of the plane and lined up. Team leader Lung Feng shouted angrily, "Launch the rescue operation immediately. Support young Master Gu at once." Yes. The synchronized response from the team members shook the sky. Many tourists were startled by the shout. In no time, everyone boarded armored vehicles and off-road vehicles, successively driving out of the tarmac. This scene left the North African Parliament members dumbfounded from a distance, especially Hamza, who was sweating profusely watching the numerous vehicles aggressively leaving the airport. Who would have thought that receiving a visiting delegation would bring in 2 special operations units? Fengyi? Longyu? These are the most mysterious strategic combat teams of the Dragon Kingdom's cabinet, and they had heard from Dragon Side Parliament members that Old Gu's son, the Crown Prince of Kyoto, is someone who can shake Kyoto with a single outburst. Now that both the Crown Prince and the young lady from Kyoto are here, if they get angry. Wouldn't North Africa face a tsunami, an earthquake? Meanwhile, on the other side at the mine, dozens of armed helicopters descended from the sky, and the entire mining area was instantly engulfed in wind and sand, with dust flying everywhere. On the ground, regular North African army units and armored vehicles came rushing in from all directions as if they were free. Watching this terrifying scene, Boss Zhang was completely dumbfounded. What the hell? Young Master Gu, I'm just a miner. What your mother instructed didn't include any of this. Are you here to save people or to conduct military exercises? If you keep this up, my mind is really going to become the front command center. Gu Tian rubbed his wrist and said slowly, What's wrong, Boss Zhang? Didn't you say you were doing well in North Africa? You're scared by this scene? Boss Zhang looked desperate. Young Master Gu, I'm doing well, but not in the way you think. Just then, several people dressed in North African military uniforms, clearly of general rank, approached Gu Tian, saluted, and reported in fluent dragon language. Report, young Master Gu. The commander of the 5th Brigade of the North African Regular Army is here to report. Wang Hao beside him widened his eyes. What the hell? Brother Tian has such clout. Even regular generals have to salute first. However, their accent and demeanor clearly indicated they graduated from an international academy. Hello, I am Gu Tian. Gu Tian quickly put away his relaxed expression and firmly raised his hand in response. Although the Halifa armed group announced that this incident had nothing to do with them and that they would not get involved or obstruct rescue operations. Who knows if these people can be trusted? What if he goes alone to Siet Juanhao's oil field and ends up ambushed? Just as Gu Tian was explaining the rescue details to these officers, the Longyu Special Forces and Fengyi Special Forces drove in aggressively in armored vehicles. Looking at the dense vehicles and the dust resembling a sandstorm, the local regular army soldiers couldn't help but widen their eyes. Is this the speed of the Dragon side? Is this the organizational ability of the Dragon side? Truly a single arrow piercing the clouds. Thousands of troops coming to meet. As they got out of the vehicles, Long Yun and Lung Feng were still bickering. The Fengyi Special Forces and Longyu Special Forces were like water and fire. Captain Long, it seems your Longyu Special Forces are not pulling their weight this time. Sending out so few people? Our Fengyi Special Forces has at least twice as many as you. Upon hearing this, Lung Feng smiled faintly, directly took out his walkie-talkie, and ordered, all Longyu Special Forces members, assemble immediately. The next moment, the sound of synchronized footsteps came from all around the mine. Suddenly, protective nets were pulled up at the 4 corners of the mining area, revealing underground shelter passages. Members of the Longyu team, dressed in black combat gear and equipped with the latest hot weapons, surged out like a tide. 1 team, 2 teams, 3 teams, 10 teams. The crowd was bustling, and the sound of combat boots echoed, densely packed. In just a moment, a line of over 2,000 people was formed, stretching as far as the eye could see. A sea of black. The expressions on the faces of Feng, Yi, and her female teammates changed from huh to what the heck to damn. Where did you all come from? Did you hatch on the ground? Lung Feng glanced at Long Yun with a playful look and said, Our Long Yu follows a practical approach, a tactical flow. We had over 1,600 people arrive early. You Feng, Yi are amateurs. After saying that, he sprinted towards Gu Tian, fearing that Long Yun would knock him on the head with his helmet. Chapter 94. The battle begins. Gu Shao. Gu Shao. Are these all your people? The North African officers were completely bewildered, their eyes nearly popping out. Suddenly, a dense crowd of black armored warriors appeared, one team after another, armed to the teeth, their gazes sharper than their sniper scopes. When did they get transferred here? It meant that they had moved so many people right under their noses, and their security department was completely unaware. The general staff was still worried about the other side being shorthanded, specifically sending them over for support. But looking at it now, support my ass. Gu Tian noticed their shock and could only smile and nod. If you can see through it, don't say it out loud. We are still good friends. Gu Shao, the cold front of the Longyu Special Forces, is reporting in. Cold front stopped bantering with Long Yun and jogged over to Gu Tian. Gu Shao, the Fengyi Special Forces Long Yun is reporting in. Long Yun followed closely behind. Although they were at odds with Long Yu, she still had to lower her proud demeanor in front of Gu Tian. Everyone's here? Gu Tian looked down and casually adjusted the military watch on his wrist, saying, "Then let us start closing the net." With this one sentence, the atmosphere became tense. Even the North African officers nearby couldn't help but swallow their shocked saliva. It's so similar. They truly saw in this young man the shadow of Gu Lao, who dominated the international power scene with a thunderous grip. All units move out. With Gu Tian's command, the grand procession headed straight for the oil field where Jiangzhou was located. Although the Khalifa armed group declared they wouldn't deploy troops and would not interfere with any rescue activities, distancing themselves from Jiangzhou, the old Fox Khalifa would never let such a lucrative opportunity slip away. Despite Jiangzhou's desperate pleas, he still sold a large batch of weapons and those soon-to-be retired mercenaries. He had to pay a hefty relocation fee for the retiring mercenaries. But if they died in battle, the compensation would be much less. Moreover, many mercenaries were desperate and had no family. All right, since we're going to fight for real, Jiangzhou, am not a pushover. Facing the overwhelming army, Jiangzhou had long since become indifferent to life and death, falling into a frenzied yet confident state. Of course, the reason was simple. He had Lin Lao's daughter in his hands, and the other side wouldn't dare to risk a full-on assault. Afterwards, he could hold Lin Lao's daughter hostage and demand that they send a private jet to escort him to a country that had no cooperation with either North Africa or Long's side. Seeking asylum there. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. With the armed helicopters providing fire cover, the battle erupted. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions rang out, and thick smoke billowed. The defensive line around the oil field was instantly torn open. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Boom, boom. On the ground, mercenaries were frantically counterattacking, launching rockets at the helicopter group. As the pilots released flares, they turned around and fired their heavy machine guns, taking out a number of mercenaries. Tian, this firepower is too fierce. Jiangzhou is even more sinister than his dad. How much money did he make? How many weapons did he buy? Wang Hao, holding an AK, was hiding behind an armored vehicle, dodging the incoming bullets. Gu Tian, holding binoculars like an old dog, said, "What are you afraid of? He only has this much money. If it weren't for the fear of hurting Lin Shusi, we could wipe him out in no time." Through the binoculars, Longyu and Fengyi special forces were performing extraordinarily well, advancing in sections with tactics and cooperation, moving forward like a tide. Sometimes using a 3-3 formation, sometimes launching lightning strikes. Those crazily counterattacking mercenaries were completely like rookies in front of them. Some hadn't even fired before they were turned into sieves. Bang, 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 damn, shoot at me. The bullets flying from a distance sparked against the armored vehicle, scaring Wang Hao to drop down. Cold front. There's snipers on the watchtower. Find a way to take them out. Gu Tian shouted into the intercom. Cold front was straightforward, raising the intercom to signal. The next second, the armed helicopter in the air fired several shells over. Boom, boom. The watchtower was blown to bits. Perhaps frightened by the earlier attack, Wang Hao suddenly remembered something serious and checked the time. Oh no, this should be the time for the student council election. Although he was already internally appointed, he still needed to go on stage for a self-introduction according to the process. He had memorized his speech. Tian, something's wrong. Something's wrong. Wang Hao ran over from the thick smoke, panic written all over his face. What is wrong? Did Lin Shusi die? Gu Tian exclaimed. No, this should be the time for the student council election. I'm going to miss it. Looking at Wang Hao's anxious expression, Gu Tian was left speechless. In the middle of this chaotic gunfire, he was still thinking about holding an office. If we rescue Lin Shusi, let alone running for student council, you could walk sideways in the cabinet and no one would dare touch you. Of course, Wang Hao wasn't cut out for cabinet material. Just send them a message saying that you'll do a video-linked self-introduction later. Let them prepare. Gu Tian left this sentence, put on his helmet, grabbed the AK, and dashed forward, leaving Wang Hao in a state of disarray, who eventually realized Tian Gu's words make sense. Fighting and running for student council don't seem to conflict at all. At this moment, in the conference room at Jing University, the atmosphere was lively. After Gu Tian's identity As the Prince of Jing was exposed online, it caused quite a stir. Many Jing University students exclaimed how impressive it was. And upon learning that Wang Hao was on the candidate list for the student council, as Gu Tian's brother, they were even more excited. Wow, why isn't Wang Hao on the candidate seat? Has anyone seen Gu Shao? It seems Gu Shao hasn't come to Jing University. Didn't you see the news? Gu Shao is in North Africa. He is negotiating matters for the delegation. But what about Wang Hao? Did he give up his candidacy? How could that be? I heard Wang Hao and Gu Shao specifically approached the president to request to participate in the election. How could he easily give up? Chapter 95. The election on the edge of a knife, no way. Didn't he promise us? Now he doesn't respond to messages or answer calls. Has he come back or not? Shun Yao pouted, staring gloomily at the dimly glowing phone screen. Su Nanxue didn't know how to respond, just looking around with anticipation on her face. She wished Gu Tian would suddenly walk up behind her and say, "I'm back." After all, the news had reported that the North African warlords were in chaos, and the Longfei delegation was trapped in the war zone, their lives uncertain. And Gu Tian, that prince who used to lazily sunbathe at the gate of Jing University, saying that studying was boring, had ventured deep into the North African war zone to negotiate with other staff members. The other party came from a family standing at the pinnacle of power. A child of the privileged born with a golden spoon, someone who could live a life of ease and enjoy wealth. Yet, this person took on the responsibility without hesitation. Heading into North Africa alone, he could have remained high above, but through his actions, he showed everyone that not all privileged children only hide in the shade. He, Gu Tian, embodied the most formidable essence of the title prince. Thinking of this, Su Nanxue felt her heart tighten, as those past moments of laughter suddenly seemed distant. Gu Tian, I hope you returned safely. As for the absence of Wang Hao and Gu Tian, former Student Council President Zhang Zhe and other candidates were overjoyed. It was great that they weren't present. Their chances of winning had increased dramatically. Zhang Zhe had initially thought about being vice president and letting Wang Hao take the presidency. Now, with the support of so many former student council members, he was sure he could be elected again. As for Fu Guizhouyu, he could just be vice president. Facing Zhang Zhe's urgent gaze and the nods from the leaders in the audience, the host announced the start of the election meeting. The first group to take the stage consisted of a bunch of novices confidently speaking on stage. The students and judges below exchanged whispers. Next up was Zhang Zhe. As a former president, he was well aware of the issues facing the Jing University student body. His high-quality speech received nods of approval from the judges. Following him was Zhou Yu, who also performed well on stage. Just when Zhang Zhe and the others thought they had it in the bag, the judges suddenly received a message from Wang Hao. Without a doubt, they exchanged complex looks and called the host down. After a brief exchange, the host ran back to the stage, excitement written all over his face, and shouted into the microphone, "Thank you for your patience. Our last candidate, Wang Hao, has not withdrawn." As soon as this was said, the conference room erupted. Everyone was there to see the prince's friend Wang Hao run for president. How could they not be excited? Zhang Zhe and Zhou Yu's faces changed drastically. What? Wang Hao didn't even come. How could he run? Could it be? Haha, is this a joke? Just as everyone was curious, the host pointed to the screen behind him and said, "All right, please look at the big screen. The last candidate, Wang Hao." The video connection began. Bang! The big screen lit up. In the next second, everyone's expressions changed. Where the hell is this? Not in a dorm, not in a study, not even in a setting normal for Jing University students, but a war zone. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out in the footage, and the conference room's sound system nearly burst into flames. Armed helicopters circled overhead, raining bullets down. In the distance, smoke billowed, dust swirled, and even the horizon shook. The camera shook violently, and the projector seemed to have earthquake effects, nearly making the students in the front row think they were sitting in 4D seats. The host's mouth twitched, and the school leaders crushed their water bottles in shock. What the hell? Where's this? A battlefield? What the heck? Isn't this a campaign video call? Why do I feel like I'm watching Wolf Warrior? Before anyone could recover, Wang Hao finally appeared on screen, dressed in camouflage, half his face covered in grime, his hair styled into a battle-ready slick back. but his eyes were as determined as someone just initiated into the organization. He quickly set his phone up in front of him, a confident smile on his face that said, "I am a soldier king. Hello, everyone. I'm Wang Hao from the Finance Department Class 1, and I am running for Student Council President." As soon as he finished speaking, whoosh, a shell flew past him, and the camera shook as a mushroom cloud rose in the background. Oh my God, this isn't a speech. This is an election on the edge of a knife. This isn't a campaign for Student Council President. This is a contest for the King of War. The expressions of the other candidates on stage were a sight to behold. Some tore their speeches to shreds on the spot. Zhang Zai's eyes went blank, his soul almost leaving his body. Is this really Wang Hao? Is this really him? Gu Tian should be with him, right? Shen Yao was about to jump out of her seat, her little hands tightly gripping Su Nachue's sleeve, asking. And Su Nachue's face was already filled with helplessness and worry. Just then, a sharp-eyed student suddenly screamed, "Look, the person behind Wang Hao wearing a hood and carrying a rocket launcher. He looks like Gu Shao." Huh? What? Gu Shao is also there. Oh, Gu Shao. It must be Gu Shao. That build, that posture is definitely Gu Shao. Wait, it seems not. The person carrying the rocket launcher in the footage was moving agilely behind an armored vehicle, and after firing the rocket, he picked up an AK and aimed ahead to shoot with precision. Top, 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 sometimes firing in bursts, sometimes automatic, and his aim was steady as a rock. Anyone who has been to the battlefield knows that you can't cheat in real combat. This scene made the special forces in the conference room question their lives. This is too damn professional. He even shot with precision. This can't be Gu Shao. How could Gu Shao's identity be so professional, so reckless? The person in the footage is clearly a seasoned combat veteran. Right, just as everyone was speculating. The person who resembled Gu Tian suddenly pulled off the hood, revealing a familiar and rebellious handsome face. Turning to Wang Hao and yelling angrily, "How's he? Get your ass up there. The video isn't over yet. I've got 12 KDs already." This shout was like thunder crashing into the conference room. The entire venue fell silent. The next second, boom, the conference room exploded. Everyone stood up, shocked, fervent, boiling. Oh, it really is Gu Shao. My God, Gu Shao. It really is Gu Shao. Gu Shao, please take me to play real chicken dinner. Compared to the cheering students, the school leaders in the audience turned pale, silent, only filled with fear. Chapter 96. The call from Old Lin, such an explosive student council election scene, will undoubtedly be permanently recorded in the school's history. Ah, it's really Gu Shao. Wang Hao. I vote for Wang Hao. The prince's brother is my brother. Gu Tian. It's really Gu Tian. He's actually doing something so dangerous. Shen Yao jumped up directly, her expression more anxious than when she was on the front lines. In contrast, Su Nachue's face was already filled with complex emotions. On one hand, there was worry, but on the other hand, there was a strange sense of pride and a numb feeling. She knew these two were abnormal, but she didn't expect them to be this abnormal. Undoubtedly, the election result would definitely be Wang Hao. After all, no one could refuse to vote for a student council president who had participated in a real-life battle royale. Besides, this student council president's brother was the famous prince of Kyoto. On the other side, after learning that he had successfully been elected as student council president, Wang Hao was so excited that his hands were trembling. Tian, let me handle it. Not only did I Wang Hao succeed in the election today, I'm also going to take down Jiangzhou.Hao. Meanwhile, Gu Tian was squinting his eyes, sitting next to an armored vehicle, sipping coffee. It wouldn't be long before he could see the soldiers escorting Jiangzhou.Hao out. At the same time, Jiangzhou.Hao was completely panicking like a dog. The defense line he had painstakingly built was directly breached under the opponent's powerful offensive. The highly paid mercenaries were either severely injured or dead, and some even surrendered on the spot. Director Xie, not good. They've broken in. Our oil field has been completely surrounded, and they're about to reach here. The secretary rushed in like crazy, completely terrified. Jiangzhou.Hao was at his wit's end, grabbing a Glock from the table. Go, bring the hostages out. We're leaving together. Soon, faced with the dark muzzles of guns and a dense crowd of soldiers, a team of trembling mercenaries escorted the delegation out. The figure that Jiangzhou.Hao was holding was heart-wrenching to see at first glance. Her slender wrists were tied, her chin was trembling, and there were barely noticeable sobs. She was none other than Lin Shusi, the highest protected target of the Fengyi Special Forces. The moment Gu Tian saw her, he instinctively looked at Wang Hao, who also turned his head in guilt. Long Yun, the commander of the Fengyi Special Forces, immediately reddened his eyes and pulled off his tactical helmet. "Xie Juanhao, let the young lady go. I'll be your hostage." Hearing Long Yun's voice, Lin Shusi immediately cried out with a sob. "Long Yun, you came to save me? Woo-woo, don't be afraid, young lady. He can't escape. Xie Juanhao, you can't get away. Let the young lady go quickly. After we go back, I can personally plead with old Lin for leniency towards you." Xie Juanhao went mad, pressing the Glock against Lin Shusi's temple, panting, "Don't come any closer. Don't come any closer. Gu Tian, if you dare to take a step forward, I'll make all of you pay with your lives today." After saying that, he even lifted his clothes with one hand, revealing layers of explosives. Wang Hao and Gu Tian instinctively took a step back. Lung Feng, with a nervous expression, said, "Gu Shao, what should we do?" Gu Tian remained silent, frowning in thought. To be honest, Lin Shusi's death had nothing to do with him, but it would affect his father to some extent. This was about how old Lin had to face him in the cabinet. "Your son returns safely, but my daughter dies in North Africa? How presumptuous. Ahem. It wasn't me who kidnapped her. It was Xie Juanhao." At that moment, Gu Tian's phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. To be precise, it was an extremely special encrypted number, completely encrypted with no known origin. Gu Tian frowned, reflexively swiping to answer. The next second, a hurried yet commanding voice came through. "Gu Tian, is that you? I'm Lin Guoxian, your Uncle Lin." "Uncle Lin? Holy crap, old Lin." Gu Tian's pupils constricted sharply, almost shouting out that Lin Shusi's father was calling him. What should he say? "Ah, yes. Uncle Lin, it's me, Gu Tian." Gu Tian really didn't expect to receive a call from such a prominent figure in this situation. There was a moment of silence on the other end, followed by a deep sigh. "Gu Tian, you must know everything. Lin Shusi, my daughter, she just came back and ran into these problems. I, Lin Guoxian, have never owed anyone in my life, but for this daughter, I owe too much." "Huh." Gu Tian held the phone, looking down at the Desert Eagle in his hand. "No. Are we getting emotional now? The one who kidnapped your daughter is Xie Juanhao. Why don't you say a few words to Xie Juanhao? Uncle Lin, in this situation, your daughter is being held hostage. Gu Tian wanted to express something useful, like how to rescue your daughter, not to get sentimental. But old Lin did not respond to Gu Tian's words, instead continuing sadly. "You may not know. Lin Shusi's mother and I divorced long ago. Your father probably doesn't know about this either. It's me, pursuing my career and neglecting family matters. She has held grievances against me since childhood, but I chose to ignore them." "Divorced?" "Hiss." Gu Tian gasped. This was too shocking. He could already imagine his father's dumbfounded expression upon learning this. In Gu Tian's shocked expression, old Lin revealed everything about the Lin family's matters to him. Gu Tian was almost in tears. He never expected that the powerful old Lin, who could command the winds and rains, was such a derelict father. A father who dared not face his daughter. Thinking about it this way, his own father was actually better. Gu Tian took a deep breath, his gaze becoming unprecedentedly firm. "Uncle Lin, rest assured, this time, I will definitely rescue Lin Shusi and safely deliver her to you." A barely audible voice of gratitude came from the other end. "Thank you, Shao Tian. Uncle Lin begs you, please bring Shusi back safely." Click. The call ended. Under the urgent gazes of everyone waiting for his orders, Gu Tian slowly raised his head, took a deep breath, and the next second directly shouted, "Everyone prepare, including Xie Juanhao and all the hostages. Shoot them all dead." Boom! This command rang out like thunder, shaking everyone's souls. Chapter 97. Gu Tian as a hostage. Wang Hao nearly fell off the roof of the car, and Lung Feng was almost scared to faint. If it weren't for the team members holding back Long Yun, she would have definitely rushed forward to grab Gu Tian by the collar. The scene erupted, and everyone could only think of 4 words. Gu Shao has gone mad. This is the daughter of a big family in Kyoto. Is this how the air competition always is? Tian Yi. Tian Yi. Are you crazy? Are you crazy? Gu Tian ignored Wang Hao and took a step forward, staring coldly at Xie Juanhao with a sneer. Gu Tian, are you out of your mind? Do you know who I'm holding hostage? Lin Shusi, the beloved daughter of old Lin. If you shoot her, you definitely won't survive. After saying that, he yanked off Lin Shusi's hood. Look clearly at Lin Shusi. This person is Gu Feng's son. Gu Tian. He wants to shoot you. In the sudden blinding light, Lin Shusi slowly recognized the figure standing against the light. He was backlit, imposing, with a mocking smile on his lips, but his eyes concealed a suffocating sharpness. For a moment, the feeling of disorientation overshadowed her fear. He is Gu Tian. He is the Gu family prince who was said to be incompetent and troublesome when she was young. Long Yun, the leader of the Fengyi Special Forces, broke free from the team's restraints, her eyes red as she blocked Gu Tian's path. Gu Shao, she is the young lady. Are you crazy? We can't execute this order. If you dare to shoot, Before she could finish, Lung Feng rushed forward and held her tightly. Long Yun, calm down. Do you think Gu Shao doesn't want to save your young lady? Do you really think he would shoot? Long Yun struggled, unwilling to back down, her entire being almost on the verge of breaking down. Tears welling up in her eyes as she stared fixedly at Gu Tian. And Gu Tian? He remained calm, one hand gripping the truth, the other in his pocket. Lung Feng suddenly understood. Gu Shao was going to use psychological tactics. Sure enough, amid Xie Juanhao's roaring threats, Gu Tian pointed at him and began to attack verbally. Xie Juanhao, I find you really are a fool. Just like your super brother, your IQ is pathetic, your thought process is absurd. You kidnapped a hostage but didn't choose someone valuable? You picked Lin Shusi? Do you know she is an orphan? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. Gu Tian's eyes narrowed, his speech speeding up, hitting precise points one after another. Her father, old Lin, divorced her mother long ago and did it cleanly. Old Lin wishes she wouldn't come back to the country. Do you think he cares about his daughter? Please, he doesn't even remember her birthday. Who are you threatening by kidnapping her? Boom! The atmosphere at the scene exploded in an instant. Everyone's expressions were uniformly shocked. An orphan? What? No way. Old Lin divorced his wife. This wild history is too outrageous. Damn it. No wonder I've never heard about Mrs. Lin. Xie Juanhao was stunned, his face turning pale. You're talking nonsense. How could she possibly be an unwanted orphan? Old Lin is her father. Everyone in the cabinet knows. Gu Tian took a puff of smoke and spat out, right? I know that too. If her dad loved her, how could he leave her overseas for so many years? Is this something a normal father would do? Your super brother, your old man Xie Yong, has spoiled him rotten. And her? She is unwanted, with no love from her father or mother. Now that she's been kidnapped, is there any news about her? No. Is anyone coming to save her? No. Do you know why I brought so many people? My mission is to fight your Halifa armed group, seize your oil fields, and bring you back. That's it. After these words, everyone's expressions were extraordinary. There was shock, fear, existential doubt, curiosity, and also a sense of misfortune being warded off, all stemming from Gu Shao's words, overheard and unrelated to them. Lin Shusi, who had been pretending to be calm and wondering how the other side would save her, was directly blown away by this series of heart-wrenching statements, turning her into a small fountain of tears. Gu Tian, you're talking nonsense. Woo. You're the one who's unwanted. Your whole family is unwanted. Gu Tian looked at her crying, still appearing indifferent, even pretending to be strong as he glanced at Long Yun and Lung Feng. What are you all doing? Follow my orders, shoot them all, and then go home. At this moment, Long Yun had already understood Gu Tian's intention, and with a wave of Lung Feng's hand, ka. All the troops present were aimed at Xie Juanhao and the others, ready to pull the trigger at any moment. Now Xie Juanhao was completely panicked. He had been skeptical of Gu Tian, but upon reflection, it did seem very reasonable. If old Lin truly loved his daughter, why would he send her away for so many years? Moreover, he had never seen old Lin's other half and had not heard any news about her. If Lin Shusi really was the young lady of Kyoto, how could these people dare to point guns at her? Before Xie Juanhao could think too much, a large number of soldiers approached, holding their truths steadily. Don't come any closer. Don't come any closer. Back, back. Everyone retreat. Watching Xie Juanhao about to collapse, Gu Tian raised his hand, and everyone behind him immediately stopped. Xie Juanhao, don't you just want to escape? How about this? You kidnap me instead. My dad loves me, and my mom dotes on me. If you kidnap me, I guarantee no one will dare to touch you, and you'll definitely be able to leave here successfully. After you're safe, you can let me go, and we'll consider everything settled. What do you think? As soon as these words were spoken, Lin Shuxi's crying stopped abruptly, her beautiful eyes blinking in disbelief as she looked at Gu Tian. She never expected that this man, who was a complete stranger to her, who had just publicly called her an orphan, would step forward at this critical moment. In an instant, a warm current of emotion and surprise covered her inner fear. Just as Xie Juanhao hesitated, Long Yun began to act, pretending to plead with great reluctance. Gu Shao. No, you can't be a hostage. Old Gu and your mother are still waiting for you to come home. Our mission this time is only to kill Xie Juanhao. How can you risk your life for a woman with no blood relation? The lives of these hostages don't matter. Your safety is the most important. The other kidnapped team members. Lin Shuxi. In such a scene, Lung Feng was so angry that he almost wanted to fly kick Long Yun. What's the matter? Your master's life matters, but my master's doesn't? Xie Juanhao believed it and shouted, Okay, put down your weapons. You come over. I'll let her go. Under everyone's tense gazes, Gu Tian placed all his weapons on the ground and then raised his hands to walk towards Xie Juanhao. Xie Juanhao, being somewhat of a gentleman, when Gu Tian got close, he suddenly pushed Lin Shuxi out forcefully and swiftly took Gu Tian hostage, pressing the gun against his temple. Everyone, don't come any closer. If you move, I'll really kill him. Chapter 98, returning home, Lin Shuxi was unexpectedly pushed out, stumbling and almost falling. But instead of running to the opposite side immediately, she stopped, turning her head in a daze to look at Gu Tian, who was being held by Xie Juanhao. The wind tousled Gu Tian's slightly messy hair, and the sunlight